Chapter 165, Blood Guillotine. In the ancestral hall, it was deadly silent. The clan elder and clan leader lowered their heads like a big rock was weighing on their heart. After a GU master dies, the GU worms they leave behind will still have the person's will remaining. They cannot be considered wild GU worms, and have had lost their ability to use the natural essence in the air. These GU worms can be considered an extension of life of that particular GU master. Everyone's heart was uneasy. The first generation clan head had passed on for at least 1,000 years, so were the methods that he had left behind still effective? No one knew. After all, since the last crisis, it had already been 200 years. Why did they retreat? On the slope, Fang Yuan saw this scene and grew suspicious. In his previous life, his cultivation was too low, thus he could not learn about the clan's secrets. But soon his body shook, discovering that a group of flying worms had descended from the sky. This is, Fang Yuan's eyes squinted as cold light shone. There were up to 100 GU worms flying around in a cluster, forming a red cloud, descending and landing on the village square. Buzz buzz buzz. The noises emitted by the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and the clan elders raised their heads, showing a frantically overjoyed expression. Thank you, great ancestor, for the protection. Gu Bo's heart felt at ease as he paid his respects before getting up. Go and see, the clan leader sighed. On his face, there was happiness, solemnness and grief, a complicated expression. Leaving the ancestral hall and standing on the building stairway, everyone could see that on the village square, there was a red tornado rampaging. These GU worms were only around the size of a fingertip. They were shaped like locusts, with a scary face and was red all over. They entered the bodies of the GU masters sitting on the square, extracting their blood and primeval essence. In a few breaths' time, one insect multiplied into more worms. Thus, the GU increased greatly in numbers as time went by. There were constantly new GU worms being produced, flying into the GU master's skin and flying out, and then digging in again. In the village square, miserable cries and cold groans sounded, but not one GU master fled. Before they came, they were already informed by the clan elders. For the clan, they willingly tributed their bodies to feed the GU, using their own sacrifices to bring about the survival of the clan. These are all good lads of our clan. Gu Bo seeing this muttered in a low voice, as the hand holding onto the railing shivered slightly. The other elders showed a painful expression, but did not say anything. This situation was exactly as recorded in the clan memorials. The first generation ancestor had left behind these GU worms, and they required GU masters' lives to feed. Only then are they satisfied and will help the clan to defend against external enemies. After these flying GU were full and satisfied, they flew up again with an even greater presence. In the blink of an eye, they had grown in number over tens of times. What was left on the square were piles of white bones as the GU flew out like a tornado, rampaging through the wolf packs outside the village. The blood guillotine indeed. Fang Yuan, who was standing on the slope, saw everything and thought in his heart. This blood guillotine is a rank 5 GU. Its usability and feeding are fused into one. It was a very strange GU. They specialized in consuming a GU master's life-bound origin blood, and after feasting, they would start to multiply, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4. If they were hungry and couldn't find food, they would start to eat each other, reducing the size of their group to sustain the expenditure they needed in moving around. At its peak, the blood guillotine could engulf the skies and lands, destroying villages in their path, and were more fearsome than many ranked 6 GU worms. When it was weak at only 1 or 2 in number, they would barely have any power and is worse than a rank 3 GU. Especially when this blood guillotine GU advances into the highly acclaimed ranked 6 demonic GU, blood deity. Among the top 10 great demonic GU in the world, it ranked 7th. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan created the Blood Wing demonic sect, he first wanted to refine the blood deity instead of the spring-autumn cicada. However, because of circumstances and many other reasons, he could only reduce his expectations and refine the spring-autumn cicada. This group of blood guillotines numbered up to tens of thousands. Like a tornado sweeping the battlefield, everywhere they went, wolf packs howled and wailed. They flew left and right, entering the lightning wolves' bodies, and in a few breaths' time, the lightning wolves' blood would be completely absorbed. But this beast blood could not allow the blood guillotine to multiply. Only a GU master's origin blood that contains primeval essence could achieve this effect. One after another, lightning wolves were reduced to dry corpses, lying on the ground and losing their lives. Only the bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves' lightning currents could resist this blood guillotine. However, they could only electrocute a small number of flying insects, before an overwhelming number of blood guillotines would rush up and suck them into dry corpses. The steel web broke completely as the Thunder Crown Wolf regained its freedom, howling in anger. The blood guillotine detected it and it gathered quickly, forming a large red cloud and engulfing the Thunder Crown Wolf completely. The Thunder Crown Wolf's tail swung around as blue lightning currents shot out and turned hundreds and thousands of blood guillotines to crisps. The popping sound was just like firecrackers going off. A gust of wind blew, bringing along the horrible burnt smell of the roasted blood guillotines. The blood guillotine was indeed a rank 5 GU, but without a user, it could only attack head-on. The Thunder Crown Wolf had several rank 4 GU residing in it, and some had a wide area attack method, countering this blood guillotine. The flying insects moved like a red cloud as the Thunder Crown Wolf's hill-like body howled and struggled, creating a havoc. At this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf's large body became its weakness as the fingertip-sized blood guillotine took advantage of it. The battle was intense. As large numbers of blood guillotines fell on the ground, the Thunder Crown Wolf's armor was broken through, and some blood guillotines drilled their way in and started to suck blood wantonly. Without any other choice, the Thunder Crown Wolf could only spray lightning plasma on its own body, electrocuting these blood guillotines. But this way, its surface muscles were all fried, emitting a fragrant cooked meat smell. The Wolf Tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Under the Thunder Crown Wolf's command, numerous lightning wolves attacked the insect group instead. The GU masters could be said to have escaped death, and many held their breaths as they watched this intense and tragic battle nervously. The insect group was like a death plague. Numerous lightning wolves would rush in and drop dead soon after. However, the lightning wolves' sacrifice also caused the insect group to face high expenditure. The blood guillotine dropped in numbers. The original dense cloud had turned into a thin fog, and soon it was reduced to a small tornado still flying in the air. The Thunder Crown Wolf struggled and escaped, its mouth howling as it ran with all its speed. The blood in its body was almost half gone. Now its body felt soft and tired, while its running speed was not even 10% of the usual speed, and the lightning currents flowing on its body also became extremely scattered. As the leader of the wolf packs, the escape of the Thunder Crown Wolf caused the other lightning wolves' fighting spirit to diminish, and they also escaped all over the place. "We finally did it." The GU masters, seeing this, became blank as some just collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. "I'm actually still alive." Many GU masters' expression was complicated, some were filled with happiness while also in grief. Through the Wolf Tide, many clansmen were sacrificed. The scattered blood guillotine group flew high into the sky, flying one huge round around the GUU village before vanishing into the clouds. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a complex thought. The defeat of the Thunder Crown Wolf meant the village was now safe. In fact, most of the wolf packs were dead or injured, so they no longer had such a huge number. This wolf tide could be said to have been over. However, wolf packs bear grudges, and as long as this myriad beast king is not dead, during the next wolf tide it would attack once again. After many years of recuperating, it would become even shrewder and stronger. In the current situation, it was at its weakest. Killing it now and getting the GU worms on its body can help replenish some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhang, Zhe Yan, you two stay behind and take care of the situation. Other clan elders, follow me and assault the Thunder Crown Wolf. Gu Bo hurriedly ordered, before leading the remaining 7 elders capable of fighting out of the village and towards the direction that the Thunder Crown Wolf escaped in. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, weighing in his heart, although the clan's power is greatly reduced, the current situation is not in a mess. Moreover, this blood guillotine has a suspicious origin, I better follow the clan leader and check out the situation. Saying so, he went into stealth mode and went down the slope. The stealth scales GU and the Thunderwings GU cannot be used concurrently. Thunderwings GU was a rank 3 GU, and once activated it forms a pair of lightning wings that cannot be hidden by the rank 2 stealth scales GU. Against the rank 3 clan elders, the stealth scales GU's hiding ability was not effective. Fang Yuan could only follow their tracks and keep a distance between them, not daring to get close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the rock crack secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he appeared now, it would attract the rage of the clan head and clan elder, and if they questioned him, he would have not been able to explain himself. The injuries of the Thunder Crown Wolf were very severe, so it could not move fast. After half an hour, Fang Yuan could hear that there was the sound of fighting and scolding ahead of him. He went there in stealth, getting onto a mountain rock, observing the GU Masters fight. The Thunder Crown Wolf lay on the ground with many new injuries on its body. Blood was flowing non-stop as it was gasping for breath. Its dim eyes showed that it was very near death. Old geezer Bai, you and your guys sure have the face, coming here to take advantage of the situation. He, Gu Bo, that's not the right thing to say. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us, get a clue and fuck off. Gu Bo and the Bai clan leader were at a standstill, wary against each other. The wolf den had 3 Thunder Crown Wolves, all myriad beast kings, each having their packs of tens of thousand lightning wolves. But they did not glue together, and neither could they suppress one another. The wolf packs' movements relied on working together. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves had intelligence, each targeting the 3 large beast groups to hunt. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts, and even prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a massive hunting session. On Qingmao Mountain, the Shang, Gu and Bai clan were able to live for hundreds of years. Naturally, they all had their trump cards. Shang clan was the weakest, still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty even now. The Bai clan had risen these years, and their cumulative strength had exceeded the Gu clan. After killing a Thunder Crown Wolf and pushing back the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought his clan elders to Gu village, trying to find some opportunities. To think that there really was such a chance. Thus they blocked the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley. The Thunder Crown Wolf's body had many Gu worms, and some were even rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, bone, eye and fur were all precious refinement material. The Gu clan naturally would not let go of them, and under intense anger, they attacked. Fang Yuan, you really came. I've waited for so long. On the mountain wall, a cold laughter was heard. Fang Yuan raised his head, only to see a white-clothed young man descending from the sky as an ice blade slashed towards his face with resolution. Chapter 166, Second Battle vs. Bai Ning Bing. His hair snowy white and his orbs blue, a one-armed figure in white. Who else could it be but Bai Ning Bing? Before the ice blade touched his body, Fang Yuan could feel a cold eerie feeling assaulting him from behind like a comet striking the earth, full of cold killing intent. Fang Yuan's irises were black in contrast, unmoving in danger, leaping backwards and injecting primeval essence into the sky canopy Gu, creating a white armor to protect himself. Bam! The ice blade struck the ground heavily, and at that instant a bunch of white icicles grew from the ground, erupting upwards. Swoosh! The sharp icicles stabbed upwards at the direction Fang Yuan was retreating towards, creating an icy path. Fang Yuan easily somersaulted and avoided them. The mountain path was narrow, so he slid down towards the valley along the edges. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, why is it that every time I see you, I feel that intense urge to kill you? Tell me. Bai Ning Bing excitedly shivered as he laughed maniacally. His laughter attracted the gaze of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ning Bing and Fang Yuan, their expressions were different. Lord Bai Ning Bing, let me assist you. A Bai clan Gu master who originally stood at the side shouted and struck towards Fang Yuan. Clan leader, it is our clan's Fang Yuan. Gu clan's Gu masters shouted. I know. Clan leader Gu Bo's expression was uncertain, and he dodged the Bai clan leader's attack as he decided, shouting, get the materials into our possession first. Fang Yuan had mysteriously vanished before the wolf tide arrived, causing the Gu higher-ups to feel highly doubtful of him. In addition, the intense pressure from the Bai clan Gu masters resulted in no one going to reinforce Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing saw help arrive and flew into a rage, shouting at the person, scram, this is my battle, don't interfere. Lord Bai Ning Bing, you lost an arm and have reduced battle potential. You are the hope of our Bai clan, you cannot be lost. Let me sweep this obstacle for you. The Bai clan Gu master shouted as he leapt, charging towards Fang Yuan. He activated his Gu worm, both hands glowing with a orange-yellow light. He lightly patted the ground, and the light entered the earth. Instantly, a lump grew from the earth. The mud lump advanced towards Fang Yuan as it got bigger. Suddenly the mud lump exploded, revealing a yellow mud arm. This arm was humongous, as tall as an adult as it grabbed towards Fang Yuan. Its power and presence caused others to feel suffocated. Fang Yuan snorted in disdain. Seeing this arm grab at him and about to succeed, a dark golden light suddenly shot out from his aperture, turning into a shiny ribbon of light, wrapping around Fang Yuan's body. The big arm reached his body but was twisted by this dark golden light, breaking and collapsing. Oh, what GU worm is this? Bai Ningbing showed shock on his face. The dark golden light dispersed, revealing the true form of the GU. It was over a meter long, as wide as 2 fists. Its dark golden exoskeleton displayed dominance as its sharp razor blades at the side of its body shone with cold light. Chainsaw Golden Centipede, come, Fang Yuan shouted, extending his right arm, his fist clenched. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's numerous segments climbed up his body nimbly, its body twisting and turning like a snake, coiling around his right arm. Its mouth opened and swallowed Fang Yuan's right fist in one mouth, all the way until half his forearm was swallowed. Fang Yuan's arm swung, and the meter-long golden centipede moved its tail. In the air, it drew an arc, emitting a crisp sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the max, its near 2-meter length shrinking to 1.5 meters. At the same time its feet shrunk into the exoskeleton, leaving behind only 2 rows of razor blades. At one glance, Fang Yuan looked like he was holding a dark golden silver-bladed, giant hiltless sword. The reinforcement GU master was shocked. He had never thought that the Chainsaw Golden Centipede could be used like this. The GU masters raising GU, refining GU, using GU, all 3 required deep research. Fang Yuan's method was innovative and unheard of, using his imagination to the limit. But actually, this method was not invented by Fang Yuan. 300 years later, a new demonic faction talent, the Chainsaw Mad Demon, would use the rank 4 Chainsaw Killer Centipede, one of the advancement paths of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede. But in this life, Fang Yuan using it at this point is really unprecedented. I shall let you guys have a taste, Fang Yuan smirked, using the primeval essence in his aperture and injecting them into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz buzz buzz. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of razor blades started to move violently, emitting a wild sound, causing others' heart to shiver upon hearing. Thunderwings GU. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination as a pair of eerie blue thunderwings formed on his back with a crisp sound. The thunderwings flapped, causing Fang Yuan to shoot out like lightning. Fast, fast, fast. The speed was so fast that the Bai Clan GU master's iris shrunk as he felt a chill. The smell of death was so close, and he shrieked as he used his strongest GU. A thick yellow light appeared on his body. The yellow light was like armor, except that before it fully materialized, Fang Yuan had already gotten close. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, looking like a demonic god that emerged from nightmares, killing his way into the mortal realm. His movements were violent, and he completely exerted his muscles. As they tightened up, he used the strength of 2 boars to their limit. The golden centipede-like sword waved like a golden shadow in the air. The razors rotated violently, slashing towards the Bai Clan GU master's waist. The yellow light armor broke under the slaughter of the chainsaw. It was never fully formed in the first place. At this moment, it scattered instantly. The razors entered the meat as if it was cutting butter, and as Fang Yuan flicked his wrist, the chopped up meat flew all over the place along with the blood. The GU master's spine smashed and his intestines were grinded to a pulp. The Bai Clan GU master's upper half of the body flew into the air, while his lower half remained on the spot. He stared with wide-opened eyes, staring in fright at his lower half, dying in extreme fear and shock. This commotion caused the fighting among the 2 clans to stop temporarily. They all looked towards Fang Yuan, sending shocked, angered gazes. This Bai Clan GU master was also a rank 3 elder, and was slightly famous. But under Fang Yuan's aggressive, dominant attack, he was instantly killed. Fang Yuan's body was still blood-bathed, with the Bai Clan GU master's flesh still sticking to his clothes. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 edges were still rotating violently, and with such ferocity, it caused everyone to look away. What a great GU worm! Bai Ningbing shouted, his eyes showing insanity and excitement. Fang Yuan, you did not let me down indeed. Come battle, he shouted, his passion blazing like flames, striking towards Fang Yuan. Noisy fucker. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice, turning around to counterattack. The chainsaw golden centipede and the ice blade collided. With a cracking sound, the razors cut into the ice blade and caused it to shatter into pieces. In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede broke through the ice blade and swept across Bai Ningbing's face. Bai Ningbing's expression changed as he resolutely let go of the ice blade and retreated backwards, almost 2 meters of distance away. The chainsaw golden centipede when shrunk was only 1.5 meters. Adding on Fang Yuan's right arm, there was still a little distance before it could reach Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan willed, and the chainsaw golden centipede suddenly extended itself. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck and did not anticipate this turn of events. He was hit on the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with his ice muscles protecting his body, there was still a large cut on his body. At that instant, he felt a strong force assault him, and he was unavoidably sent flying, landing on a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the rock's surface, but his ice muscles soon stopped the bleeding. Bai Ningbing coughed intensely and was about to get up, but suddenly he heard a thunderous sound. The sound was right beside his ear, and an unprecedented sense of danger entered his heart. Bai Ningbing's iris shrunk as he did not even raise his head, but frantically rolled away. Bam! In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky. With its imposing aura, it struck the ground that he was at a moment ago. The razors rotated violently, and the huge rock broke into pieces. If this had landed on my body, I'm afraid, Bai Ningbing's heart chilled, and a sense of anger stemming from his indignant nature rose. Ever since his battle with Jiu Qingshu, he had stopped suppressing his cultivation, and let it rise naturally. Although he lost a limb, he had his complete cultivation, but was still suppressed by this rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan. Indignant, humiliation, rage, kill, he growled, his wrist turning and injecting primeval essence into the iceblade Jiu, forming a brand new iceblade. Seeing Bai Ningbing come closer, Fang Yuan laughed coldly and attacked with all he had. He had obtained the black and white boar Jiu, thus his strength was greater than Bai Ningbing. At this point when waving the chainsaw golden centipede, it was as light as a tree branch. Cut, slash, hack, twist, turn, the chainsaw golden centipede rotated violently, moving as agile as a bee in Fang Yuan's hand. At times it appeared heavy like an elephant, sometimes ferocious as a tiger, and sometimes flexible like a snake. The most crucial point was, the golden centipede followed Fang Yuan's will, extending and shrinking at times, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter, sometimes straight sometimes curly. That made it hard for Bai Ningbing to adapt, and he could barely defend himself. He cried and screamed as he retreated gradually, his body filled with injuries. His white battle robe had turned into a beggar's attire. Fang Yuan moved like a black wind, his expression cool as he displayed an extremely profound sword technique, saber art, axe and rod skills. He fused all these skills into one, turning the chainsaw golden centipede into a lethal weapon. A GU depends on who the user is. Good on you, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing shouted after numerous ice blades broke. He finally realized that he could not go head-on against Fang Yuan. His body was bathed in blood and the ice muscle's defense was almost broken, but this let out his immense battle passion. If close range won't do, then long range it is. Bai Ningbing pulled some distance and spit out several times. Several flying birds flapped their wings and flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not fluster. With an unchanging expression, his left arm moved and the blood-colored moonblade stopped these ice birds in their tracks, causing them to explode in midair. People were normally proficient in using moonblades on only one arm, but Fang Yuan had such a rich battle experience, and even his left arm could completely shoot out moonblades without any deviation. Bai Ningbing, seeing that did not work, used the icicle GU. Icicles flew and mixed in with the blue birds to form a barrage attack. Fang Yuan's long-range attack was solely moonblade, thus he only chose to block the most dangerous ice birds. Against the icicles, he dodged some while tanking the others with his sky canopy GU. Bai Ningbing finally had a bit of an upper hand and wanted to increase his advantage, but Fang Yuan suddenly laughed coldly and shrugged his right hand, causing the chainsaw golden centipede to detach and burrow its way into the ground. This hidden threat was too much. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded at this, scolding loudly as he quickly took steps back. Chapter 167, a fourth one. You forced my hand. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he activated his swirl GU and fierce wind GU. The white ice blade storm appeared once again. At first it was just a small gust, but very quickly, the size expanded and the icy winds roared as the blizzard spread. The floor was slowly covered in hard ice, preventing the chainsaw golden centipede from emerging and attacking. This iceblade storm is a unique move of Bai Ningbing's. Evidently it showed the battle talent of the northern dark ice soul physique. This was formed by the Iceblade GU, Swirl GU and Fierce Wind GU. When used together, it created something that could attack and defend. Without 2 or more defense GU working together, one cannot resist it. The fierce winds roared and the ice blades froze all in its path. The white storm assaulted like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and devouring Fang Yuan. These 3 GU together form a ferocious offensive technique that can freeze all life. Even with the Sky Canopy Gu's defense, Fang Yuan would probably be unable to block it. The storm approached, but Fang Yuan showed a look of disdain. The thunderwings behind him instantly flapped, pulling a large distance away from this Iceblade storm. Times were different now. If this was the past, his movement speed would be lower than this storm, but now the storm could no longer catch up to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he turned his direction in midair, and flew towards the valley. The Iceblade storm chased him relentlessly. Don't come here, fuck off. Whether it was the Bai Clan GU Masters, or GUU Clan, both were scolding and shouting. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, continuing his charge. The Iceblade storm had an imposing aura as it continued to chase Fang Yuan while Bai Ningbing's laughter was heard from within. Don't think of getting any further. A Bai Clan GU Master blocked Fang Yuan's path. Fang Yuan's hand hooked, and from the ground a thick and long golden line jumped out and landed on his right arm, like a large sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The rampaging sound from the razors caused the Bai Clan GU Master's eyelids to shiver. Fang Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand as blood light shone in his left. He was using the blood moon GU but not shooting it. His body was covered in a white-colored armor, and thunderwings sparked behind his back. His black hair flew in the wind, and behind him there was a mountain-sized white storm. His presence was overwhelming with his eyes emitting sharp killing intent, as if he was charging through the desert, a general with 7 victories under his belt. Stomping all his enemies into minced meat, and chopping any opponents into broken bones. Ah! The Bai Clan GU Master felt an impossible pressure as veins popped on his forehead, and he suddenly shouted loudly, edging himself on. But as he shouted, seeing Fang Yuan was rushing towards himself without pause, he suddenly shut up and ran away. He was scared. The fear in his heart eroded his fighting spirit. Fang Yuan did not care about him, instead rushing over towards the Thunder Crown Wolf who was on the verge of dying. Winds blew as his charging was fearsome, and everywhere he went, GU Masters avoided. The Thunder Crown Wolf forced itself to focus, turning its head towards Fang Yuan. Lightning gathered on its teeth. The myriad Beast King's pride refused to let itself die so easily. Even through death will it retaliate. Fang Yuan was seemingly about to collide onto the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor hitting Earth, but at the last second he suddenly jerked his leg and rushed up into the sky, flying out of the valley at a steep angle. He had just flown out of the valley when an intense explosion occurred behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's cries fused with the sound of the Ice Blade Storm. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Bai Ningbing's masterpiece, but it had weaknesses too. It could not be easily displayed or stopped. Of course, this storm knocking into the Thunder Crown Wolf was also due to Bai Ningbing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was heavily suppressed by the White Storm. It was already going to die, but now it could resist no further. Its armor was cut into pieces and blood and flesh flew all over the place, revealing its white skeleton, which was quickly minced into bone matter. Damn it! Seeing this, the GUU clans side all swore. The Bai Clan GU Masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing doing this, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies there would no longer be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind it. Instead he rotated even faster, enjoying the feeling of devastating a myriad Beast King. GU worms turned into rays of light one after another, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild GU worms had all resided in the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, using each other to work together and survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was dying, they were like crewmen on a ship, abandoning the sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them, quick, stop these GU. The two clans shouted at once. The situation went into chaos again as clan elders attacked each other in attempt to hinder the other. The two clan leaders could not split themselves. Thus finally, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement-type GU managed to fly out of the valley. The wild GU worms ran everywhere and Fang Yuan focused and observed, trying to discern them. What a pity my Rakan GU is Earth Communication Eargrass, it cannot increase my vision. There is definitely a healing type GU on this Thunder Crown Wolf, but whether I can catch it or not, it's up to fate. This was betting purely on luck, but Fang Yuan had no choice. Rakan type GU worm, there were all sorts of them, but right now he only had the Earth Communication Eargrass. His thunderwings spread and he rushed towards the closest GU worm. This Gu's body was covered in a blue light, trying to fly far away. Fang Yuan rushed up, opening his hand and grabbing it. Its body emitted an intense electric current and assaulted Fang Yuan. Thunderwings are formed by lightning, it has speed but is not flexible. Fang Yuan groaned as he used the Sky Canopy GU to endure this attack. He could forcefully grab this GU, but he wisely chose to give up. The ability of this GU was already exposed, it was able to use electric currents to attack enemies, so this was obviously an attack-type GU, but Fang Yuan wanted a healing GU instead. Fang Yuan gave up on it and approached another GU worm. When he got close, he saw this Gu's appearance, a body that seemed to be made of light blue glass, flying in the air with a semicircle shell that had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield GU. This was a defensive GU, able to form a semicircle lightning shield. Fang Yuan gave up once again, looking around and finding his third target. But at this time, a white shadow came from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that Lady Luck was not on his side. He could only take the best alternative, reaching and grabbing towards the Thunder Shield GU right next to him. Thunder Shield GU created a lightning shield, its eerie blue lightning sparking as it tried to resist Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan sneered, releasing the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Suddenly the Thunder Shield GU became tame like it died, dispersing its shield and falling towards the forest. Fang Yuan waved and grabbed it in his hand, releasing his primeval essence and instantly refining it. Stealth Scales GU. Ripples formed all over his body as he vanished on the spot. Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing shouted, as his eyes shone with lightning. This is the rank 3 Lightning Eye GU, using the power of lightning to break through stealth. But it did not have see-through vision. Fang Yuan noticed this, and although he was stealthed, he could also use the forest to conceal himself. Bai Ning Bing's gaze swept through the environment and angrily growled as he had no findings. Fang Yuan found a hidden spot, instantly sitting down and activating the two-seed flower, making it spit out primeval stones. Although he was rank 3, his aperture only had 42% primeval essence storage, and though he had the upper hand during the previous battle, it could not be sustained. Right now, his aperture only had a thin layer of primeval essence left, being around 3%. GU Masters needed primeval essence to activate GU worms. Without primeval essence, GU Masters' battle strength would drop drastically. In fact, in extreme situations, they were even worse than mortals. The primeval stones continued to shrink, the natural essence injecting into Fang Yuan's body. The primeval C in his aperture started to rise gradually. Back then, when he was rank 1 or 2 and using the primeval stone to replenish his primeval essence, it was very noticeable. But now that he was rank 3, as the GU Master's primeval essence quality is greatly improved, more primeval stones are required and a longer time is needed to replenish it. Sounds of GU Masters battling continued to be heard. After 8 or 9 minutes, Fang Yuan replenished the primeval essence in his aperture back to the limit. He came out of his hiding spot, discovering that 5 clan elders had died. Among them, 3 were from GUU clan, 2 from Bai clan. Each clan elder was the clan's asset. To think that so many were sacrificed this time. GUU Bo and the Bai clan leaders' battle was very intense. They were feeling heartache from their respective losses, thus getting more aggressive in their attacks. Other than this, there were 3 fighting groups surrounding the wild GU worms. Ordinary GU Masters do not have the spring-autumn cicada's help to capture wild GU worms, thus it was troublesome. To catch the GU worm, they cannot deal heavy blows. Instead, they need to gauge the strength they use. 8 to 9 GU worms had flown out of the Thunder Crown Wolf. It was not certain how many GU worms they had captured, but 3 still remained right now. The clan elders surrounded these 3 GU worms, striking as they blocked the worms while facing obstruction from the other party. This caused the scene to be at a stalemate, neither side's able to gain anything. Water cage GU, trap it. A Bai clan GU master shouted, spitting out a water ball. The ball increased in size until it was over 2 meters, covering the GU worm completely and trapping it inside. In the next moment, a golden moonblade flew towards the water ball cage and burst it open by force. The GU worm flew away, escaping with its life. Seeing this GU worm fly away, the Bai clan GU master cursed. To think that a GU worm at his mercy got away just like that. The GUU clan GU masters were even more furious. These GU worms were originally their battle rewards, but now that the Bai clan interfered, they could not gain anything. Bai clan scoundrels, shameless dogs, go to hell. GUU clan, you guys are finished. Our Bai clan will definitely rise up and stomp you all to the grounds. Both sides were furious, full of hatred and madness. They had battled till their eyes turned red, and only fighting remained in their minds. Fang Yuan saw the GU worm fly away, thus he had no choice but to look at the other two groups. There was still a GU worm at each of their encirclement. There might be a healing GU worm, but it was unlikely. Fang Yuan knew that this world did not have things like a wish coming true, but even so he wanted to try. Just when he was about to rush up and attack, he heard a wolf's howl like a military horn, spreading out in rhythm, rising and falling in succession. Soon after, tons of lightning wolves rushed down like tide water. There was no lack to the sound of bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves, but the one that made everyone's expression change was the mountain-like giant wolf. Thunder Crown Wolf. There's a fourth Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders shouted as they could not keep their calm anymore. Chapter 168, Lightning Lichen. Wolf packs were on the move, rushing in like the tide. The situation turned for the worst, and the two clan leaders and their elders' expressions changed. Although both clans managed to resist the wolf tide, it was through a dangerous battle and were Pyrrhic victories. Now that there is a new strong wolf tide, they had no way left to resist it. At once, both clans subconsciously stopped battling. The reports said there were 3 Thunder Crown wolves, right? A clan elder screamed in panic. No, this Thunder Crown wolf has lots of injuries, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very large either. Guu Bo forced himself to remain calm and analyzed. Don't tell me, this is the Thunder Crown wolf that attacked the Shang village. A clan elder slapped his forehead as he shouted. This was very possible, and most likely the truth. The clan elders were feeling solemn as one said, the fact that they appeared here, doesn't that mean the Shang clan already? That goddamn Shang village, how can they be so useless? Not even able to resist a wave of wolf tide. Someone scolded, but some were optimistic. You see, this Thunder Crown wolf's forelegs are injured, the muscles have all shriveled. They followed the voice and observed, regaining some lost morale. It was true, this Thunder Crown wolf's hind legs were developed, but its forelegs were smaller, with shrunken muscles. This caused it to only use the back legs when running, jumping forward like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem like a Thunder Crown wolf. Bai clan leader suddenly thought of something, shivering. Lightning Lichen. Fang Yuan had an answer already. 5 tigers 1 lamasu, 3 hounds 1 molossus, 10 wolves 1 lichen. The lichen was also a type of wolf, but it was far smarter than a wolf by many times, and was usually the strategist of a wolf pack. The lightning lichen before them seemed like a Thunder Crown wolf in appearance, thus a Rakan Gu master's confusion is very common. But it was a true blue myriad beast king, and had intelligence no less than men. This lightning lichen, although inferior to an ordinary Thunder Crown wolf in terms of physical strength, had human intelligence and was far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown wolf. With a huge army of lightning wolves to command, it was no wonder that the Shang clan was exterminated by them. Go! Fang Yuan spread his wings and flew into the sky. These elders here had undergone long battles, and their battle strength was greatly eroded. They could not deal with the wolf packs, and more crucially, their misgivings towards each other made it hard for the two sides to work together. Fang Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there was still 2 wild GU worms flying around, he couldn't care less. He had to leave immediately, for any later and he might not have the chance. Knowing one's limits and being able to let go and give up, this is the #1 criteria to roam the world. Retreat. The wolf tide is huge, we cannot do anything to it. Get back to the village and plan our defenses. Even though the clan elders have not realized the lightning lichen's identity, they all had retreating thoughts. But at this time, the lightning lichen growled, opening its huge mouth. Its wolf fangs were sharp as a dagger, and in between, a black lump appeared out of nowhere, forming into a black ball in an instant. The black ball shot out, drawing a curved black trajectory in the air and smashing on the ground. It missed. This Thunder Crown Wolf is finished, its aiming sucks. The clan elders shouted about, but Fang Yuan flew even faster. The black ball of mist exploded, and under that intense impact, the black mist spread all over the place. The speed was faster than the eye could see. In a short moment, it covered over 100 li, 1 li equals 500 meters, of radius. This is the rank 4 wolf smoke GU. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had made the most logical response at the first moment. But the black wolf smoke spread too fast, completely enveloping him. At once, he felt like he was standing in the middle of the night sky, seeing nothing but darkness. Everywhere was thick smoke, making breathing difficult, and was extremely uncomfortable. But thankfully he had the Thunderwings GU, so as long as he flew up, he could get out of the wolf smoke's range. In the next moment, a lightning bolt struck, splitting the thick black smoke apart like a thunder snake or a raging dragon, traveling over 100 li and assaulting Fang Yuan head-on. The lightning lichen attacked. The lightning was so fast a person could barely react to it. But at this crucial moment, Fang Yuan's battle instinct surpassed the speed of his thoughts, reacting in advance. Sky Canopy GU. A round lightning shield appeared in front of Fang Yuan, and on his body a white armor appeared as well. The raging lightning shone at an eye-piercing brightness like a heavenly dragon roaring, ramming onto the lightning shield. The shield lasted less than a second before it broke under the intense force of the lightning. The lightning landed on Fang Yuan. At that moment, even though he already shut his eyes, he still felt the light piercing through his pupils. An intense force assaulted him, causing him to fall. He was about to faint as the electric currents moved, paralyzing his muscles, almost causing him to forget to breathe. Plop! He landed on the ground. He finally only managed to regain consciousness after intense pain surged through him like waves. He endured the intense pain and numbness, and tried to get up. The Thunder Shield GU was already dead, while the Thunderwings GU was hit and barely held onto life. It was impossible to use anymore. The Sky Canopy GU was injured heavily too, looking rather dispirited. After all, it was hit by such a strong electric current. The lightning liken's attack emitted a rank 4 GU worm's full power. The more a GU worm advances, the bigger the difference between realms. For the attack of a rank 4 GU worm, at least 2 rank 3 GU would be needed to defend against it. However, the lightning shield GU died because the previous battle had already caused it to sustain much injuries. To think that this lightning lichen thought so highly of me, Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, observing the surroundings. His surroundings were dark, full of thick smoke. Fang Yuan was unable to tell directions. Be careful, that Thunder Crown Wolf became smaller. It is now as small as a normal lightning wolf and is hiding among the pack, a clan elder shouted at this time from the smoke. Fang Yuan heard it and his iris shrunk. This lightning lichen was too crafty, and very sinister. It probably wanted to eliminate all these GU masters, and when it attacked Fang Yuan, it showed that it did not want to let a single one of them off. The surroundings quickly shone with countless wolf eyes. The sounds of their growls and the sound of the wind from wolf packs running about were all heard by Fang Yuan. Under such a dark environment, the GU master's vision is greatly obstructed. But the wolf packs were unaffected, because they had given up on smell and gained excellent vision. I have to get out of here quickly. Who knows if I will encounter that lightning lichen? Even if I do not meet it now, just being surrounded by the wolf packs when I only have 40% primeval essence, it is insufficient to sustain my expenditure. Fang Yuan quickly considered in his heart, then he activated the earth communication ear grass. Over 10 roots grew out from his ear and extended outside. Many voices were heard. There were wolf cries, battle noises, clan elders' frantic growling and lightning wolves' sad cries when dying. Too confusing. The earth communication ear grass range was huge, but it could not discern small details. Fang Yuan frowned, only listening to a direction with less noises, but quickly he encountered a pack of over 100 wolves. Lightning wolves ran from the black smoke, each ferocious as ever. Fang Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and activated the sky canopy GU. The razors rotated violently and the centipede was like a large sword, cutting through the black smoke and landing on the wolf's bodies, causing a rain of blood and bones. Fang Yuan attacked like a boat trying to row uphill, eliminating his obstacles. Numerous lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But then the second, third, they continued to assault him. This lightning lichen is too sinister and diabolic, actually making the lightning wolves surround us from the back. Fang Yuan had been moving in one direction, and after rushing for a while, he realized the truth at once after he kept encountering lightning wolves. He battled as he retreated. After a while, he was bathed in blood. The pressure was too large, the surroundings were covered in darkness, he was unable to see anything. Wolf packs rushed in from all directions, and it was difficult for him to deal with it alone. Gu Bo, what do you say? At this time, the Bai clan leader said from within the dark smoke. Alright, let's work together and get out of this first. Gu Bo shouted, quickly replying. This was the forced circumstance of the situation, only through cooperation can they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, by fighting alone, they would soon expend all their primeval essence on the lightning wolves and be turned into food. That would surely be a bad ending. Fuck. In the next moment, with a wolf's cry, an intense explosion was heard and the two clan leaders shouted, no longer able to organize the clan elders. Evidently, the lightning lichen came out and did a sneak attack. It had a man's intelligence after all. Once it attacked, it was able to interfere with the two clan leaders' plan, and ruined the flow of the clan elders' resistance. Without the two clan leaders to suppress the scene, how can the clan elders work sincerely together? This was a huge question. I'm unable to go on. My primeval essence expenditure is too high, I need to borrow strength from others. After killing for a while, Fang Yuan felt exhaustion. He had the strength of 2 boars, but now he felt extremely sore all over. His primeval essence was no longer enough. He had injuries all over him, but he was forced to stop using the sky canopy GU. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, its razors already in bad shape. In a short period of time, it had killed up to 1,000 wolves, and within that number, there were bold lightning wolves as well. A few of them were harder than steel, because they had a defensive GU. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invulnerable, and without razors, its attack strength would be greatly reduced, quickly becoming useless. Fang Yuan did not prolong any battles, he quickly moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication ear grass to analyze the situation. Once he heard a frenzy lightning wolf's footsteps, he would change directions and try to avoid them. The frenzy lightning wolf was a 1,000-beast king, he could not fight it alone. Once he was pulled into battle, he would fall into encirclement, and that would be a dead end. I'm not satisfied. From the thick smoke, a clan elder cried as his voice came to an end. From the black smoke, the wolf packs attacked, and many clan elders died by the wolf's mouths, growling in helplessness and indignance. I can't hold on much longer either. Fang Yuan felt the aura of death, but he was still calm. The more dangerous it is, the calmer his mind. His heart did not waver at all. In his previous life, he had been in worse situations. The situation right now was still not that bad. With the two clan leaders fighting the lightning lichen, Fang Yuan still had a chance. Oh, fighting sounds ahead. Fang Yuan heard the noise and changed his direction. He was at his limits, so no matter if it was the Gu clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, they were useful to him either way. Kill, kill, kill. Far away, he heard this Gu master screaming, battling relentlessly. Fang Yuan sprinted over, and suddenly came to a stop. Notes. Zhao Dian Bei lightning lichen. Well, to be honest, it directly translates to cunning electric bay. Since there's no English word for bay, lichen is used. Bay is actually a legendary wolf in China that may or may not exist. It's said to have 2 very short paws in front, so it rides on a normal wolf's back instead. Or something like that. Biao legendary, mythical tiger that does not have an equivalent English word. So I just subbed it with Lamasu. Chapter 169, Finding a Path. Bai Ningbing's body was laden with injuries. He was breathing raggedly and looked like a mess. When Fang Yuan got there, both were stunned. Fate was indeed a mysterious thing. Just not long ago, they were still mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But in this moment, they had to work together for the chance to survive. Working together with Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's eyes shone like the abyss, evaluating, although Bai Ningbing is batshit crazy, along with the fact that he also recognized his own fate, that does not mean he gave up on living. A will to live was a person's natural instinct, the most basic requirement of all. The truth is, because of Bai Ningbing's intense will to live and because he was facing an unavoidable path of destruction, he developed such a personality. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Working together with Bai Ningbing was the best solution. But how can he ask it in a way that can convince him? He, Fang Yuan, to think it's actually you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone becoming aggressive, then die together with me. With you dying alongside me, it shall be an interesting end to my life. Interesting. Fang Yuan had a thought. Smiling lightly, he approached Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked, but Fang Yuan shrugged his hand, the chainsaw centipede swinging and killing 3 lightning wolves on the spot, sending them flying. Up till now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of razors were already greatly damaged. Its cutting strength was greatly diminished. It could only be used as a blunt object. Under the pressure of these wolves, let's have an intense life and death battle, isn't that more fun? Fang Yuan got closer to Bai Ningbing, his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids trembled, he did not expect Fang Yuan to be a greater maniac than him. But this was in tandem with his wish. If Fang Yuan's attitude had gone softer, and in order to survive Fang Yuan wanted to work together and escape, he would instead look down on Fang Yuan, even feeling humiliated and wanting to kill Fang Yuan himself. In this world, some people are like this. If you be kind to them, they will feel that you are easy to bully, and look down on you. By having a strong attitude towards them, you can gain respect instead. You really want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Bai Ningbing squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his steps slow as he spoke in an old and experienced tone. Humans only live for 100 years, it is as unreal as a dream that ends in an instant. What is the point of a person living in this world? No more than just being on a journey, and witnessing interesting things. Although I do not want to die, I do not fear death. I am already on my right path, I have no regrets even if I die. This was Fang Yuan's true feelings. Since the start of time itself, who could live forever? Even if it was a rank 9 GU master. Or even Ren Zhu himself who could only live longer, but not forever. They eventually face destruction, so be it if one dies, what's the big deal? Even if in the next moment, Fang Yuan dies in this wolf tide, he would have no regrets. Because he had already worked hard for his goals. He had given it his all, and lived all according to his will. Being able to look beyond life and death. Only then can one live unrestrained, only then can life have true freedom. Bai Ningbing heard this, and his entire body shuddered. He kept saying he was not afraid to die, but he was still never free and at ease. Because he could not see beyond death, and was unable to let go of this life. When a person fears, he becomes a slave. Bai Ningbing himself was just a slave to life and death. However, this was not his fault, since he was still way too young. Many things needed to be experienced by themselves, only then can one gain enlightenment. But now, Fang Yuan's words gave him a new path, to go beyond the truth that he is struggling with. Witnessing interesting things, already on your path, no regrets even if you die. Bai Ningbing muttered, then suddenly asked, path, what's a path? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, getting closer, everyone has their own paths, I don't have to tell you mine, and how would I know yours? In this world, many people do not have a path through their entire lifetime, while some walked on their path constantly struggling, trying to find the sanctuary within the darkness. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes suddenly shone with a blinding light. Path, that's right, I must find my path. In this moment, the excitement in his heart was impossible to be understood by others. He was like a man, bitterly searching for a girl but to no avail, yet one day he finds the correct method. Or like a treasure hunter, blocked at the last puzzle for a long time, but one day he finds the method to solve the puzzle. Or like a difficult question, thinking for years without an answer, but suddenly finding the method to solve it. Bai Ningbing had no path and couldn't find the meaning of his life, thus he felt lost. Fang Yuan cannot solve his feeling of being lost, but from the sidelines he can give him hope. Giving him a consolation to face death, as long as you are on your path, even if you die there are no regrets. Thus, death is no longer so scary. I feel that I am about to find my own path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression becoming extremely excited. He looked towards Fang Yuan, saying meaningfully, I finally understand our difference. You are on your own path, but I am still trying to find mine. He suddenly laughed, his expression turning crazy. Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I'm all for it. But not now. Let's work together. I have the lightning IGU, but my vision is obstructed, only able to see 30 steps ahead. Once we escape from here, let's have a battle another day. Being able to work together with my mortal enemy, don't you find that more interesting, more fun? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking for you to believe me. You can choose to trust me, or not. You can entrust your back to me, or you can strike at any time, and sneak an attack on me. Hehe, it all depends on your mood. Bai Ningbing shrugged as he smiled, showing an inborn nonchalance. The thick smoke was all over, and their surroundings were lit with wolf cries. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he considered Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Convincing a person is very difficult, yet very simple. The important thing is accurately understanding their thoughts. All right. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and caressed the chainsaw golden centipede's armor, raising his head, but be on guard for my sneak attack anytime. He. Bai Ningbing's mouth curled, smiling very deviously. A wave of air blew as the black smoke dispersed, and the broken arm's sleeve swayed in the wind. In the thick smoke, to decide the direction, it was difficult. The more narrow their vision, the more easy it is to get lost. Bai Ningbing had the lightning IGU and could see up to 50 steps ahead. But now, it was restricted by the thick smoke, so he could see less than 30 steps ahead. However, this was already much better than Fang Yuan's normal vision. While Bai Ningbing had the lightning IGU, he could not see the entire topography, and had no clear understanding of the situation. He could only see what was ahead of him, and at times he even ran into a wolf pack and got surrounded by them. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, had the earth communication ear grass. The smoke reduced vision, but could not block sound from being transmitted. The surroundings were noisy, and the earth communication ear grass could hear up to 200 steps away, but Fang Yuan could only move according to the noise. His vision was too narrow, only able to see a tree or a rock right in front of him. Without anything to compare to, he could not discern his direction. Cooperation. Bai Ningbing's lightning IGU, together with Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two GU together, complementing each other, caused the situation to be easier. This is the southern side. Going this direction, we'll get to the GUU village. Bai Ningbing's eyes glowed with lightning as he said, "No, there's too many wolf packs there, we have to take a roundabout route." Fang Yuan's right ears had roots flying around. Then we'll go around the southeast direction, how about that? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, extending the roots into the soil and listening attentively. During that period, the lightning wolves that rushed up were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan listened for a while, before standing up. "There's an opening in the southeast direction, but we have to hurry, the opening is going to be filled." "Let's charge then," Bai Ningbing said, but did not move immediately. He still had some guard against Fang Yuan. He did not dare to attack ahead and reveal his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he was also full of qualms towards Bai Ningbing. Eventually, the two killed their way through shoulder to shoulder, with a distance of 5 steps between them. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to kill them, but relying on the lightning IGU and earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could avoid strong enemies and continue to roam, finding an opportunity to break through. The advantage of having information was unveiled here. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan, if alone, they would be trapped by numerous wolves. But now that they worked together, they could control the initiative and started to have an easy time. After charging for a while, the path ahead of them was suddenly clear, and the bright sunlight caused both of them to squint. "We're out," Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black veil behind him, as if a black pot had covered the entire mountain. The intense smoke continued to emit sounds of explosions and screams. Evidently the two clan leaders were still fighting the lightning lichen. "To think that working with you is actually quite pleasant." Bai Ningbing turned his body, smiling lightly. "I feel the same way too." Fang Yuan also smiled lightly, but in the very next moment, both of their eyes shone sharply. Iceblade GU. The long iceblade cut through the air with a cold light. The thick golden centipede attacked head-on and carried the howling of the wind. Both sides collided. The iceblade cut a wound on the golden centipede's body, but broke right after. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing both took a step back, both of their eyes emitting intense killing intent. Their temporary cooperation could not change their enemy status. Fang Yuan's black hair danced in the wind, while Bai Ningbing's white shirt swayed. Both had too much in common. Precisely why they became natural enemies. Black iris against blue orbs, almost creating sparks in the air. Both of their killing intent slowly dispersed. HMPH, this is but a dying man. Even without me interfering, heaven will take his life. What's most important now isn't Bai Ningbing but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning lichen attacks Guu village, it's most likely game over. I have to strike before that, while I have the chance, Fang Yuan analyzed, his eyes narrowing. Bai Ningbing's eyes became even brighter, muttering, path, no regrets, that's right, even Ren Zhu has to die. Humans live and die, so as long as I can live an interesting life, what harm is there even if I die? Thinking so, his eyes glowed with an intense brilliance. Ha ha ha, I've finally found my path, and that is to witness this world's brilliance. Fang Yuan, we will battle another day. I hope that by then, your death can bring some light into my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards continuously. After pulling apart some distance, he turned around, leaving. Although he was in a mess, his body full of injuries and his face covered in soot, with only one arm left, but his back was straight like a sword, he was no longer lost. He had found his path. In other words, he had truly become himself. Chapter 170, Can the blood of incorruptible justice be cold? Fang Yuan watched Bai Ningbing's figure walk until he was far away. Witness this world's brilliance. His two black pupils flashed with an imposing light. The Bai Ningbing who was no longer bewildered was more dangerous than before. Life and death no longer bothered him, and the closer he was to death, the more he would display the incomparable grace of the northern dark ice soul physique. However, wanting to fight me later, hey? Fang Yuan suddenly chuckled, you are bound to be disappointed. The instant he came out of that thick smoke, Fang Yuan had decided to leave Qingmao Mountain. It would be interesting to fight with Bai Ningbing, but it was of no benefits to him. Bai Ningbing had set the definition of brilliance on Fang Yuan, and that was because he was young and his view of the world was limited to Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan, however, was different. In his grand plan since his rebirth, Qingmao Mountain was only a starting point. As long as the heart possessed great ambitions, one was bound to be broad-minded, not being constrained by small details with others. It's time to leave. The lightning lichen is more cunning and more difficult to handle than the thunder crown wolf. Just with Bai clan or Guu clan's current strength, it will be difficult to withstand its attacks. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide, or maybe if the two clans ally. Bai clan and Guu clan had deep grudges against each other. They would ally if the situation came to that point, but the alliance wouldn't be sincere. Fang Yuan wasn't optimistic about this prospect. Qingmao Mountain state will be determined by this battle. If the two clan leaders are both killed by the lightning lichen, Qingmao Mountain will become the lightning wolves' territory. If one clan leader survives, then with the alliance, the other clan will only become cannon fodder. If the lightning lichen is killed, the two clans will definitely have to rehabilitate due to the severe casualties. The clan will tidy up its internal affairs and I will be investigated. Fang Yuan could clearly see the changes that could occur through this. This is the world of Gu, and in here an individual's strength can rule over the group. Thus, the higher the cultivation of a Gu master, the more power he has to turn the tide. No matter the Bai clan or Guu clan or the lightning wolf packs, as long as another rank 4 expert appears among any of them, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. However, no matter the situation, they were all disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It is time to leave. Although I still lack the ideal healing Gu, how can one have everything he wishes for? After returning to the village, I will take the heavenly essence lotus and then take out a healing Gu from the clan storage before leaving immediately. Fang Yuan gave one last look behind him. The sound of intense explosions were still coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, rushing towards the Guu village. With his status as an elder, he could forcefully open the clan storage and take out primeval stones as well as Gu worms. There was unrest all around, people were frightened. It was the best time to take advantage of the situation. If this chance was let go, no matter what the battle outcome is, the general situation would be set, making it difficult to take advantage. Thunderwing's Gu couldn't be used for the moment, so Fang Yuan could only run quickly through the forest. The wolf tide had ravaged everything in its path, making the once dangerous pathways peaceful and safe. Soon, Fang Yuan was able to see the Guu village in the horizon. Who are you? Fang Yuan swiftly stopped. Two strangers had appeared in front of him. These two were both wearing GU Master's clothings. One was an elderly man. He was tall and his back was ramrod straight, giving a sense of being as steady as a mountain and as profound as a deep pool. The most eye-catching part was the copper mask that he was wearing on his face. The mask was of a plain design and gave an antique feeling. There were 3 openings on it, revealing the wearer's eyes and mouth. His eyes showed the vicissitudes of life and revealed a grand and righteous aura. His lips were pursed up, the contour in between as sharp as a blade, hinting at this man's firm willpower. The mask didn't cover his ears, exposing his graying temple hairs and revealing that this man should be of an older age. The one next to the man was a youth with eyebrows that were as upright as a sword, and eyes that were bright and shining, periodically sending out sharp glances that looked like an eagle or a tiger's. Looking at this appearance, the youth's age should be similar to Fang Yuan. However, this person's belt had a silver plate on it, carved with the character 3. So young and already a rank 3 GU master, this showed amazing talent in cultivation. This was a young genius. However, Fang Yuan's gaze only paused a moment on this youth, before turning towards the senior. This youth had a slight dark complexion with similarly pursing lips, the entire body releasing a sharp and professional aura, definitely not someone to be underestimated. But the slightly bulging chest area along with the structure of the limbs and throat allowed Fang Yuan to instantly see through her identity as a girl. Fang Yuan would never look down on women, but compared to this heroic girl, the identity of the middle-aged man beside her would shock anyone. Tai Shui Leng. Fang Yuan's mind jolted. He inwardly recalled the identity of this middle-aged man. The man was wearing a copper mask, and the square amethyst plate on his belt was carved with the character 5. He was the rank 5 GU master, enforcer of the law, a great detective, the number 1 investigator of the southern border, divine investigator Tai Shui Leng. He was impartial and merciless in upholding justice. Many demonic path cultivators had been arrested by him and many vile characters beheaded. He was the model example of the righteous path, and had made a very high reputation for himself by solving countless cases as he traveled throughout the southern border. Little brother, please wait. Tai Shui Leng cupped his hands to Fang Yuan. He had already made a name for himself for a long time and was also a rank 5 GU master, but his attitude was polite and amiable. Seeing little brother's state of injuries and hurried appearance, did your esteemed clan leader and elders encounter trouble? He asked. Fang Yuan automatically changed his expression to that of anxiety and astonishment, while mixed within them were doubts and fear. Who are you guys? How do you know this? Right, we were chasing after a Thunder Crown wolf but we ran into trouble by encountering a lightning lichen. I am hurrying back to request reinforcements. I am Tai Shui Leng, I am an ally, not your enemy. I just came from Guu village. Little brother, you don't need to return for reinforcements. The beast tide concerns all humans and we need to join hands to face it. This Tai shall contribute all he can. Tai Shui Leng immediately took this task upon himself. Damn it, to think that I, Guu Bo, will die here today. HMPH, even if we die, we can't let this lightning lichen get off so easily. Guu clan leader and Bai clan leader were full of injuries and had almost exhausted their primeval essence. Right now, they could sense the grim aura of death. The thick smoke had already dispersed. All the elders had died, and only these 2 clan leaders were left. The lightning lichen also didn't fare well. Its body had some deep wounds from which one could see its bones. It bared its teeth and retreated to the back of the lightning wolf packs, its eyes flashing with a sly look as it retreated from fighting in the front lines. Come, you coward, the Bai clan leader furiously roared. However, the lightning lichen kept on retreating backwards and then let out a howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolves to charge towards these 2 rank 4 GU masters. Cunning bastard, Guu Bo and Bai clan leader looked at each other, and sighed. They had prepared to make a strong counterattack before dying, but the lightning lichen had a wisdom that didn't lose out to humans and wasn't fooled. My life is over, damn this, we are going to die in these ordinary lightning wolves' mouths. Just when these 2 clan leaders were becoming extremely distraught, a voice suddenly arrived from a distance. 2 leaders, hang in there for a moment. The voice echoed through the mountain forests. The 2 clan leaders' bodies jolted and they immediately turned to look, noticing a tall figure rushing towards them. The figure repeatedly flashed, freely moving through the wolf packs. After a few moments, the figure stood beside the 2 clan leaders. You are, The two clan leaders asked at the same time. My name is Tai Shui Leng. Gasp. The Bai clan leader drew in a long breath in shock. He was surprised, joyous and also puzzled. Why was Tai Shui Leng here? Gu Bo, on the other hand, was aware of the reason as he joyfully said, so it is divine investigator Tai. Just as he said this, the wolf packs charged in. A bunch of foul creatures. Tai Shui Leng's tongue seemed to burst with thunder, and with a low shout he willed a Gu in his aperture. A formless aura suddenly erupted, radiating and engulfing everything. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the heaven itself as it overlooked the world and saw through everything. Righteous Gu. Only a Gu master who had a righteous heart could use it. The righteous aura could weaken vile creatures. Within its range, the lower the willpower of his enemies, the more the weakening effect. Tai Shui Leng had once used this Gu to make a rank 4 Gu master lose his fighting strength and surrender completely. This was the supreme art of subduing enemy without fighting. Howl howl, the lightning wolves' momentum stopped. Their limbs were trembling under the pressure of this aura, and they didn't dare to move forward. The lightning lichen gave out a battle cry from the back, trying to command these lightning wolf packs. Such nerve. Tai Shui Leng glared and suddenly stretched out his right hand, making a grabbing motion towards the lightning lichen. Rumble, ripples spread in the sky, and an enormous black iron hand tore the sky apart and grabbed towards the lightning lichen. Rank 5 Iron Fist grappling Gu. The lightning lichen was cunning, but it lacked bravery. In addition to that, its body was riddled with wounds, so it didn't dare to resist this move head-on, and instead quickly dodged. However, this black iron hand had firmly locked onto the lightning lichen, and it kept on chasing. The lightning lichen wasn't able to escape from it. Its vicious personality was stimulated. It gave a loud roar and fiercely collided against the black iron hand. The enormous hand shattered, but the lightning lichen received serious injuries. Almost all its bones were on the verge of shattering. It let out miserable whimpers but didn't dare to fight Tai Shui Leng again. Finally, it resentfully looked at Tai Shui Leng and the two clan leaders, before it tucked its tails and ran away. It is about to escape. Quick, stop it, the two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Shui Leng stood on the spot and didn't move. Divine investigator, please finish it, Gu Bo cupped his hands and implored. Tai Shui Leng slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl finally arrived. They had seen how the lightning lichen had been forced away by the iron hand. Dad, why did you do that? You are injured. The young girl quickly approached Tai Shui Leng and stamped her feet in anger. Her approaching tone was full of concern. Ruo Nan, this lightning lichen is very cunning. Chasing it away by force is the best way to deal with it. Tai Shui Leng spoke, when suddenly his body slightly trembled. Puff, he spurted out blood from his mouth. There was a strange, gloomy greenish color in his blood, and as the blood fell on the ground, it immediately corroded a patch of green grass, letting out an unpleasant smoke. Clearly, he had suffered serious injuries. Dad, are you okay? The young girl, Tai Ruo Nan, quickly lifted her hands and tried healing Tai Shui Leng. No need to make a fuss about it, you know of my injuries, I will feel a lot better after letting out some blood. Tai Shui Leng laughed and waved his hands, refusing the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders who had been feeling resentment just before, immediately felt embarrassed. Divine investigator is selfless, you helped us even though you are suffering from serious injuries. We will deeply remember this favor. I have heard of Tai Shui Leng's great name, and today I can see that it is fully justified and worthy of admiration. We thank Divine Investigator for saving us. The two clan leaders cupped their hands one after another and expressed their thanks. Lord Divine Investigator, please honor my Bai village with your presence. This gratitude of saving my life, I will do my best to repay. The Bai clan leader said. How could Gu Bo just watch as the Bai village tried to bring Tai Shui Leng away? He knew why Tai Shui Leng was here, and gave a proud smile. I know that Lord Divine Investigator is here due to Jia Fu's request and has come to investigate that murder case. Our Gu clan will do our best to cooperate. Bai clan leader's expression changed when he heard this. Tai Shui Leng said, it is so. However, the one in charge of this investigation won't be me, but my daughter Tai Ruo Nan. Immediately, everyone present turned to look at the young girl. Chapter 171, Inbred Demonic Nature. What, father, you want me to solve the case? The girl pointed to herself, her face in utter shock. Why, are you unwilling? Tai Shui Leng smiled gently. No, No, of course I'm willing. Tai Ruo Nan finally reacted, jumping in joy. Tai Shui Leng nodded, sighing in a complex tone, you aspire to walk the same path as me. These few years where you were by my side, you have been greatly influenced by me and learned much. An eagle can only learn to fly by itself, only then can it truly grow up. Your father is old already, my injuries cannot be cured. I cannot continue being with you as you live your life, and as the newer generations replace the old, what happens next is up to you. Father, don't give up yet, isn't there still hope for treatment? The young girl's voice trembled as she choked back tears. You and I both know that the chances are infinitely slim. People have to learn to face facts. Ruo Nan, Tai Shui Leng laughed, then turned towards Jiu Bo. Don't worry Jiu clan leader, this daughter of mine has learned at least 80% of my abilities. With my guidance along the way, she will not let your clan suffer any injustice. Of course, of course. Jiu Bo quickly cupped his fist. Young heroines are on par with males, such an elegant disposition and the child of a hero, there is no reason for me to worry. Please come to the village and let us feast upon your arrival. The dishes filled the entire table, with the fragrance overwhelming the surroundings. Clear wine was poured out from the wine jar in a straight line into Tai Shui Leng's cup. The wolf tide was just over, and Jiu village was in its toughest period. Large amounts of resources had been expended, causing a food shortage and lack of commodities. Many mortals would starve to death. But even so, to welcome Tai Shui Leng, Jiu clan still assembled this banquet. As the clan leader, Jiu Bo sat at the clan head seat, while Tai Shui Leng and Tai Ruo Nan were beside him. Other than that, Jiu Kai Zhong, Jiu Zhe Yan, Jiu Mo Chen, Jiu Yao Ji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others, all being elders, were present. Before the wolf tide, Jiu clan had over a dozen clan elders. But now, only one table remained, and there were less than 10 elders. Moreover, the clan elders present were all injured to varying degrees. Especially in the case of Jiu Mo Chen, 2 weeks ago when he resisted the wolf tide, he was heavily injured and had been hiding in his private room to recuperate. He was resting in bed, but when he heard about the arrival of Tai Shui Leng, he forced his body up and attended this banquet. But this also let him escape the crisis, while his old rival Jiu Kai Lian had followed the clan leader in assaulting the Thunder Crown Wolf and was killed by the Lightning Lichen. If not for Brother Tai's help today, I might have become the Lightning Lichen's lunch already. For saving my life, I toast Brother Tai this cup. Jiu Bo stood up, holding the cup with both hands and bending his back, sincerely offering his gratitude. I was only doing what I could. Tai Shui Leng raised his cup, drinking the wine in one go. He had a vigilant and strict lifestyle, refusing to gamble or find prostitutes, standing by his morals and never went greedy on drinking. He had thus never been drunk. After drinking this cup, Jiu Bo looked at the people in the banquet, his eyes turning red, sighing and sitting down. Tai Shui Leng had seen such situations many times, and he consoled, Jiu clan leader, my condolences. As long as your clansmen still exist, the village will definitely thrive again one day. That lightning lichen was heavily injured as well, and the lightning wolves have greatly been damaged, they will not attack for the next few years. This wolf tide has been safely endured. The wolf tide's harshest period is indeed over. For the next few months, although lightning wolves will still appear, their quantity will continue to decrease, and no large groups will be formed. The wolf packs no longer have the ability to directly charge at the village. The lightning lichen will return to the wolf den and recuperate there, while slowly organizing the remaining wolves. Many wolves will be recalled, and many lightning wolves would die, causing the wolf pack's need for food to decrease drastically. The wolf packs would become self-sufficient, and in the next few years, they would gradually get stronger, during which new 100 beast kings, bold lightning wolves, 1,000 beast kings, frenzy lightning wolves, and myriad beast kings, thunder crown wolves would appear. At its peak, it begins to weaken, and at its weakest, it begins to prosper. Regardless of humans or wolves, they follow such a law. But although Tai Shui Leng's words were right, humans are not grass or trees, they have feelings. The Jiu clan leader understood this fact much better than Tai Shui Leng, but the misery and pain in his heart was unavoidable. The sacrifice was too big. Just the higher-up clan elders were already gone by at least half. As for the rank 2 and rank 1 GU masters, they had an even larger amount of casualties. The entire Guu village's strength had fallen to rock bottom, and could no longer endure any more disasters. Why is it that you guys do not counter-attack, and go wreck their den? On one side, Tai Ruo-nan could not understand and asked in confusion. That is because inside the wolf den, there are over dozens of groups of thunder gas worms, amounting to over 1 million of them in total. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to cause any damage to them, unless all 3 clans work together, Gu Yaoji explained. Saying so, she suddenly snorted, staring at Fang Yuan, but this possibility is too small. Even within our clan, there are clan elders shrinking in fear, and during the wolf tide's attack, God knows where they were hiding. Saying so, all the other clan elders turned their vision towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan was inside the rock crack secret cave exploring the flower wine monk's inheritance, causing him to miss the huge battle in resisting the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was being crafty and evasive, as well as being timid and fearing death. Thus, the clan elders' expression towards Fang Yuan were all full of unhappiness, disdain, and some hidden anger. Even Guu Bo's expression was looking ugly. As the clan leader, he was most revolted by people like Fang Yuan, doing things according to their own will, mysterious and having their own little schemes. He could not feel safe with such a person around. The atmosphere at the banquet immediately transformed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change, following everyone's gaze and looking towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's young appearance had attracted the attention of Tai Ruo-nan, who was the same age as him. Fang Yuan drank his wine calmly. Even though everyone's gaze was on him, he acted as if he felt nothing. His expression was calm, as he already had anticipated such a situation of people finding problems with him. Things are getting troublesome, he sighed in his heart. Although worried, he was not frightened. Tai Shui Leng's appearance had heavily destroyed his plans to leave. If he took the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and destroyed the foundation of the Guu village, this would cause the Tai father and daughter to arrest him. The name of Divine Investigator is not just a myth. With his abilities and strength, as long as Tai Shui Leng commences his chase, there is no possibility of failing. Even if he does not take the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his mysterious disappearance would cause the clan to investigate. As it involves Jia Jin Sheng's death, even the Tai father and daughter would get involved. If he left without notice, in their eyes it would be a thief trying to escape, running from his crimes. With no choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although everyone reprimanded him, the situation now was still not at its worst. If he left right now, that would be a panicky move, and it would cause the entire situation to worsen. Is the wine nice? Guu Yaoji laughed sinisterly, staring at Fang Yuan. Aren't you going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down his cup, raising his head and looking at Guu Yaoji's broken arm. The old are the most cunning, this is extremely true. To preserve her life, Guu Yaoji broke her own arm, and under the name of being injured, she avoided the clan mission of entering the battlefield. This happened in Fang Yuan's previous life as well, but to think she did the same thing once again. Her act of sacrificing one limb to save her life was indeed effective. It prevented her from getting killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf and not participating in the chase, thus keeping herself alive. However, right now she was finding problems with Fang Yuan. One aspect was due to old grudges, but mostly was because she wanted to bring the attention to Fang Yuan and reduce people's attention on herself. What do you want me to explain? Explain how you broke your own limb just to preserve your miserable life. Fang Yuan sneered. What? Guu Yaoji was shocked and enraged, standing up from her seat. She stared with both eyes wide open, pointing at Fang Yuan's nose, shrilling, "You little rascal. How dare you accuse me like this? This is blatant defamation, slander. How can you be so shameless? How can our Guu clan have such a joke like you?" Guu Yaoji. Guu Bo's expression changed, shouting, "Sit down at once, we have an important guest here, how can you scream and shout freely like this?" Guu Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but on seeing Guu Bo's dim expression, she could only swallow the words she was about to spit out. She stared angrily at Fang Yuan, sitting down reluctantly. Guu Bo settled Yaoji's problem, then turned to look at Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. During the attack of the wolf tide, where were you?" Fang Yuan, he's Fang Yuan. Tai Shui Leng's eyes shone with surprise. In Jia Jin Sheng's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan had played an important role. Before coming here, Tai Shui Leng had already gotten much intel from Jia Fu. But to think that this young elder was Fang Yuan himself. At once, Tai Shui Leng's heart became interested. He had solved numerous cases and could see the peculiarity from all the traces of evidence, to guess the actual fact. From everyone's expression, he could tell the truth behind Fang Yuan's sudden evasion from battle. But the truth that everyone knew was only scratching the surface. What is the utter reality? Regardless of what the truth is, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a fragment of his inner thought. That would be very helpful in solving the case later. Sensing Tai Shui Leng's attention on him, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression remained the same. He looked at everyone plainly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. There's not much to explain. Since Clan Elder asked, I'll just say it out. I was extremely frightened back then. The stress accumulated during this extensive period, as well as my fear of death that had reached its limits. I could not endure it. I was cowardly and weak. I hid in a corner and no longer dared to enter the front lines. Once he said so, everyone was dumbfounded. They had expected Fang Yuan to use all sorts of excuses and reasons, and were prepared to expose his lies and criticize Fang Yuan. But to think he admitted it directly. Any kind of lie, as long as it is not true, will have loopholes. Furthermore, Tai Shui Leng is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, looking down and staring at the wine in his cup. Tai Shui Leng's expression turned weird. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of loathing and antipathy rose in his heart. This young man, he has an inbred demonic nature. Chapter 172. No one more suited than Fang Yuan. At the banquet, it was utter silence. Everyone was stunned, staring at Fang Yuan blankly. They had not expected him to reply like this, directly admitting it so honestly. He's too young after all, actually saying such words. HMPH, once he said that, it means his entire political career is ruined. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no threat anymore. The clan elders furiously assessed. At this point into the wolf tide, the outcome had already been decided. In the next few months, there will only be small wolf packs moving about. As the lightning lichen continues to call them back, as well as the GU masters killing them, the lightning wolves would basically vanish completely by the end of the year. But conflicts never end. At places with people, there are interests. And where there are interests involved, there are conflicts. During the wolf tide, it is the struggle between man and wolf. But now that the toughest part of the wolf tide is over, the clan's internal struggles surface above the water, turning into internal strifes. The wolf tide assaulting the village caused many GU masters to die. Some factions were destroyed, and the interests they once held, naturally has to be distributed. Among the GUU clan higher-ups, there were originally many clan elders to divide the interest cake of the entire village. But now that only Fang Yuan and the other elders amounting to less than 10 remained, that cake was still whole and intact. To split this large cake among themselves, they would have to compete against one another. Political battles, although not as flashy or bloody as the wolf tide, was full of schemes, plotting and setting traps. It was difficult and harsh. At first, Fang Yuan as the only newly advanced elder, had a strong momentum and attracted great attention. But now that he admitted his mistake, it completely ruined his political career. It was tantamount to giving up the chance to compete for this interest cake with the other clan elders. At once, Fang Yuan's threat level towards the other clan elders became much lower. Their gaze towards Fang Yuan showed that the pressure they felt towards him had reduced. At this time, clan leader Guu Bo sighed, since Fang Yuan himself admitted to it. As clan leader, I have to punish you for the act of running away from battle. According to the clan ancestors' rules, runaways will be stripped of their clan elder status, but the final result shall be decided by me and the other clan elders. We'll decide on your punishment after a discussion. But regardless of the result, I hope you can accept it. The others showed a weird expression. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, as if he had submitted to fate. Guu Yaoji broke her own arm to save her life. This was decisive and ruthless. Fang Yuan was the same, except he lost even more, giving up his clan elder status. His greatest problem now is the sudden appearance of the Tai family father and daughter. If he got involved in the political turmoil now, facing suppression from other elders, his situation would get even more dangerous. Letting go, willingness to let go, among taking and letting go, that is life. The identity of clan elder was to cultivate better, that is its only purpose to me. To pursue eternal life I walked on the demonic path. I am willing to discard my own life. What else can I not discard? Clan Elder status, HMPH. Fang Yuan did not feel a shred of regret or annoyance. This was the wisest decision. Moreover, although there's a punishment, it would definitely be minimized. After all, there were little clan elders left, and as a rank 3 GU master, his strength was greatly valued. The clan leader has to punish him on one end, but also needs to borrow his strength to stabilize the entire village's circumstance, thus he also needed to give in to Fang Yuan. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had stepped out of this political contest and no longer held any threat. They would not offend Fang Yuan anymore. After all, if they force Fang Yuan to retaliate, isn't it finding trouble for themselves? Although there is the clan system, but what is a system? A system is just a tool to maintain the interests of those in power. On one hand it governs and divides the interest of the lower levels, but it is also the rules that contain the higher-ups as they compete against each other. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. These matters, he was clear as day, the truth was transparent to him. The most crucial point now, is the Tai family father and daughter. Fuck, they came much earlier than I had anticipated, even before the wolf tide is completely gone. HMPH. But such a behavior perfectly fits Tai Shui Leng's hatred towards evil, and his selflessness in fighting crime. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a strong pressure. Even though Tai Shui Leng is injured now, his battle strength was not something Fang Yuan could compete against. A starving dying camel is larger than a horse, it is this logic. I need to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the pursuit of the Tai father and daughter pair. How can I get out of this predicament? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family father and daughter was not as easy to confuse as Jia Fu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was too low. Even if he had 1,001 plans, what could he do without actual strength? Rank 3 and 5, it was a world of difference. Everyone, I have something to say. At this point, the silent Gu Mo Chen suddenly said. His expression was pale as he had dragged his injured body to the banquet, and he did not drink wine, only sipping tea. But what he said next shocked people to death. There's something I have to be honest about. Elder Fang Yuan did not manage to enter the battlefield, and that was due to me. At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Gu Bo asked. Fang Yuan sent a glance over, hiding his shock. Why would this Gu Mo Chen stand up for himself? During this wolf tide, the Mo faction inheritor Gu Mo Bei had already died unfortunately. Even though the Mo faction had to the greatest of their ability, protected Mo Bei. On the battlefield, surprises were aplenty. Moreover, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger, sometimes they can't even take care of themselves, what more towards others. Gu Mo Chen sighed. To speak the truth, my granddaughter Gu Mo Yan had fallen deep in love with Elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she had come to beg me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, thus out of selfishness, I kept Fang Yuan in my estate and knocked him out. It was only until we chased the lightning crown wolf that I let him out. Thus, everything was due to me, it is my fault. It has nothing to do with Fang Yuan. Oh, is that really it? The clan elders were suspicious. Gu Mo Chen's words were quite a stretch, it was rather unbelievable. Love and relationship among youngsters is common. Gu Bo nodded, staring at Fang Yuan with deep meaning, wanting to find out some clues from his expression. But Fang Yuan looked down with a calm expression. There was nothing to see. Clan leader was disappointed. The other clan elders exchanged glances, not understanding why Gu Mo Chen was so defensive of Fang Yuan. Him saying this in order to aid Fang Yuan, it meant that he had sacrificed his own reputation and ruined his own political prospect. Gu Mo Chen continued, in order to protect my reputation, Elder Fang Yuan willingly let himself suffer the injustice. But I have already erred once, how can I make a mistake once more? This is the truth. As for the punishment, I implore Lord Clan Leader to consider. I admit my mistake, and as with the rules, if my clan elder status is to be stripped, I have no objections. Clan Leader quickly waved his hand, saying, Elder Mo Chen has worked hard all these years. What you did was understandable. Humans are not grass or wood, how can we not have feelings? Now that our clan is greatly weakened, we need loyal and strong elders like you. But this is still your own selfishness, thus the punishment still needs to be decided. We have an important guest today, let's not talk about this now. Come, brother Tai, I and the clan elders shall offer you a toast. Saying so, Gu Bo stood up. The other clan elders stood up as well, raising their cups. Everyone is too kind. I still have to trouble you all later, I hope I can seek your understanding. Tai Shui Leng did not put on airs, standing up and drinking his wine. In the courtyard of the Mo faction, flora and fauna were abundant. The artificial mountain had a spring flowing with crystal clear water. In the night sky, the moon hung high in the sky like a plate. The banquet had long ended. Fang Yuan sat in the cooling pavilion as he listened to the sound of the flowing water, and he placed down his teacup with a plain expression. Sitting opposite him was Gu Mo Chen. After the banquet was over, he had invited Fang Yuan over for a discussion. Come, have another cup of tea, this bamboo leaf clear water tea is good in eliminating hangovers. Gu Mo Chen laughed, pouring personally into Fang Yuan's cup. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and on seeing the cup being filled again, he said, indeed a good cure for hangovers. Saying so, he looked outside the pavilion, only to see that the pale white moon had radiated the grounds with its moonlight. Under the moon, the pavilion was quiet and graceful, but in the wind there were lurking shadows, showing how the Mo faction courtyard was turning from a prosperous state to a declining one. During the banquet, Fang Yuan had already understood Gu Mo Chen's intention. Seeing this scene, he was even more sure of himself. The Mo faction had no inheritor left. Once Gu Mo Bei died, the entire Mo faction would lose its inheritor. Although Mo Bei still had his sister Mo Yan, the clan rules was that, since ancient times, it favored males over females, and the assets can only be inherited by a male and not female. Even if Gu Mo Yan gets to rank 3 next time and advances to clan elder, her assets do not represent the Mo faction, but only her own. If she married anyone, this asset will be transferred to under her husband's name. If they lost their inheritor, a clan's political influence would have no prospects, and no one would join them. The Mo faction had already fallen into difficult circumstances, on the verge of breaking down. But heaven always left a way, and the Mo faction was not truly at its wit's end, there was still a sliver of hope. This hope lies in Gu Mo Yan's hands. Although she is a female, she can marry someone. If the son-in-law marries into the Mo faction, he would have an acceptable status, and can inherit the Mo faction. Seeing that Fang Yuan had no inclination to mention it, Gu Mo Chen scolded this crafty lad internally, but had to speak, I wonder what Elder Fang Yuan thinks of my Mo faction. He had an unspeakable grief. Ever since his injury, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, without any chance of ever regaining rank 3. He could only rely on his Gu worm to conceal his true aura. But paper cannot cover fire, he would be exposed one day. His only inheritor had died, while he himself was rank 2 and would lose his clan elder identity. Gu Mo Chen needed someone who could hold the fort to sustain their faction. Back then, he had both authority and status, thus the Mo faction controlled a large amount of the interest cake. But now that the clan's factions were reorganizing themselves, he did not want any more interests. As long as he can defend what he already has, that would be the biggest victory. He pondered left and right, and the most suitable person was Fang Yuan without doubt. Chapter 173, White Form Immortal Snake. Sunset clouds are blown away as cool wind fills the air, and the jade disk spins silently in the Milky Way. Bai Ningbing looked out from the window and gazed at the night sky. A bright and sparkling moon was shining in the sky. Occasionally, wolf howls could be heard in the distance, adding some bleakness to the peaceful moonlight. In the study room, the Bai clan leader was sitting at a side with a dazed expression. Just a moment ago, Bai Ningbing told him about the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Northern Dark Ice Soul, 10 absolute aptitudes. The Bai clan leader mumbled constantly. I have already sensed that my end is nearing, my aperture is gradually unable to endure the burden. These past few years, I've truly caused you much problems. Bai Ningbing softly sighed. His expression was calm, no longer was there the abnormal reckless and crazed state as before. What replaced them was tranquility and peace. This tranquility and peace came from his heart. He had found his path and was no longer perplexed by life and death. People mature over time, and the stimulation from life and death could further speed up this process. Moonlight fell down like flowing water, illuminating Bai Ningbing's fair skin. Under the flowing radiance, his two blue eyes shone with depth. He was like a beautiful young man from a painting, with white hair and white clothes like the immortals in the clouds, causing people to look intently. How could this happen? You were clearly a grade with 99% primeval essence when your aptitude was tested. It absolutely wasn't the Northern Dark Ice Soul. The Bai clan leader was still refusing to accept it. It was indeed so. But one day when I was cultivating, my aptitude suddenly advanced. I checked the ancient scrolls and records in the clan and found some information on this. Every 99% a grade aptitude has the possibility of advancing to 10 absolute aptitudes while cultivating, Bai Ningbing said. All 10 defy the heavens, and the heavens can't tolerate them. Even Ren Zu's 10 children didn't have a good end. Sigh, is there really no way to salvage it? Bai clan leader felt pity and regret when he looked at the beautiful boy in front of him. He was the clan's pride and their hope to rise up in power. However, his life was already nearing its end. Despite glowing brightly, he was like a firework which could only shine splendidly for one single moment. There are no ways to evade my impending doom, but there are some ways to delay it. However, all these methods need many years to prepare, which I don't have. Bai Ningbing said all this and gave a light laugh, as if the one being discussed about was not him, but some irrelevant outsider. Don't worry, who doesn't die? True immortality doesn't exist. As long as we live our life interestingly, it is enough. He was instead consoling the clan leader. I cannot accept this. I absolutely cannot. Damn it, my Bai clan has been suppressed by the Guu clan for centuries. We finally found hope, but it ends up like this. No, there is still hope. Bai clan leader's voice got louder and louder till suddenly, his expression turned firm as if he had decided on something. Follow me, I will bring you to a place. He stood up and said. The bright moonlight shone upon a deep pool. This is the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. He had been led by the Bai clan leader as they went through a long secret pathway, and finally arrived here. Indeed, this is our clan's restricted area, the location of the spirit spring. You also know this, every clan's foundation is established upon a natural spirit spring, where the primeval stones produced by it will be used to provide for their cultivation. Our Bai clan can only be considered a small medium-scale clan, and only by annexing Guu and Shang clan as well as possessing at least 3 springs can we become a large-scale clan, Bai clan leader sighed. Then clan leader, what did you bring me here for? Bai clan leader's face revealed a complex expression, and as he turned around to look at Bai Ningbing, his expression contained some hesitation. I had originally never thought of bringing you here. However, the affairs of the world are hard to anticipate. To think, you would end up possessing Northern Dark Ice Soul. Your only chance at living lies within this spring. What is in this spring? Bai Ningbing asked. A great immortal, Bai clan leader said with a deep voice. Great immortal. Bai Ningbing was flabbergasted. Great immortal is its title. It is a snake Gu left by our Bai clan's first-generation ancestor. It likes cleanliness, and its food is the water of Spirit Spring. It has always been secretly living in the Spirit Spring, Bai clan leader introduced. Before the first-generation ancestor passed away, he set up a secret inheritance and left behind this snake Gu as a clue. If you can get the approval of the Great Immortal, it will open the secret inheritance for you. But if you can't receive its approval, the Bai clan leader stopped his sentence in the middle. What happens then? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai clan leader's expression turned grave and he said, it will kill you. At the same time, Guu village. Inside the room, Tai Ruo Nan kept her Rakan Gu and nodded with satisfaction. The environment here is pretty good, it's rather clean. The clean she referred to wasn't talking about the cleanliness of the room, but was pointing at the lack of surveillance. It was impossible to say that there absolutely wasn't any surveillance. After all, Tai Shui Leng was rank 5, so he possessed too great of a threat. Hence, there was a necessity for some precautions. However, Guu clan's defensive and surveillance measures were just at the right amount and the level was quite low too, not creating any feelings of provocation and aversion. It could even be taken as excessively earnest and passionate reception, which was why Tai Ruo Nan gave the assessment of rather clean. Tai Shui Leng slightly nodded. Ruo Nan, you have followed me for so long and have learned many things. However, some things can only be learned by taking actions and not just by spectating from the sides. Hence, I handed this case to you. Father, I will definitely work hard and give my best. Good. Then, let me ask you, what should your next step be? Tai Shui Leng was deliberately testing her. Tai Ruo Nan smiled. She turned around and gazed at the moon through the window. The moon is beautiful tonight. Dad, can I have the pleasure to take you around this Guu village? Upon hearing this, Tai Shui Leng revealed a gratifying smile. When starting out on a case, it was not urgent to understand the details of the case. The first step to solve a case was to survey the surroundings. The father and daughter pair slowly walked through the streets. After resisting the most terrifying attacks of the wolf tide, Guu clan was now in a wretched state. There were collapsed bamboo buildings and bloodstains all around. Junks were piled up all over the place and feeble moaning sounds of crippled people could be heard from time to time. The Tai father and daughter pair walked around the village without saying any words. Fang Yuan, you bastard, fuck off. Suddenly, a loud roar came from within a courtyard. The Tai father and daughter stopped walking. After a long while, the courtyard gate opened and Fang Yuan walked out while rubbing his nose with a vague smile on his face. Hello, little brother Fang Yuan. Tai Shui Leng took the initiative to send his greetings. Junior pays his respects to Lord Divine Investigator. Fang Yuan constrained his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, we are new here and don't know the place well. Is it possible for little brother to tell us a thing or two? Tai Shui Leng suddenly asked. Tai Ruo Nan glanced at her father, but she didn't make any comments. Fang Yuan's gaze hardened. He was just about to go meet them, but this opportunity was delivered right up to him. Both of you have traveled a great distance and suffered hardships to come and solve the case. The whole village ought to help you. Please follow me. Fang Yuan spoke directly without showing the slightest evil intention, and walked in front. The spirit spring was raging like the boiling water. All of a sudden, the spring water rose up like a tidal wave. After it reached a certain height, the spirit spring scattered and splashed in all directions. A slender white snake, its whole body covered with snow-white scales, tread on the waves and revealed its elegant appearance. Its eyes were like jade, cold and indifferent. On the two sides of its head were a pair of long whiskers, floating like celestial ribbons. Rank 5 White Form Immortal Snake Gu. I pay respects to Great Immortal. Bai clan leader emotionally kneeled on the ground, and at the same time anxiously urged, Bai Ningbing, why are you not kneeling down? I will never kneel before a Gu. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body standing upright and tall. Although the white form Immortal Snake Gu released an ethereal cold grandeur with heavy killing intent concealed within, Bai Ningbing was not the least bit afraid. His two blue pupils directly stared at its snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The spirit spring and the Bai clan leader had become insignificant background objects. Under the bright moonlight, the picturesque youngster with blue pupils and the silver-whiskered white snake gazed at each other. After a good while, the white snake suddenly gave a long cry and turned into a white rainbow, slamming into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body jolted. The white light entered his aperture and turned into a white snake. The white snake occupied the central area of his primeval essence, and with its tyrannical attitude, all the surrounding Gu were immediately forced to the side. This situation, Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match what the clan's secret records say. According to the clan's secret records, once a Gu master obtained approval, the white form Immortal Snake Gu would fly with the inheritor and open the inheritance in the sky. However, the current situation was somewhat weird. The white form Immortal Snake Gu took the initiative to enter Bai Ningbing's aperture and didn't kill him, which should mean that it had approved of him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and fly to the sky? Could it be that the secret records were wrong? Bai clan leader couldn't make sense of it. Time quietly flew by. That more or less sums up everything about Guu village. There is the underground cave, but that is a restricted area of the clan and outsiders aren't allowed entry. Fang Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and continued, it is getting late, please go and rest, you need to have the energy to investigate tomorrow, right? Ha ha ha, Elder Fang Yuan is correct. We are really thankful for Elder Fang Yuan's directions, please go and take a rest, Tai Shui Leng said. In that case, I will take my leave. Fang Yuan cupped his hands before directly leaving. Tai Shui Leng looked at Fang Yuan's figure with interest, and only after Fang Yuan turned into a corner, did he take back his gaze. Ruo Nan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him, my intuition tells me he is covered in shadows. The young girl frowned. Tai Shui Leng nodded his head, I know you have the intuition Gu which strengthens your intuition, but we need definite evidence to solve a case. Just relying on intuition alone won't be convincing. Don't always depend on your intuition, I do not want you to use the intuition Gu to solve this case. Yes, Father. Chapter 174, Junior Divine Investigator. Tai Shui Leng said again, now, analyze this person Fang Yuan. Father, you suspect it is Fang Yuan. Tai Ruo Nan was stunned, but continued, he is a very logical and intelligent person, and when he introduced the village to us, every word he said was appropriate and well organized. Gasp. Ellipsis quote dot. Tai Ruo Nan suddenly drew in a mouthful of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice this earlier, but after you just reminded me, I realized it. This Fang Yuan is too good at speaking. Everything he said is objectively the truth, abandoning his personal feelings. Standing at a bystander's perspective, and describing calmly. Not allowing others to find flaws in his words, thus not able to get additional clues. His words were very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated, before using the word, clean. Tai Shui Leng nodded, but then shook his head. He did not abandon his feelings. Everyone has feelings, and even a cold-blooded murderer has feelings. He only concealed his personal feelings very well, and was in full control of his emotions. This lad has a demonic nature. Demonic nature, that's right, think about it. He spoke the truth during the banquet, saying he was frightened and did not dare to enter the battlefield. Tell me, if it was a normal person, would they do that? Tai Shui Leng asked. Tai Ruo Nan shook her head. No, GU masters put the clan's honor and their own reputation higher than their own lives. But, that might not be certain, for in history there have also been many people who sacrificed their own reputation, right? That's right, but who were those people? Tai Shui Leng's gaze was deep. Tai Ruo Nan considered, before her expression changed, they were all outstanding individuals. That's correct. Throughout history, those who sacrificed their own reputations only had two aims. One was that they had a greater aim in mind, and compared to their aim, reputation is worth nothing. The other is to preserve themselves, defaming themselves to prevent suspicion. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes shone. Father, you are saying. You are thinking too much. I just feel that this young man is very interesting, but too bad he is only AC grade, Tai Shui Leng said. The moonlight was like water on this night. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps slightly heavy but filled with determination. After interacting with Tai Shui Leng earlier, he was indeed what the rumors said. This Tai Shui Leng had a gaze that could see through the world, and his intelligence and wits were deep like a chasm. He swept through the southern border for tens of years, establishing his famed name. He really was an outstanding talent. Wanting to remove his suspicions in front of such a person was extremely difficult. As long as they had enough time, they would definitely discover the truth. Now is a race against time. But, Mo faction's recruitment, I can make good use of it. Not long ago in the Mo faction pavilion, Fang Yuan had given absurd demands. In return for marrying Mo Yan, he wanted 100,000 primeval stones, 10 rare GU worms and each at least rank 3. This made GUU Mo Chen furious. He was marrying away his precious granddaughter, but Fang Yuan still had more demands. Such a shameless way to ask for gifts, and so greedy, it was really the last straw. Thus, the discussion faltered, and he chased Fang Yuan out. Fang Yuan left immediately without any inclination to stay. He knew Mo Chen's intention, thus he would definitely compromise. His absurd demands were just a way of bargaining, paying the lowest price when buying, and asking for the highest price when selling. But this matter has equal benefits and demerits. Although with more primeval stones I can feed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my original plan to get out of the political spiral would be ruined. In tonight's banquet, GUU Mo Chen sacrificed himself to salvage my political career. From then on, he might face all sorts of elders' suppression. GUU village's political situation now was, clan leader was healthy, while for the two important elders, GUU Kai Lian was dead but the Kai faction was not finished yet, as inheritor Kai Cheng was still alive. At the same time there was still GUU Kai Zhong, an elder from the same faction. But Mo faction lost its inheritor and Mo Chen was heavily injured, falling to rank 2, unable to even keep his clan elder status. The two formerly large factions had already gone downhill. The medicine faction in contrast were mostly healing GU masters. As supports they had little sacrifice while still keeping most of their strength, and were on the verge of rising up. Medicine faction was originally the clan leader's faction, but now it had the ability to be independent. Regardless of whether GUU Yaoji chooses to be independent or rely on the clan elder, in order to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and merge. and the weakened Kai and Mo faction were the best targets. If they did not strike now, later on when the two factions stabilize internally it would be much more difficult. Being in the human world, many things are not up to me, why not just let down my hair and sail away to the seas? Sailing with the winds and breaking waves as I travel 30,000 li, that is the true demonic path I take. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the moon as he sighed. He wanted to get away from the political spiral, but Gu Mo Chen dragged him back by force. He faced pressure from all the factions, and Tai Shui Leng was already starting to solve the case. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing had already regained his new arm. Like a boat traveling in the darkness with danger lurking everywhere, how was he to open up a path for himself? The next day, what? You said that the person who murdered Jia Jin Sheng had already been found and was killed already. Tai Ruo Nan felt extremely perturbed. This morning, she had woken up early and officially started to solve the case. But to think that the first information she got was that the killer had already been sentenced. That's right, the killer is a demonic GU master. He once assassinated our clan's rising star and tried to kill the genius, thus he was killed on the spot. A clan elder provided the information. Is that really so? Did he admit personally that he was Jia Jing Sheng's killer? Tai Ruo Nan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shui Leng wore a copper mask as he stood like a statue. He didn't. But, if it's not him, who else could it be? The clan elder shrugged. Tai Ruo Nan thought internally, this is all an assumption, there is no real proof. But whether it is the truth or not, this demonic GU master has to be investigated clearly. Most likely, this is a lead that will bring us to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruo Nan raised her head abruptly. Where is he buried? I want to inspect the corpse. In a simple and torn coffin, there was a corpse within. The rotting smell assaulted noses, and clan servants and GU masters were so disgusted that they ran far away to hide. Tai family father and daughter acted as if they were unaffected, and Tai Ruo Nan's eyes glowed brightly, excitedly stretching her hand and inspecting. A person's corpse has lots of traces. At times, one or two small injuries would be the evidence needed to point out the murderer. On this corpse, there were many injuries, but the person's appearance was still clear, and he was still wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruo Nan checked for ages, and only then did she get up with a lingering interest. Anything? Tai Shui Leng asked lightly, testing her secretly. Gu clan thinks this person is Jia Jin Sheng's killer, thus they kept the corpse well. There's a huge problem in this corpse, Tai Ruo Nan answered. He's a middle-aged man, right arm thicker than the left, both his hands have a thick callus. Seeing how his callus is distributed, they are uneven. There are many injuries on his body, numerous fatal wounds, showing the intense battle he had before death. But on his body there are also a lot of hidden injuries, especially his left foot having 3 less toes, this is left behind from many years ago. Saying so, she continued deducing, he was most likely a hunter. There are many evidences, his disproportional left and right side and the callus on his hands shows that he's an experienced bowman. There are many injuries made by wild beasts on his body, like claw marks and bites, showing he often fought against beasts. His clothes are not the traditional GU master clothes, and his shoes are even more interesting, weaved from bamboo hemp grass. This kind of grass only grows near Qingmao bamboo, and Qingmao mountain only produces Qingmao bamboo. Other than that, in the surrounding mountains, there is no bamboo hemp grass. So what are you getting at? Tai Shui Leng pursued. Before this person became a demonic GU master, he was a hunter. From his clothes, he was most likely a resident hunter on Qingmao mountain. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes shone brightly. Why do you think he is a resident here? If it is the grass shoes, he could have killed the villagers here and worn them, Tai Shui Leng rebuked. That's not it. The most special part of his clothes is the shoes, because if they were taken by force, most would not fit his size perfectly. But look at this, 2 disproportionate legs and yet the shoes fit nicely, this is made just for him. He has 3 less toes on his leg feet, thus the left grass shoe is shorter. His stump is very cleanly cut and sharp. I assume it is most likely due to stepping on a trap by mistake, Tai Ruo Nan said. Tai Shui Leng did not deny it nor confirm it, and did not even give any criticism. Like what he said earlier, he left it to Tai Ruo Nan to solve the case. Tai Ruo Nan continued saying, with this conjecture, we can go to the surrounding hamlets and investigate. We might find more clues. Wait. Just when she was about to speak, the young girl's expression stiffened. She suddenly remembered, this Qingmao mountain had just undergone a wolf tide calamity. Even the villages were heavily damaged, not to mention those hamlets. She knew that using this method to find out the person's identity and information bore little hope. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility for success, I must try. It was the young girl's first individual case, and she was full of drive. But half a day passed, and she returned empty-handed. This wolf tide was the largest and most horrifying one yet. So many hamlets had 0 survivors, and this brought great trouble to her investigations. This lead is gone. What are you going to do next? Tai Shui Leng asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, and in her tone there was stubbornness and tenacity. No, it is not over yet. Father, you said it yourself, the true lead is often hidden more deeply, and as long as we continue to excavate, it will appear. This demonic Gu master's death is strange. Firstly, why did he assault Fang Zheng? What did Fang Zheng do to offend him, causing him to assassinate him with his life, under the situation which was basically an assured death? Moreover, he is a local, but after his death, why did no one recognize him? Hearing her words, Tai Shui Leng was a little surprised. Child, you have truly grown up, the divine investigator sighed, and in his tone there was contentment and gratification. Chapter 175, Increasing Pressure. You're asking me why that Gu master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruo Nan's questioning, Fang Zheng blinked innocently. If you have done something, I hope you won't conceal the truth. Because your words, even though they might seem insignificant, can have great help towards solving the case, the young girl said sincerely. Fang Zheng shook his head. I'm very perplexed too. During that period, I was cultivating non-stop, so how could I attract any assassinations? But afterwards, the people around me realized that this demonic Gu master could have been hired by the other 2 clans, to kill a rising star like myself. You also know the rivalry between us and the Bai clan and Shang clan. Especially the Shang clan, they are the greatest suspects as they had once recruited demonic Gu masters into their clan. Shang clan Tai Ruo Nan became a little discouraged after hearing this, since the Shang clan had already been eliminated by the wolf tide. It seems that this lead is lost as well. Suddenly, murmurs came from outside the room. Quick, look there, isn't that people from the Shang clan? I thought the Shang clan was exterminated, how can there be any envoys coming here? Shang clan envoy's appearance caused a vivid discussion among the village, as people talked with one another. Soon, news came from the clan leader pavilion. Shang clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu that their ancestor left behind, concealing many people at the same time, cheating death. These scumbags, retreating and avoiding battle, causing the wolf tide to come to us. HMPH, these Shang clan people may look rough and large, but their hearts are devious on the inside. Wanting to borrow the power of the wolf tide to weaken us, they are too despicable. Gu clansmen were furious. The appearance of the Shang clan envoy had caused the Qingmao Mountains' political distribution to undergo a complete shift. What was thought to be a 2-sided competition between Bai clan and Gu clan in the end remained a 3-way competition. But one would understand once they thought about it. The Shang clan had survived for hundreds of years without falling, they had their own foundations too. Which clan did not have an ancestor, and a trump card? After the Shang clan envoy left, Gu Bo immediately called for a clan elder meeting. These Shang clan bastards, they really are nothing good. To think they retreated immediately. Can't look down on anyone indeed. Shang clan had always ranked behind our clan and Bai clan, and was the weakest among the forces on Qingmao Mountain. But to think they had such a scheme, we have to be more careful from now on. They wanted to borrow the strength of the wolf tide to eliminate us. They nearly got us this time, if not for that lightning lichen, we might not have lost so many elders. These people deserve to die. If it wasn't for the Tai divine investigator appearing, 2 clan leaders might have died. We cannot let them off simply. Asking for compensation is a must. It was us and Bai clan working together to settle the problem of the lightning lichen. But to ask for compensation, we need to first discuss and formulate a sum. The clan elders spoke one after another, discussing until they had a conclusion. Gu clan would dispatch an envoy towards the Shang clan. They have to observe Shang clan's remaining strength. If Shang clan was strong, they would join forces with the Bai clan. If the Shang clan was weak, they might send people to eliminate them and steal the spirit spring. So then, Who would be suitable enough to be dispatched to Shang clan? Gu Bo looked around, asking, which clan elder would shoulder this responsibility. The hall immediately became silent. The clan elders looked around at each other. No one was willing to go. The internal conflict was at its peak now, and it was the most crucial moment for the factions to divide the interest cake. If they went to the Shang clan, their faction would be without a leader and others would make use of the opportunity. When they return, all would have been decided, so by then who would they complain to? This old one feels that, to go to the Shang clan, someone of seniority and experience must go. It has to be someone who can hold his own. Among all of us here, only Elder Mo Chen can take on this role. Gu Yao Ji suddenly said. Gu Mo Chen snorted, rebuking, speaking of qualification, Lord Yao Ji has much more experience than me. Especially in terms of fame, I cannot compete at all, I admit complete defeat. Going to the Shang clan, it seems we will have to trouble Lord Yao Ji after all. Elder Mo Chen is extremely right, I recommend Lord Yao Ji. A clan elder stood up. I feel that Lord Mo Chen is a more suitable candidate. Another elder immediately rebuked. The scene was chaotic. Gu Bo stood at the leader's seat, staring coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had intentions of detaching into its own force, no longer under his control. Thus he did not want to help either, and merely observed the scene. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Mo faction. The two had their respective political allies, but the current situation was that both leaders made much compromises as well as exchange of benefits. But on a whole, the medicine faction was stronger. Gu Yao Ji's reputation as well as the Kai faction's inclination caused this situation. Gu Bo stared coldly, noting in his heart the factions that each individual belonged to. As the clan leader, he did not want to see his authority being reduced, and these elders were his competitors. But now he had decided to merely observe, and not strike yet. Mo faction controls too much power and resources, and now that they have lost their inheritor, the medicine faction jumped out hurriedly and tried to attack them. Thus, the most crucial aspect of this contest is all on one person. Gu Bo thought silently, turning his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting in his seat, not saying a word. It seems this Fang Yuan isn't very close with the Mo faction, and has not gotten a mutual agreement on interest distribution. Otherwise, he'd have helped out already. Is this my chance? Gu Bo thought. But at this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. This action attracted everyone's attention. What he said next was a shocker. Going as an envoy, this is an important matter involving the survival of our clan. I am willing to step up, bearing the responsibility of an envoy, and investigate the Shang clan's current state for our clan. Fang Yuan is asking to go. What is the meaning of this? Is he really stupid or acting stupid? Isn't he afraid that when he comes back, all the interests would have been distributed away already? The clan elders all showed expressions of shock. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Shang clan, he might be able to find a chance and instigate a conflict among the three clans. Even if he can't, this is a chance to leave. Wait, anyone here can be the envoy but Fang Yuan alone. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruo Nan walked in, barging her way in. Fang Yuan turned his body to look, and his irises shrunk a little. He saw the Tai family father and daughter walk in, as well as two other people behind them. One looked just like Fang Yuan, it is indeed his brother Gu Fang Zheng, while the other was Gu Zhonghe. What does Tai Divine Investigator have to enlighten us on today? Gu Bo stood up to greet him, his tone slightly unhappy. This was a Gu internal discussion, how could they just barge in like that? Gu clan leader, as well as the other elders. My daughter has already investigated the identity of the demonic Gu master that once assaulted Gu Fang Zheng, Tai Shui Leng spoke. Oh, is that so? That demonic Gu master, wasn't he instigated by the Shang clan? Is there a hidden story behind this? Indeed, this demonic Gu master's true identity is a hunter from a hamlet at the base of the mountain. Only by chance did he manage to become a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er. The reason why he assaulted Gu Fang Zheng is because of his brother Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruo Nan stared intently at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fang Zheng standing at one side clenched his fist, showing rage in his eyes. What do you mean by this, young lady? Gu Mo Chen said in a solemn voice. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan is the one that hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his own brother Fang Zheng. Gu Yao Ji showed an excited expression. Even Gu Bo was taken aback, as he adjusted his posture on his seat. You're all mistaken. Tai Ruo Nan shook her head. The truth is, Fang Yuan killed innocent people, murdering old man Wang's entire family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know that Fang Yuan had a twin brother, thus he mistook Fang Zheng for Fang Yuan, and assaulted him for revenge. Young lady, everything needs proof, a clan elder spoke. Of course I have evidence. Gu Zhonghe, tell us everything that you know. Tai Ruo Nan was prepared for this, not panicking. Gu Zhonghe sighed. He looked at the Tai family father and daughter in fear, slowly walking forward and kneeling on the ground, crying, "It is this subordinate's dereliction of duty, I seek clan leader's punishment." Gu Bo's face was grim as water. Say everything clearly first, do not hide anything from us. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Gu Zhonghe's area of jurisdiction, and only when he got to the spot did he discover it. Because of the clan evaluation, he suppressed this matter and did not report it. Never would he have thought that today, the matter would be exposed, dug up by Tai Ruo Nan. The truth is like this, Zhonghe stammered as he spoke, not adding any details into his descriptions, very simple and truthful. At this time and place, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also a clan elder, so he did not dare to exaggerate facts. I never would have thought that the truth would be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father, and Wang Er came to take revenge, but found Fang Zheng instead. So that's it, Fang Zheng was innocently involved, and blocked the crisis for Fang Yuan. The clan elders whispered among themselves. Fang Zheng's clenched fist was even tighter as rage grew in his heart. He could not help but growl at Fang Yuan, "Brother, how can you take people's lives away so easily? That old man and girl, they were innocent mortals. How could you cut them down?" Facing his brother's accusations, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear it. Gu Fang Zheng was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai family father and daughter. Being able to discover the truth in such a short time, they were indeed divine investigators. Regardless of what Gu worms they used, whatever method to make Zhonghe submit and reveal his own secret, they had their ways. This ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinsheng would definitely be found out by the Tai father and daughter duo. It was only a matter of time. After all, this is the Gu world, where Gu can be used to commit crime, and also used to solve crime. Pressure was intensifying. Chapter 176, The Resolve to Sacrifice. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you massacred the whole family of old Wang? Gu Bo asked with a heavy voice from the main seat. All the gazes were on Fang Yuan. The young elder coldly smiled, "It is indeed true." Gu Fang Zheng closed his eyes in grief. He may have killed many lightning wolves, but he had never taken any human lives. And now that he heard Fang Yuan admitting it himself, he suddenly felt that his own big brother had become so unfamiliar and estranged. In this estrangement, he also felt fear towards his brother's cruel methods and anger at the loss of innocent lives. Fang Yuan, do you not feel any guilt at slaughtering innocents? If you have any difficulties, you can say them out, Tai Ruo Nan spoke as she frowned. She was someone with extremely righteous character, and hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't find it necessary to tell you my story. However, at that time, I didn't know that the missing Wang Er was a demonic Gu master. It could be said that Fang Zheng was unexpectedly implicated. Fang Yuan spoke honestly. Big brother, aren't you going to say something to me? Fang Zheng opened his eyes, the corners of his eyes had become red. What do you want me to say? Comfort you or to apologize? HMPH, little brother, you are too soft, Fang Yuan sneered. Damn it, big brother, don't think you are extraordinary just by becoming an elder. I will tell you that I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, veins popping up in his clenched fists. Enough. Gu Bo couldn't continue looking at this anymore and shouted, Fang Zheng, go back, what decorum are you showing by making a fuss here? His words had other meaning and expressed dissatisfaction. Tai Ruo Nan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shui Leng reacted immediately. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Gu clan leader and all elders, it is indeed improper for my daughter to charge in and rush into the Lord's discussion hall. This one apologizes for offending everyone. The elders promptly stood up and kept on saying Tai Shui Leng was too kind. Gu Bo's expression also relaxed. Tai Shui Leng continued, since little brother Fang Yuan is involved in Jia Jin Sheng's case and is also a suspect, I hope he remains at the village and will not leave to the other village. Gu Bo massaged his temples and sighed, our Gu clan really hopes we can provide a suitable explanation to Lord Jia Fu. Since Divine Investigator is also requesting, I will have to request Elder Fang Yuan to not leave before you are free of suspicions. I hope you can understand. Gu Bo looked at Fang Yuan, his expression sincere. But his gaze, however, held deep meanings. Fang Yuan might have killed the whole of old Wang's family, but they were only mortals. How could it be a crime for a Gu master to kill these mortals? Especially if this Gu master was an elder of the clan. Thus, there was no punishment. Yes, Fang Yuan glanced at Gu Bo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruo Nan punched a tree, causing the leaves to scatter. She was very indignant as she said with clenched teeth, it is clearly a murder, but they are turning a blind eye to it and not giving a damn. Father, are the mortals not humans? Why do Gu masters feel that they have the rights to kill the mortals? Tai Shui Leng was silent like a sculpture. The weather was somewhat gloomy, and the wind blew and tree leaves rustled. Tai Ruo Nan suddenly lowered her head, her expression was down. I am sorry, father. She apologized, I didn't listen to your advice, and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. Divine Investigator let out a long sigh and looked at his daughter with a profound gaze. Child, you have such hatred for evil and is full of righteousness, just like me when I was young. I am happy but also worried. Why are you worried? Your ideals are much bigger than mine was at that time. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals and cram up the demon suppression tower. But as for you, you want to make everyone equal, treating both Gu masters and the mortals equally, causing law and order to be established in the whole world. Such ambitions and ideals are too big and also very heavy. Tai Shui Leng's words were filled with experience. But father, this so-called law, fairness and justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, what meaning do they have? If the young don't have ambitious dreams, then how could they be considered young? I believe it's all a matter of our own efforts. As long as I give my best, it might not necessarily be impossible to achieve. Tai Ruo Nan spoke excitedly, her two eyes filled with hopes for the future. Tai Shui Leng was silent for a good while. There will be a day when you will understand. But, this is good too, young people should walk their paths by themselves. Setbacks will make you mature. Father won't interfere anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. He then took out a letter and gave it to Tai Ruo Nan. This is. Tai Ruo Nan tore open the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was from Jia Fu and it recorded every information regarding Jia Jin Sheng's case, including how Fang Yuan obtained the liquor worm by rock gambling, how the bamboo gentleman was used to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even Fang Yuan's bidding prices at the second caravan visit where he showed business talent and received Jia Fu's recruitment offer. Tai Ruo Nan reread the contents of Fang Yuan's bidding prices multiple times, her gaze turned brighter and brighter. This Fang Yuan is not only fierce in his methods, but also has cruel nature and is even able to scheme deeply. My intuition tells me he is very suspicious. If he is really the killer, then he should be somewhat afraid. But the bamboo gentleman showed no changes to his lies. How did he do it? Tai Ruo Nan muttered to herself. What are you preparing to do next? Tai Shui Leng asked. It has been a long time since Jia Jin Sheng's death. Everything is fishy and filled with mysteries. Till now, his corpse has not been found and even the place of his death hasn't been deduced. This case is too clean, giving me no clues, except that Fang Yuan is the biggest suspect. Although the clues from Wang Er has been broken, there are no evidences to prove he is the killer. However, because there are no other clues, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruo Nan enthusiastically replied. You feel that Fang Yuan is suspicious? Tai Shui Leng asked. Extremely suspicious, Tai Ruo Nan immediately said. This Fang Yuan is clearly only AC grade aptitude, but why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Zheng's? One could say he had the help from the liquor worm and the relic Gu, but this speed is still very fast. Gu clan might not have sensed anything wrong, but this is a case of, those closely involved can't see as clearly as those outside. This is the first suspicious point. Besides this, there is another suspicious point, his luck. He rock gambled for the first time in his life and bought 6 purple gold stones, but was able to get 2 live GU, a mudskin toad and a liquor worm. Isn't this luck way too much? Tai Shui Leng nodded. Yes, continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if we look into him, we will find that the mysteries surrounding him are like the thick fog covering the mountain. Many things that were inadvertently revealed makes one ponder. For instance, his rock dissecting technique, he actually used the moonlight GU to dissect rocks and did it without damaging the core. Such delicate control is really unimaginable for a student. Wait. Tai Ruo Nan paused. She had discovered something as her eyes let out bright and sharp light. Her gaze landed on a line of words in the letter, and the more she looked at, the more her gaze brightened. I found it. This Fang Yuan has a huge problem. After a long while, she suddenly raised her head and excitedly spoke. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose with the steam and spread in the study room. Fang Yuan held the teacup, then blew the floating tea leaves and drank the hot tea. After that, he leisurely let out some turbid air. Upon seeing the leisurely attitude of Fang Yuan, Gu Mo Chen did his best to endure and felt the veins in his forehead bulging. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked for a huge price and he had angrily chased the latter out of his house. But today, he had no choice but to re-invite Fang Yuan. All this was simply because circumstances are more powerful than men. Yao faction had been pressuring him from everywhere and the matter regarding his drop to rank 2 was going to be revealed sooner or later. Mo faction was in imminent danger, it urgently needed an elder to serve as son-in-law and stabilize the situation. This bastard is too vile, making such sky-high demands. Does he really think my Mo faction is bathing in gold? Gu Mo Chen cursed inwardly, while outwardly putting on a warm smile and speaking in a negotiating voice. Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too much, it greatly exceeds what my Mo faction can support. Can you decrease it? Fang Yuan glanced at Gu Mo Chen. This old man who knew when to give and take was worthy of respect. In fact, his current situation was also becoming messed up. The Tai father and daughter were forcing him into a corner. Once it was found out that he killed Jia Jinsheng, Gu clan would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger and simultaneously be able to continue trading with the Jia family caravan every year. It was almost the crucial moment now, so Fang Yuan softened his tone. Then we will decrease it by 30%. But there is a condition, you need to show me your sincerity by paying 40,000 primeval stones in advance. Also you must hand over a pig iron GU and an afterlife grass GU. Gu Mo Chen couldn't help but massage his brows when he heard this. He replied in a sunken voice, pig iron GU will be handed to you, but my Mo faction's warehouse doesn't have any afterlife grass GU. We can't also give the 40,000 primeval stones at once, they will be given to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew this old fox wasn't speaking the truth, but he was very clear that being too overbearing could instead produce the opposite result. That's okay, I will wait for you to send them first, then we can talk about marriage. Before that, I can't guarantee my allegiance. Fang Yuan left these words before walking away. The study room was silent once more. A long while later, Gu Mo Chen suddenly said, you can come out. A hidden door was pushed open and a young girl walked out. There were tear stains on her face and her eyes were red from the crying. Grandpa. She paid her respects. She was Gu Mo Yan. Gu Mo Chen sighed, you are also clear on the family's situation. Mo Yan, our family needs your sacrifice, can you understand? Yes. The young girl sobbed and lowered her head. No matter which world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even Fang Yuan contributed a lot of strength to the clan as a clan elder. The only difference is that the amount one pays or obtains differs from person to person. Even those kids with golden spoons also cannot freely enjoy the privileges. By receiving the family's nurturing, they needed to have the resolve to sacrifice. And this resolve was already present in Gu Mo Yan. She didn't have the least bit of feelings for Fang Yuan, even feeling hatred and disgust towards the latter. But she knew, she had to marry him for the sake of her family, becoming his wife. Chapter 177. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Living Steel GU is a rank 2 GU, looking like a charcoal briquette, fist-sized and black all over. On the surface, there were numerous holes. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence and this living steel GU started floating, rotating on its own, black smoke pouring out from the holes on it. Chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's leg, its dark gold-colored armor full of injuries, the 2 rows of razors on its sides tattered and damaged. But when the steel smoke came over and covered these wounds, they gradually healed. The black smoky steel essence continued to be used, as the 2 rows of razors on the chainsaw golden centipede could be seen growing at an observable rate. Healing GU varied in a few types. There were some that healed GU masters, some that specialized in certain injuries, and those that healed GU worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the living steel GU is its healing GU worm. An hour later, the living steel GU became smaller and smaller. It went from a fist-sized charcoal to a pearl size, eventually vanishing. It was an expenditure-type GU, but its sacrifice brought about the recovery of the chainsaw golden centipede. At this point, the chainsaw golden centipede was good as new. Its 2 rows of razors were shiny as new, glowing with a sharp and cold flash. On its dark gold exoskeleton, the injuries were mostly healed, and only 5 to 6 light scars remained. But this was nothing to worry about. In about a few weeks, these scars would vanish through the natural recovery of the centipede. However, if not for the living steel GU and just relying solely on the chainsaw golden centipede, it would take at least half a year for the razors to fully grow back. The chainsaw golden centipede was more strong than it was flexible. Although it used little primeval essence and had great attacking power, its weakness was a lack in the healing aspect. All living beings are equal. In this world there is no all-rounded GU, there has to be weakness and advantages. Even rank 6 or 7 GU and above followed this natural law. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength is completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the cold exoskeleton of the chainsaw golden centipede, his face slightly pale. On his pale face, cold sweat was forming. Damn it, it had to come at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously pressing his stomach. His mind entered his aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was still, the entire aperture filled with an oppressed feeling. All the other GU had been suppressed to one side. Only above the sea, within the aperture, the spring-autumn cicada was glowing with a yellow and green luster. At this time, the spring-autumn cicada not only had both wings recovered, but its main body also recovered much of its energy. Just like an object falling from the sky, the closer it gets to the ground the faster it falls, and the spring-autumn cicada's recovery rate was the same. After the initial difficult period, as time passed, its recovery speed accelerated. Thus, the problem came. The spring-autumn cicada was rank 6, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 GU master. His aperture was gradually unable to hold the spring-autumn cicada. Back then, when the spring-autumn cicada was weak, the burden on the aperture was not as huge. But now that the spring-autumn cicada gradually recovered, regaining its rank 6 ability, it caused this tiny temple of Fang Yuan's to be unable to hold this high god. If this goes on, I might even die from the spring-autumn cicada before the Tai family father and daughter find out the truth. Truly, when your roof has a hole it just has to rain non-stop for days. The best solution was to raise his own cultivation level. When he gets to rank 6, the aperture will have the capacity to store the spring-autumn cicada again. But this method takes too long. In his previous 500 years of life, he also used more than 400 years to attain rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he had a severe lack of time. Other than that, there was another way to solve the problem. It was to take the spring-autumn cicada out of his aperture and raise it outside his body. But that act had great disadvantages. Firstly, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle-type GU, so it could not protect itself. Keeping it in the aperture was safer. Secondly, when a rank 6 GU appears, it would interfere with natural laws and cause a mirage at the location it is at. Fang Yuan was now at the village where there were many people, and the Tai family father and daughter was onto him as well. Once this spring-autumn cicada leaves his body, everyone would find out. Therefore, he could only feel troubled. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster. At this rate, I don't have much time. Once I get the 40,000 primeval stones from Jiu Mo Chen, I'll take the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave this place. As for the Tai family father and daughter, I can resolve it at a later time. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai family father and daughter's matter was something that he could only put off and delay. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was not giving him time to stall. He was at his wit's end. As time urged him, wasting every minute and second is reducing his lifespan. A GU master being killed by their own GU worm was not uncommon. Many GU masters who forcefully activate their GU get a backlash from their GU worm's power and lose their life. Such incidents were everywhere. GU Qing Shu was the prime example, buried not far away. 6 purple gold stones, each fist-sized. With Fang Yuan's cultivation, he actually opened 5 on the spot. How could he have so much primeval essence at that time? Tai Ruonan stared at the information on the letter, laughing smugly. Tai Shui Leng nodded. You finally found this suspicious point. Indeed, only when you are meticulous can you discover what normal people cannot see. But what can you derive from this suspicious point? Tai Ruonan closed her eyes, activating the intuition GU secretly. In the darkness, she felt an enlightenment in her mind, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Instinct tells me, Fang Yuan must have had the liquor worm from long ago. But instincts are sometimes wrong, they cannot represent truth, Tai Shui Leng reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? As long as he has the liquor worm, he has to feed it. If he feeds it, there has to be evidence. Tai Ruonan's mouth curled into an arc. Let's go. We'll find Gu Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan's brother once again. As the little brother, he has to be the most familiar with Fang Yuan. You're asking about Big Brother's actions back then? Fang Zheng showed a complicated expression. He sighed, recalling, back then, Big Brother was a very outstanding individual. Since young he constantly displayed his talent, making many poems, causing the entire village to put their attention on him. Back then, I admired him and held him in awe. In my heart, he was like a tall mountain that I couldn't climb. Maybe because he was at such a high point, when he tumbled down, the despair was greater. Afterwards, during the awakening ceremony, he was tested to have only C-grade talent, thus he became discouraged for a long time, sleeping in class and not returning to the hostel at night, buying wine and getting drunk all the time. From that moment on, I realized, Big Brother was also human. Wait, you said, buy wine. Tai Ruonan heard this crucial phrase and caught on to it, squinting. Yes, for a period of time, he was dead drunk. Sigh, maybe reality was too harsh. He only had C-grade talent, but his brother turned out to be A-grade, and he could not accept the truth. Actually, if I was in his shoes, I would understand his feelings and emotions as well, Fang Zheng said. Wait, let me ask you, from that moment on, Fang Yuan would buy wine to drink every few days. Tai Ruonan asked again. Yes, from that moment on, brother fell in love with alcohol, spending a lot of money for wine. For a time, he was in love with the bamboo wine, which is our clan's speciality, a very expensive wine. He snatched primeval stones from his classmates in order to buy wine to drink. This is an overbearing act, thus not a single student liked him. Why, is there a problem? Finally, Fang Zheng asked in confusion. There's a huge problem. I suspect that your brother's liquor worm wasn't obtained from the gambling rocks, but he had it long ago. Your brother's drunkard act was merely a performance. His real motive was to conceal the fact that he had the liquor worm, and was feeding it, Tai Ruonan replied solemnly. What? Fang Zheng, hearing so, jumped from his seat in shock. This was shocking information. What you just said made me even more suspicious. Where did your brother buy wine normally? I need to investigate. Tai Ruonan stood up as well. She was racing against time, moving quickly to solve the case. In our entire village, there is only one place selling bamboo wine, it is that Soul Inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruonan turned around and left. Wait, I'll go with your guys. Fang Zheng hesitated, chasing after them. An hour later, Tai Ruonan walked on the stone pavement, concluding, earlier the innkeeper already told me everything, and the situation is clear as day. Fang Yuan buying so much wine, his true motive is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to gamble rocks, and that is to expose the liquor worm logically in front of everyone. All this is according to his plans. On one side, Fang Zheng appeared a little distraught, his face looking a little lifeless. He did not expect that the truth was really like this. Long ago, he had once looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking he was a loser, giving up on himself. From that moment on, he felt that the tall mountain was no longer so hard to scale. But the truth was, everything was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his scheme. The surrounding people were played by him like fools, believing his lies. Even Fang Zheng was no exception. Looking at it now, His disdain and despise towards his big brother back then was like a giant mockery of a joke. Big brother, in your heart, what place do I hold? In those eyes of yours that pretended to be drunk, was I a huge joke? Big brother, you are such a scheming fox, in your heart, was I childish enough for you to sneer at? Fang Zheng screamed in his heart. He was humiliated, he was furious. He felt that he was played by Fang Yuan. From the start, he was a clown putting on a childish and laughable act. He felt the disdain Fang Yuan felt towards him. Big brother, how can you treat me like this? If not for Lady Tai, I would still be in the dark. How long do you intend to lie to me, and to the clan? You killed the innocent, taking lives as you wish. Deception and lies, indifferent and inhumane, is that the real you? Chapter 178, Black White Gray. Long ago, in Fang Zheng's heart, Fang Yuan was like a tall mountain, so tall he could never scale. Long ago, Fang Zheng thought that the shadow of this tall mountain would enshroud him his entire life. But life gave him an unexpected twist. Fang Yuan, being dispirited, let Fang Zheng see his weakness. The tall mountain that he resembled instantly collapsed. And yet, this was actually all Big Brother's performance, an act. The collapsed mountain in his heart became enshrouded in a layer of mystery. Big brother, exactly what kind of person are you? Fang Zheng realized at this moment that he knew nothing about this blood-related brother of his. Fang Yuan's heart was full of scheming, he had too deep of a shrewdness. With his acting skills and the indifference towards taking human lives, Fang Zheng felt infinitely distant towards him. Along with this distant feeling, there was also a feeling of fear that Fang Zheng did not want to recognize. This goddamn feeling was back, creeping into his heart. He tried his best to shrug off this feeling of fear, causing him to subconsciously follow after Tai Ruonan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thanks for letting me find out the truth and seeing my brother's true side. Helping you is akin to helping myself, so just ask away, I will tell you everything I know, Fang Zheng said earnestly. Tai Ruonan nodded, but then shook her head quickly. What I need to know, I already understand now. The problem now is, where did Fang Yuan get that liquor worm from? You are right, this matter is suspicious. During Big Brother's situation back then, he had not inherited our parents' assets, and at the same time was only AC grade, beginning his cultivation. Where did he get the liquor worm from? Fang Zheng frowned. In this situation, there's only two causes. One is outside help, and the other is an inheritance legacy. But who would invest in AC grade talent? If it is an inheritance, which is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruonan stopped in her footsteps. Inheritance legacy, inheritance legacy. In her mind, this phrase kept appearing. She fell into deep thought. If it was an inheritance legacy, everything would fall into place. Firstly, the liquor worm's origin can be explained. Secondly, the reason for killing Jia Jinsheng is also established. Tai Ruonan thought excitedly. What perplexed her the entire time was the killer's motive. There has to be a reason to kill. Fang Yuan showed the liquor worm, and Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. But the value of the liquor worm is too low to establish a motive to kill. But what if Jia Jinsheng, who refused to give up, adamantly wants to buy the liquor worm from Fang Yuan, thus following him all the way and discovering an inheritance legacy ground? What would Fang Yuan do? Hehehehe. Tai Ruonan laughed. Fang Zheng showed a perplexed gaze. Tai Ruonan looked back. I want to inspect the Guu clan's history records. Fang Zheng shook his head, waving his hand. The history is kept in the clan's forbidden grounds, how can an outsider inspect it? Then can you get in? Fang Zheng shook his head, only clan elders. Is that so? Then what can we do now? Tai Ruonan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help. From the shadows, a crippled old woman walked out. It was none other than Guu Yaoji. She was still the medicine faction family head, but when she stepped down from the medicine hall elder's position and was replaced by Guu Kaizhong, also losing an arm, her former authority had almost fully vanished. But the pursuit of authority was already ingrained in her soul. She understood deeply that collaborating with Guu Kaizhong was only a temporary solution. The only way was to devour the Mo faction. Only then would she have the ability to take back her medicine hall elder's position. To absorb the Mo faction, all she had to do was to eliminate their hope. And this hope was naturally Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to speak the truth, I've been observing both of you for some time. Come with me, I'll bring you into the clan's forbidden area. Normally that place would be heavily guarded. But coincidentally, right now I am in charge of protecting the forbidden grounds. Ji Yu Yao Ji laughed sinisterly. She obviously hoped to harm Fang Yuan, indirectly, but if he was innocent, she could definitely slander him using her wicked methods. In the underground tunnel inside a hidden room, Tai Ruo Nan looked at the Ji Yu clan's historical records. From the first generation onwards, after Ji Yu clan was built until its golden age, and then its decline, the records contained the information for the last few hundred years. All events, big and small, were recorded in detail. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin, creating the Ji Yu village single-handedly. He's most likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruo Nan flipped the first few pages, saying something shocking. That's nothing much. Many demonic cultivators, after getting sick of roaming, would choose to spread their bloodline and establish a clan. A few hundred years later, they would be wiped off their demonic origins, and the descendants would become righteous cultivators. Such situations are actually very common, it is nothing strange. Beside her, Tai Shui Leng said, then all his previous wrongdoings, will it all be spared like that? Tai Ruo Nan had an indignant expression. These demonic cultivators caused all those crimes, but when the time is ripe and they feel tired, they would settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this too good for them? Tai Shui Leng sighed deeply. Ruo Nan. When I was young, I felt like you too, thinking that this world is in black and white. But after you see more of the world, you will find out that this world is actually gray. Many times can black turn to white, and white can turn to black. Some white can also be more devious than black, and even bear greater sins. And demonic cultivators also have their own grievances. Righteous GU masters control the cultivating resources, while demonic GU masters are all alone, only able to rely on their extreme methods. Those like the first-generation clan leader who are able to change their ways, that is the best solution. At least he will no longer cause harm to others. Turning from black to white, he can contribute his strength towards the righteous path. Tai Shui Leng explained and consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruo Nan did not seem to be convinced. She shook her head, saying adamantly, Father, it is not right for you to sympathize with demonic GU masters. White is white, black is black. They should be punished for making a mistake. Breaking the law, they should face judgment. If not, where would justice lie, where would fairness lie, where would the law stand? This is not sympathy. Anywhere where there's people, there are interests involved. Places that involves interests will have crime. As long as people exist, crime would never end. My child, you will find out eventually, a person's strength is too insignificant. Tai Shui Leng's voice was experienced and wise, but also sorrowful. Never mind. To the current you, it is still too early to say such things, you should concentrate on solving the case. Yes, father, Tai Ruo Nan pouted, not agreeing with Tai Shui Leng's pessimistic outlook. When people are young, they tend to think they can change the world. But after they grow up, they will eventually find out that a person being able to retain their sense of self, and not being changed by the world is already a great success. As the girl continued to flip, her hand suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader, flower wine monk, Li, liquor worm, her eyes shone. Electric currents flowed as the sharp teeth edges cut like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its wolf claw drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not have any movements. As the frenzy lightning wolf's claw became larger in his eyes, he did not have any inclination to dodge. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from his aperture. The light rainbow burst, and white light shot down like rain. In the light rain, the elegant white snake appeared, its long whiskers bringing about a fairy-like atmosphere. Towards this rank 5 snake GU, the arrogant frenzy lightning wolf immediately withered, wanting to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and shot out a cloud smoke. The white smoke looked slow, but quickly enveloped the lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by the smoke, and it quickly moved back. But no matter how it moved, the white smoke followed it like a shadow, always engulfing its surroundings and not giving it any chance to escape. White form immortal snake's ability was this lump of smoke. After being enshrouded, one cannot tell their directions, as their vision is dyed in a white smoke. Wild beasts like lightning wolves relied on their strong vision and had weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same, thus its most useful sensory organ being blinded caused it to howl in panic. In its struggle, it broke many trees and mountain rocks as it became more agitated. Howl. It suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a blue thunderbolt. The thunderbolt shot towards Bai Ningbing, but he had no plans to dodge. The thunderbolt hit Bai Ningbing on the chest, penetrating it. Bai Ningbing lowered his head and saw the huge hole that the thunderbolt had made, allowing him to see through to the back. But quickly, the huge hole began to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the injury and the ice slowly melted, turning into flesh. This is the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's true strength. I am ice, and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary GU masters can be recovered in just a few seconds for me, Bai Ningbing thought, as he slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was ordinary broken, but relying on the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, it had already recovered fully. The white form Immortal Snake GU also sensed the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, thus it entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique can attract water-type GU worms to join me. Such great strength, yet so brittle. Bai Ningbing sighed at the heavens. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique was getting stronger, but he felt that death was approaching him even faster. Great Immortal hasn't done anything. At this time, Bai clan leader came over, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake GU does not recognize me. It is merely attracted by my Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique and moved from the clan's spirit spring into my aperture. Only when I am in mortal danger and in a death situation would it come out and protect me. But the white form Immortal Snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection also had its limits. Like earlier, the Frenzy Lightning Wolf's Thunderbolt was too fast, and the white form Immortal Snake could not react in time, thus Bai Ningbing was hit head-on. After all, the white form Immortal Snake was not a defensive GU. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhang Fan and the river-swallowing toad was the same. Although Zhang Fan had its assistance, he was still assassinated by a GU master. Bai clan leader sighed. He felt intense regret and pity towards this, yet there was nothing he could do. He had already done what he could. Right, the three clans' negotiation results is out. Shang clan preserved more than half of their strength, we cannot underestimate them. Eventually the three clans came to a decision that there shall be a three-clan tournament. And the compensation will be decided by the results of the competition. Only GU masters aged 30 and below can enter the tournament. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I can already sense it, my life is coming to an end. Having a competition at the end, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Elder. No, this is also for the sake of the clan. Bai clan leader's expression was embarrassed. It was his suggestion in the first place, and the biggest reason for it was to squeeze out the last remaining value that Bai Ningbing possessed. But Bai Ningbing's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. The white form Immortal Snake was unmoved, meaning that he was not fated to receive the first-generation ancestor's inheritance. But life and death are bound to occur, what fear could he have? Bai Ningbing had already found his path, he no longer feared. There was only one lingering battle that he could not let go of. Fang Yuan, the three-clan tournament, will you attend it? Don't disappoint me, because right now, I am really strong. Chapter 179, History is written by men. The flower wine monk begged for mercy on his knees. The fourth clan head was merciful and kind, intending to spare his life. Yet the flower wink monk suddenly launched a sneak attack, and the clan head flew into a rage, killing the flower wine monk on the spot. However, due to the heavy injuries from the sneak attack, he passed away not long after. Alas, demonic path members were indeed treacherous and unworthy of kindness. However, as Tai Ruo Nan read through this content, her eyes gradually dimmed down. What a pity, this flower wine monk died on the spot and couldn't leave behind an inheritance. If he could leave an inheritance, that would be perfect to explain everything, the young girl sighed inwardly. Yet she didn't give up and continued to flip through the GUU clan records, until the time was up and GUU Yaoji rushed them out. Fang Zheng welcomed the Tai father and daughter outside of the clan pavilion. Were there any discoveries? Tai Shui Leng was silent whereas Tai Ruo Nan gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Fang Zheng continued, I just thought of something which might be of help. Big Brother and Kai faction worked quite closely, and the Kai faction's elder GUU Kai Lien had once defended him in front of everyone. Lady Tai, do you think this liquor worm could have been secretly handed over by Elder Kai Lien to my big brother? Kai faction, Tai Ruo Nan frowned. Yes, Kai and Mo faction were the most influential factions of our GUU clan before the Wolf Tide, Fang Zheng explained. How was Fang Yuan involved with Kai faction? Tai Ruo Nan reflected on this. She started feeling a headache. This was her first case and she had been full of confidence at first, but when she actually started doing it, she felt that it was filled with difficulties. When she had seen her father solving the cases, it was as if success was guaranteed. All the mysteries were solved with methodical and orderly arrangement. However, she realized how truly difficult it was to solve a case when it was her turn. There seemed to be no trails sometimes, whereas all kinds of weird clues seemed to emerge, causing Tai Ruo Nan to be at wit's end. It was like she was covered in a dense fog and she didn't know how close or far she was from the truth. Would this clue regarding Kai faction be of any use? Tai Ruo Nan couldn't help but feel at a loss, and she subconsciously looked at her father. Father should have already discovered some clues, right? At this moment, the admiration in the young girl towards her father deepened further. If it was my father, this case should have already been solved. I am still far away from father's level, but even if I fail, as long as father is here, the truth will come out and the killer will be punished. Tai Ruo Nan felt ashamed but also a sense of pride. With Tai Shui Leng here, she had no worries that the criminal could get away. But the young girl quickly shook her head, getting angry. The anger was towards herself. Ruo Nan, you are worthless. Didn't you think of surpassing father? How can you surpass him if you have the mentality of always relying on him? Ruo Nan, cheer up, you can do it. The young girl pursed her lips, inwardly encouraging herself. Her spirit boiled up again. She decided to overthrow her previous conjectures and start over. If Fang Yuan didn't obtain the liquor worm from an inheritance and got it from other people, then this Kai faction would be the biggest suspect. However, why would Kai faction take notice of a C-grade aptitude ordinary student and secretly give him the liquor worm? What does Fang Yuan have that Kai faction felt it worthy to invest in him? Because he is Fang Zheng's brother. No, that is almost negligible. Wait a second, it might not be Kai faction taking the initiative to invest in him. There is another possibility, and that is because Fang Yuan blackmailed them. If it is truly so, what did Fang Yuan have on them to make them hold their nose and obediently compromise with a student that had yet to be a GU master? Tai Ruo Nan racked her brains and an answer seemed to gradually emerge in her mind. But this answer was blurry like the light behind a paper window. Tai Ruo Nan could feel its existence but she couldn't grasp and understand it. Father. The young girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shui Leng. I would like to borrow the cactus pointer. Tai Shui Leng replied in a relaxed voice, the suggestion given by cactus pointer is based upon the information the user has. It only speculates on behalf of you and might not be accurate. Are you sure you want to use it? The young girl nodded. Cactus pointer was a seed. Tai Ruo Nan buried it in the ground, then used her palm to press on the soil, transferring her white-silver primeval essence to it. After several breaths, she withdrew her hand. Soon, they could see the soil loosening up, and a young sprout grew out of it. The newborn sprout was a translucent green, and looked very fragile. It quickly grew, becoming bigger and bigger, and its color changed from fragile greenish-yellow to verdant green, then finally to dark green. Its appearance was similar to a cactus. It had thick flesh, the surface covered with sharp black thorns and was lush green all over. Within moments, a flower bud appeared on its top part. The white flower bud gradually grew, becoming charming and delicate. The main body of the cactus, however, was shrinking as if its moisture was being squeezed out. Tai Ruo Nan stretched her fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The moment the flower bud was taken out, the cactus started turning gray and completely died after a few seconds. The cactus pointer was a rank 3 consumable GU. Tai Ruo Nan carefully opened the flower bud. The flower bud, however, was not wrapped up with layers of petals, instead appearing similar to a ball of paper. When Tai Ruo Nan completely opened it, it formed into a neat and square white paper. There were only one word written on the white paper, aptitude. This word would mean nothing to others and might even sound ridiculous. But to Tai Ruo Nan, it was a very important tip. The cactus pointer was used just like this. It gave insights to the GU masters who had racked their brains but couldn't advance forward. It pierced the paper window and let the GU masters see the light. Right, it is aptitude. Tai Ruo Nan shouted. She immediately took out the letter which recorded all the intels collected by Jia Fu. There was something written in this intel which described the details on when and at what price GU Kai Lien had bought the cleansing water GU. It's this. I only briefed through this earlier and neglected it, not considering the underlying meaning. But the cactus pointer speculated on my behalf and gave me the answer. This cleansing water GU only has one use, and that is to cleanse the foreign primeval essence auras from the aperture. Why did Guu Kai Lien need it? Hehe, this situation is too common and happens a lot in many clans. He should have bought this for Kai Faction's inheritor. Kai Faction's inheritor should have a bad aptitude, so Guu Kai Lien poured his primeval essence to raise the former's cultivation. The cleansing water GU is necessary to remove any after effects from this action. By some chance, Fang Yuan found this secret and used it to blackmail Kai Faction, thus forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruo Nan kept on mumbling out her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are amazing. You could deduce so many things with just this word. But Guu Kai Cheng clearly has B-grade aptitude, Fang Zheng said. B-grade aptitude, hehe, does that mean it can't be fake? It is very simple to prove this. We only need to examine Kai Cheng's aperture and the truth will be out. Tai Ruo Nan's gaze was burning as her mouth slightly curved upwards. That's inappropriate. Tai Shui Leng, however, shook his head disapprovingly. If this truth was found out, it would be a great blow to Kai Faction, leading to turmoil among the Guu village's higher-ups and causing political conflicts. Tai Shui Leng said, we came here to solve a case and not to wreak havoc. In the end, we are outsiders, and unless it is absolutely necessary, we can't meddle in other clans' politics. Tai Ruo Nan nodded. Father is right. Besides this, there are also other ways to prove it. I remember that clans use a photo-audio GU to record every important sacrificial ritual. This is a traditional practice and I believe Guu clan isn't an exception. I want to refer to the awakening ceremony's image. Divine Investigator Tai, you have constantly been on the move for so many days and have gone through a lot of trouble to solve the case, please come have tea. As for the image you want to look into, it is stored in the secret room inside the underground cave, which is among the clan's restricted areas. It would be inconvenient to let you two enter, but I have already sent someone to get it. It will be here in a short while, Guu Bo spoke with a smile. I have troubled the clan leader, Tai Shui Leng politely said. Tai Ruo Nan and Guu Fang Zheng were standing on the side. Divine Investigator Tai, if I may be so bold to ask a favor. Guu Bo suddenly said. Tai Shui Leng, oh, please speak, clan leader. This is our Qingmao Mountain's internal affair. My clan, Bai clan and Shang clan have always been in a deadlock, but that changed due to the wolf tide. Shang village evaded the wolf tide with malicious intentions and tried to take advantage of the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. The negotiation earlier for compensation with them ended up in nothing. Hence, our three clans decided to hold a three-clans tournament. Only GU masters at age 30 or below can participate in it, and it will decide the future strength of each clan. Upon saying this, Guu Bo sighed. Actually, I have already felt that something was strange with Fang Yuan long ago, but couldn't look into it properly because of the wolf tide. If he really is the killer, my clan absolutely won't shield him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay this for a few days, since the three clans competition is hosted on the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed old Wang's whole family, but they were just mortals and it was not worth investigating. What if he killed them? It wasn't a big deal. However, if he really killed Jia Jin Sheng, then that would change everything. If Guu clan still protected Fang Yuan, that would mean becoming enemies with Jia family and losing the chance to trade with Jia family caravan again. It would even result in Jia family's retaliation. Organizations protected their inner members, but if benefits were endangered, the organization could easily give up one or two members for the greater good. The organization's earliest form came from ancient times. Human clans assembled together for their survival, borrowing each other's strength to gather more food and dividing up their work to hunt more successfully. Any organization's essence was obtaining maximum benefits. If one or two members obstructed the organization's path to benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing. Thus, even if there were very few elders in Guu clan right now, if there came a time when they had to abandon Fang Yuan, the clan leader would have no hesitation. However, the day after tomorrow was the three clans' competition. The results of this competition would decide their future for the next few years as well as the benefit allocation of Qingmao Mountain. As a rank 3 GU master, Fang Yuan was a vital fighting force for the Guu clan. Just like Bai clan's clan leader, Guu Bo also wanted to squeeze out Fang Yuan's maximum worth. Chapter 180, Watching the Awakening Ceremony Again. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. As the night fell, Fang Yuan opened his eyes in a dark room. He already took off his GU master uniform and was now wearing a black gown which covered his legs. Matched with his long black hair, he would appear like a specter as he moved in the dark. He was already used to having long hair in his previous life. Some GU worms needed long hair to show their abilities, like the black hair GU, steel hair GU and so on. Having long hair was quite convenient as well. You could just cut it short if there came a time where you had to alter your appearance. But for short hair, to grow it in a short period, one needed to rely on specific GU worms. Not long ago, he had made an agreement with GU Yu Mo Chen. Right now, he had already received the pig iron GU and all 40,000 primeval stones. The only thing remaining was that healing grass GU. I can only forget about the healing GU now. How can everything go as one wishes? Reality is full of helpless choices. Fang Yuan sighed, then stood up and lightly opened the door before using the stealth scales GU and disappearing into the night. He was forced by the circumstances to make this move. Tai father and daughter were drawing in closer, and his plan to be an envoy to Shang village had been stopped too. Shang village was able to preserve most of their strength. Bai clan and GUU clan didn't dare to be overly forceful, thus the compensation talk ended in failure. The three sides then decided on holding a three-clan competition. Mo faction might have intentionally recruited Fang Yuan, but this move caused Fang Yuan to be in the middle of the political struggle and draw every elder's hostility. Also adding in Bai Ningbing, who was growing stronger as he approached his death, the whole situation was becoming more unfavorable to Fang Yuan, forcing him into an impasse. Even if Fang Yuan was an old fox, he still needed strength to support his schemes. Facing such a situation, despite him already using up all his efforts and strength, making much faster progress than he did in his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to overturn the situation. The situation is dire, I can only take a risk and bet on this method. Fang Yuan thought hard, placing his hopes on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be wasted. The clan was sure to madly investigate, but what else besides the investigation? The spirit spring would already be disabled, and even if they got the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and destroyed it or put it back into the spirit spring again, the spirit spring would not recover. What could the clan do to survive then? There was only one thing. That was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs in Qingmao Mountain and each were occupied by one of the 3 clans. If one was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then GUU clan had only one choice, to make a choice between the 2. This choice was war, a war with either Bai village or Shang village. Only by seizing one of the spirit springs could GUU clan have the foundation to continue its existence. There was no need to talk of GU masters being able to support their cultivation without the support of Spirit Spring. This move was too dangerous, though. But Fang Yuan had no other choice as the spring autumn cicada was recovering so fast that his aperture was already starting to feel a burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back for a sliver of chance at survival and seek life in death. The hall was bright with all the lights. A GU master had already delivered the photo audio GU, but this GU was currently in GUU Bo's hand. Divine Investigator Tai, what did you think about my request? GUU Bo asked smilingly. Tai Ruo Nan lightly snorted. Tai Shui Leng ruminated for a while before agreeing, all right, if Fang Yuan really turns out to be the killer, I will leave enough time for him to participate in the 3 clans competition. Father. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes flashed with a strange light, this was not her father's style. Hee. Divine Investigator's words are worth a lot and he never breaks his promises. This humble one fully trusts you and also thanks you for understanding. GUU Bo's smile became more gentle, however he coldly hummed inside. GUU Yaoji had secretly brought the Tai father and daughter into the underground cave and let them look through the clan's official historical records. How could he as a clan leader not know of this? But he had to restrain his anger because of the approaching tournament and also the complicated political struggles in the clan. Tai Shui Leng might be a powerful rank 5 expert, but he had no way to appease the dissatisfaction in GUU Bo's heart. Fortunately, the genuine contents are all recorded in the clan's secret records and only the successive clan leaders can hold them. That official history is for the outsiders to look. GUU Bo was secretly feeling smug. Guu clan's historical records were divided into official records and secret records. Official records were hidden in the secret room in the underground cave, and its contents were to brainwash the later generations and was a fake, in fact. But the secret records recorded all the genuine details without any fake details. There were even records of some secrets that could never be divulged. For instance, the ritual for summoning the blood guillotine Gu, which could never be recorded in the official records, but was recorded in detail in the secret records. Guu clan leader, my father has agreed to your request, now show us the image. Tai Ruo Nan's tone showed her bad mood. Even if divine investigator Tai hadn't agreed, I would have fully cooperated with your investigation, Guu Bo gently clarified, then he lightly pinched his fingers, smashing the photo audio Gu. Although the Gu broke into pieces, it instead formed into a ball of 7-colored smoke which contained all sorts of noise. Guu Bo lightly blew on it. This smoke floated into a wall, but didn't pass through. Like an ink drop falling into water, a colorful imprint began to appear on the spotless wall. The imprint grew larger until it formed into an image of the former awakening ceremony. Within this image, Fang Zheng quickly found himself and also many other familiar faces. All these faces held looks of excitement as they looked all around the cave, their faces full of the immaturity of young. They were like young chicks who had just learned to flap their wings and fly out of the nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruo Nan soon found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was walking within the group, and although he was looking all around like the rest, his gaze was tranquil and detached. In the group of similar ages, he was like a crane within a group of chicken. If one didn't specifically pay attention to him, normal people wouldn't find any differences between him and the rest. However, the group in the hall right now were all concentrating on him, exposing this peculiarity. This Fang Yuan is really strange. Right now, even Guu Bo couldn't help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. The scene on the wall changed to when the group of youths reached the Sea of Flowers. The awakening ceremony began, and each of the youngsters stepped in the underground river and walked towards the Sea of Flowers on the opposite bank. The light of the Hope Gu rose and fell. There were also the elders, voices which could be clearly heard. The scenes appeared with such clarity that it felt like one was really there. First, it was Guu Mo Bei who was found to have B-grade aptitude, causing an uproar, then Guu Kai Cheng was also tested to have B-grade aptitude. It really is strange, this Guu Kai Cheng looks too nervous. His body movements are stiff and his skin color is also not normal, it is just that the light in the underground is dim. But if one carefully looks into it, they will find that something has been applied on his body, and that is what is attracting the Hope Gu. This is clearly a cheat. Tai Ruo Nan was confident as she observed this. But in the next moment, she immediately frowned. It was Fang Yuan's turn. He stepped into the river and started moving towards the opposite bank. The light from the Hope Gu wasn't vigorous. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment, and the sighs from the youths and the elders could be heard by everyone in the group. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruo Nan's frowns got even deeper. Because Fang Yuan's expression was calm all along the way, at that time, his back was facing the elders and the youths, they couldn't see his expression. However, as Tai Ruo Nan observed as a spectator, she saw that Fang Yuan's expression didn't change at all, indifferent and cold. It was as if he already knew this would happen. This is impossible. If it was me in his place, a 15-year-old with everyone's expectations on me, but was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, how could I not feel the least bit of frustration, disappointment and discouragement? How can this be? How can this be? Tai Ruo Nan's frowns were almost forming a knot. Huge doubts and suspicions covered her mind, even stifling her breaths. Her heart was beating loudly at this moment as all her thoughts flashed through her mind. What is going on? How could this be? Wait a moment, aptitude. Could it be? Tai Ruo Nan suddenly raised her head. Her intuition had activated and an extremely bold and crazy conjecture formed in her mind. Light and shadow reflected upon Fang Zheng's face. The awakening ceremony had been the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he was living a low and insignificant life, a nobody. After the awakening ceremony, however, his life was completely changed. He was basked in the lights and his confidence also burst out. In his memories, the awakening ceremony was a picture of blurriness, he had passed through it without even realizing it. Right now, as he observed this as a spectator, Complicated emotions rose up in his heart which he couldn't explain with words. Fang Zheng looked at himself when it was his turn. He remembered how inferior and weak he had felt at that time. Soon, he saw how he had tumbled down into the river and struggled to get up, and was pulled up by his big brother Fang Yuan, how he had cut out a sorry figure. A smile appeared on his face. This was the former him, the one who was ridiculed by many. Then he saw himself walking absent-mindedly towards the opposite bank, and saw his body being enveloped by the lights of the Hope Gu along with the shocks and admiration of many. That time was a moment of glory, a moment of miracle. An A-grade aptitude, his life would no longer be the same from that moment. Fang Zheng, I have a question. Tai Ruonan suddenly spoke, breaking Fang Zheng's recollection. What is it? Please ask. I will definitely answer everything I know. Fang Zheng turned around with a smile. It's about your big brother. When your big brother pulled you up, I saw his mouth moving, but there was too much noise in the surroundings. What did he say to you? Could you tell me the exact words he told? Tai Ruonan asked with a bright gaze. His words, Fang Zheng tried to recall. He seemed to have said, road. Right, it was road. Fang Zheng's eyes brightened. I remember it. He said to me, the road to the future will be interesting. Huh, strange. I didn't think anything of it at that time, but now that I recall it, I think Big Brother's words contained profound meaning, as if he already knew I had a grade aptitude. No, he didn't mean the A-grade aptitude, but something else. Tai Ruonan's body trembled, her expression complicated as she let out a breath of turbid air. Chapter 181, by an odd twist, long chapter. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Fang Zheng did not understand. Tai Ruonan stretched out her finger, pointing at the wall. Look at him, Gu Fang Yuan. Don't you think he looks way too calm? When finding out that he has C-grade talent, while his blood-related brother has a grade talent, normal people would definitely have some reaction to it. But him, not a trace of emotion. The surrounding praises and mockery cannot move his heart. Don't you find this strange? Throughout the process, he is too calm. Tai Ruonan's words attracted everyone's gaze. As this scene replayed, all the gazes on the wall landed on Fang Yuan's silhouette. Fang Yuan stood among the crowd, standing alone, upright. A dark shadow engulfed half his body. In this scenario, was a huge contrast to the other side. His own brother, Gu Fang Zheng, was moving step by step, his body bathed in the Hope Gu's pure white light. At this moment, the elder and younger brother had a swap of identities. The former fell from grace, falling to the lowest point in his life, engulfed by shadows. The latter being blessed by fate, shining in brilliance, climbing his way to the top. A 15-year-old youngster, going through such a catastrophic change in his life. But yet, on his body there is no trace of disappointment, perplexity or jealousy. Only calmness. He stood among the crowd, silently watching like he was an outsider, like he was watching a show. Tai Ruonan's voice came appropriately. Yes. Fang Yuan watched silently, as the shadows engulfed half his body. His face was expressionless, except the pale color of a youngster's skin. Gu Bo stared at the wall, solemn. Fang Zheng felt a strong chill emerging from deep within his body. Brother, what in the world are you? Even if he had a prediction towards the awakening ceremony's results, his heart would definitely feel a change in emotions, and he definitely won't be as calm as this. I used the cactus pointer earlier, and always thought that the word, aptitude, was referring to Gu Kai Cheng. But now that I think about it, it might not refer to Kai Cheng, but most likely Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan said, Lady Tai, what do you mean? I don't understand it at all. Fang Zheng was more confused. Tai Ruonan raised a finger. Only one type of situation would cause Fang Yuan to be so calm. That is, he has a trump card that no one knows. Only one situation would cause him to not be jealous, and that is because he has something greater. If two people walk together and one person finds a primeval stone, only if the other finds 10 or 100 would they not be jealous, and have a calm emotion. Fang Yuan is like that. You are saying, Fang Yuan cheated and concealed his true aptitude. He is not a C-grade talent. Gu Bo understood Tai Ruonan's words, but if he is A or B grade, why would he not display it outright? Fang Yuan had great wisdom since young. Tai Ruonan's lips curled, her expression confident as she radiated utter confidence. These few days, I've read some of his poems. With such visions and aspirations, even father was full of praise for him. Such a genius, he naturally has his own schemes. Gu Bo shook his head. Just with this alone, it still doesn't confirm anything. Concealing aptitude and revealing his aptitude gives two completely different treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know this, after a year in the academy, he should be clear of it. Of course he knew, that's why he did not dare to reveal it. Tai Ruonan did not beat about the bush, saying confidently. What do you mean? Gu Bo was also lost now. Gu clan leader. Tai Ruonan turned around, looking at Gu Bo solemnly. Do you know about Ren Zi's 10 children? Gu Bo was first stunned, before he immediately reacted, understanding Tai Ruonan's true meaning. He was shocked, his iris expanded, his mouth agape, not having any of his clan leader disposition. This was the first time Fang Zheng saw Gu Bo in such a state. Ren Zi's 10 children, eldest son verdant great son, second daughter desolate ancient moon, the 10 children's aptitude defied heaven, thus heaven was wary and did not give them a long lifespan. In the Gu world, the 10 children also represented the top 10 most extreme aptitudes. That is, the 10 extreme physiques. Ren Zi's 10 children died one by one, and Ren Zhu was about to die of old age. But at the end, Ren Zhu gathered the corpse of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, all going into the stomach of the derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst, exploding and countless life spreading across the land, creating the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have Ren Zhu or the 10 children's talent, but they could cultivate after awakening their aperture. Humanity thus grew and developed, forming today's size. Of course, that is all a mythological story. But according to the story, every one of us has Ren Zhu and his 10 children's bloodline in us. Tai Ruonan continued, the only thing is that most people have diluted bloodlines, or due to intermarriage, restricted each other and caused it to remain dormant. But some people when born have stronger bloodlines, and as they aged or cultivated, they would start going towards the extreme, with one bloodline dominating the rest. When it appears, that is the 10 extreme physiques. What is this 10 extreme physique? Fang Zheng asked. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan has one of the 10 extreme aptitudes. Gu Bo was stunned. Very likely so. Only the 10 extreme physique would cause Fang Yuan to be so calm, and does not have much need for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physique that dominates the A-grade talent can cause Fang Yuan to not have a hint of jealousy or envy, and only the 10 extreme physique can cause Fang Yuan to not reveal his aptitude, as he fears being killed earlier, thus choosing to conceal the truth. Tai Ruonan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shui Leng would not think of rebirth. Not to mention the young girl. Under all sorts of coincidences, she managed to conjecture a conclusion that was completely the opposite of the truth. Hearing so, everyone was dumbfounded. Tai Ruonan's analysis had proof and evidence, causing others to believe it. If not for this reason, what other explanation is there? Yes, the 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques, it has to be the ancient moon desolate yin physique. Gu Bo's heart was in turmoil, so excited that his body shuddered. Others might not know this, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many ancient secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first generation ancestor established the village at this spot and named it Gu village. The truth is, the first general was not named Gu at all. Why did he pick the name, Gu? It was a mystery, but before Gen 1 died, he once sighed, the bloodlines shall be passed down, there will be a great plan of centuries, ancient moon desolate yin, the world shall shudder. He left behind those parting words, and in his will, it predicted that the Gu clan would one day in the future produce a Gu master with one of the 10 extreme aptitudes, the ancient moon desolate yin body. He would cause the world to tremble and bring the Gu clan towards a new golden age. He also mentioned to his descendants that if one day such a physique appeared, they had to be brought into the blood pond graveyard. As the clan leader, Gu Bo knew the weakness of the 10 extreme physiques, but he had studied this will deeply, and found that the first generation ancestor seemed to know a method to curb this weakness. And this method was kept in his coffin in the graveyard, in an eternal slumber with him. If the ancient moon desolate yin physique really appeared, bring him to the coffin. To think that Gu Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, the ancient moon desolate yin physique. Gu Bo screamed in his heart. This cannot be. Under everyone's watchful eye, how can Big Brother cheat under everyone's gaze? Fang Zheng was completely taken aback, shaking his head, unable to accept this theory. Tai Ruonan looked at him in pity. If even Kai Cheng could cheat, why couldn't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless potential, unlimited possibilities. Maybe Fang Yuan awakened early, and maybe he deceived the bamboo gentleman, due to the 10 extreme physique. Or maybe Jia Jin Sheng was killed by Fang Yuan, because he found out this secret of Fang Yuan's. Tai family young lady, speak with caution. Gu Bo's expression was unhappy, speaking in a low tone, words cannot be spoken mindlessly. Whether Jia Jin Sheng is killed by Fang Yuan, that is not confirmed yet. Fang Yuan is my clan's member, and even if he did commit the act, how we are going to answer to the Jia family is also our matter. You are only here to investigate the case. Gu clan leader's attitude had changed 180 degrees. Before, he had thought Fang Yuan was a C-grade talent with no possibility of investment. But now, Fang Yuan was the ancient moon. Desolate yin physique. Once it involved the first gen's prophecy and will, his value completely changed. He had to be protected, and even if the Jia family was offended, there will be no regret. Oh crap, this Gu clan leader just turned on his words. How shameless is he, changing his attitude so quickly. I should not have revealed the truth of the 10 extreme physiques so soon. The 10 extreme aptitudes rule over the A-grade talent, so it seems the Gu clan leader wants to protect Fang Yuan now. This will bring great obstruction to solving the case. What do I do now, father? Tai Ruo Nan's heart sank, and gritting her teeth, she subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where's father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was still around earlier, but in the blink of an eye he was gone. This discovery caused Gu Bo to tense up. Where could Tai Shui Leng have gone at this time? Gu clan leader naturally related it to Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, I am going to look for your big brother. Go inform the other clan elders, and quickly assemble to look for me. Leaving behind his instructions, Gu Bo activated his Gu worm and flew out from the window. Tai Ruo Nan snorted, running out of the room towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fang Zheng was left. How can this be? Fang Zheng's current state was not optimistic. His face was pale, his body on the verge of falling over, his spine devoid of all strength. He felt that his world was covered in darkness. He felt his world collapsing. How could it become like this? Brother's aptitude is the 10 extreme physique. My A-grade talent is nothing compared to him, a complete failure compared to him. As he thought and thought, Fang Zheng's tears fell down. At this moment, all of his spirit was dampened. All this time, his greatest achievement was beating Fang Yuan in aptitude. All his confidence was built upon this. But right now, he was told this cruel fact, his aptitude was nothing compared to his brother. His proudest and most confident area had been suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence he had built up after so long, collapsed in an instant. Big brother, he raised his head, allowing his tears to flow like a river. He screamed in his heart, from start to end, you've been watching a show all along. Seeing me jump up and down, looking at my clown-like performance. The corners of his eye looked at the wall again. The images turned and moved, and people moved all over the place with countless voices praising Fang Zheng's performance. However, Fang Yuan alone stood among the people, his face calm as he watched. Peacefully watching just like that, Fang Zheng suddenly felt that in this image, he who was covered in this light of hope, was so childish, so eye-piercing. In his heart, Fang Yuan's calm dark irises showed a divine expression. His image was gradually enlarged, getting taller and taller until he was unable to climb over, as high as a mountain reaching into the clouds. Those calm eyes looked at him from that mountain high up in the sky, staring at Fang Zheng's pathetic appearance who was at the foot of the mountain. Those eyes were like they were saying, Fang Zheng, my laughable little brother, you won't do, won't do. Like the echoes in a valley, reverbing in Fang Zheng's heart. He felt a strong depression, unimaginable depression, suppressing him until he could not breathe properly. He thought he had gotten rid of this feeling, but to think that today this feeling assaulted his heart again. In fact, it was more intense than before by 100 times. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Fang Zheng's face twitched, veins popping on his forehead. He was drowning in his delusions, gripping his own throat tightly. With a plop, he fell onto the ground kneeling. Because he lacked oxygen, his face went red and his tongue stretched out, his eyes gradually popping out. No, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. His other hand grabbed the tile on the ground, but as he used too much strength, even his nails broke and blood bled. The intense pain increased Fang Zheng's desire to live. His body had no injuries, but in his heart, he had received a fatal injury. He could not get up, for the pride sustaining him had already shattered. He felt that he did not have the face to see anyone, he was unable to face up to reality, to his older brother. He had become a huge joke, an ironic clown. His heart was like dying ash, but this ash still had small embers burning. So what if he is the 10 extreme aptitude? Brother, you did something wrong. You killed someone, you should not have done so. Right, that's right, you have to pay for your sins of murdering. Big brother, Jia Jin Sheng was killed by you, right? You walked on the wrong path, you did something wrong, so what if your aptitude is better than me? Ring. Something seemed to have sounded off near his ear. A lump of fire started to burn in Fang Zheng's heart. The dying ember resurrected, the hand gripping his throat, gradually let go. Fang Zheng's body was covered in sweat as he kneeled on the ground, one hand sustaining himself as the hand was full of injuries from grabbing the tile. Droplets of sweat flowed down his face and nose, and onto the file. His distorted, horrifying face had gradually calmed down. A gust of wind blew along the door and windows, into this hall. The cold wind of the night sky stimulated his body as he shuddered. Hey, Fang Zheng half laid on the ground as he laughed, his voice shrill and eerie. The light of the fire danced around his face along with the wind. As it shone on the young man's face, it was not of warmth and brightness, but it resembled the devil's dance. Chapter 182, Blood Pond Graveyard. There's no one here. Turning the house upside down, Jiu Bo did not find Fang Yuan anywhere. A huge rock weighed on his heart. With Fang Yuan and Tai Shui Leng's sudden disappearance, it easily caused him to relate them together. Speak, where is Fang Yuan? Jiu Bo's face was grim like water, as he screamed at Tai Ruo Nan who just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruo Nan's attitude was tough. Even against a rank 4 expert, she did not relent. HMPH, why did Tai Shui Leng go missing? Tai family's young lady, can you give me an explanation? Jiu Bo said as he got closer to Tai Ruo Nan. The young girl's expression was slightly stunned. The truth was, this matter had been very peculiar from the start. The original plan was that her father and her would come here next year. Back then, Tai Shui Leng was solving another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane carried a letter, and passed it to Tai Shui Leng. After seeing this letter, Tai Shui Leng changed his plans and put down the case at hand, heading immediately towards Qingmao Mountain. If not for the letter, the Tai family father and daughter would not have gotten here so early. As his daughter, Tai Ruo Nan knew her father well. Normally, only exceptional cases would cause Tai Shui Leng to make such a decision. But, what caused her to not understand was that this Qingmao Mountain case was only about Jia Jin Sheng's death. Although Jia Jin Sheng's death involved the asset struggle of the Jia family, its severity level was merely average, and was far below the point where the divine investigator has to put so much emphasis on. Towards this, Tai Ruo Nan was always doubtful, and now, Tai Shui Leng mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you have an injury, please take care of your body. Tai Ruo Nan was worried. This situation had happened several times before. Every time, it was when Tai Shui Leng was fighting against a strong foe and could not distract himself to protect Tai Ruo Nan, thus choosing to battle alone. His injuries right now were caused by a strong foe under such circumstances previously. Although father is injured, he is after all a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 GU masters are not his match. Father, I believe in you, I will wait for you to return. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes shone with light as she encouraged herself. Jiu Bo got closer as the young girl raised her head, staring right at the Jiu clan leader. Explanation, you want an explanation, but does it mean I need to give you one? Jiu Bo's face grew even grimmer as he said, little wretch, you sure talk tough, it seems I can only take you captive and use you to exchange for our clan's Fang Yuan. He. Tai Ruo Nan laughed instead. Jiu clan leader, would you really dare to do such a thing? My uncle is the current Tai clan leader, do you want to cross swords with my Tai family? Jiu Bo stopped in his tracks. He was anxious and almost forgot. Tai family, it was but a super clan, having thousands of years of legacy, standing strong even today. Standing tall in the Tai clan mountain fort was the Demon Suppression Tower, imprisoning countless demonic GU masters, the symbol of the righteous faction. GUU clan was only a slightly average clan, and was smaller than Jia clan. But Jia clan was also merely a young clan, unable to compare with the Tai clan. Even in the entire southern border, the Tai clan is a first-class powerhouse, a large clan with strong foundations. Tai Ruo Nan's words softened. GUU clan leader, I am not here to be enemies with you. But please believe in my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave or secretly run away. The Tai family only dies in battle, there are no cowards that run from battle. Not only will I stay here, I will also arrest the criminal that killed Jia Jinsheng. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Guu Bo frowned, showing a fierce expression. But he might be. Tai Ruo Nan stared, her heroism overflowing. At this point she was refusing to relent. Both sides stared for a long time. Tai Ruo Nan continued, Fang Yuan went missing, so it is very likely that he is escaping for his crimes, thus he has greater suspicion. But I will definitely not malign an innocent party. HMPH, I hope so. Guu Bo swung his sleeve and left. 15 minutes later. Gurgle gurgle. The spirit spring's whirlpool moved violently as a lotus image flickered above the spring water like an image. Pieces of primeval stones were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the appearance of the heavenly essence treasure lotus to become clearer. Earlier at the classmate gathering, they gave me around 10,000 primeval stones. Together with Guu Mo Chen's 40,000, I've already thrown them all in. Why is it that this heavenly essence treasure lotus still hasn't shown its true body? Fang Yuan stared intently through the crystal walls, glaring at the center of the spirit spring, feeling uncertain. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After continuous advancing and reaching rank 6, its value would be no less than the spring-autumn cicada. Even in his previous life, Fang Yuan had only heard of it, and never interacted with it. Thus right now, it was his first time seeing one, and so he was slightly unsure. But he soon calmed himself, laughing, around 50,000 primeval stones, it's more than enough. Why am I worrying over nothing here? So what if the refinement fails? He. Thinking so, he no longer hesitated. Taking in a deep breath, he jumped up, knocking onto the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fang Yuan knocked onto it, it was like jumping into the water. There was a ripple in the walls as he was instantly swallowed up. Water surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, but he could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. The heavenly essence treasure lotus could only be seen through the water crystal walls before extraction. Fang Yuan knew this well, and was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even accounted for the refraction of the light due to the water, and grabbed according to his memory. This grab was like grabbing out of thin air, conjuring a lotus. The lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, looking like a lamp filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and even though it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it resisted. But that was nothing. Just by leaking a little of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, this rank 3 flower Gu was instantly refined. Heavenly essence treasure lotus obtained. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a white-blue light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the numerous whirlpools in the spirit spring vanished. The spring water that was filled with vitality turned into a puddle of still water without any signs of life. The spirit spring is no more. This place is no longer safe, I have to leave as soon as possible. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious, and just as he was about to leave, something suddenly happened. Deep in the spirit spring, a blinding blood-colored light shot out. A large suction force suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Fang Yuan was sucked deep into the water. The spring water turned red, becoming blood water, wrapping around Fang Yuan completely, dragging him down. Sky Canopy Gu, Thunderwings Gu. In the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan screamed in his heart and a white armor appeared on his body. At the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared behind his back. Thunderwings spread, giving Fang Yuan an upward force. But the blood water came endlessly, and its suction force became greater and greater, there was no way to oppose it. Puff! Hearing the water all around him, Fang Yuan was dragged by the currents, along the tunnel, heading straight down. Just when his breath was used up, the surrounding pressure vanished. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. At least he did not die of suffocation, but he found that he was falling from a high spot. He subconsciously activated his wings, but the Thunderwings GU was in bad shape. The originally strong wings were tired and soft. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing his descent. This was an area underground. It was not dark, but filled with red light. Fang Yuan was falling from about 15 meters, and below him was a pond. But this underground pond was not of the transparent color, it was red, like blood water. No, it is blood water. The piercing blood stench assaulted Fang Yuan as he continued to fall. This situation was weird no matter how he looked at it, so for safety, Fang Yuan did not want to land in this bloody pond. He activated the chainsaw golden centipede, his palm entering the centipede's mouth and swinging it like a whip. The golden centipede's body stretched to the longest, and its tail stabbed into the mountain wall at the side. Fang Yuan willed with his mind, and the golden centipede's body constricted. This way, it brought his body to the side of the mountain wall. These walls were slippery and did not have a good landing spot. But as Fang Yuan relied on the chainsaw golden centipede, he managed to find an uneven area and placed his feet above. Where the fuck is this? Stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately observed the surroundings. According to his estimations, this should be in a place deeper underground, even below the underground cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was shocked. In his previous life, he was not strong enough to learn about the secrets of the higher-ups. The truth is, this was the Blood Pond Graveyard, the forbidden grounds that buried the first generation's coffin. Even among clan elders, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down. This blood pond shone with a bloody radiance. Its circumference was even larger than the village, emitting an eerie and scary aura. At the top of the cave, there was up to 100 holes that had water gushing down, bringing the shells, turtles, snakes and fish from the river with it. Swoosh swoosh, streams of water continued to pour down from the holes, entering into the blood pond. The blood water was turbulent as numerous seafood moved around, entering the pond. However, in a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies were sucked out. They turned into dry corpses and floated on the surface of the water, appearing and disappearing as the waves moved them about. The blood pond's redness only intensified. As Fang Yuan looked on, his iris shrunk a little. If he had landed in this pond, even with the sky canopy goo's protection, he would not be in good shape. He continued to observe, and other than fresh dry corpses, there were also some bones in the water. Some were fish bones, bear bones, and even human skeletons. This was a giant burial ground. It was creepy and bloody. The ripples and waves in the blood pond raged on and swept into the surrounding walls, the bright red and glowing blood water entering the surrounding soil. This caused the soil to all turn into a bright red color, turning into red soil. Chapter 183, Blood Sea Ancestor. Wait a second, red soil. Fang Yuan's mind jolted at the sight. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the wall beside him, taking out a lump of red soil. This red soil was very soft and emitted a faint red light. Fang Yuan merely pressed it lightly, but it crumbled down. So, it was like this. He seemed to have come to a realization. The first time he had entered the secret cave inside the rock crack, he saw that the secret cave was full of this red soil which emitted faint glow. There was no need for any other lighting source. He had felt it weird at the time because Qingmao Mountain soil was blue-black in color. He had thought this was arranged by the flower wine monk, but now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt even more wary. His 500 years of experience had almost become an intuition. This place is not only strange, but also dangerous. I don't have the time to dilly-dally, I need to think of how to leave here. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave walls, where hundreds of holes were in the top part of the wall, which was the one connected to the spirit spring. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Water could flow down here, but it didn't mean that the passages were wide enough for a human to pass through. And Fang Yuan looked grave as he tried shaking his 2 wings. However, he couldn't control these thunderwings perfectly like before, and the originally clear blue thunder was now stained with some scarlet. It gave off a contradictory feeling of power and weakness existing at the same time. The thunderwings GU had become unreliable. It was very possible for it to screw up and drop Fang Yuan in the middle of flight. Swoosh! An inexplicable undercurrent surged up from within the blood lake, giving off the enormous aura of rank 5 GU. That is, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, a long shadow gradually appeared in the blood lake. Its length surpassed 40 meters and its width over 6 meters. This was an enormous python. It dwelled in the depths of the Blood Lake, but now that it had smelled out the scent of flesh on Fang Yuan, it came out to begin the hunt. Damn it! Fang Yuan felt a pressing urge in his heart. Right now, he was relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to puncture the wall, barely managing to hang onto the soft red soil. And with his long hair and black gown, he looked like a black ant compared to the enormous Blood Lake. Hundreds of black dots appeared in the Blood Lake and rose up, just like a traveling shoal of fish. Whoosh! They were much faster than the giant python and flew out of the Blood Lake within moments, revealing their appearance. These were not fish, but bats. These blood-colored bats had 2 long pointed ears with 2 pairs of wings. The main pair of wings were rather big, whereas the secondary pair of wings was on the smaller side and was below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of the 2 pairs of wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3, Bladewing Blood Bat GU. A name immediately appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. These Bladewing Blood Bat groups were directing their intense murderous aura towards him, but the first thing that appeared in his mind was that image. In the image from the photo audio GU, the flower wine monk's whole body was covered with blood, with severe injuries to the point of being near death. Moonshadow GU was not able to cause such injuries, but these Bladewing Blood Bats were a different matter. Could it be that the flower wine monk had come to this place and was injured by these Bladewing Blood Bats? Fang Yuan's thoughts revolved rapidly. Flower wine monk's death had been shrouded in riddles. Now, it appeared extremely likely that it was due to this place. Bladewing Blood Bat, Fang Yuan murmured. In fact, this GU wasn't a stranger to him. Even though this GU was a rank 3 GU, it was very easy to feed, its food being blood. In his previous life, he had established the Bloodwing Devil sect, and the symbol of the sect was precisely the Bladewing Blood Bat. The resources from the Devil sect were more than enough to support close to 10,000 Bladewing Blood Bat GU, allowing the sect to establish a terrifying might and spread terror. More precisely, he owed his success to Bladewing Blood Bats. After over 400 years in his previous life, he had accidentally obtained an inheritance from the Blood Sea ancestor. With the colonies of Bladewing Blood Bats and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord of a region. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic path GU master who took lives as easily as cutting grass, and his evil reputation was such that it resounded throughout the world, having his name recorded in history. At the beginning, he was just a mortal, but through luck and destiny, he became a GU master of demonic path. He started out from the lowest of levels and rose up in ranks, before becoming an authority of demonic path after 800 years. He didn't have high aptitude, thus he had limited primeval essence in his aperture. Therefore, he had a crazed interest towards researching the fusion of GU worms. Wild GU worms possessed their own will and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air by themselves. However, after a GU worm was refined by a GU master, its willpower would be dominated by the GU master, and it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence. It would be able to only absorb the primeval essence in the GU master's aperture. Blood Sea ancestor had invested a lot of efforts in researching GU which could absorb natural primeval essence even after being refined by a GU master. The righteous GU masters were very afraid of this. They were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed in his research. As a result, they organized countless traps before moving in for the kill. In the end, Blood Sea ancestor wasn't able to succeed, but it also wasn't a complete failure. He succeeded in producing the fusion recipes of Bladewing Blood Bat, Blood Guillotine and Blood Frenzy GU. Rank 3 Bladewing Blood Bat GU was his first accomplishment. It was very easy to feed, but it still needed the GU master to provide primeval essence. The colony of Bladewing Blood Bats was very special. A GU master just needed to control a male bat, and they could indirectly command all the other female bats. Blood Frenzy GU was his second accomplishment. This GU was formless. As a ball of blood essence, it survived by attaching itself to other beings. It was a rank 4 GU and had a very unusual ability. Every GU worm infected by its aura could absorb natural primeval essence every now and then. But it had a great disadvantage. The GU worms affected by the Blood Frenzy GU would gradually leave the control of the GU master and would turn into a pool of blood after a period of time. Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's last accomplishment. This GU was a rank 5 GU and was no doubt more advanced than the previous two. Its usability and feeding were fused into one. Using wars to sustain itself, it multiplied by swallowing GU Master's blood. It didn't need the GU Master to provide it with any primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea Ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, due to the many battles and the entrapment by the righteous path, he was defeated. He suffered from fatal wounds that could not be healed, and he carved out a bloody escape from the layers of entrapment. The righteous path figures were worried about his final counterattack, which could endanger themselves, so they didn't have any inclination to chase after him and looked on as he made his getaway. Since then, these righteous path figures would regret the moment every time they recalled it. They regretted that they let him get away. The Blood Sea Ancestor knew his death was a sure thing, so he started setting up a large-scale inheritance. In the limited time before his death, with the strength of his rank 7 cultivation, he unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance grounds. His inheritances extended everywhere from the middle continent to the southern border and other places. Right before his death, he smiled devilishly. The blood path is not alone, the legacy will continue for all eternity. This statement was not in the least false, for countless GU masters benefited from his inheritances, and thus the demonic path flourished greatly. No matter the Bladewing Blood Bat GU, the Blood Frenzy GU or the Blood Guillotine, they were all very easy to raise and multiply. Maybe in some unremarkable valleys, at poor villages, at no-man deserts, or beside some mountain paths, you might find 2 or 3 GU left casually by the Blood Sea Ancestor. These GU were easy to raise and didn't have a high demand for primeval essence, thus they could easily be used by GU masters with ordinary aptitudes. Survival was a difficult thing in this world, so which GU master wouldn't thirst for stronger powers? The GU worms left by the Blood Sea Ancestor represented a whole new strength. This strength was a quick and easy way to rise in power, and it became more welcome than other GU worms. Power itself had no sins, it became good in the hands of good, and evil in the hands of evil. But in the world, how many people could have a resolute mind after a sudden increase in strength? A man who got money would often become fickle. A sudden rise in strength would certainly nourish ambitions that weren't there before. As a result, many GU masters that obtained the Blood Sea Ancestor's legacy would become a devil that massacred everything. Even many righteous path figures had changed their sides. The inheritances of Blood GU brought great turmoil and danger towards the whole world. In each inheritance of the Blood Sea Ancestor, there were often only 2 to 3 GU. However, these inheritances were like a spark of fire that could cause a prairie fire if left alone. There would be demonic path GU masters who would come into possession of the Blood GU every so often and cause chaos. Some of them would fail, killed away in some villages. Some would succeed temporarily and become a huge figure, harming a whole region. No matter if they succeeded temporarily, or failed, at the moment of their exhaustion, they would also leave behind new blood inheritances. Thus, the blood calamity continued endlessly. Not only did it not end with the death of the Blood Sea Ancestor through the combined strength of the righteous path, it instead thrived even more greatly with the foundations left behind, unable to be eliminated as it continued for eternity. It was to the extent that the righteous path figures would frequently curse these accursed Blood GU masters. We have already killed waves upon waves of them. But if we become even a bit careless, we will see a new one coming up from nowhere. By now, the Blood Sea inheritances were already publicly recognized as the most popular in the whole world, with the greatest number of inheritances. There was no competition. In the strictest sense, Fang Yuan had received a favor from the Blood Sea Ancestor. In my previous life, only after over 400 years, I found a Blood Sea inheritance and was then able to begin my rule. Now, if I can subdue these blood bats, it will be like completing 400 years of effort. Blood bats charged at him, but Fang Yuan was not afraid. He had the spring-autumn cicada, so these bats would submit without question in front of the rank 6 aura. The only problem was the rank 5 blood python that was still concealed, hiding within the blood lake. But this situation is somewhat fishy. The Blood Sea Ancestors' inheritances normally only have 2-3 GU worms. How come this place has hundreds of Bladewing blood bats? Could it be that rumor is true? The rumor said that the Blood Sea Ancestors' hundreds of thousands of inheritances were diversions, and the true inheritances were only a few. In these few inheritances, the Blood Sea Ancestor was said to have concealed his best GU worms, or research insights or fusion recipes. Could this place be a true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea Ancestor? When Fang Yuan thought of this, his heart started to beat loudly. His thoughts moved like lightning, and although he thought of many things, only a little time had passed in reality. Bladewing blood bats charged at him one after another. Fang Yuan was calm, his long hair and black gown fluttering in the air as he climbed up the wall and was going to summon spring-autumn cicada. But right at this time, there was a sudden change. As expected, this place is hiding the blood calamity. A deep and firm voice, loud like the clash between iron and stone, came from the top of the cave and echoed within the blood lake. Divine. Investigator Tai Shui Leng, Chapter 184, Rank 5 Intense Battle. Tai Shui Leng, why is he suddenly here? Fang Yuan recognized the voice, feeling shocked. This loud voice echoed above the blood pond, causing intense waves to form. This is Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. As the loud voice hurt his eardrums, he felt his entire brain buzzing. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu, a rank 5 Gu, was from a sound type Gu. Once activated, it could form soundwave attacks that had a wide range, belonging to an extremely strong area of effect attacking type Gu. The voice that Fang Yuan was hearing now, is only Tai Shui Leng's probing, it was just him slightly shouting and not activating his Gu completely. This intensity was like Fang Yuan using the Moonlight Gu to open the purple gold rock, it was a type of in-depth control of his Gu worm. Of course, the Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu also had its weakness. If used for long, it would cause great strain to the Gu master's throat and vocal cord. Once his limit is exceeded, the Gu master would become completely mute, losing his ability to speak. A loud explosion occurred as blood and water flew everywhere. The top half of the huge python's body appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's irises shrunk as he saw the python with its bright smooth blood-red scales, and its head around the size of an elephant. Scarlet gold-colored sharp bone spikes protruded out from above its eyes, showing its ferocious and frenzy aura completely. Blood River Python. I remember that in the Guu clan's history, after the first-generation clan leader created the village, a Blood River Python appeared and was a huge threat to the village. Legend says the first gen killed it, but don't tell me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, thinking of something. The Blood River Python was humongous, snake head high in the air, its purple irises staring right at Fang Yuan with two ruthless glances. It had a ruthless nature, untamable and fed on blood. Even if the spring-autumn cicada's aura tried to suppress it, that would only cause it to become more frenzied. Among rank 5 Gu worms, it was one of the hardest to refine. But after the Blood River Python took a look at Fang Yuan up on the walls, it raised its head higher and turned towards the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, there was another tiny shadow, floating down from one of the holes at the ceiling. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, his gaze cool and calm. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was small like an ant, but the imposing aura coming from his body caused a great pressure to emit from him at all directions, like a heavenly being descending down to earth. A mind-type Gu that only someone who upheld justice could activate. People who were villainous or had weak minds and aspirations, were often scared shitless under the influence of the righteous Gu, afraid of everything as they had a guilty conscience, their battle spirit decreasing in battle and causing them to feel an inability to defeat Tai Shui Leng, thus collapsing without battle. Screech screech. Under the pressure of the righteousness, the bladewing blood bat Gu were frantic and could only scream shrilly as a strong pressure pushed down on their bodies. Their wings could only continue to flap as they struggled to stay in midair, floating up and down. They could barely take care of themselves, much less bother about Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shui Leng's supreme presence. What a good righteous Gu. Fang Yuan climbed on the wall, smirking. This suppression from the righteous Gu had no effect on him. Only those with weak minds could be greatly weakened. He was a supreme demonic overlord, his mind strong as steel, how could this illusionary pressure scare him? Fang Yuan's immunity caused Tai Shui Leng to call out in shock, feeling very surprised. The righteous Gu had been with him for many years, and he was very sure about the Gu's effect. Righteous Gu's effect varied. It attacked the mind directly, sometimes having great effect while other times having no effect. But the times where it did not work, were almost non-existent. Even righteous people felt a strong suppression in their hearts. After all, their factions did not determine a person's kindness and evil, there are no perfect humans. But Tai Shui Leng knew deeply about Fang Yuan's crimes. The first time they met, he already implanted a Gu on Fang Yuan, using it to track his whereabouts. After that, Tai Shui Leng could faintly discern the changes in the surroundings where Fang Yuan went. Those who committed great sins, under the righteous Gu, would definitely waver. But Tai Shui Leng also met a good number of demonic Gu masters, that were unaffected by the righteous aura. There is only one type of person who would be unaffected by the righteous Gu even after committing sins. These are the people with real demonic nature, in the deepest parts of their hearts. They are crazy and adamant, not treating their sins as sins, but thinking of it as natural. To think that this Fang Yuan has such an intense demonic nature. HMPH, I'll get rid of this great demon here first. If Fang Yuan manages to survive, I will come and finish him later. Tai Shui Leng hated evil with a burning passion. With a cold snort, he turned towards the Blood River Python. Once he appeared, he was locked on by this Blood River Python. As long as he was distracted in killing Fang Yuan, he would reveal a weakness. Tai Shui Leng had such a severe injury on him, and at the same time there might be a powerful enemy hidden in the background and observing him. Thus, he did not dare to lose focus. He stared at this Blood River Python for a moment, before looking further into the blood pond. Not long ago, he received a mysterious letter. Inside there was concrete evidence that Guu village held a bloody calamity. This letter was held by a red-crowned crane coming from the sky, with a questionable source. But Tai Shui Leng would rather believe it than miss it. After all, the blood calamity was not ordinary, he could not take it lightly. If he lost focus, it would expand and spread like a plague, harming the world. The best method to deal with it was to eliminate the source before it forms into a strong force. Coincidentally, he already had another request at hand. It was Jia Fu paying a high cost to ask him to investigate Jia Jinsheng's death. Tai Shui Leng thus brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. It was to nurture and train Tai Ruo Nan, but also to act as a red herring, stalling for time and hiding in the background investigating this issue. The first time when he met Fang Yuan, he implanted a shared sense Gu on him. Although it was merely at a whim, he did it due to his accumulated experience and instinct. Shared sense Gu was formless and colorless, like a signet. He had implanted over tens of them, but the only successful one was the first one he implanted. First Gen Guu, I know you are not dead. You hid for nearly 1,000 years plotting this scheme, but unfortunately, it's all going down the drain. Tai Shui Leng opened his mouth, causing the air to tremble. But there were no changes to the blood pond. Instead, the Blood River Python opened its mouth, screaming furiously. It was born ferocious, unable to be suppressed. The righteous Gu triggered its ferocity. It stretched its body abruptly, the huge snake body rising with the tides of blood, bringing a killing intent that tore through the skies, pouncing towards Tai Shui Leng who was in midair. Tai Shui Leng was already wary against the Blood River Python, and he quickly moved, avoiding the Blood River Python's bite. The python's body was too long, and its momentum was too strong. It ended up crashing all the way onto the ceiling of the cave. A loud bang ensued as a portion of the ceiling collapsed, and large amounts of debris fell and caused much commotion in the Blood Lake waves. HMPH, First Gen Guu, you think you are safe with just a blood python protecting you? You might as well appear now, Tai Shui Leng snickered. He moved about in the air, and the Blood River Python's attacks were like a gentle rain pelting on him. The Blood River Python attacked furiously, getting more worked up as it continued to miss. It had unparalleled strength, able to display it all and cause great damage. The entire space was shaking from its strength like an earthquake, and the blood lake began to raise strong ripples. Fuck. Fang Yuan was caught by the crossfire, and as the red soil softened, his foothold had been ruined. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede as well as the Thunderwings Gu to move along the walls. Meanwhile the rock debris was falling down like rain. As he had expected, the Thunderwings Gu was really in bad shape. Fang Yuan's Thunderwings were extremely weak and lethargic, unable to provide him much boost in speed. But the strange thing was, the Thunderwings Gu was taking lesser and lesser primeval essence from Fang Yuan. During the period where Fang Yuan moved about, it started to absorb primeval essence from the surrounding air to replenish itself. At first, this situation was uncommon and happened in short intervals. As Fang Yuan continued to dodge, he did not notice initially. But eventually, the intervals got shorter and the duration lengthened. At the same time, the Thunderwings Gu got weaker and weaker. I get it, it's the blood frenzy Gu. Fang Yuan's mind shone with inspiration. Only when affected by the blood frenzy GU will such a situation occur. Fang Yuan put in 100% effort, but eventually still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was rampaging everywhere, using its thick tail to sweep across the place, causing large debris to fall like rain. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy GU, covering himself with a white armor. He was good at swimming. In his previous life he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long time, thus he had sufficient training. The falling rocks were as large as houses, and he tried his best to avoid them. Sometimes he swam underwater, sinking into the lake to use the water to reduce the impact of the rocks. But for the smaller fragments, some were fist-sized while others were like grindstones, and he could not avoid them all. The white light armor was firm like a monolith, but it could not handle the full impact of the rocks, causing him to feel pain when they hit his armor. At the same time, his primeval essence also decreased with each hit endured. Thankfully, the righteous Gu's power was surrounding the area, causing the group of Bladuing Blood Bat GU to fly around randomly, not finding trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. The Thunderwings GU was half crippled after being corrupted by the Blood Frenzy GU, and without a special GU to clean it, it would soon turn into a puddle of blood water, turning into a new pollution origin. How did it get infected by the Blood Frenzy GU? Fang Yuan considered the previous events, and there was only one explanation: in this blood water, there was a Blood Frenzy GU. Inside, the Thunderwings GU continued to weaken, and started to become uncontrollable. Thankfully he activated the white light armor in time, otherwise if the Blood Frenzy GU got into his body and entered his aperture, most of his GU worms would get corrupted. But if his primeval essence was expended, or if this armor was broken, the consequences would be severe. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, trying to find a way out from the surroundings as he swam around. Large amounts of red soil on the mountain walls collapsed from the battle. The cave ceiling was completely destroyed beyond recognition as well. Tai Shui Leng floated in midair, engaging the Blood River Python in combat. Rank 5 battles were not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The more a GU master advanced, the larger the difference in battle strength among ranks. Maybe with a sweep of the Blood River Python's tail, it could break the light armor and cause the sky canopy GU to be gravely injured, breaking all of Fang Yuan's bones in the process. Perhaps with a simple wave of Tai Shui Leng's hands, it could send Fang Yuan falling into an impasse. The situation right now was like two giant elephants fighting, while Fang Yuan was a domestic cat. Although he had tiny claws, there was nothing he could do. Wait, a cave entrance. Chapter 185, GUU First Gen, 5 Great Flying Zombies. The tunnel entrance wasn't big and should have been buried by the red soil before. But now, as the blood lake surged up in a huge wave, the red soil in the surrounding walls were washed away, sinking down in the lake. As a result, the tunnel entrance cleared up again and became visible. No matter what, this tunnel entrance was like a light of hope. Fang Yuan immediately turned around and started swimming towards it. Another intense explosion occurred in the air. The enormous force of the explosion struck the surroundings and violently pushed Fang Yuan forward. Damn it, he cursed. Great amounts of red soil had fallen down and buried the tunnel entrance again. Iron Fist grappling GU. In the air, Tai Shui Leng took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand when he felt the time was right. There was a ripple in the air before him and a giant black iron hand appeared. It appeared slow but pressed down on the Blood River Python's tail within moments. Blood River Python struggled fiercely, and with its wet scales and slick body, the iron hand slipped off it and burst out with golden red light. Tai Shui Leng, however, had plenty of battle experiences and wasn't downcast. He slightly raised his head, puffed up his cheeks and blew strongly towards the Blood River Python. Whoosh! Pitch black oil fell down like waterfall and formed into the shape of a dragon in the air, before plunging towards the Blood River Python. Oil Dragon GU. The Blood River Python was furious. It snarled and started tearing at the Oil Dragon GU. The Black Oil Dragon was not in the least inferior to Blood River Python in terms of physique, but it was only a rank 4 GU and did not have a physical body. It was soon torn to shreds by Blood River Python. Tai Shui Leng smiled. On the contrary, beasts were beasts. If a GU master had personally controlled it, they would have seen through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. The Blood River Python had been refined, and although it had a GU master's imprint on it, it didn't have the wisdom of humans. The oil dragon was exterminated, causing backlash to the oil dragon GU in the aperture. Tai Shui Leng didn't care. He stopped using the oil dragon GU, then began activating fire dragon GU. He gave a loud shout and his body shook, and then a GU that looked like a flame shot out of his aperture. The flame quickly formed into a fire snake, winding around its own body. As the fire snake flew, it grew bigger, then it immediately started growing scales, claws, horns and sharp teeth. Its face started becoming more like that of a horse. It had changed into an enormous fire dragon. This fire dragon GU was also a rank 4 GU, but it was able to cause a lot of pain to Blood River Python. This was because of the oil dragon. When it was wiped out, great amounts of black oil stuck to Blood River Python's body, and now the fire dragon was causing the oil to catch fire and roast the Blood River Python. Besides the snake, the black oil had also fallen on the lake surface. Right now, a raging inferno was burning on the bright red blood lake, causing the air temperature to increase rapidly. The fire dragon was not the Blood River Python's match at all. It suffered heavy injuries and kept on shrinking. But every time this happened, it would drill into the raging inferno and recover some of its power. With the raging inferno, the fire dragon had a homeground advantage. Blood River Python was constantly being burned as it fought with the fire dragon. There was even a smell of scorched meat coming off it. Blood River Python had a berserk nature and it would erupt with even stronger counterattack if it got suppressed. But right now, it was actually shrinking back, giving up on the fire dragon and diving deep into the blood lake. Humans were the highest of all living beings and possessed the intelligence to develop new concepts. With Tai Shui Leng's tactics, 2 rank 4 GU were able to make the rank 5 Blood River Python retreat. But GU were the essence of the world, containing the secrets of heaven and earth, a portion of the natural laws. And Blood River Python's ability was extreme self-recovery. As it sank to the bottom of the lake, the blood water continuously nourished it, rapidly healing the wounds on its body. The fire dragon had the field advantage, so did the blood python. As long as the blood lake existed, it was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Fang Yuan's situation was even more perilous. The inferno on the surface of the blood lake was constantly spreading, burning even hotter, and the flames were roasting him alive. The pressure on the sky canopy GU was getting bigger and bigger. But the most critical point was not this, but rather it was the increasing difficulty in breathing. The flames used great amounts of air to maintain their combustion, and this place is underground and was originally a half-sealed area, which meant it took more time to replenish the used oxygen. Fang Yuan was gradually starting to feel suffocated. Although Oil Dragon GU and Fire Dragon GU sent Blood River Python retreating with their combined efforts, this is only temporary. As long as there are large amounts of blood water, Blood River Python will recover with a terrifying rate. Once it comes out, it will have recovered to its peak state and the Fire Dragon GU would no longer be its match. But, this is basic knowledge, it is impossible for Tai Shui Leng to not know this. Then Fang Yuan bobbed up and down on the blazing lake, his thoughts were revolving rapidly. And his heart tensed when he thought of this. If he wasn't wrong, Tai Shui Leng should have achieved his intention by making Blood River Python retreat. Tai Shui Leng needed enough time and he needed the situation to be like this to prepare his following killing move. Sure enough, in the next moment, while floating in the air, Tai Shui Leng suddenly extended both his arms and a deep roar emerged from his mouth. He withdrew the righteous aura that had been suppressing everything, and wholeheartedly poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the copper mask. The copper mask started to brighten up. It was only a glimmer at first, but within few breaths of time, it burst out with an extremely dazzling green light, as bright as a fragment of the sun. The green light shone upon everything like a monarch overlooking the heavens and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood lake and raging inferno were covered with a layer of dark green light. The green light contained a mystical power. Under this power, the mountain rocks began to shake and crumble. From above the cave, huge rocks came crumbling down, flying towards the copper mask. Great amounts of soil and rocks from the top to bottom of the red walls also slowly flew up. Tai Shui Leng's face was already shrouded by the light from the copper mask. Great amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the copper mask and condensed together into a human shape. Debris continuously converged from all around and the rock figure kept on getting bigger. From 1 meter in the beginning, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, and finally reached 18 meters. Giant Mountain Puppet GU. The giant figure with indomitable spirit descended towards the blood lake. Its 2 feet touched the bottom of the blood lake, but the water only reached up to about its waist. Its body was very robust and grand. Horse chariots could run on its 2 arms and it could hold an elephant on its fist. Its face looked simple and unadorned. It was the enlarged version of the copper mask. Fire dragon, come, it spoke, and its voice seemed to shake the heavens and earth. The fire dragon, which was churning in the fire sea, flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, and its head rested on the right shoulder of the giant puppet. Next, the oil dragon Gu flew out and formed a pitch-black oil dragon which coiled around the giant puppet's left arm, and its head rested on the left shoulder of the giant puppet. With dragons on his left and right, the giant figure appeared like a heavenly deity descending down. Fang Yuan used all his strength to swim towards the tunnel entrance. When the debris had flown and formed the giant puppet, the red soil covering the tunnel entrance had also gone with it, once again revealing the opening. This battlefield was becoming more dangerous. The tunnel entrance could be buried again at any time. Fang Yuan didn't dare to stay longer. The fire sea gradually died out, and suddenly a huge red wave rose from the blood lake. Blood River Python initiated its attack from the lake. It coiled around the giant puppet and moved upwards. The giant snake head smashed towards the giant puppet's face like a ram. This attack was very powerful, and if it really struck, more than half of the giant puppet's head would be destroyed. Iron fist grappling. The giant puppet shouted. The air split open and an iron hand flew out, grabbing at the snake head. With a loud boom, the iron hand shattered, but Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shui Leng won a brief respite. The giant puppet's 2 hands grabbed towards Blood River Python in tandem. Oil Dragon and Fire Dragon seized the chance and climbed Blood River Python. The 2 snakes combined and formed a blazing flame, roasting Blood River Python. Blood River Python kept on hissing in pain and struggled furiously. But why would Tai Shui Leng let it escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like pincers as they firmly pressed on the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python was not able to escape. Its body was scorched black, giving off the smell of burnt meat. This stimulated its vicious nature. Since it couldn't escape, it coiled around the giant puppet and violently contracted, trying to kill it by constriction. Although the giant puppet was made from condensed mountain rocks, its body had the softness of the red soil. With Blood River Python's constricting force, its waist quickly shrunk by a fold. Cracking sounds emerged, and fragments of rocks flew in all directions. Under the stimulation of death, Blood River Python burst forth with an even greater strength. Fang Yuan finally climbed to the edge of the tunnel entrance, when suddenly the giant puppet gave out coughing sounds. Tai Shui Leng's old illness had reappeared. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed and its body suddenly jumped ahead. However, the giant puppet's hands tightened again. The Blood River Python opened its mouth wide and revealed its sharp fangs, its head crazily swaying, but it still fell short by a distance. It was not able to retaliate and it was gradually losing its strength. It would burn to death soon. But right at this moment, dense bloody fog rose up from the middle of the blood lake. Blood frenzy Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of dread. He immediately climbed the tunnel entrance and went inside it. The bloody fog rapidly pervaded the air, and the raging inferno on the blood lake had completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the middle of the blood lake. The whirlpool had started from the middle of the lake and quickly spread from there, growing bigger until its edges were touching the surrounding walls. Humph, Gu first head, you couldn't endure it anymore. Ellipsis. Quote. The giant puppet coldly snorted. A giant blood wave reaching as high as 10 meters gushed out of the middle of the whirlpool. And from within the blood wave, a vertical crimson coffin gradually rose up. Hehehehe. A hoarse and strange voice was transmitted from inside the coffin, and anyone that heard this voice would feel cold to the bone. Young Junior, thou dare spoil my plan, thou court death and I shall give it to thee. Before the voice had died away, the coffin lid shot out like a catapult, revealing a shriveled corpse. He had a scarlet face and fangs, his hair red like blood, his eyes deep and contained a fire that seemed about to extinguish. He had no skin, and thin strips of red muscles were clinging onto the white bones, giving him a shriveled and fierce look. Junior, thou art wounded but yet dare to provoke me. Today, thou shalt die. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement in its mouth. The voice had come from its abdomen. He kept on saying, I, thou, these were the speech habits of 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white Gu. Is he really the first head? Fang Yuan was flabbergasted, but wasn't surprised. In this magical world, there were plenty of GU masters who lived for centuries. Besides using the most orthodox way of increasing lifespan through the lifespan GU, there were also some demonic ways to make one live forever. For instance, the rank 2 roaming zombie GU. If this GU was used for too long, the GU master would turn completely into a zombie, and as long as they sucked blood at specific times, they could live freely forever. The GUU first head in front of him had used such a way. Blood White GU was a major rank 5 advancement route of the roaming zombie GU. Along with the Asura zombie, Heavenly Demon zombie, Nightmare zombie and Plague zombie, they were called 5 great flying zombies. The lifespan GU was difficult to find. The first head had turned himself into a blood white flying zombie and buried himself here. Chapter 186, Spring and Autumn does not appear. In the Blood Lake, 2 strong foes opposed each other. Even the rank 5 blood white is only a zombie at the end. First Gen GUU, you are no longer a living person, you are full of death essence. Your aperture is dead too, and even though you can store primeval essence, every bit you use cannot be replenished. You cannot recover on your own, the giant puppet said coldly. He, although I cannot recover primeval essence, so what? I can continue to use primeval stones to regain primeval essence. You have an injury on you, yet you dare disturb me, die. First Gen GUU shouted. At once, blood mist spewed out, and as blood waves raged on, a large group of insects flew out from the blood lake. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, troops of bladewing blood bats flew out from the cave ceiling and emerged from the blood lake, joining together and attacking towards the giant puppet. A large pack of bats, almost 1,000 of them, formed into a huge army. Although they were rank 3 and were a close combat type GU, but numbers made up for quality, even the rank 5 Tai Shui Leng felt a headache fighting against them. But that was not the end, for after first Gen GUU's consciousness awakened, under his command, troops of blood bats continued to show up, gathering here. He had operated there for almost 1,000 years, and had a heaven-shattering scheme. He had converted the place into his personal backyard, thus having a great location advantage. Blood bat groups were organized, staying in formation in the air, continuing to move around like a strong army, surrounding the giant puppet. The blood river python stopped struggling, instead coiling up its body. This caused Tai Shui Leng to feel a threat, and he concentrated his mind even further. A Gu's power, although strong, was unintelligent. A blood bat army with or without a GU master's control, had a hell of a difference. First Gen GUU only just appeared, and yet he has turned the tables, almost suppressing Tai Shui Leng. He has great location advantage, having his troops at his disposal, while Tai Shui Leng has an injury on him. The situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had hid into a cave in the walls, using the shadows to hide and observe the battle. But Tai Shui Leng has roamed the southern borders for many years. With an injury on him but still entering this trap, he has to have some trump card. No matter what, there's going to be an intense battle soon. This entire district might even collapse. Should I stay here and observe? Staying here is very dangerous. This is the deepest part of the underground cave. I might get buried alive. If I stay and watch the show, what are the chances of me benefiting from their conflict? Fang Yuan thought quickly, evaluating the gains and losses. He was only rank 3 initial stage now, and there was a high risk in staying. As long as he got hit indirectly by one of their attacks, he would get heavily injured. But if he really gained something from this, surviving to the end, the benefits would be overwhelming. After all, what a rank 5 GU master owns could help him save up to 100 years of hard work. High risk, high return. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh, and planned to retreat. The situation was no longer under his control. There was too much risk in staying. Birds die for food, people die for fortune. These situations, he had seen much of them in his previous 500 years of living. He was vigilant in nature. As long as he lived, there would always be more opportunities in the future. After all, he knew countless secrets and many unexposed inheritance grounds. They were all profitable and useful to him. He did not have to risk his life here. Just when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a small amount of blood bats flew out from the army and towards him. This blood bat group had around 100, causing Fang Yuan to quickly retreat. My clan Junior, don't worry. There are traps set up in that cave, and even underground beasts reside there. These blood bats can ensure your safety, the first Gen Gu's voice resounded. When Fang Yuan heard this, he ran even faster. First Gen Gu was slightly shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so observant at such a young age, able to sense his evil intents. Immediately, he pushed his will and another group of hundreds of blood bats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction caused Tai Shui Leng to discover a weakness that wasn't really a flaw. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu. Howl. The giant puppet opened its mouth, giving off a howl that shook the 9 heavens. At once, the overwhelming sound waves rushed towards all directions like the sound of thunder. The blading blood bat Gu close by were instantly murdered by this power, falling down one by one. Blood bat groups further away were in disarray from the attack, flying randomly in the air. The concentrated bat army earlier had in a split second gone into chaos and could not have any utility in the next short period. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu was as high as rank 5, and it was an area of effect type that specialized in dealing with blood bat groups. When Tai Shui Leng first used it, the power was not strong, but that was due to him keeping it down forcefully. Now that he used the body of the giant puppet, he could display the true power of the Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu. Even numerous blood guillotine all over the sky were killed. As the blood mist dispersed, clear vision returned. The sound waves bounced off the walls as the entire space within the mountain started trembling. With the giant puppet as the focal point, the blood lake's water level was forced downwards, forming a bowl shape in the lake, and the blood water oozed out through the cave opening. But before that, there were sound waves spreading. Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire, his white armor shimmering, almost breaking apart. To endure this soundwave attack, his aperture's primeval essence was used up by about 10%. The soundwaves echoed in the narrow cave, and Fang Yuan's ears could not endure the buzzing and he almost tripped on the ground. But this soundwave was at least helpful to him. For the 2 groups of blood bats chasing him, the second was already decimated, and the first were in chaos from the attack, flying all over the place in the cave and not being able to chase Fang Yuan. It was a rare chance, so Fang Yuan quickly sprinted, pulling some distance from the blood bats. This group of bats were the furthest from the sound waves, thus recovering quickly. They flapped their wings, continuing their assault. There were about 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not fight against them and could only run away. Earlier, the cave was dark and he did not know the directions. But now, his eyes had adapted to the dark environment, and he could see a bit of the area. This was all thanks to the red soil emitting light. Although his thunderwings were already unreliable, it could at least help a little, thus Fang Yuan activated it with all his strength. But even so, the two had a great difference in speed, and the distance was slowly shortened. The distance is almost there, it's time to use the spring autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. As the blood bat group continued to get closer, he could only use this method. Blading blood bat Gu was only rank 3, so the rank 6 Gu aura completely dominated them. But Tai Shui Leng and first Gen Gu were nearby. Once the spring autumn cicada appears, it would cause a great mirage and the commotion would attract their attention. But Fang Yuan had no choice. With the situation before him, he could only hope that they were concentrated in fighting, and could not split their attention. Towards him, screech screech, the blood bat group continued to get closer, almost less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan breathed out in anticipation, thinking in his heart, spring autumn cicada, come out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was stunned, standing on the spot. The spring autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, unmoving while emitting a brilliant yellow-green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. Far away, the sky glowed amidst the mist. It was dawn. On the slope, Jiu Bo, Bai clan and Shang clan leader stood side by side. Even though the real competition is tomorrow, we have to have a preliminary competition. The time is just right, shall we start? Shang clan leader smiled as he said. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Jiu Bo answered while distracted. He moved his gaze to the Jiu masters gathered there, trying to search but could not find Fang Yuan among them. His worry intensified. These Jiu masters were all under 30 years old, and while standing together, they distinctly split into 3 groups. Taking one glance, the 3 clans' strength was apparent. Shang clan had the most Jiu masters since they retreated at the start, and kept most of their battle strength. Jiu clan and Bai clan had less members, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. He alone was enough to promote the Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Shang clan leader shouted, "This competition will be held around the surrounding 100 li, all the way until night time, ending when the sun sets. Battles will not have life and death restrictions, but I hope you can control yourselves. You have a token in your hands, and the ones who collect 30 of them gets the qualification to enter the 3 clans competition. Ready, and start. Life and death battles, only those who qualify can enter. There is no participation limit, and the surrounding 100 li is the stage. Even entering midway is permitted. This is not a fair competition." But the 3 clan leaders did not have any opinions or grudges towards it. In this world, survival is based on one's own strength, one's fist. The stronger you are, the more rights you have to gain more benefits. If you are weak, then you should begrudge your luck and lay low, accumulating strength and becoming strong. In a few breaths' time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 or 3 years had passed. His forehead was full of cold sweat. The spring-autumn cicada was unable to come out. How could this happen? Spring-autumn cicada is his vital GU, it was very important to him. A ranked 6 GU, his final trump card, to think it could not be controlled. This was too severe, and Fang Yuan had to place all his attention on this problem. In the dark cave, he squinted. He only panicked for less than a second, before calming himself down. His mind moved like lightning, his spirit entering his aperture. There was nothing wrong with the spring-autumn cicada, it was still recovering quickly. But no matter how Fang Yuan willed it, it remained stagnant at the center, not moving even a single step. I get it, Fang Yuan was enlightened. This spring-autumn cicada, once it becomes a vital GU, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. GU was the essence of living beings, it had endless possibilities, and all sorts of forms and abilities. For GU worms, nurture, use, and refine, all 3 were deep and profound and often were there special cases in these aspects. On, nurturing, GU worms only ate specific food. On, refine, they had all sorts of requirements. On, use, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a GU master that has never lied. And to use the righteous GU, it needed the GU master to have a heart of justice, or the photo audio GU, dying after one use, while the visuals could stay on the rock walls for a period of time. Once the spring-autumn cicada is refined, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. This specialty reminded Fang Yuan of another GU, the water curtain skyflower. Chapter 187, There exists one river of time, and the spring-autumn cicada acts as the crossing boat. The water curtain skyflower GU was a rank 4 GU. Once used, it would turn into a giant spherical water shield. The defensive strength of the shield was extremely good and it could even resist attacks from rank 5 GU. However, it had a big weakness, it couldn't be moved and couldn't be stopped. The water shield isolated the inside and outside world, so even the owner couldn't freely enter or exit. Thus, this was used by many forces to protect their territories. Fang Yuan was not familiar with spring-autumn cicada. In his previous life, he died by the besiegement of the righteous path after just having succeeded in refining the spring-autumn cicada. He simply didn't have the time to experiment with it. Also, spring-autumn cicada wasn't his vital GU at the time and this characteristic hadn't revealed itself. In this life, his cultivation was still low, so he didn't dare to randomly let out the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was classified as one of the most unusual GU and was extremely mysterious. The records of the insights and experiences of its users had never been spread. Furthermore, once a GU reaches rank 6 and above, they become the only one of their type in the whole world. If someone wanted to refine them, they would only have a probability of success after the previous GU died, otherwise it was 100% failure. Thus, this led to Fang Yuan knowing about this characteristic only now. Rebirth isn't an easy thing, the spring and autumn conceals disaster. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is increasing more and more, and even the cultivation speed of an A-grade aptitude with a sea of resources might not be able to match its speed. Their aperture will sooner or later explode under the pressure of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. Rebirth was beautiful, but possessing spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to having half a 10 extreme aptitude. It was like being under the execution post where you could be executed at any moment. If I can't let spring-autumn cicada out, then does that mean I can only use it to rebirth again? Fang Yuan's frowns deepened. This appeared to be the only way. A rebirth would mean spring-autumn cicada would enter a weak state again, and at the same time, Fang Yuan could escape from this dangerous situation. This situation seemed to be perfect, but it contained many problems and huge dangers. First of all, there was no guarantee of the rebirth being successful. Fang Yuan had gone through rebirth once and he was only able to bring back his valuable experience. He came to an understanding by integrating the Earth's concept, the world as a three-dimensional space and time as an axis connecting the past and present. Without time, space would be stationary. The movements of every matter was a process, signifying the consumption of time. There were no parallel dimensions in a world. Using the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn was to step across from the latter half of the time axis future, to some point in the first half past. However, Fang Yuan's aged body in the future didn't exist in the past. Due to the restrictions from the great Tao of the world, his body couldn't be brought over to the past, and could only self-detonate. The energy from the self-detonation was a propulsion force and the fragment of the laws of time in spring-autumn cicada was like a lone boat which carried Fang Yuan's consciousness from future to be reborn into the past. Consciousness wasn't a physical matter like a body. Strictly speaking, this future consciousness too didn't exist in the past. The ingenuity was contained therein. Future consciousness led to the GU master changing himself, and thereby influencing his surroundings. This influence would gradually extend to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect took place, the world would no longer be the same, causing the existence of the future consciousness to receive the approval of the great Tao of the world. Someone had said that history was like a long river, and a change in an event in the upstream would completely change the downstream. This mystical world of GU was like the water in the long river. Almost everyone could only flow along with the stream and go from upstream to downstream. Fang Yuan's consciousness, however, went against the stream, going from downstream to upstream by relying on spring-autumn cicada. When he made changes in the upstream, there would also be changes in the downstream. But the river was still the same river, the world of GU masters was still the world of GU masters. It was just that history had turned into another corner, bringing another possibility to the equation. This analogy could be easily understood. However, spring-autumn cicada hadn't recovered completely. It was like a leaky, worn-out boat right now. Fang Yuan's cultivation was also only rank 3 initial stage. There would be an unimaginable difference between the propulsion force of his self-detonation now from the self-detonation of his rank 6 cultivation in his previous life. With such a minute force, he simply wouldn't be able to push the spring-autumn cicada, let alone flow against the long river of time. I probably won't succeed by trying to rebirth through self-detonation. Who is to say that the broken boat won't be stranded in the long river? And if that happens, my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly washed away by time. To raise the probability of success, it would be best to wait until the aperture is pushed to the limits, stall for time as much as possible and let spring-autumn cicada recover more, decreasing the holes in the worn-out boat. At the same time, increasing my cultivation will provide higher propulsive force to go against the stream, after self-detonation. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. This change in the spring-autumn cicada was beyond his anticipation. But with his ever-cautious nature, he had a plan ready. The blood bat group was nearing. Fang Yuan, however, had his attention in his aperture. Yellow-green rays of light flooded his aperture. His white-silver primeval sea was as still as a mirror under the majestic aura of spring-autumn cicada, but there were dangerous cracks in the light membrane of his aperture. All the other GU had been suppressed down to the depths of the sea by spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fang Yuan sent his will and a GU slowly flew towards the surface of the sea, resisting the pressure. This GU appeared like a square dice, it was gray and very firm. This was one of the GU that Fang Yuan had plundered from Bai Ningbing. It was a one-time use GU, and would disappear once used. But its effects were extraordinary, and once used it would completely extract all the strength and potential in a GU master's aperture and instantly raise a GU master's cultivation to the peak stage of the same rank. Stone aperture GU, explode. Fang Yuan willed it, the stone aperture GU immediately exploded, changing into gray powders just like the smoke from a cigarette, and pervaded the primeval sea. The aperture's walls were originally a light membrane, but once this gray powder touched it, the light immediately dimmed down. The powder stuck to the light membrane and the light membrane gradually thickened, experiencing a qualitative change from light to stony. After several seconds, Fang Yuan's aperture walls had thickened by several times and changed into a heavy, sturdy stone aperture. The yellow-green radiance of spring-autumn cicada still fluctuated continuously, but the aperture could now support its pressure. Fang Yuan was at rank 3 initial stage with light silver primeval essence, and his primeval sea shone with light silver light. But right now, his cultivation experienced a sudden rise, leaping from rank 3 initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture GU means cutting off one's advancement route and using up all the potential within the aperture. It will be very difficult to step to rank 4. But my cultivation has increased and the aperture has turned into stone walls, which is multiple times thicker and firmer than before, and will be able to support the pressure from spring-autumn cicada for the time being. Using the stone aperture GU should have been Bai Ning Bing's response to the limits of northern dark ice soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme aptitudes are much more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada. Their potential is endless, and even by turning one's aperture into stone, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this second, the Bladewing Blood Bat group pounced in for the kill. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, then took out his chainsaw golden centipede and killed as he retreated. Fortunately, this tunnel was narrow, and with the sky canopy Gu's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body, Fang Yuan was able to block the Blood Bat group and stop them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, there were only continuous ringing sounds within the tunnel. The sounds of chainsaw golden centipede's attacks and the sound of Bladewing Blood Bats smashing into the white armor quickly echoed through the tunnel walls and formed into a medley. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture continued to deplete rapidly. There were close to 100 blood bats, but without a GU master there to control them, there were a lot of internal frictions between the bats and they couldn't form a tacit cooperation. Thus, in reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 30 to 40 blood bats at the same time. But even this number wasn't something he could withstand, and he had to retreat while fighting back. What was even more awkward was that even though he had leapt to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still contained the initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just by relying on his C-grade aptitude, the self-production speed of snow silver primeval essence was way too slow. The current situation also didn't allow Fang Yuan to multitask and take out primeval stones to absorb natural primeval essence. Consuming primeval stones could quickly recover primeval essence, but this method wasn't suitable in a real battle. Distracting oneself in a life-and-death battle was asking for humiliation. It was an extremely stupid move and was akin to courting death. At the same time, the efficiency in absorbing natural primeval essence at such a situation was also very low. This way could only be used during normal cultivation, or to exploit short gaps in battles to quickly recover primeval essence. Luckily, Fang Yuan obtained a grass GU not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce primeval stones. It was very precious and rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also called Portable Spirit Spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. The primeval essence would then condense together to form primeval stones. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that Fang Yuan possessed was lying deep in his primeval sea. It appeared like an extremely small spirit spring. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus's recipe was created by Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Only the GU masters who have reached rank 9 were respected as venerables. For Righteous Path, they were called Immortal Venerables, and for Demonic Path, they were called Demonic Venerables. Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus was also known as the person with the fastest primeval essence recovery speed since the ancient times. In this aspect, he was above other Immortal Venerables and Demonic Venerables, and it was all because of the Essence Lotus. Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only a rank 3 and he had just refined it, so it was at its poorest level. But it was already providing a continuous supply of natural primeval essence to Fang Yuan. The moment this natural primeval essence appeared in Fang Yuan's aperture, it would be automatically refined and turned into snow silver primeval essence. Supposedly if Fang Yuan absorbed primeval essence from primeval stones, he would still have to divide a part of his mind. But this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his GU, so using it was as simple and easy as moving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated while fighting, and with the assistance of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed could already be comparable with B-grade aptitude GU masters. Kill. He gave a fierce shout before abruptly changing his battle style and charging into the blood bat group. Chainsaw Golden Centipede exploded forth, and its silver sawtooth crazily rotated around, producing screeching sounds as it cut down on a bladewing blood bat hiding in the rear. This blood bat appeared rather similar to other blood bats, albeit looking a bit more dominant. This was the sole male bat in this blood bat group, and was refined by the first gen GUU. By controlling it, one could indirectly gain control of the whole blood bat group. Fang Yuan had been secretly planning this attack after careful observation, and made this attack appear unintentional. With the GUU first head not present on the scene, this attack was very effective. The male bat died on the spot, twisting into a bloody pulp. The remaining female bats immediately scattered. Chapter 188, Senior paves the way for juniors to run smoothly. In a blood bat group, there was only one male bat, while the rest were all females under the command of the male bat. Between the male and female bats, they looked the same and did not have difference in appearances. But Fang Yuan was beyond familiar with these bladewing blood bats in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he could differentiate them. Without the male bat, the entire group fell into chaos. Fang Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede, killing his way through. A moment later, over 20 bladewing blood bats were decimated, showing Fang Yuan's resolution of battle. But the intense battle also caused Fang Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture to decrease tremendously. Time to go. Fang Yuan decisively retreated, running away at full force. When the blood bat group behind him reacted, Fang Yuan was already 100 steps away. About 20 bladewing blood bats continued to chase after him while the others flew in all directions. Gasp gasp, in the narrow tunnel, Fang Yuan breathed hard while sprinting, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After an intense battle, the snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture as well as the low primeval sea level gradually rose back up. The longer time passed, the faster Fang Yuan's battle strength recovered. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's thunderwings flapped, and the force dragged his entire body forward, almost letting him crash into the cave walls. The Thunderwings GU had been polluted by the Blood Frenzy GU, and it had reached its limits, starting to show signs of being uncontrollable. Very soon, the Thunderwings GU will turn into a pool of blood water and turn into a new pollution source. Thinking so, Fang Yuan stopped hesitating and activated it 3 times, finally causing the disobeying Thunderwings GU to detach from his back. Go! Fang Yuan resolutely gave up the Thunderwings GU, throwing it behind him. The bladewing blood bat group behind him surrounded the Thunderwings GU completely. They rushed up, tearing the Thunderwings GU into bits. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan a little bit of time to recover. Until the bladewing blood bats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered over half of the total. The snow-silver primeval essence compared to the light-silver primeval essence had several times more sustainability, and Fang Yuan's current battle strength had greatly exceeded an initial stage. He laughed heartily, waving the chainsaw golden centipede to fight once again. After killing around 8 to 9 of them, the rest all flew and escaped. Unfortunately, I do not have a GU like the Iron Hand Grappling GU. The bladewing blood bat GU flies too fast, and its wings are sharp like blades. It is really hard to capture. If I can capture 2 or 3, that would be nice. Fang Yuan kept the chainsaw golden centipede, and turned around towards the deeper part of the cave. When he snatched the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he was engulfed by the blood water. That was definitely caused by the first gen GUU. First gen GUU used the blood white GU, turning into a flying zombie. His aperture was long dead and could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used primeval stones, his primeval essence in the aperture would be limited by the amount left inside. But if he had a heavenly essence treasure lotus, to a large extent, he could negate this weakness. Thus, not long ago, he sent 2 groups of bladewing blood bats towards Fang Yuan, attempting to capture him. Thankfully, Fang Yuan saw something amiss and turned around in time. At the same time, Tai Shui Leng indirectly helped him with the soundwave. I wonder how's the battle between Tai Shui Leng and first gen GUU. Fang Yuan's gaze was concentrated. No matter which side won, they would still target him. Tai Shui Leng wants to bring him to justice, while first gen GUU wants the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Although the bladewing blood bats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's danger was still unresolved. I have to leave Qingmao Mountain immediately, as soon as possible. Fang Yun gritted his teeth. He could no longer return, only able to walk along this mountain cave, trying to find a way out. This cave was obviously man-made, but after a long time, many areas had collapsed. Fang Yuan continued to advance, and when he met these dead ends he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, adept at digging holes, so at this time it had a great use. Fang Yuan also had the strength of 2 boars, and he dug through the soil and continued forward. This greatly reduced his speed, and after 3 to 4 hours, he finally got to the end of the cave. A large sturdy rock wall blocked his path completely. Even the chainsaw golden centipede couldn't drill its way through. Did the first Gen Guu seal this cave completely already? Fang Yuan's heart sank. The 2 sides' palms met, and the Shang clan Gu master flew into the air like a rag, landing heavily on the ground. Cough. The Shang clan Gu master coughed out a mouthful of blood, falling unconscious. In the sky, the sun was shining brightly, sending down scorching rays of light. The sunlight shone over the wilderness, and the light reflected on Bai Zhang Shui's fat face. This young Bai clan Gu master laughed smugly. HMPH, so what if you're the Shang clan Gu master? Daring to compete strength with me? She moved her fat, slim body, trying to finish off her opponent and take the token, but suddenly a moonblade came attacking. Bai Zhang Shui's body turned, shooting a water ball from her mouth. The water ball and moonblade collided, exploding together. 3 Gu masters with Fang Zheng as the lead, jumped down from the branches. Guu clan's people, this is my battle reward. Bai Zhang Shui squinted, her eyes showing a dangerous light. Fang Zheng's strangely bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhang Shui intently as he said, so what? Now you are our prey. At another side of the forest, more footsteps were heard. A few people walked out from the shadows. It was Shang clan's genius youngster Shang Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, causing him to shine like a diamond. He, this has gotten interesting. Bai Zhang Shui laughed loudly, but the next moment her laughter stopped. The 2 sides attacked together, causing Bai Zhang Shui to be caught off guard, getting surrounded. Bai Zhang Shui coughed out some blood, her expression turning ugly. What? Guu clan, you are cooperating with these despicable Shang clan people. Fang Zheng was expressionless, his killing intent raging, not saying a word and getting closer to Bai Zhang Shui. Shang Lin laughed. This battle concerns the 3 clans, demographics for the next 100 years, so let me tell you. Guu clan has already established an alliance with our Shang clan. Bai Zhang Shui, today is your death date. Spit. Bai Zhang Shui coughed out a mouth of blood water as she stared at her surroundings in disdain. So what if I die? Hey, ganging up, you are just afraid of our Bai Ningbing. It's useless, this is only the initial battle, there will still be 1 versus 1 later. Is there anyone in your clans that can fight against Bai Ningbing? We are destined to be number 1. Thus we decided that in this first battle, we shall cooperate and finish off Bai Ningbing. Shang Lin laughed lewdly. Buzz buzz buzz. Chainsaw golden centipede's razors grinded against the rock wall, causing a loud noise to echo in the cave. This rock wall was sturdy and thick, being very weird. Fang Yuan's forehead was full of sweat, as he used the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon Gu to attack in turns, but even after many hours, he only progressed about 50 centimeters. Is it really the end for me, Fang Yuan's heart moved, suddenly feeling that there was a life form in the rock wall. He quickly used the earth communication ear grass Gu, listening to the rock wall. There was a mysterious life form on the other side of the rock wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious life form showed itself. Its entire body was pitch black, emitting a metallic glow like iron and steel. Both its chest and back armor were thick lines that showed a dominating aura. It had 3 pairs of legs, each having spiral-shaped feelers at the tip. It caused Fang Yuan to think of the spiral tip of an electric drill. It's the 1,000-li earth wolf spider. Fang Yuan was enlightened, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The questions in Fang Yuan's heart were mostly answered at this point. Back then the flower wine monk, in order to nurture the heavenly essence treasure lotus, came to the Guu village. But at the last moment, he was stopped by first Gen Guu, thus he used his methods to throw it into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 Gu master, he had to have an intense battle with first Gen Guu. First Gen Gu had operated for hundreds of years, having terrain advantage, so the flower wine monk could not compete against him, thus he could only escape. He used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to dig out this path, and after leaving the battlefield he had already suffered an incurable injury. At the end of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance as a last act of revenge. He attempted to let his descendants take the heavenly essence treasure lotus and ruin the Guu clan's foundation. This explains why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, his body full of injuries. But the reason for why the 1,000-li earthwolf spider fall into slumber and seal itself here, that was still a mystery. Also the first Gen Guu, what in the world was he after? These suspicions are all minute details. What's important is leaving this place. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, sending out some primeval essence and refining the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. This sturdy rock wall was the cocoon created by the 1,000-li earthwolf spider when it fell into hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the white boar Gu that Fang Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower Gu. Thus, even though it was rank 5, Fang Yuan easily refined it. Fang Yuan threw the Thunderwings Gu away earlier and was lacking a movement type Gu, this being his weakness once again. But now he obtained the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, so it was like a glimmer of hope in the darkest hour. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider was a large steed type Gu. It ate soil as food, and was easy to raise. Fang Yuan injected his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider gradually awakened, its aura becoming stronger. It started to consume, eating large amounts of soil. When it recovered to an extent, Fang Yuan, who couldn't wait to leave, quickly got onto its back, ordering it to move forward. Although it had only recovered a little, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider was still a rank 5 Gu. Its 3 pairs of legs moved quickly, dashing through. After the cocoon broke, the cave behind was exposed too. This path was the one the flower wine monk created when he escaped. Seniors paved the way for juniors to run along, so this greatly helped Fang Yuan. The only worry was, steed-type Gu worms took a lot of primeval essence to use. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider was rank 5. Rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain its expenditure, so every now and then, Fang Yuan had to stop and sit on the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while extracting natural essence from his primeval stones. With 2 sources, as well as his C-grade natural recovery, Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery rate was fast, incomparable to before. As he instructed the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to move forward, he would also stop to recover his primeval essence. When they encountered a cave-in, they would drill their way through, and with such a repeated process, Fang Yuan gradually moved away from the Blood Lake graveyard, going towards the surface. Chapter 189, Shocking Change. The sun lowers as night descends, and the setting sun was like a burning fire on the horizon. Standing on a slope was Bai Ningbing, clothed in white, his hair snowy white. The setting sun's last rays reflected in his eyes, hinting that his life was ending. Such a beautiful sunset, how many more times can I see it? This brilliance of nature, I have only seen a little of them all, what a waste. Especially when around me, these annoying fellows are still arguing. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and sweeping the environment. Guu and Shang Clan's alliance, the remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together and surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you back out of this competition now, we can spare your life. Indeed, if you know your place, we might as well be kind and let you off. Your Bai clan Gu masters are mostly finished. The remaining ones have all been stopped by us. Don't rest your hopes on reinforcements, they will not come. With Fang Zheng, Shang Jiaoman, Shang Lin and Kai Cheng as leaders, the young Gu masters spoke in turns, trying to break Bai Ningbing's spirits. But these words, Bai Ningbing did not put to heart. A bunch of rats coming to the elephant and screaming, how pathetically laughable, Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, showing disdain. Among you people, only Guu Fang Yuan is slightly interesting. Too bad he isn't here. Hee, come at me together. Saying so, Bai Ningbing created an ice blade, using his hand to wipe the sharp blade that emitted cold energy. He did not even look at the people around him. This person is too arrogant. HMPH, not taking us seriously. Brothers, let's attack together. Everyone send out one attack, even 10 Bai Ningbings will be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters jeered, but no one dared to attack rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was overwhelming, causing everyone to feel threatened. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's taunts. We did not practice together before and do not have good cooperation. If we attack together, we will waste much of our efforts and he will take advantage of it. Shang Lin shouted. Then who attacks first? Kai Cheng asked. Although they cooperated with Shang clan and attacked the Bai clan, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever attacks first bears higher risks, and also risks the other party taking advantage of their combat. Never mind, I'll engage Bai Ningbing first. To be honest, I've wanted to fight you some long ago. Shang Jian Man took a step forward. She blew a whistle, and once she did, sounds of beasts stampeding could be heard from afar. Many black shadows overlapped in the forest, and what showed up was over 200 black bears. The black bear at the front of the horde was larger than the rest, it was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Shang Jiao Man rose to rank 3 because of it, and the bear enslavement GU also rose to rank 3, finally being able to enslave bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Shang Jiao Man's trump card. Way to go, Lady Boss. Oh my god, so many bears. With all these bears and us being around 100 people, Bai Ningbing is dead meat. Shang clan GU masters were stirred, getting excited. GUU clan looked complicated. After Shang Li died, this Shang Jiao Man became the #1 contender in the Shang clan. Looking at GUU clan, after Qing Shu died, Mo Bei followed as well. Although Fang Yuan rose to rank 3, his aptitude is only C grade, it was hard to count on him. Thankfully, we still have the A-grade GUU Fang Zheng. Many GU masters looked at Fang Zheng, thinking so and feeling assured. Especially during this 3-clan competition, Fang Zheng seemed to have gotten more mature, attacking more ferociously, and many Bai clan GU masters were killed by him. Such a performance caused many clansmen to feel comforted. This was the true disposition of AA-grade genius. The results are pretty much assured. Even a rank 3 peak stage with much talent cannot be the match for 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, I will take revenge for you personally. After that, if Big Brother appears, Fang Zheng stared intently at Bai Ningbing, thinking rapidly in his mind. Merely 100 Beast King, what a boring trick. His entire body was emitting cold air. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, I'm at my limit already huh. Bai Ningbing felt his life ending, his body had reached some sort of limit. Not soon after, he would die. Even now, he could feel his body starting to collapse, and much of his flesh and blood was turning into ice and snow. But even so, Bai Ningbing remained calm, his gaze concentrated. He took a final look at the sun's rays, before turning around and looking at the charging bear group. Since you are all looking for death, I shall act mercifully and grant you all your wishes. Maybe this way, it can bring some excitement to my life, he sighed softly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and GU masters stood still, completely silent. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing is the greatest victory. Shang clan leader was secretly excited. HMPH, we were tricked. They actually ganged up to deal with us. He, you have all underestimated Bai Ningbing, get ready for a shock. Bai clan leader was calm as water, plotting in his mind. Guu Bo showed a worried expression. Up until now, Fang Yuan and Tai Shui Leng did not show up at all. Although the 3-clan competition was important, his mind was elsewhere. Desolate Yin Ancient Moon Physique, if Fang Yuan really has such an aptitude, we have to protect him at all costs and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking so, Guu Bo looked at Tai Ruo Nan without turning his body. This Tai family young lady had a strong background, but she was already brought around by Guu Bo, secretly a captive. Tai Ruo Nan was not worried about her situation. She believed her father, and was also thinking about how to capture Fang Yuan. Whatever aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as one bothered to, they could assess it. If he really was a 10 extreme talent, then his suspicion would be the greatest. Fuck, Fang Yuan cursed, lying on the 1,000-li earth wolf spider's back, sticking closely and preventing himself from falling off. He wanted to use the flower wine monk's open path to advance easily. But good times do not last, for not long after, the 1,000-li earth wolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the natural essence in the air, using it. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to dig out new paths, moving around randomly in the underground cave. Fang Yuan understood finally. This 1,000-li earth wolf spider, under the Flower Wine Monk's command, had engaged in battle with 1st Gen GUU previously. In the battle, it was corrupted by the Blood Frenzy GU. The Flower Wine Monk relied on it to escape, then hurriedly created the secret cave, leaving behind his inheritance before dying. Upon losing its master, the 1,000-Li Wolf Spider lost control and frantically went back to that path that it had dug when escaping. Right before death, what was fortunate was that the 1,000-Li Wolf Spider sealed itself and fell into hibernation, preserving its last life force before dying. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan returned to the place and dug out the cocoon, causing it to awaken again. But the Blood Frenzy Goo's problem was not solved, and thus after a while, it started to act up again. Fang Yuan was deep in the cave, and just by relying on his own strength he could not escape to the surface. He needed the ability of the 1,000-Li Wolf Spider. The 1,000-Li Wolf Spider started to go crazy, getting more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back, betting on his luck. But at this point, the 1,000-Li Wolf Spider's frequency of going crazy was not so high, so Fang Yuan still had some control of it. Although his control was slipping, overall, he still controlled the general direction. He let the 1,000-Li Wolf Spider dig its way to the surface, but where it would end up, Fang Yuan had no idea. The last of the sun's rays were like blood, reflecting on the minced corpses and broken limbs everywhere on the battlefield. Bai Ningbing stood arrogantly on the battlefield, a thick layer of ice beneath his feet as the icy domain continued to spread outwards. The remaining GU masters amounted to less than 30, staying closely together trying to find a bit of assurance from each other's body warmth. The bear group had long been exterminated. Even Shangjian Man had been beheaded by Bai Ningbing's ice blade, and her head flew far away as blood poured like a fountain out of her neck. Shang Lin was penetrated by the icicles from Bai Ningbing, and Jiu Kai Cheng was turned into a ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still retained the dodging action right before death, his face showing shock, fear, and utter shock, vivid and lifelike. Fang Zheng's body was full of injuries, but there was no blood, his injuries were all frozen by the ice and snow. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. What happened earlier was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing was definitely a rank 3, but his battle strength was almost rank 4. HMPH, although lookalikes, but you are not him, how boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Zheng, walking closer. Fang Zheng still being alive, was also intentional by Bai Ningbing. The GU masters all got into a commotion, their morale at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leaders were watching from afar, they would have broken down and escaped for their lives already. Damn it, damn it. Why is our battle strength so different? I am an A-grade talent, am I going to die here? Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, screaming in his heart. Die. Bai Ningbing jumped, raising his ice blade high while in midair. Slash. The ice blade expanded, almost 5 to 6 times of the original, sending an unblockable aura as it slashed towards everyone. I am going to die. Ah. Facing this attack, many GU masters broke down and cried in despair. Fuck, why did it come to this? Shang clan leader's face was full of despair. GU Bo was urging to move, but Bai clan leader snickered, stopping him. GU clan leader, no one is to interfere, are you going to turn on your word and break the agreement? GU Bo squinted his eyes, Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such strength, you are cheating blatantly. Cheating, hee. Let me tell you the truth, our clan's Bai Ningbing is the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted loudly. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, GU Bo and Shang clan leader were shocked. Reporting, clan leader, there has been a strange earthquake, many of the clan's bamboo buildings have collapsed, and the ground is seeping with blood water. Not many people are injured but they are flustered, a GU clan GU master came running. To think that there is a thing. GU Bo's expression changed. Chapter 190, Third Battle Against Bai Ningbing. Moon Raiment. With the blade impending, Fang Zheng shouted, activating his GU worm. A misty light that was blue like the moon gushed out from his body, extending and surrounding all the GU masters around him. But even so, everyone was still in despair. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and indifference. The ground under everyone's feet suddenly grew and turned into a lump before exploding, sending soil flying. GU masters cried painfully as they rolled away from the impact. In a cloud of smoke, a giant spider emerged from everyone's sights. The aura of a rank 5 GU made everyone wary. On the spider that looked like it was made of steel, a black-clothed, black-haired young man was standing upright. I finally reached the surface. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes emitting a brilliant glow. Soon after, he saw Bai Ningbing who was hacking towards him in midair. The giant ice blade cut through the winds as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm face, after a slight stun, completely transformed into one of excitement and battle intent. Fang Yuan snorted before the ice blade touched him. The icy winds caused him to feel a slight chill as his black hair flew behind him. He raised his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede. Ice blade collided with the chainsaw golden centipede, and after a stalemate, the golden centipede's razors rotated furiously, large amounts of ice shards flying out. Friction noises. Cracks quickly emerged from the surface of the ice blade, quickly covering its entire body. Break! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars, his strength completely overwhelmed by Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go as the ice blade broke into pieces, and ice shards fell. The 1,000-li wolf spider began to go berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and attacking towards Bai Ningbing. GU worms had low intellect, but they were born sensitive, able to sense which target was more of a threat to them. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the 1,000-li wolf spider to treat him as an enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing's arms waved, and icicles flew out in a row. The icicles hit the 1,000-li wolf spider's body and shattered, while the 1,000-li wolf spider went berserk and growled, pouncing while Fang Yuan was on it. 3 black spiral legs shot out like an arrow towards Bai Ningbing's fragile body. Sensing danger, a snowy light shot out from Bai Ningbing's aperture. The light expanded, revealing the white form Immortal snake GU, floating in midair. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, leaping and landing on the white form Immortal snake's back, staring at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Very interesting. Fang Yuan, you didn't let me down after all. Be big, brother. Fang Zheng climbed up from the floor. His face had been cut by the ice blade, his face full of blood as he stared at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The opponent has a rank 5 GU as well. Bai clan leader's gaze tightened, becoming nervous. Fang Yuan, you finally appeared. Rank 5 GU, isn't that the 1,000-li wolf spider? GU Bo's attention was attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of different ages stood on opposing sides. One wore white robes, had silver hair and blue eyes, riding on the white form Immortal snake holding an ice blade in his hand, like a ice immortal descending to the mortal realm. The other had black robes, black hair and black eyes, standing on the 1,000-li wolf spider's back, having the chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing as it rotated, like a demon god summoned into the world. The 2's opposing stances attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had an excited expression, raising the ice blade, shouting loudly, "This will be the most exciting battle in my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us battle to the death." HMPH. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3 clans' competition. To think that the 1,000-li wolf spider brought him here. He did not want to engage with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether Tai Shui Leng or the first Gen GU wins, they would definitely hunt him down. But if he does not defeat this Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? Thus battle it is. White form Immortal snake and 1,000-li wolf spider collided. The white snake coiled as the black spider stabbed, fighting at close range. On the 2 goose backs, 2 bodies moved about, the ice blade drawing different sparks in the sky while the chainsaw golden centipede buzzed as it extended and contracted at will. The mountain rocks broke, and thunderous explosions happened continuously. Icicles hit Fang Yuan directly, but were blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy GU. Blood Moonblade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a large injury that was instantly covered by a layer of frost, sealing the wound. The frost turned into blood and flesh, causing Bai Ningbing to recover completely. It really is the northern dark ice soul physique. Shang clan leader saw this and stared with his eyes wide open. 10 extreme physiques were legendary aptitudes, he did not think he would see one with his own eyes. Fang Yuan dares to attempt to fight Bai Ningbing, he is assured to lose. Bai clan leader laughed sinisterly. That might not be. Tai Ruo Nan beside him pouted. 10 extreme physique, it has to be it. In such a battle, if he was AC grade, his primeval essence would have been long gone. Fang Yuan, you are indeed the desolate yin ancient moon physique. Gu Bo clenched his fist, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true power. So Big Brother really is a 10 extreme physique, he's been concealing himself this entire time. Fang Zheng's mouth was slightly open, his face full of dejection. The truth was in front of him, so what does his previous pride amount to now? Every time, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's intense clashes would cause his heart to tremble once. He felt himself getting smaller, and his older brother Fang Yuan's shadow started to enshroud him once again. What sort of battle is this? I cannot believe that this is two rank 3 GU masters fighting. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so ferocious. Fighting one-on-one against Bai Ningbing and being equally matched. Some surviving young GU masters stared in disbelief. The battle suddenly shifted once again. White form Immortal Snake and the 1,000-li Earth Wolf Spider both took great damage, but it was not refined by Bai Ningbing, merely attracted by the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. White form Immortal Snake spit out a lump of white fog, covering the entire battlefield. Then, its body trembled and it threw Bai Ningbing off its body before leaving. This, Immortal, seeing this, Bai clan leader was shocked. As he watched the escaping white snake, he did not know what to say. This fog was like a maze, able to obscure vision and follow one like a shadow. Fang Yuan was covered by the white fog, and his eyes saw nothing but whiteness. But he did not panic, as although his vision was affected, he still had his other 4 senses: taste, hearing, smell and touch. Earth communication ear grass. Roots grew out of Fang Yuan's ears, and very soon he heard a sound analyzing the situation within 300 steps of his radius. Lightning IGU. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with lightning. Although Lightning IGU was rank 3 and could break through illusions, this fog made by a rank 5 Immortal Snake completely suppressed it. Fuck, he cursed loudly. Icicle GU. Dozens of icicles flew out in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, hearing the sound of the icicles moving against the wind. Thus, he hurriedly flipped his body to the other side of the 1,000-li Earth Wolf Spider. The icicles struck the 1,000-li Earth Wolf Spider's body, causing it to go into a rage and rush towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not going to play with you. Fang Yuan got off the 1,000-li Earth Wolf Spider, abandoning it and relying on the Earth communication ear grass and attempting to leave the battlefield. This 1,000-li Earth Wolf Spider had already been corrupted by the blood frenzy GU, about to turn into a pool of blood water soon, so he should abandon it as soon as possible. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb, and killing him is akin to setting off a bomb. He cannot be touched. The GU masters observing the battle only saw a lump of mist, before a small piece was divided out and floated towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this mist, it was naturally Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed like a shadow, and unless dispelled, it would continue to obscure Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog fades on its own. Fang Yuan's eyes continued to see nothing but fog, but he had the Earth communication ear grass, thus he could determine his location through sound. The moving wind and tree leaves, the mountain springs and its flowing water, the chirping of the birds, the breathing of the wild beasts, these were all sounds. Only the mountain rocks had no sound, thus, he sometimes knocked into them. Iceblade storm. Behind him, Bai Ningbing's voice came. Huff huff huff. The winds blew as cold air spread, the temperature in the air started to decrease, and the white-colored iceblade storm was formed, even bigger than before. Even the 1,000-li Earth Wolf Spider was repelled by it. That lump of mist, it should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Beside, Tai Ruo Nan shouted loudly. Fang Yuan, don't go, Guu village is your home. Guu Bo was anxious, trying to chase after him but was stopped by the other 2 clan leaders. Why, Guu clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield? Shang clan leader crossed his arms and snickered. HMPH, our Guu clan admits our loss for this battle. Now, whoever stops me, I will murder without hesitation. Guu Bo watched as Fang Yuan got even further, as his anxiety rose. Are you threatening me? I am not scared of you, Guu Bo. Bai clan leader's expression was grim, at the same time signaling to his GU masters. The GU master understood, and immediately dispatched his men to chase after Fang Yuan. We cannot let him escape, I'm going ahead. Tai Ruo Nan seeing this chance, immediately moved, a pair of black steel wings emerging from her back as she flew into midair, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet GU. This Gu looked like a bronze mask. Its appearance was simple, only showing both eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was covered in blood, flying towards the young girl's face disregarding her shock. Father. Seeing the blood traces, Tai Ruo Nan screamed subconsciously. At this time, a large steel hand flew over as well, grabbing Tai Ruo Nan and flying far away without a moment of pause. This sudden change caused everyone to be taken aback. It seems Tai Shui Leng is most likely going to lose. Hehe, it has been almost 1,000 years, senior brother. You have really brought me, your junior brother, some surprise. Over 300 meters above the ground, an elderly Gu master stared at the scene, his expression calm and indifferent. His hair was white, and so were his eyebrows. As he sat on a giant crane, his right palm opened with a kinship blood worm Gu. This Gu was crystal clear, like a red agate. Its shape was like a cicada, emitting a glow at times, pointing towards the Gu village. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I can still find you. You stole my opportunity back then, so I will return the favor to you 1,000-fold this time. The white-brow elderly gritted his teeth as he said so, and he showed an expression of utter hatred. Chapter 191, Crane Disaster. In the azure blue sky, numerous clouds were floating aimlessly. The elderly Gu master rode on top of the white crane. Under his white eyebrows that were sharp like daggers, his eyes revealed a deep killing intent. He, with this grudge of mine, I shall start taking revenge on your descendants, he laughed, staring down at the battlefield, stretching his thin and dry finger and pointing downwards. The white crane below him raised its long and elegant neck, crying out in a bright and loud voice. The voice spread through the skies, and from far away, there were many return calls. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the earth communication ear grass at the time, thus he heard it first and was shocked in his heart. The crane cries went on endlessly, all at different pitches, giving off an impressive magnitude. This was not over 100 canes, nor a few thousand crying at once, it was the collective cries of over 10,000 flying cranes that could cause such an effect. Is there a migrating flock of cranes nearby? Out of nowhere, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of danger. The crane cries attracted the attention of the Gu masters in the arena, turning their heads to look at them. What's that in the sky? From the sound, I'd say it's a large herd of migrating birds. Tell all the Gu masters not to attack recklessly and bring trouble upon themselves. Bai clan leader was just saying, but suddenly he came to a halt. His eyes dilated, seeing 1, 2, 3, almost 10,000 cranes in the sky, clumped together and attacking towards the arena. Get your guard on, defend. Let's escape, there are 10,000 cranes here, there has to be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide is just over, now we have a crane disaster. Oh heavens, Qingmao Mountain is truly a place of disasters. Gu masters started commenting, expressing the shock in their hearts as their spirits wavered. After finally resisting the wolf tide, a crane disaster appears. The 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain have suffered great losses already, how could they have the excess energy to deal with such a large flock of cranes? The flying cranes folded back their wings, shooting down like a rain of arrows. Under the thunderous cries, screams of fear, pain and horror erupted at once, as all sorts of lights burst forth, moonblades, water balls and steel spikes were sent into the skies. After a momentary resistance, more than half of the Gu masters were killed. These flying cranes were like pile drivers, each time their wings flapped, it had the strength of a boar, and their claws were sharp and could break rocks. Ordinary cranes were hard enough to deal with, not to mention the large amounts of 100 and 1,000 beast kings among them. The clans had centuries of experience in dealing with the wolf tide, and also the sturdy villages that can defend against them. But here, it was the wilderness with no buildings in sight. Where could they find anything resembling a fort? Thus, during the first attack, half the Gu masters passed away. The cranes, long beaks penetrated hearts, their claws grabbing onto skulls. With a flap of their wings, people would vomit blood and be sent flying, all their bones broken. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes could only see white fog as he relied on the earth communication ear grass to avoid their attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. This time, he heard Gu Bo shouting behind him. Fang Yuan felt puzzled. What's up with this Gu Bo? When he shouted Fang Yuan's name earlier, the tone was weird, like he had intentions to protect him. Now he even ran over to help. Fang Yuan was a scheming old fox, but even he could not predict everything. In this short period, how could he conjecture that Tai Ruo Nan assumed he was a 10 extreme physique? Gu Bo was a rank 4 expert, thus since the cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary beasts, they were easily killed or repelled by him. Fang Yuan, is that you? Gu Bo came to the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts whirled in his mind. Right now, his predicament was extremely dangerous, and being near Gu Bo would greatly increase his chances of survival. Thus he answered, "It's me." Gu Bo, hearing Fang Yuan's voice, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good. Fang Yuan, let's not mention what happened in the past. No matter what, the clan will protect your safety. Let's return to the village, I'll protect you while retreating." What he did not know was that the village was the most dangerous location for Fang Yuan right now. But the crane disaster was a much greater threat compared to the village. At least if he went back to the village, he would not die immediately compared to staying under the crane's attacks. Fang Yuan sighed without hesitating. "Please lead the way, clan leader, I will try to keep up." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. The white-brow old Gu master sat on top of the crane, his tone cold. "No one can escape, all of you shall die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but heard Gu Bo beside him shout, "Rank 5 Gu master." Evidently, the Gu clan leader had investigative methods that was able to deduce the stranger's cultivation level. Fang Yuan was stunned in his heart. Where is there another rank 5 Gu master here? This tiny Qingmao mountain, it was neither a famous location nor full of resources. Why are all the rank 5 experts gathering here? Don't tell me, this has to do with 1st Gen Gu. Fang Yuan hit an inspiration. His heart jumped. If it was an ordinary crane disaster, he would have no chances left. Wild flying beasts were hard to make use of, and although he was at rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5 he was still weak and could not get out of the danger. But now another rank 5 Gu master showed up. Not only is he another source of extreme danger, but also a chance to break out of his predicament. This current Qingmao mountain, the 3 rank 5 experts were the crucial players, the rest were insignificant. Only a rank 5 can deal with rank 5. Immediately, Fang Yuan decided in his heart. It is time, he has to bet on this. Clan leader, the 1st Gen ancestor has fully awakened, we will be safe if we return to the village. Fang Yuan said. What? Gu Bo shouted in shock. His shock gave Fang Yuan reassurance. I won't lie about such things. As long as we get back to the village, we can save our lives, Fang Yuan continued. Gu Bo was a resolute man, thus he brought Fang Yuan and sped towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to approach, blocking the path. 100 beast kings and 1,000 beast kings appeared non-stop. Gu Bo fought with his life, protecting Fang Yuan. Eventually he could no longer proceed, falling into the encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Gu Bo, thus he was safe for the time being. Once time was up, the maze fog vanished. Fang Yuan observed the battlefield, only to see corpses lying everywhere, showing that a terrifying battle had happened. The Gu master's sacrifice was huge, but the flock of cranes were also greatly damaged. Other than broken limbs of humans, there were also crane corpses everywhere. Isn't this the iron beak flying crane? Fang Yuan felt puzzled. Others might not recognize it, for after all, this flying beast was not from the southern border. But he knew that this iron beak flying crane originated from the Middle Kingdom. Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Next, Fang Yuan saw in midair, a giant crane was flapping its wings, floating. On its back, a white-haired old man was sitting with a cold expression. Fang Yuan looked away, back at Gu Bo. This Gu clan leader was already full of injuries, his body full of blood, fighting with his life. Many times he could clearly have avoided, but to protect Fang Yuan, he would rather suffer the injury himself. Clan leader, the current situation is not looking good. Gu masters are fighting bravely, but are all divided into different areas by the flying cranes, they will eventually get overwhelmed. We must gather their strength into one. Only then can we have a chance to break out of this and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Gu Bo. You are right. Gu Bo looked across the battlefield, shouting loudly, everyone, the enemy is before us, our Gu village has a method to deal with the enemy, quickly assemble with me and kill our way out. The voice echoed in the battlefield, attracting numerous gazes. What? Gu clan still has a trump card to deal with a rank 5. Believing in it is better than nothing. Brothers, let's go, gather with the Guu clan leader. They were already despairing, but now that Guu Bo said it, they saw some hope. Under the pressure of death, these former enemies united and worked together, quickly gathering into one spot. Guu clan, hee, you are all senior brother's descendants. On the huge crane, the white-brow elderly laughed coldly, about to command the cranes to intercept, but on second thoughts, he stopped that idea. Why not let these people escape back, so I can finish them off together? But these are all his descendants, so in the battle later, I can use them to threaten him. But these 3 rank 4 GU masters have the ability to interfere with the battle, I cannot let them stay, I shall kill them first. Thinking so, the white-brow elderly screeched strangely, flicking his finger and sending 3 balls of light flying. What GU is this? Xiang clan leader was first hit by the white ball, and after getting covered by it, his speed fell drastically, slower than a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were the same. Fang Yuan, quickly go, Guu clansmen listen up, you have to protect Fang Yuan at all costs, he's the only one that knows the method. Guu Bo tried all ways but could not get rid of this light ring, thus he screamed loudly and turned around to face the white-brow elderly. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at this Guu clan leader deeply. Elder Fang Yuan, let us protect you. A large number of Guu clansmen gathered beside Fang Yuan, protecting him in all directions. Healing light as well as speed buffs were all casted on Fang Yuan. Collision sounds were heard from the back, and under the mystical and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who hated each other worked together tightly right now, battling against the mysterious elderly with their life on the line. The results of this battle was decided from the start. The 3 clan leaders died one by one as the white-brow elderly flicked his sleeves, sitting firmly on the huge crane. Flying cranes engulfed the skies as they gradually forced their way into Guu village. Guu village was in chaos, and the sad cries of people were heard everywhere. Large numbers of bamboo buildings fell, and the debris area was full of corpses with white cloths covering over them. Injured members cried in pain, lying on the ground as many healing Guu masters worked to the bone. The clan main pavilion was half devastated, and the village square was covered in a layer of blood water. This was extremely horrifying to the clansmen. Because Tai Shui Leng and 1st Gen Guu engaged in fierce combat, it caused the mountains to shake. Thus, Guu village which was right above was greatly affected. Guu Yaoji who was staying in the village, did not manage to receive Guu Bo, but instead saw the injured remnants of the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted loudly. Fang Yuan didn't reply, because the flock of cranes behind her was the best explanation. This, oh my god, is our Guu clan going to perish today? Immediately, the village fell into chaos once again. Senior brother, you're junior, I have come here all the way to see you. Why aren't you coming out to meet me? White-brow elderly stood on the crane's back, his tone full of icy killing intent. Before he was finished, on the village square, blood water gushed out like a 10-meter fountain, and the bright red coffin appeared vertically. As a blood-white, 1st Gen Guu stood inside the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring closely at the white-brow elderly. To think that you didn't die, how did you find this place? As expected, that Guu master earlier was instigated by you. 1st Gen Guu said hatefully. Chapter 192, Raising Eyebrows and Exhale. How did I find you? Ha ha ha. The white-brow elderly laughed loudly, his voice sounded extremely happy, while his gaze was ruthless. He opened his palm, revealing a Guu. It was the kinship bloodworm. Kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, emitting light at times, pointing towards 1st Gen Guu. Although senior brother stole my opportunity and backstabbed me, taking away my Guu, I still managed to learn the secret arts. Thus I refined this kinship bloodworm. You know how I refined it? He, using the heart blood of your 2 blood-related sons. They were only 5 to 6 years old and were too young, so without sufficient heart blood, I could only turn them both into living sources, taking their blood every month. After spending tens of years, I finally accumulated enough heart blood and refined this Guu. The white-brow elderly said briskly, his tone extremely smug. Oh, right, both your sons died soon after. Ha ha ha, after refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But this world is too big, and you were nowhere to be found. Even though the kinship bloodworm was rank 5, its range is still limited. Eventually, when I was almost dying, I could only use the life-retaining Jade Burial GU, living through death and sealing myself. Not long before this, I had to come out of sealing and I tried one last time. To think I found you by coincidence. Senior brother, do you know how happy and excited I was at that time? As for that Tai Shui Leng, I did send him a letter to attract him here. Seeing him, I thought of our former relationship. How nostalgic. Back then we were from the same sect, chasing after demonic cultivators. We were called the Righteous Twin Cranes, having unlimited glory and pride. The white brow elderly saying so, showed a nostalgic expression. His expression was calm and his tone was gentle, but the more he thought about it, the stronger the killing intent was in both of his cold eyes. This white brow elderly came from the Middle Continent. He was known as Lord Sky Crane. Back then, he used the rank 5 Crane enslavement GU and ruled over a myriad Beast King level Crane King and rose to fame. Because he could enslave a myriad Beast King, it meant he controlled a 10,000 beast army. This strength allowed him to use his own power and eliminate a single village. Lord Sky Crane and 1st Gen GUU both came from the Middle Continent's Immortal Crane sect. Hundreds of years ago, they were senior and junior brothers, closer than real brothers, killing many demonic GU masters and working together, having perfect synergy with each other. In one of their attempts in chasing after demonic cultivators, they found an inheritance ground. This inheritance was one of the many set up by the Blood Sea ancestor. But if it was an ordinary inheritance, so be it, they would not have turned on each other. However, this inheritance ground's treasure was beyond precious. It could allow one to rise to the heavens and become an immortal from immortal. Thus, the two brothers were moved. Legend says, Blood Sea ancestor left behind over 100,000 inheritances, spread throughout the world. But his real motive was the few true treasures hidden in a few of these spots. They hid his personal GU worms, his true methods. The sect brothers encountered the Blood Sea ancestor's true treasure inheritance. Lord Sky Crane was quicker and obtained the inheritance. Corrupted by greed, 1st Gen GUU schemed against him and stole the GU worm. Then he attempted to kill Lord Sky Crane, but did not succeed as the latter managed to escape. Seeing that the matter was exposed, 1st Gen GUU could only hide his name and escape everywhere, preventing himself from getting found by his former sect. After tens of years, he could not find a lifespan GU. Thus in his final days he stood at Qingmao Mountain in the southern border, changing his appearance and calling himself GUU, establishing the GUU village. Lord Sky Crane, being unable to find him, was filled with hatred. Meanwhile the Immortal Crane sect was very interested in the Blood Sea inheritance. Thus with their help, Lord Sky Crane used the life-preserving Jade Burial GU, falling into a deep sleep and preserving his last bit of life. This life-preserving Jade Burial GU's method was also a special method. Similar to 1st Gen GUU's transformation into a zombie, they were unorthodox methods and were just desperate measures. Turning into a zombie, replacing life with death. Life-preserving life burial could enable one to hang on to life, but did not increase their lifespan. There was only one way to increase one's lifespan in this world. Like what Fang Yuan did in his previous life, they would need to use the lifespan GU, increasing one's own lifespan from the roots. This was the proper way. Other methods had disadvantages and were not recognized by heaven and earth, belonging to helpless resorts. Senior brother, you shameless disciple, despicable scum. Back then when you backstabbed me, did you expect retribution today? Haha, the heavens did not let me down, for I finally found you. Today, not only will I exterminate your bloodline and destroy your 1,000-year plot, but I will also take back my opportunity. This day, I have waited far too long. Ending his reminiscences, Lord Sky Crane sighed loudly, gathering his killing intent. But before he struck, 1st Gen GUU acted even faster. The blood water on the ground poured up like a fountain, giving off a terrifying aura. The sharp smell of blood spread as within the thick concentrated blood water, tens of thousands of blood guillotines flew out, tightly packed together. Whoosh! Sounds of wings flapping were heard as countless bladewing blood bat GU flew into the air, engulfing the sky and killing towards the crane flock. The crane flock fell into chaos. Blood guillotines and bladewing blood bats were much smaller than the iron beak flying cranes, gaining movement. Advantage in battle. Lord Sky Crane was furious, screaming loudly and ordering the flying crane king he was riding on, rushing towards 1st Gen GUU. Retreat. A GU master shouted. The winds howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too imposing. Like a meteor hitting the ground, causing people to feel shocked and afraid. But suddenly, a blood wave flew into the sky, and the hiding blood river python assaulted under the cover of the blood water. It opened its mouth, biting at the flying crane king's long neck. At the same time its body coiled, trying to drag the flying crane king into the blood pond on the ground. Lord Sky Crane snorted. He knew about the blood river python. Blood water was like a supreme recovery medicine for the python, thus he needed to cut the contact between them. With this he willed in his mind, and the flying crane king stretched out its steel claws, grabbing onto the blood river python. At the same time it flapped its wings, flying towards the sky. After battling with Tai Shui Leng, the blood river python still had many injuries on its body, and its strength was also greatly diminished. Thus it was carried by the flying crane king into the air, slowing leaving the village. "Hand over your life," Lord Sky Crane howled, turning into a white flash and pouncing on First Gen Gu was who in the red coffin. First Gen Gu took a step out of the coffin, and with a stretch, wings grew out of his back. These pair of wings were large and strong, like jet black colored bat wings. Zombie Gu are a classic series of Gu worms, widely spread in the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie Gu, Rank 3 fur zombie Gu, Rank 4 jumping zombie Gu, Rank 5 flying zombie Gu. The blood white Gu was one of the flying zombies, of course it could fly. First Gen Gu's eyes burned with raging flames as he opened his arms and showed his devious demonic claws. He spread both wings, rushing towards the sky. With a boom, he collided with Lord Sky Crane who was in the air. The two had almost equal strength, and after retreating for a distance, they stabilized themselves and attacked once again. Boom boom boom. The two engaged in aerial combat, their bodies colliding constantly. The power of Rank 5 was fully displayed, as the aftermath of their conflicts resulted in numerous bamboo buildings collapsing. After a while, First Gen Gu shouted loudly, his body covered in blood shadows, as his attacks became several times more ruthless. Lord Sky Crane's eyes glowed with light, attacking like the slashing of a flying blade, or the piercing of an immortal sword, breaking the shadows one by one. First Gen Gu breathed out a bloody mist again, prompting Lord Sky Crane to activate his Gu worm which formed a light barrier, blocking the blood mist from invading. After a while, Lord Sky Crane was after all a dying old man, his elderly body weak, and thus his strength fell, slowly getting overpowered by First Gen Gu, falling into a disadvantage. After hundreds of years, you did not improve one bit. First Gen Gu laughed loudly and mocked. "Goddamn scoundrel," Lord Sky Crane scolded in rage. He did not expect First Gen Gu to be so strong, be it the blood guillotine or the bladewing blood bat Gu, they were supposed to be his. Thinking so, he got even more furious. HMPH, it's time to use my trump card. Lord Sky Crane snorted secretly, his white eyebrows raising lightly, transforming. His eyebrows grew frantically, becoming two thick bushes over tens of meters, one left and one right like snakes coming out of their dens, moving quickly and coiling around First Gen Gu. First Gen Gu struggled to no avail, his claws unceasingly attacking. These eyebrows looked fragile but were stronger than steel, and also malleable. Once restrained, it was like the roots of an old tree. It is actually the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu. First Gen Gu's tone changed for the first time, shocked and furious. This raise eyebrows and exhale Gu did not use ordinary chi, but primeval energy. Using the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture, and sending it out as primeval energy, this Gu was uncommon as it had a lose-lose type of usage. By using this Gu now, not only was First Gen Gu's primeval essence rapidly expended, but so was Lord Sky Crane's. Raise eyebrows and exhale Gu was like a bridge, connecting the two's aperture, causing primeval essence to be expended. It was often used by high-ranking Gu masters to bully the weak. Once used on someone stronger, it was akin to courting death. But this situation was different. Lord Sky Crane and First Gen Gu were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Gen Gu turned into a zombie and his aperture was dead, thus he was unable to recover natural primeval essence. Although Lord Sky Crane was dying of old age and barely had any lifespan, his aperture was full of life, and his primeval essence could still recover. This attacked First Gen Gu's greatest weakness. Lord Sky Crane's primeval essence was still recovering, but in First Gen Gu's aperture, his primeval essence would only go down and not up. First Gen Gu desperately retreated, but the white eyebrows extended with him as if they were endless, and at the same time Lord Sky Crane was moving closer as well. First Gen Gu howled, willing in his mind and calling the blood guillotine and blading blood bat Gu in attempt to cut the white eyebrows, but it had no effect. The white brows were extremely strong, and even if a few were cut, they would reconnect themselves. His primeval essence continued to decrease, and if this went on, First Gen Gu was definitely going to lose. He was after all an ambitious man, forced to his wit's end. He gritted his teeth and changed tactics, sending the blood guillotine and blading blood bat Gu towards Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane had to constantly sustain the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, and by being attacked like this, he could only use the light barrier and defend himself passively. The white barrier wavered and Lord Sky Crane's heart sank. The situation was not looking good for him. Most likely, before he finishes expending First Gen Gu's primeval essence, his light barrier would be broken through and he would get killed by First Gen Gu. Note: I am so sorry if the name, raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, is dumb, but there's no other way to translate it, lol. Chapter 193, Divine Investigator's Last Move. The Sky Crane Lord's face turned malevolent and his two eyes glinted with ominous light as he suddenly threw down a rain of feather arrows. This arrow rain was not targeted at the First Gen Gu. First Gen Gu had already turned into a blood-white zombie, a being that possessed astounding defense and would be difficult to breach. The feather arrows rained down and instead pierced through countless of Gu masters, instantly killing them. Along with this, two white lights burst out from Sky Crane Lord's eyes. As two beams of light swept through the village, wherever they went the bamboo buildings would collapse and street pavements were disintegrated. Anyone that touched these beams of light would melt like the snow meeting the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master acts, he could instantly create huge casualties with every move. Miserable shouts, screams and cries of despair continuously rang in the battlefield like a medley. A feather arrow flowered towards Fang Yuan, but he casually grabbed someone beside him and threw the man into the arrow's path. The feather arrow pierced this person's head and stopped. Fang Yuan then rolled, dodging a claw attack of an ironbeak flying crane. There was very little that a rank 3 could do against a rank 5. Even Bai Ning Bing was dodging non-stop at this moment. Every time he was injured, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique would heal him, but this also brought him closer to death itself. Rank 5 Gu masters were already at the peak of the secular world. Stop, the First Gen Gu shouted. As he watched the Gu masters before him getting slaughtered, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He had a great conspiracy for establishing the village and spreading his bloodline. It was not simply just to hide his identity. The clan members were the fruits of centuries of planning. But now, as they were slaughtered by the Sky Crane Lord, it was akin to using up the First Gen Gu's centuries' worth of heart blood. Being left with no choice, First Gen Gu could only 5-up on Sky Crane Lord. He ordered the Blade Wing Blood Bat Gu and Blood Guillotine to fly towards the village, defending it against the Sky Crane Lord's attacks. The Sky Crane Lord laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance was focused on attack and not defense. By doing this the First Gen Gu was giving up on his own advantage and using his weak point to battle. The Sky Crane Lord understood the First Gen Gu very well and knew his scheme. Thus he intentionally let these Gu clan members go first, and then attacked them at this moment. Sure enough, he was able to escape from the perilous situation he was under while the First Gen Fuyu was troubled by trying to take care of the entire situation. Not good. As the situation continued to be in a deadlock, the First Gen Gu suddenly shouted. Shadows of iron chains had suddenly appeared around his entire body. These shadows immediately turned from virtual into reality, and formed into long iron chains. These chains were like snakes and pythons as they coiled around First Gen Gu, binding his hands and feet. A talisman paper also gradually appeared and stuck right between the First Gen Gu's eyes. First Gen Gu was bound by the iron chains. He could no longer stretch his wings and thus he fell smashing down onto the ground. Such an unexpected scene not only shocked the First Gen Gu, but it also caused Sky Crane Lord to be shocked for a while before the latter started to laugh madly. So this is the Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu and the problem nipped in the bud Gu. Ha ha ha, I guess that so-called Divine Investigator wasn't a good for nothing after all. My good senior brother, you are sure to die today. These two great Gu were both the main Gu worms of the Tai family. The demon suppression iron chain GU could restrict a GU master's movement ability and thus let others trample upon them. The problem nipped in the bud GU was able to extract GU worms from inside the GU master and seal them away. Countless numbers of demonic path GU masters had been captured by Tai Shui Ling through these two GU, and now he had used it on the first gen GUU. When did this happen? The first gen GUU was startled and also furious. He though back to the final scene when he had struck Tai Shui Ling dead. The copper mask had flown away, revealing a square face. Although his death was certain, there was no fear on his features. Two eyes shone with the vicissitudes of time and resoluteness as his bloodied palm struck lightly against first gen GUU's chest. However, the strength it contained was so minuscule that first gen GUU had completely ignored it at the time. So it was then. Damn it, I would have already sensed it if I had a living body. But though my zombie body is strong in both offense and defense, it is not sensitive. The first gen GUU's head was full of regrets. There were many shortcomings when turning one's body into a blood white. He should have already died according to his original lifespan, but he lived on by defying the heavens, so how could there not be any price to pay? Ha ha ha, the Sky Crane Lord's aura grew with his laughter, then he charged towards the first gen GUU. First gen GUU could only try to resist. Naturally, he fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain GU not only bound his whole body, but the phantom image of the black iron chain also appeared within his aperture and sealed it. The primeval sea surged like boiling water and many GU worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain GU. With this, the first gen GUU's primeval essence expenditure became extremely huge. Your defeat is certain, except your death. Sky Crane Lord's attacks came non-stop, like he had fallen into madness. First gen GUU's head was riddled with injuries, while his pale ribs were exposed and his two arms severed from the shoulders by the Sky Crane Lord. When it seemed that Sky Crane Lord was going to really kill him, the first gen GUU suddenly opened his mouth and gave an unearthly cry. Yan, extremely ear-piercing sound waves concentrated and instantly struck the Sky Crane Lord. When Sky Crane Lord heard this sound, he felt like he had just met with an enormous attack, and he was sent flying dozens of steps away, his white eyebrows even pulled tight and straight. After that, he rapidly fell down to the ground. Blood started flowing out of his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. The lingering sound was causing chaos inside his body, causing the blood to flow in reverse. He couldn't move at all for a moment. Seeing this chance, many GU masters threw moon blades, water bullets and so on from a distance, but they were all blocked by the light halo on the Sky Crane Lord. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed at the first gen GUU, but their iron beaks felt like it was smashing against steel skin and iron bones as they attacked the blood-white zombie body, and broke off one after another. A rank 5 GU's defense was no small thing. Even if Fang Yuan used the chainsaw golden centipede to saw at the blood-white zombie body for some time, he might not be able to cut off even a piece of skin. Right now, in this battle, only these two rank 5 GU masters could threaten each other. Although they were in a very bad state, as long as their primeval essence didn't end, others could only look on helplessly. Sky Crane Lord saw that the flying cranes were unable to accomplish anything, while the flying crane king was fighting with the blood river python far away. As for himself, he was unable to move anything other than his eyes properly due to his chi and blood being in conflict. He concentrated his mind on the raise eyebrows and exhale GU, greatly accelerating the primeval essence consumption. First gen GUU was on the verge of death. The primeval essence in his primeval sea quickly decreased, and once it was completely used up, his GU worms would have no primeval essence to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain GU. Once this happened, problem nipped in the bud GU would start extracting the GU worms and sealing them. That would truly be the end. First gen GUU shouted in panic, "Quick, lend me a hand. Grab the eyebrows and activate your primeval essence. Let's help the first ancestor. Let's go." A large group of GU masters went to help, not only from GUU clan, but even Bian Shang clan. Even first gen GUU was not able to cut apart these white eyebrows, so there was no way these GU masters' methods would work. They could only do as first gen GUU said, stretching their hands and grabbing the white eyebrows. They had just touched the white eyebrows, when some of the eyebrows split up and coiled around their wrists, arms and then finally extended to their bodies. Ah! Miserable shrieks echoed in succession. How could a rank 2 GU master's primeval essence fight against a rank 5 primeval essence? In a short while, their primeval essence was consumed clean, their primeval sea was empty, their apertures completely dried up, their apertures started to crack, before finally crumbling and collapsing. The aperture was the most vital part in a human body, even more important than heart. Once the aperture broke, many GU masters' eyes would roll and lose their lives on the spot. Fuck. First Gen GUU cursed in anger. The demon suppression iron chain GU was tightening up, piercing into the skin and flesh, the bones were starting to make cackling sounds. It was reasonable to say that with Tai Shui Leng's death, this demon suppression iron chain GU couldn't get primeval essence from its GU master and shouldn't have been able to activate. However, it had been infected by the berserk blood GU, and thus it could absorb the primeval essence in the air. Also, demon suppression iron chain GU was Tai Shui Leng's GU, so it contained Tai Shui Leng's will to subdue first gen GUU. First gen GUU's primeval essence was depleting quickly, and he would not be able to bear it much longer. Many GU masters that were rushing to provide assistance saw this and couldn't help but slow down. What are you afraid of? If the first ancestor loses, we will also die. Are you hoping that you will be spared? Fang Yuan shouted. He hurried to the side of first gen GUU and grabbed the white eyebrows. The 1,000-Li wolf spider had already died, and the enemy had flying cranes that could fly around to pursue an attack. There was no hope for him if he tried to escape alone. On the contrary, if he helped first gen GUU and the two sides fought each other to death, he might be able to reap some benefits. The white eyebrows firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrists, then it followed to his arms and creeped along like a vine towards his waist. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was being quickly consumed, but Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. His actions served as an example. Other GU masters were spurred and rushed forth in succession. Let's do this together, we might have a chance at life. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh, what else can we do? We can only stake our lives. Countless hands touched the white eyebrows. GU masters kept on dying and many other GU masters kept on filling the gaps to add into the consumption. Ha ha ha, fighting against a rank 5, how brilliant and interesting. Bai Ningbing also stepped forward. Life or death will be decided by this. Shang Jiao Man similarly stood up. Fang Zheng was nowhere to be seen, he was lost in the wild and hadn't escaped back to the village. Whether he lived or had died, no one could be sure, but everything bode ill for him. Time seemed to be passing very slowly at this moment, becoming unendurable. As time passed, many GU masters died. Some GU masters directly attacked Sky Crane Lord, but the white halo around him stood as steady as MT. Tai, only rank 3 GU masters could hold their grounds in this consumption face-off. Many GU masters' confidence started shaking and they were beginning to hesitate. Both sides were locked up in deadlock. Sky Crane Lord smiled grimly and said, "My victory is certain, you will all die." There was too big a gap between rank 3 and rank 5. Rank 4s would have been able to affect the situation, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders were already killed by Sky Crane Lord. First Gen GUU was bound by the iron chains while the white eyebrows had also coiled up around him and the problem nipped in the bud GU on his forehead was swaying. There was already very few primeval essence left in his aperture. Suddenly the problem nipped in the bud GU let out a faint yellow light and slowly extracted a ball of yellow light from first gen GUU's aperture. This yellow light was bigger than a fist but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down on the ground, and only a faint glimmer of the yellow light remained. A GU that looked like a crystal skull showed up. The GU was like a skull of a child that could fit on a palm, and the skull was like a crystal filled with reddish blood stripes. Blood Skull GU, after hundreds of years, I finally get to see you again. Sky Crane Lord looked on from a distance and wept tears of joy, he was extremely moved. Note: problem nipped in the bud, GU, the name of this GU is an idiom that means, solving the problem from the roots itself. Chapter 194, Blood Curtain Skyflower. First Gen GUU clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman and it fell to the ground, turning into an alternating black and white Taiji light sphere. 2 peculiar GU worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. As the Taiji light sphere continued to rotate, they seemed to carry traces of Great Tao, shocking many GU masters. What GU is this? Bai Ningbing and many others were bewildered. It actually is a rank 4. Fang Yuan's eyes focused in concentration. Yin-yang rotation GU. Sky Crane Lord screamed, his face clearly revealing his shock. He remained stunned for a while, then he raised his head and laughed, "My good senior brother, I truly have to thank you for finding such a good GU. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn back into a human, but what a pity, for your plan has been destroyed by me." First Gen GU anxiously moved his legs and snarled, he had completely lost his manners. Whether it was Blood Skull GU or Yin-Yang Rotation GU, they were both crucial to his plan that stretched through a millennium. Now, they were both sealed and extracted, all his painstaking plotting had almost gone up into smoke now. Sky Crane Lord's smile turned even more jubilant, his desire for vengeance was fully satisfied by seeing this expression of first Gen GU. Another yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored GU and looked like a translucent water sphere. On seeing this GU, first Gen GU suddenly stopped his struggle, he was exulted. He opened his bloody mouth, revealing his fangs as he shouted, "Quick, destroy this GU worm." Several GU masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this and used their attacks. This GU had been sealed by problem nipped in the bud GU, stopping the first Gen GU from activating it with his thoughts. There was a layer of yellow light on the surface carrying an imprint. It could only be unsealed by Tai Shui Leng or by using some special GU worms. However, this GU was an expendable GU and was special as it needed to be destroyed to be activated. Several GU masters made their moves. The yellow light imprint was only a sealing GU worm and didn't have any defensive powers. After several attacks, the yellow light imprint collapsed, destroying the sealed GU worm along with it. Buzz! A soft cry resounded, and a blood light bloomed, suddenly expanding and turning into a spherical shield within moments. First Gen GU was within the shield, while Sky Crane Lord was outside. The blood-red shield's range was 6 mu, and Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were both within the shield, whereas Xianxia Man and some others were outside. The most encouraging part was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut apart into 2 halves by this shield. With the disintegration of the white eyebrows, Fang Yuan and others recovered control of their bodies. The aura of this shield reaches rank 5, but why does it resemble the water curtain skyflower GU? Fang Yuan was bewildered, he had never seen this GU before. Sky Crane Lord was separated by this shield, and he staggered up before laughing coldly, "Senior brother, such a good move, you are actually able to counterattack and break my raise eyebrows and exhale GU. It's a pity such a trifle defense won't work against me, you are just prolonging your imminent defeat by doing this." First Gen GU instead laughed loudly, "Junior brother, how about testing it yourself?" "That's my intention." Killing intent flashed in Sky Crane Lord's eyes, countless flying cranes and feather arrows shot towards the shield, while his eyes also sent out the white beams at the same time. However, the blood shield was still unshakable and was as stable as before. Sky Crane Lord's face turned extremely dark as he stopped his attacks. "What GU is this?" GU first threw his head back and laughed, "Let me teach you, this is my personally fused GU, Blood Curtain Skyflower GU. The Water Curtain Skyflower GU, a rank 4 GU, can block rank 5 GU attacks. This GU is at rank 5 and has even more powerful defense. Water Curtain Skyflower GU prevents its owner from going in and out, but this Blood Curtain Skyflower GU lets me go out. Junior brother, don't be impatient, you can attack slowly, use all your strength. Just wait till I recover, then I'll come out and cut your dog head, aha. You thief, keep on boasting." Sky Crane Lord was in turmoil, he had everything in his grasp before, but to think first Gen GU was able to recover some ground and the situation turned into a deadlock again. He attacked madly and extremely fiercely, killing all the GU masters outside the shield including Xianxia Man. However, inside the Blood Curtain Skyflower GU, all was calm and quiet. The blood shield was as stable as MT. Tai, and the group of GU masters inside the shield were relieved. First Ancestor is indeed an unrivaled hero. We are finally saved. The first Ancestor will show his divine might and this person will definitely be defeated. Who? This is the strength of rank 5 GU master. I am actually still alive in front of such strength. The GU masters cheered and shouted. On the contrary, Bai Ningbing snorted, his death was certain due to the 10 extreme aptitude, but this deadlock decreased the splendor of it and he was not happy about it. Sky Crane Lord kept on attacking for a long while with no results. At one moment, he suddenly stopped as if he had woken up. First Gen GUU's words were meant to incite him into attacking the Blood Curtain Skyflower GU and wasting his primeval essence. If he wasn't wrong, this Blood Curtain Skyflower GU had the same effect as Water Curtain Skyflower GU. Its fusion price was extremely high and belonged to one-time use expendable category, but it had a high defense, albeit with a set duration. It would automatically dissipate after a certain amount of time. At this thought, Sky Crane Lord sat cross-legged, then took out 2 primeval stones and pinched them, starting to recover his primeval essence. Lend me a hand, you will only have a chance at life by helping me. Primeval stones, I need a large number of them. First Gen GUU shouted. The surrounding GU masters immediately took out primeval stones and piled them around him. First Gen GUU opened his bloody mouth wide and breathed in deeply, sucking the primeval stones into his mouth. Crack, he chewed the primeval stones. Large amounts of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. On seeing this, the Sky Crane Lord became anxious and started shouting, "Don't give them to him, you morons. Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom. HMPH, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust, so ridiculous. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give it, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything depends on Lord Ancestor." GU masters provided the primeval stones generously and soon, great quantities of primeval stones entered first Gen GUU's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing watched indifferently from the side. A normal body wouldn't be able to endure such a large amount of primeval essence pouring into them, but first Gen GUU's blood-white zombie body was powerful and strong. The primeval essence in his primeval sea began to rise rapidly. The demon suppression iron chain GU was becoming weaker, and after quite a while, it turned into a pool of blood. It had thoroughly died out. With the bindings gone, first Gen GUU gave a long roar and activated his blood-white vital GU. Great quantities of blood were absorbed into his body, and within moments, his powerful arms grew back again with claws as sharp as a knife. He gave a hearty laugh then stood up. At this exact moment, the problem nipped in the bud GU on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood and completely dissipated. It seems the heavens do not want me dead. First Gen GUU threw his head back and laughed. We ask First Ancestor to behead this old thief. Once the Lord Ancestor makes his move, he will definitely succeed. The group of GU masters was elated. First Gen GUU's laughter gradually stopped, and fire burned in his eyes as he spoke unhurriedly. I will, of course, kill my enemy. But before killing him, I still have something I need to do. Not good. Fang Yuan's heart suddenly jumped when he heard the tone of the voice, and he discreetly moved towards the outer edge of the group. The people beside him were puzzled by this, but they were still filled with high fighting spirit. We are not sure what First Ancestor has to do, but we will serve the Ancestor to the best of our abilities. First Gen GUU threw his head back and cackled with laughter. Haha, the thing I need to do is to take your lives. What? The crowd turned pale with shock. First Gen GUU, however, didn't hesitate to make his move. Squelch, his claw immediately pierced through a rank 3 GU master near him. When he took back his palm, there was a pulsing heart on it. This GU master was a GUU clan member, and his expression was one of disbelief at this moment. He gave a loud scream, blood spurting out like a fountain as he fell down with his head facing up. Good blood, it can't be wasted, First Gen GUU exclaimed. With a shift of his mind, the blood skull GU flew up and made one round around this GU master's body. The GU master's corpse twitched, and all the blood in him was extracted by the blood skull GU, entering into its 2 empty eye sockets. After the blood skull GU drank its fill, the blood stripes on its crystal skull turned even brighter. First Ancestor, you. As the group retreated with all their might, someone cried out. Noisy. First Gen GUU's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing his body into 2 with a knife. Blood spurted out and was absorbed by the blood skull GU. First Ancestor, you ungrateful beast, if not for our primeval stones, how could you have any fighting strength left? This First Ancestor is no decent person, everyone let's attack together and kill him. That's right, there is power in numbers. A bloody massacre unfolded. First Gen GUU was a peak rank 5 and he had completely recovered his primeval essence. These GU masters were just rank 1, rank 2 or at most rank 3, so how could they be his match? In this blood-curtained skyflower separated inside from outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, 1st Gen GUU could go out. But once he exited, he couldn't enter again, he would have to destroy the blood-curtained skyflower or wait for it to dissipate. The group of GU masters weren't able to escape, they tried fighting but were utterly defeated and killed by 1st Gen GUU. Except for Bai Clan's and Shang Clan's GU masters, he killed every GUU clansman and used the Blood Skull GU to absorb the blood. After killing several hundreds, the rank 4 Blood Skull GU was glistening red, as it had reached the limit of what it could absorb. 1st Gen GUU laughed loudly and summoned the Blood Skull GU. The Blood Skull GU came towards him and floated above his head. This day, this moment, my centuries of arduous planning has finally come to fruition. He let out a long exhalation of relief. At this moment, the Blood Skull GU opened its tightly shut mouth and threw up a blood fountain. The blood fountain didn't have the fishy odor of blood, but instead let out a sweet relaxing fragrance. This blood fountain poured from above 1st Gen GUU and completely soaked him. However, what was strange and mysterious was that not even a drop of the blood fountain sprayed on the ground. All of the blood stuck to 1st Gen GUU's body, then slowly seeped inside, finally reaching the aperture. 1st Gen GUU stood on the spot, he was silent and his head was down as he appreciated this moment. Suddenly, he burst out with a crazed laughter as he spoke, "Kakakaka, my aptitude has advanced, my aptitude has really advanced." The rest of the GU masters tremored. Outside the blood shield, Sky Crane Lord pointed at 1st Gen GUU and furiously shouted, "Return my Blood Skull GU back to me." Chapter 195, Then Let Me Become a Demon. 1st Gen GUU laughed with even more joy. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and turned towards Lord Sky Crane, speaking with a voice filled with hatred. "Junior brother, you never thought there would be a day like this, right? We were both orphans raised by the Master. But since young, Master always pampered you more. Why, isn't it because your aptitude is a grade and mine is only C grade? Naturally, with your A grade aptitude, your cultivation progressed much faster. Did you know, with my C grade aptitude, how much sweat and effort I had to put in compared to you, just barely be able to match with your pace? Although we were called the twin cranes of righteous paths, you were always the main and I the second. You were like the brightest star, just because you were an A-grade genius. Even your luck was good and you obtained one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea Ancestor. Blood Skull GU could purify the blood of the relatives killed and pour them into the aperture, upgrading it. Did you know what my mood was like at the time? I thought day and night, thinking of countless schemes. I knew the Blood Skull GU was my only hope. With it, I could change my life, change my fate. But it is mine, mine. Lord Sky Crane was so angry that he stamped his feet repeatedly. Yes, it is yours. 1st Gen GUU nodded. Your aptitude is great and your luck is also great. Clearly, we started out at the same time, killing enemies together, but the heavens only appreciated you, giving you the true inheritance. Did you know, when I looked at your proud expression and listened to you talking about your future plans, when I was forcing myself to smile, I suddenly realized. The heavens favored you, gave you a grade aptitude and the true Blood Sea inheritance. But what could I do about it? I was only an insignificant C-grade talent, so how could I succeed just by relying on myself? I could only seize, rob, change what wasn't mine to become mine. The fate that heaven had planned for me was to let me bow under someone, making me a shadow behind others. But I am indignant, for on what basis did he put me below and you above? 1st Gen GUU actually seemed to be weeping and whimpering at the end. Blood-white zombie's appearance was extremely terrifying, and adding on to this strange sound, anyone who heard it would feel coldness seep into their bones. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, other people don't value me, I can only love myself more, I can only value myself more, I can only rely on myself more. I can only put in more effort, I can only take more risks, I can only exert myself more. Only then can I succeed. But the righteous path talks of moral codes, ethics, comradeship, qualifications, hierarchy. I am only a lone person, a nobody with no background, no talent and no resources. So tell me, how could I succeed? With the righteous path, I could only let myself be exploited and bullied, I could only look up to these young masters and geniuses. Even if I kept on increasing my qualifications until I got old, I would only achieve minute success. This is the righteous path, a bullshit path. Only by becoming a demon, forsaking ethics, comradeship, the social rules and paying a huge price, I could take another path among the thorns and brambles, a path that belonged to myself. So, I schemed against you, seized your blood-sea true inheritance and became a demon. Haha, and a demon I became. A demon I became. The voice reverberated within the blood shield. Outside the shield, Lord Sky Crane was in a quiet and somber mood. First Gen GUU slowly stopped laughing then began killing again. Large numbers of GU masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull GU and concentrated into the blood fountain, pouring into first Gen GUU's aperture and raising his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. As first Gen GUU killed more and more GUU clansmen, his aptitude kept on increasing. After chewing the primeval stones, his primeval essence increased and his fighting strength became more powerful. Outside the blood shield, Lord Sky Crane was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a deep chasm, he could do nothing but sigh. He had tried to prevent it, but he could only give up. As time passed on, there were only a few numbers of people left inside the blood shield. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus. I will give you a chance to atone for your crime, obediently hand it over and your life will be spared. First Gen GUU walked closer step by step, his killing intent firmly locking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew the chance of his survival was scarce, but his expression didn't change and instead sneered, only 3-year-old children might be deceived by your bullshit. HMPH, I will destroy heavenly essence treasure lotus if you come any closer. You should know that I have refined this GU and can easily cause it to self-destruct with a thought. It's up to you. First Gen GUU's steps slowed, then he resolutely and quickly pressed on towards Fang Yuan. Brat, you have guts and you are smart too. You are indeed my descendant, I will take your blood and use it to raise my aptitude. Of course, I won't let you go. Originally, I used a blood-type GU to purify my heir's blood lineage, to try and bring out a descendant with the ancient moon desolate yin physique. As long as I absorbed the blood of such a genius, I would be able to raise my aptitude sharply to 99% a grade aptitude. If it had been so, I could have let you guys go, but unfortunately your luck doesn't seem to be good. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being coerced. If heavenly essence treasure lotus dies then so be it, but you are sure to die. His words hadn't even finished when the 2 wings on his back flapped, propelling him forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Yuan. First Gen GUU made a grabbing motion with his right hand. In that split second, Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk, and his hairs stood on the end as he retreated hastily. However, how could it be easy to dodge a rank 5 expert? The blood-white claws were almost upon him, but suddenly an ice hand pierced in from his side. Bang! There was the sound of a collision, and the ice hand shattered and cold aura flew all over the place. The first Gen GUU had to take a step back. Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan was shocked when he turned around to look at the person who had helped him. Bai Ning Bing took back his broken arm, and cold air blew out from the wound and instantly condensed into a new ice hand just like before. It was just that there was no flesh in the hand, he was already reaching the lifespan limits of his 10 extreme aptitude. To think that I can have such a splendid death. It's a pity I won't be able to see the conclusion to this battle. Bai Ning Bing heaved a deep sigh, then suddenly smiled and looked at Fang Yuan with his deep blue pupils. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of people. My death is certain, but it would be a real pity if you were to die too. So I will protect you, but I have a condition. Bai Ning Bing may only be a rank 3 GU master, but as his death closed upon him, his fighting strength continued to grow steeply like a water fountain. The final hope to win against first Gen GUU was him. What condition? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Bai Ning Bing stretched out his 2 arms like he was embracing the world. Clothed in a white gown, matching with his snowy white hair and sharp eyebrows, he said, "Live on for me and witness the myriad wonders of this world." In that moment, Fang Yuan was emotionally moved. This man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ning Bing and he felt like he was looking at his younger self in his previous life. Bai Ning Bing's words might sound like nonsense, but they were genuine. Maybe, ordinary people would never believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the profound meaning contained within these words. Bai Ning Bing was a top genius, his talent in defiance of the heavens but his lifespan superficially short. He had already found his path, and found his faith. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets, but under this situation where he had no other alternatives, he could only entrust them to Fang Yuan. Oh, it actually is Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Tisk, such a pity that you are not a descendant of my lineage, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to die. First Gen Gu smiled malevolently. But you want to block me by relying on this Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. So naive. His figure disappeared and appeared right in front of Bai Ningbing. There was a noise of explosion, and the two had traded off a blow. First Gen Gu was forced back 2 steps, whereas Bai Ningbing's whole skull and most of his body was blown away. But in the next instant, crackle, crack, cold air permeated the area, ice and frost condensed together to again grow out the body and the skull. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. What? First Gen Gu got the shock of his life. 10 extreme aptitudes were rarely seen, and this was the first time he was facing one. 2 people traded off blows again. In the end, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was weak and was firmly pressed in a disadvantageous position, so the situation looked very bad. However, no matter how First Gen Gu killed him, he didn't die. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Ice Soul body was close to an undying body. No matter how severe the wounds, they would be frozen back to the original state in a matter of seconds. Gu Bo was becoming more furious and also fearful, and he crazily increased his offensive attacks. Bai Ningbing gradually lost all color of life, turning into a moving iceman. Even his white hair had turned into thin icicles. The time had finally arrived. Death was descending at this moment. Infinite brilliance in the mortal realm, to the ends of the world the skies and seas stretch beyond. As the winds blow my ashes back to the earth, it is incomparable to the shining moon in the reflection of the water. Bai Ningbing recited a poem with a faint smile. Henceforth, his facial expression froze. There was a burst of cold wind and the fog like frost suddenly rose up. Crackle, large amounts of ice started spreading from under his feet, then the glacier rose up like the birth of a mountain. The surging majestic ice was like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a dragon rolling on the waves, as it crushed towards First Gen Gu. First Gen Gu let out a gasp and brought out all his strength to resist it. The red hairs on his head were all standing on end, mist of blood rising from all over his body, and large numbers of blood guillotine and bladewing blood bat Gu were sent to crash against the glacier in an attempt to slow it down even by a bit. In the end, he was still suppressed by the glacier, confined and engulfed. The enormous glacier filled the whole blood shield, but it didn't touch Fang Yuan as he was in a small space left intentionally by Bai Ningbing. The blood-curtained skyflower burst with a soft sound. With no hindrances, the cold air crazily flew around, and ice immediately condensed into a glacier which continued to spread. It broke the shield of blood-curtained skyflower Gu. Such power, Lord Sky Crane didn't dare face the glacier as he promptly took to the air. Under his astonished gaze, the glacier continued to spread and actually covered the whole Qingmao mountain from the top of the mountain to the bottom. In this instance, the lush, thriving Qingmao mountain turned into a sinister land of ice and snow. The icy ground under Fang Yuan's feet continued to raise higher. He too was personally observing this scene. This 1,000-li glacier was the evidence of the fall of a young genius, and contained within it was Bai Ningbing's indignance and helpless sigh. Not good, I need leave this place soon. Bai Ningbing's consciousness is weakening and gradually dying out. He is already losing the control of the glacier. Fang Yuan found that the space he was on was shrinking. Ice continuously condensed and moved forward, compressing the space he was on. Chapter 196, Rebirth once more. Fang Yuan immediately used the chainsaw Golden Centipede, as well as the Blood Moon Gu, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was way too thick, and the coldness was oozing. Every layer of ice he shaved off, 2 layers would grow. Fang Yuan was trapped in a desperate situation, without any way to free himself. At this same time, blood light emerged from under the icy river. There was initially a hint of blood light, but it soon spread, becoming stronger and stronger, until a blood-colored aurora enveloped the area. Ha ha ha. With a long laugh, blood light rushed towards the sky as First Gen Gu broke the ice and escaped. Although he looked miserable, his tone was arrogant. This Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, if he reached rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Sadly for him, he is only a rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan within the ice river. Northern Dark Ice Soul physique couldn't kill you, then let me do it. Far in the sky, Lord Sky Crane flew over casually. The Ironbeak flying crane king he was sitting on had already returned after killing the Blood River python when they flew away earlier. At this point, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, only 3 people remained. Bai Ningbing had already turned into the Ice Mountain, his consciousness expended. Fang Yuan was like an insect inside an amber, trapped within the ice. As for the 2 rank 5 GU masters, however, after first Gen GUU raised his aptitude, his aperture could store much more primeval essence. Lord Sky Crane had already recovered most of his strength after resting. The two's gaze were focused on Fang Yuan. First Gen GUU wanted to kill Fang Yuan, to take his blood. Lord Sky Crane wanted to stop first Gen GUU, and he would naturally not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan, thus he could only strike first and kill Fang Yuan. With their natures, they would not tolerate a bystander. After all, what if both of them got injured, and a third person profited from it? Fang Yuan sighed. Seeing their gazes, he knew he was finished. He had lost the Thunderwings GU and Thousand Li Earth Wolf Spider. Even if he had them, he could not escape from 2 rank 5 GU masters. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, incomparable with rank 5. In this situation, he was like fish meat, easily cut by knives. And these were 2 extremely sharp knives. He could not beat them in combat, and couldn't escape from them either, but Fang Yuan had a final move. That is, Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's mind went into his aperture. The light walls in his aperture had turned into a rough stone aperture. His snow-silver primeval essence was about half left. The stone aperture no longer had recovery abilities, but Fang Yuan's heavenly essence treasure lotus maintained such a scene in his aperture. These were not important. He placed all his concentration on the GU in the middle. His vital GU, the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. Only by using this GU could he travel against the flow of time, creating a new miracle. Using an impossible method to change fate itself. Even then, such a method was extremely risky. The River of Time is a forbidden area in the Great Tao. Mortals are not allowed to traverse in it. Once they enter, it is breaking the rules of heaven and earth, and they would face divine retribution. Secondly, Spring-Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered, so it was like a broken boat forcefully traveling in the River of Time. He might capsize midway and sink. Lastly, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 peak stage. Activating the Spring-Autumn Cicada now was like a baby using a sword, and he might easily get hurt by the sword. Once I use the Spring-Autumn Cicada, I will have to self-detonate. Using all my cultivation and the flesh and blood of my body, as well as all my other GU worms, as a driving force to move the Spring-Autumn Cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, this force is too small, and there is a high chance it would kill me directly. But at this point, I have no other ways left. I am forced to use this GU. Fang Yuan was helpless too. Earlier, he would rather use the Stone Aperture GU than the Spring-Autumn Cicada, because of the great risk involved. Given 100%, there was less than even 10% chance of succeeding. Many times, when GU masters use high-ranking GU, they would face a strong backlash. Like GUU Qingshu, right now Fang Yuan could only bet on the fact that Spring-Autumn Cicada is his vital GU. Little rascal, hand over your life and contribute your blood to your ancestor. Lad, you are unlucky, you can only blame this despicable ancestor of yours. I will set you free from your misery. First Gen GUU and Lord Sky Crane both attacked at once. Fang Yuan was forced to the cliff's end, he could only jump. Spring-Autumn Cicada, do it. His eyes glowed with wondrous light, as 2 green and yellow lights burst forth from his body. This aura, how can this be? A rank 6 GU. At once, the 2 rank 5 GU masters were shocked, but soon, greed emerged on their faces. Kill him and take the rank 6 GU. This is an opportunity from heaven, good lad, hand it over and I may spare your life. Their speed was even faster than before. But at this time, a loud boom occurred. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before his death, he heard the 2 rank 5 GU masters' cries of shock. Legend says, the world has one long river, known as time. Humans were like fish in the river, and under the currents, the fish could only flow downwards. Sometimes, 1 or 2 fish would jump above the surface of the river and see the events below. This was predicting the future. Without the river of time, the world would be still, becoming a drawing. Only with this river can change occur, and the world can move, either prospering or withering. The river of time, with roaring currents. Every ripple was a story, an event that occurred in the past. Under the turbulent river water, a tiny GU worm was flowing upstream. It spread its wings, moving with difficulty. With the waves crashing against it, every impact could nearly cause its demise. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, while a yellow-green light was protecting its body. It moved up the river shakingly, like a candle blown by the wind. Eventually, it could only move up a little, before the yellow-green light dispersed. The spring-autumn cicada had reached its limit, and with a swoosh, it turned into a flash and burrowed into one of the ripples. Fang Yuan's body shook, his eyes having a tint of yellow-green light deep within. This light flashed by quickly, and Fang Yuan shuddered. Consciousness and memories assaulted his brain, merging instantly. He succeeded. He was extremely happy. He had rebirth once more. After sensing this, he immediately looked around, observing his surroundings. He found that his primeval essence was being expended as his arms and body were coiled by white eyebrows. Seeing once again, oh, so it was this moment. Tai Shui Leng's backup plan activated already. First Gen GUU was trapped by iron chains, not being able to move. His forehead also had a yellow talisman, the demon suppression iron chain GU and the problem nipped in the bud GU. That Lord Sky Crane also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white barrier. He activated the raise eyebrows and exhale GU, trying to exhaust all of first gen GUU's primeval essence. Fang Yuan squinted. He was coiled by the white eyebrows, not able to move, thus he could only use up primeval essence and wait for a good chance. Under the effect of the problem nipped in the bud GU, a yellow light flew out of first gen GUU's body. This yellow light was about fist size, smaller than a person's face. It casually landed on the ground, showing the blood skull GU inside. Blood skull GU, after hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Lord Sky Crane on seeing this, was exhilarated in his expression. Extremely excited, GUU first head clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman and fell to the ground, turning into the alternating black and white Taiji light sphere. Two peculiar GU worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation GU. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Lord Sky Crane shouted again, "Yin-yang rotation GU, my good senior brother, I truly have to thank you for finding such a good GU. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn back to a human, but what a pity your plan was destroyed by me." Fang Yuan looked at first gen GUU. Indeed, he was anxiously moved his legs and snarled, he had completely lost his manners. Wait a bit longer, my opportunity is coming. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, choosing to wait a bit longer. The third yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored GU and looked like a translucent water sphere. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Blood Curtain Skyflower. It was this GU that changed the situation and allowed first gen GUU to overturn the crisis. Blood Curtain Skyflower was created by first gen GUU. Fang Yuan didn't know it earlier, but now he was clear of its effects. Indeed, afterwards, first gen GUU shouted, "Quick someone, destroy this GU worm." Several GU masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this and immediately used their attacks. A soft cry resounded. Blood Curtain Skyflower appeared again, the blood color sphere shield isolating the two areas. Some people were outside, while some were inside. The blood shield broke the white eyebrows completely, and Fang Yuan and the others no longer had to compete with the Lord Sky Crane in primeval essence, thus regaining freedom. Lord Sky Crane was blocked by this GU, hurriedly getting up and snickering continuously. After some conversation, he could not break the blood shield, and had to stop, asking, "What GU is this?" GUU laughed smugly, "Let me teach you, this is my personally fused GU, Blood Curtain Skyflower. Water Curtain Skyflower, a rank 4 GU, can block rank 5 GU attacks. This GU is at rank 5 and has even more powerful defense. Water Curtain Skyflower prevents even its owner from going in and out, but this Blood Curtain Skyflower can let me leave. Junior brother, don't be impatient, you can attack slowly, use all your strength. Just wait till I recover, I will then come out and cut away your dog head, ahahaha." Lord Sky Crane was furious, attacking again, but failed. After he calmed down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence, waiting for the blood shield to lose effect. The GU masters, seeing the blood shield being impenetrable, were overjoyed, thinking their lives were saved, quickly flattering 1st Gen GUU, but only Bai Ningbing snorted. 1st Gen GUU thus asked for more primeval stones, and everyone quickly contributed what they had. Although 1st Gen GUU was chained up, and could not move, his mouth continued to crush primeval stones as he recovered quickly. Sky Crane Lord, seeing this, started shouting, "You morons! Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom." No one believed him. Hee, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust, we'll laugh till our teeth drops. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything is depending on Lord Ancestor. Chapter 197, Changing Fate. Large numbers of primeval stones continued to be absorbed by 1st Gen GUU, as he chewed and crushed them. Bai Ningbing watched, coldly, but Fang Yuan moved. He did not observe but had a different choice than before. 1st Gen Ancestor, the situation is dire, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to offer. He was filled with sincerity as he walked up quickly, a look of helplessness but determination. GUU laughed heartily, "Very good, as expected of my descendant. Such filial piety, as your ancestor, I am very happy." He had long wanted the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and once sent 2 Bladewing Blood Bad groups to chase after Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan escaped quickly and didn't give him the chance. However, right now he had no suspicions. Firstly, he did not fall out with Fang Yuan yet, and earlier he had lied that he was protecting Fang Yuan when he dispatched the Bladewing Blood Bad group. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to grab onto the White Eyebrows and help the 1st Gen GUU in the primeval essence expenditure, causing the wavering people to make up their minds. Such a loyal performance, 1st Gen GUU still remembered it vividly. Lastly, under such circumstances, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on 1st Gen GUU. Only then could he defeat Lord Sky Crane and protect his life. 1st Gen GUU did not believe that Fang Yuan would ruin his own survival chances and attack him. Thus, when Fang Yuan got closer, 1st Gen GUU laughed continuously, "With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my chances of victory is higher by 20%. All of you move away, and let him in." Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Outside the blood barrier, Lord Sky Crane was stunned and quickly shouted, "You mustn't do it." Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan got to 1st Gen GUU's side. 1st Gen Ancestor, I have thought it through. It was you who created the village, it was because of you that all of us descendants exist. Back in the day, you made such a great contribution to the village. Today, you even led our clan towards brilliance. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus should be used by you, great ancestor. He was full of admiration, his tone excited and nervous. 1st Gen GUU nodded continuously, thinking, this lad is good with words. Too bad I still have to kill him later and retrieve his blood. Fang Yuan lowered his back, striking. He grabbed 1st Gen GUU, using the strength in his waist to turn his body and moved both arms. He opened his mouth and growled, using the strength of 2 boars, expending all his energy to throw. Swish! 1st Gen GUU was thrown out of the blood barrier by him. Dead silence. At this time, it was as if time stopped. The outside winds blew relentlessly. 1st Gen GUU was smashed onto the ground, his red hair flying around in the winds as he stared blankly, having unable to react to what had just happened. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Lord Sky Crane. This old man was still furious and anxious over Fang Yuan contributing the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. He did not expect in the least that in the very next moment, such a drastic change would occur. He was stunned too, staring blankly at 1st Gen GUU. 1st Gen GUU was his mortal enemy, but at this point Lord Sky Crane was stunned, like he was still dreaming, not moving at all. In the blood barrier, everyone stood like a statue, silent and unmoving. Some people opened their mouths, so large that a fist could fit in it. Some stared with wide-opened eyes, almost bulging out. Even Bai Ningbing lost his composure, staring at Fang Yuan in astonishment. Only when half a bamboo building collapsed within the blood barrier did everyone jolt awake all of a sudden. Wah! What the fuck? Someone swore. Fang Yuan, what dumb shit did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his entire body shivering. 1st Gen Ancestor. Someone attempted to pull 1st Gen GUU back, but was blocked by the blood curtain Skyflower. Despicable thief, lying to your ancestor, I will tear you to shreds. First Gen Gu finally reacted, lying on the ground screaming. Ha ha ha. Amidst the frightened individuals, someone laughed. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed till his tears came out, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan. Interesting, interesting, truly spectacular. Fang Yuan, are you crazy? Fang Yuan, you harmed the first gen ancestor, you plot even against the ancestor, are you still human? Wah, Fang Yuan must have been bought over by that white-hair old man. You spy, you traitor. The surrounding people pointed at him in rage, but Fang Yuan lightly laughed. I am a rank 3 peak stage, who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At this point, within the blood barrier, there were few rank 3 GU masters. They had little primeval essence left due to the fight earlier, and they even gave up their primeval stones and could not get replenishments. As for the others, they were mortals or rank 1 or 2 GU masters. Without the first gen GUU, within this blood barrier, Fang Yuan really was unstoppable. He. Fang Yuan laughed, bending down and picking up the 2 GU worms. His left hand carried the blood skull GU, and his right hand carried the yin-yang rotation GU. These two were owned by first gen GUU, but right now they had a thin layer of yellow light, sealed by the problem nipped in the bud GU, unable to sense first gen GUU's desperate calls. But this seal was an obstacle to Fang Yuan as well. He wanted to break the seal and refine the 2 GU worms. Forcefully breaking the seal, however, will only cause these 2 GU to be destroyed. This was different from the Blood Curtain Skyflower GU, as the Blood Curtain Skyflower GU had to be destroyed to be used. By breaking the seal, it was the same as using it. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He knew what would happen next. Both the Demon Suppression Iron Chain GU and Problem Nipped in the Bud GU would be corrupted by the Blood Frenzy GU, turn into blood water and die. Ha ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you have this day. Hand over your life. Lord Sky Crane howled, rushing into the sky and attacking towards first gen GUU. First gen GUU was suppressed by the demon suppressing chains and could not move, thus he was a target board and could only take the hits. He scolded furiously, howling and struggling. Suddenly the iron chains turned into a puddle of blood water, allowing him to regain his freedom, and he hurriedly flew into the air, crashing against the blood barrier. With a loud bang, unquestionably, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain skyflower was refined by him, and it was his greatest invention. It had superb defense, but once used it cannot be moved nor turned off. For him, he could only exit and not enter. Little rascal, you will die a painful death. First gen GUU's grievance and rage towards Fang Yuan was greater than anything, rising like a tsunami. Lord Sky Crane naturally chased him, laughing non-stop. First gen GUU could only give up on the blood barrier and resist the Lord Sky Crane. He had eaten large amounts of primeval essence earlier, thus he had ample primeval essence. Even though he had the lower hand, he could stabilize his situation. First gen ancestor, good luck. Lord First Gen, we are cheering for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between two rank 5 attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan, however, retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ningbing. This situation was like two tigers competing, while Fang Yuan was a rabbit. Both the Lord Sky Crane and first gen GUU were crafty old foxes. To wait for the two to injure each other and benefit Fang Yuan, such a chance was slim. No one was stupid, they would not let the battle adrenaline get to their head. Moreover, this blood barrier could only protect them for a while. Once the time is up, everyone inside including him would face the slaughter of Lord Sky Crane and first gen GUU. He had already rebirthed once, thus the spring-autumn cicada had fallen into a weak state again, unable to be used. Right now, he could only try to get as strong as possible, exerting the greatest effort to fight for a chance to survive. Fang Yuan already had a plan. But in this plan, there was a person who played a crucial role. That person is Bai Ningbing. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's self-detonation would greatly affect the battlefield. Especially when the two rank 5s were fighting outside of the barrier. But how was he going to convince Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing sensed it, turning back to look at Fang Yuan. Among the people, they stared at each other. Fang Yuan in his black robe, with black hair and eyes, revealed a devilish smile as his lips curled. I have a way to resolve the 10 extreme aptitudes, and allow you to return to life. He said. Bai Ningbing's body shuddered, he obviously wanted to live. What method? However, Fang Yuan's words changed. But this method does not have much chance of success, it is highly probable to fail. Yet this made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Next Fang Yuan said his third sentence, but I think even if we fail, it will allow your final moments to be as spectacular as ever. Bai Ningbing's was moved. Fang Yuan used 3 sentences and targeted his heart's innermost desires, convincing him. He was also smart, and after thinking, he asked directly, then what do I need to do? Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. At the same time, the problem nipped in the bud Gu turned into a puddle of blood water. Blood skull Gu and yin-yang rotation Gu's seal vanished and were about to fly away, but Fang Yuan grabbed onto them. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura. These 3 Gu were merely rank 4, they were immediately tamed. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence and refined them, turning them into his. What? Fuck. Outside the blood barrier, first Gen Gu Yu's head hurt as he lost the connection with the blood skull Gu and yin-yang rotation Gu. He was beyond shocked, losing his bearing and rushing towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How could you refine my 3 Gu worms so quickly? First Gen Gu Yu cried out sadly, attacking the blood barrier like a crazed man. Fang Yuan stole food from a tiger's mouth. By taking the blood skull Gu and yin-yang rotation Gu, it was a fatal blow to the first general. Everyone was shocked, taking a step back. First Gen Gu Yu was like a fierce beast trapped in despair, his eyes starting to burn with fire. But quickly, Lord Sky Crane's attack came. I want you to die, I want you to die. First Gen Gu Yu went frantic, attacking without defending, exerting all his anger on Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane was taken aback as he received some damaging blows. The two fought it out again, as the battle slowly reached its climax. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying to Bai Ningbing, "Come, kill them all with me." Before he finished, he acted. As the razors on the chainsaw golden centipede moved, he slashed a Gu master nearby into half. Blood Skull Gu. Soon after, Fang Yuan activated the Blood Skull Gu, absorbing the blood. Chapter 198. Ruthless in murdering people, cruelty exercised to profit from disaster. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop, the enemy is before us, how can we fight among ourselves? Stop now, otherwise, Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless, killing another clansman. I am only killing GUU clan people, outsiders fuck off. Otherwise I'll kill you as well. Fang Yuan screamed. Everyone was stunned, retreating steps away, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so insane. Fang Yuan has lost it. He's lost his logic, attack together. Indeed, if this goes on, even before the first ancestor defeats the enemy, we'd have been slaughtered by Fang Yuan already. It was like Fang Yuan stabbed a beehive, causing everyone to stir, but no one dared to attack, most could only shout and encourage others to fight. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, suddenly attacking and killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you. The dying person was a Bai clansman. Oh no, Lord Bai Ningbing lost it too. Everyone shouted. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, looking at Bai Ningbing, not expecting him to change so drastically. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally, since you can kill your own clansmen, I can't lose to you. Sigh, since too many deaths have occurred, Bai clan's future is ruined already, we can no longer be a village. The clan leader I'm indebted to is dead too, I might as well kill them now, and enjoy the fun. He, that's great, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his body moving quickly, starting his slaughter. Since these clansmen were going to die anyway, they might as well die at Fang Yuan's hands, contributing to his aptitude growth instead of first Gen GUU. These people in the blood barrier, how could they be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing together? Especially when Bai Ningbing, who was nearing death, was much stronger and killed even more people than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took the last hit and extracted their blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull GU reached its limit, and the crystal skull started to turn blood red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull GU, raising it over his head. The teeth opened, shooting out a fragrant blood stream, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed the discomfort and breathed in deeply, living in the moment. His black robe and hair together with his blood-bathed body, made him look like a demon straight out of hell. The surrounding people upon seeing him, were all scared and cried out in fear. My aptitude really increased. Fang Yuan's aptitude was only 44% C grade originally, but after the man-beast life burial GU, it dropped to 43%. Right now, standing under the bloodstream as it gushed into his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%, going to 53%. Indeed a great treasure, no wonder first gen GUU treated it like his life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction, starting another round of slaughter. The two caused much bloodshed within the blood barrier. This was a large slaughterhouse. Fang Yuan, you mad and crazy monster. GUU Mo Yan rushed up. Fang Yuan dodged her attack and raised his chainsaw golden centipede before throwing it down. The young girl was split in half. Fang Yuan, let us go please, we're your uncle and aunt. GUU Dong Tu and his wife kneeled down and begged. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his left hand waving, and a blood-colored moonblade shot out, beheading the two. Blood Skull GU absorbed the GUU clansman, blood, turning into a thick blood stream, pouring into Fang Yuan. What a pleasure! Fang Yuan closed his eyes, breathing in deeply, only to feel a warm feeling traveling through his body and causing his mind to become sharper, like he had been reborn. Aptitude rose again, becoming 63%. A GU master's aptitude, 40-59% was C grade, 60-79% was B grade, and 80% and above was A grade. Fang Yuan had officially left C grade and become a B grade talent. But my cultivation dropped. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, staring intently. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 2. Strange. First gen GUU evidently retained his cultivation level as his aptitude rose, so why was it that when it came to Fang Yuan, such a thing happened? This problem should be due to the stone aperture GU. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture GU to squeeze out all his potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull GU injected the quality blood stream into him, raising the aperture's potential and raising his aptitude. Undeniably, these two GU clashed in nature. But blood skull GU was rank 4, while stone aperture GU was rank 3. The blood skull GU ruled over the stone aperture GU, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to turn from stone back to light. However, the cultivation increase that the stone aperture brought was also disappearing, and even reducing his cultivation in the process. This change was something Fang Yuan did not expect in such a short time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger, he killed everywhere he went. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to keep his strength and stop attacking, only collecting the bloodline. First gen GUU who was outside the blood barrier, saw the people getting slaughtered and flew into a rage, screaming but to no avail. He spread his bloodline, waiting for hundreds of years. It was all for this moment, killing his descendants to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, someone else benefited from it. This lad, so young yet so ruthless, even more demonic than his ancestor. Lord Sky Crane seeing this, was slightly shocked too. The slaughter continued, until 6 hours later. Fang Yuan's cultivation dropped to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to being a light wall, able to recover primeval essence on his own. He was bathed in blood over 10 times, and towards the last few times, the effect weakened. The first few raised his aptitude by 10%, but the percentage continued to drop with each try. But his aptitude had increased from the C grade 43% to over 90%. 90%, a grade aptitude. A grade aptitude. 500 years of my previous life, I only managed to raise my aptitude from C to B about 200 years later through pure luck. To think that this time, I can benefit from a disaster and rise to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, secretly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped his killing, walking over. Next, what do we do? In the blood barrier, only the two of them were left. The others, whether it was GU Master or Mortal, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the aftermath of the two rank 5 experts battle. In the entire area, there was only the two inside the barrier, and the two outside. Fang Yuan looked outside, saying casually, next, we wait for first gen GUU to run into defeat, and the blood curtain skyflower to vanish. And then, Bai Ningbing pursued. Then, Fang Yuan turned around and looked at Bai Ningbing, then he smiled, then you can go and die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh, what do you mean? Immediately, his eyes squinted into a line as his blue irises had a dangerous killing intent. The northern dark ice soul physique's self-detonation is extremely strong. Even though your cultivation is weak, and the chances are not high, it should be able to hurt rank 5 experts. After detonating, are you able to control the direction of the snow and frost? Fang Yuan laughed. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I've never self-detonated before. I know you can. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Unknowingly, the image of Bai Ningbing self-detonating previously appeared in his mind. And that line, live for me, and witness the brilliance of this world. I will stay by your side. After you detonate, and when the time is ripe, I will save your life and cause you to resurrect, Fang Yuan continued. What if you can't? He. Fang Yuan laughed plainly. Then you need to bet. When you detonate, I will be by your side. If you suspect my sincerity, you can send the ice storm to kill me. You must have noticed already. That's right, my cultivation is already rank 1 initial stage. By then, I will have no way to survive. But if you believe me, then I could be lying too. Eventually I will not resurrect you, because I have no way to do so. Thus, you need to gamble, whatever choice you make, not just what you are thinking, but also what you are considering in the moment before you die. Bai Ningbing was solemn. Fang Yuan's words was telling him to gamble away. But actually, wasn't Fang Yuan betting too? He was using his own life as the wager, fully dependent on Bai Ningbing's thoughts. So exciting, so very exciting, then I shall bet on it, haha. A moment later, Bai Ningbing raised his head, laughing loudly. Fang Yuan did not care about him, but concentrated on the battle outside the blood barrier. As expected, first Gen Ji Yu had the lower hand, suppressed by Lord Sky Crane. Although he replenished his primeval essence, he could not replenish it, so under a sustained battle, how could he compete with Lord Sky Crane? Moreover, Lord Sky Crane was clear of his methods, and he would not allow first Gen Ji Yu to take back any advantage. I am so fucking furious. A moment later, first Gen Ji Yu cried out, little thief, you destroyed my 1000-year plan, I will spare you today. Someday, I will kill the hell out of you to appease my anger. Throwing this angry statement, first Gen Ji Yu flapped his wings and escaped the battlefield, flying towards the skies. Don't think of leaving. Lord Sky Crane quickly turned into a flash of light, chasing relentlessly. Without their intense battle, this battlefield became quiet instantly. This was originally the best time to leave, but the Blood Veil Aurora became a huge obstacle. 4 hours later, the blood barrier was thinning, and was about to vanish. But at this time, a white light flew over, turning into the Lord Sky Crane. His body was full of injuries. A wound stretched from his left shoulder to his waist, so deep that his bones could be seen, overflowing with purple poisonous red blood. But his face was extremely uplifted, showing the happiness of getting his long-awaited revenge. His right hand held a skull, a blood-covered face. It was first Gen Ji Yu. He actually managed to kill first Gen Ji Yu. Bai Ningbing showed astonishment. Fang Yuan laughed instead. It seems this old fellow hates first Gen Ji Yu to the core. To kill the first gen, he definitely paid a huge price. While they were speaking, the blood barrier vanished, and there were no longer any obstacles between the two. Little thief, quickly hand over the 2 GU worms. I am still in a good mood now, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, when the blood barrier vanishes, you will all die without a resting place. Lord Sky Crane flew into the sky, looking down and laughing loudly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other before laughing lightly, not speaking. Lord Sky Crane flew into a rage. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to get killed. Before he finished his words, he turned into a white light and assaulted. Bai Ningbing laughed grandly, taking a huge step in front. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his body lost all color, turning into an ice statue. Cold winds blew, and as winds turned into a hurricane, frost and ice covered the sky and the infinite ice river appeared. Lord Sky Crane did not expect it in the least that such a development would occur, causing him to be unprepared against Bai Ningbing's attack, and was sealed into the ice. Chapter 199, Walking Towards Their Own Destiny. Boom, boom. The ice glacier shook intensely as Lord Sky Crane carried out his attacks. He was about to break out of the ice layer in just a few seconds. We can't let this old geezer break free. Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing couldn't speak anymore. After Fang Yuan's shout, he resolutely self-exploded one of his arm, turning it into vast amounts of frost wind. The wind swept through everything, the glacier spread and the ice layer rapidly thickened by 100 feet. Lord Sky Crane roared within the ice and started attacking in a frenzy. Bai Ningbing exploded his other arm. More ice condensed and the glacier repeatedly pressed down on Lord Sky Crane, suppressing him every time he tried to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's meticulous control, the ice moved like an army, firmly entrapping Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane may be a rank 5 GU master, but after killing GUU first head, he was thoroughly spent. He attacked again and again, but couldn't break out in the end. It is actually Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you can keep on dreaming. He suddenly realized and immediately activated life-retaining Jade Burial GU. Green jade light came into being and covered his body. Then the rays of light turned from virtual to material, changing into a transparent jade coffin with Lord Sky Crane inside it. This jade coffin was abnormally hard. Even after trying multiple times, Bai Ningbing was not able to put even a scratch on it. In the end, he could only add more ice layers around the jade coffin, forming an ice peak that was hundreds of feet high. Fang Yuan had watched all this from the sidelines. Worthy of being a 10 extreme physique. He was impressed even though this was his second time seeing it. Fang Yuan was standing right beside Bai Ningbing. Right now, Bai Ningbing had destroyed his 2 arms and was turning into an ice sculpture. Even his appearance was becoming indistinct as the ice slowly covered him. Both his appearance and his consciousness were slowly dissipating. Once his consciousness fades, he would be completely dead. As the ice layer started to spread towards himself, Fang Yuan was clear on what he had to do. It is impossible to escape by myself. I will be sealed and frozen to death by the glacier sooner or later. It's time. Immediately, he took out a pair of GU worms from his aperture. 1 black GU and 1 white GU were revolving around each other in an orbit, forming a light sphere of Taiji diagram. This was the yin-yang rotation GU. Go. Fang Yuan willed it. The black GU immediately flew out and merged into Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Fang Yuan may just be a rank 1 right now, but his aperture still contained large amounts of rank 3 snow silver primeval essence which he almost used up in activating this GU. In the instance when the black GU went into the ice sculpture, black light burst out everywhere, yin qi gathered from all around and formed into an energy vortex in the air. A completely new life force came into being within the ice sculpture, and started growing vigorously. The dazzling black light dissipated, the ice sculpture cracked and broke into pieces, which then flew scattered to the surroundings. A white gown, silver hair, intact arms, picturesque appearance with lovely blush on the cheeks, Bai Ningbing broke free of the ice and came out. The blizzard came to a sudden stop and the cold air also completely dispersed. The ice layer stopped a few inches from Fang Yuan. He had lived through this near-death experience. I am really alive. Bai Ningbing was shocked. He looked at his pretty jade-like hands and then felt his whole body. His disbelief changed to ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. I used the yin GU of yin-yang rotation GU on you. This GU can change yang to yin and give you a complete transformation. It is a rank 4 healing GU and has the effect of bringing the dead to life. It has a weak point though, and that is, the GU master's aptitude will be lowered by 10% once it is used. Bai Ningbing possessed the 10 extreme physique which was a 100% aptitude. Now, his aptitude was lowered by 10%, and was equal to Fang Yuan's 90% aptitude. This news, to others, might have been grievous, but to Bai Ningbing, it was joyous news. This feels great. My aptitude has been lowered, I no longer have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Haha, what does it matter if I only have 90%? Bai Ningbing started laughing loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very difficult to change the 10 extreme physiques. Although this method lowered your aptitude, as you cultivate in the future, your aptitude will also recover until the day it turns into Northern Dark Ice Soul physique again. When that day comes, you will need to use this Yang GU, it will turn you around again and lower your aptitude by 10%. Upon saying this, Fang Yuan put back the Yang GU into his aperture in front of Bai Ningbing's dead straight gaze. Yin-Yang rotation GU all come in pairs, you have already used that Yin GU, so only the Yang GU on me will have any effect on you. Don't even think of stealing it, I have already refined this Yang GU, I can easily order it to self-destroy with just a thought, Fang Yuan explained. He only had rank 1 cultivation now, but Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3 GU master, naturally he needed some ways to stop Bai Ningbing from taking actions against him. I see, Fang Yuan, you really planned it all. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want from me for that Yongji Yu? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed for a good while then turned serious. Qingmao Mountain has already turned into a desolate ice mountain. The 3 great clans along with countless living beings have all been frozen and will die within 3 to 5 days. Such a scene will definitely attract the attention and investigation of many forces. Moreover, that old man isn't dead and has sealed himself within the jade coffin, waiting to break out. We can't stay in Qingmao Mountain anymore, we need to leave. But look at me, I only have rank 1 cultivation now, I can't even take out my GU worms, much less leave by myself. Hence, I need to rely on your strength. This world is so big, so wondrous, and Qingmao Mountain is only a very small part of it. Follow me as I roam this land, and witness the wonders of the world. It was like this. You really planned out everything. Humph. Bai Ningbing grinded his teeth. He was really happy, but there was also some resignation now. However, as it turns out, Fang Yuan's proposal moved him. I can agree to you, but I need to make one thing clear. What? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me who is following you, but you who is following me as I roam the lands. Bai Ningbing's red lips slightly raised with an arrogant smile. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then, where are we going next? What do you have in mind? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered in between his laughters. What's so funny? Bai Ningbing was truly puzzled. Fang Yuan laughed until his tears flowed. You still haven't discovered anything wrong. What is there that's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised his dark eyebrows. Suddenly, his face turned extremely wonderful. Surprise, fear, puzzled, panic, shock, anger, all these expressions intertwined in her face. She looked at her round and full chest, and cried out with a loud voice, how did I become a woman? The voice resounded throughout the Qingmao Mountain, shaking the snow. Of course it would be like that. Yin-yang rotation Gu, Yin Gu is used in male body, to turn yang into yin, and become a woman. Likewise, Yang Gu is used in female body, to turn yin to yang, and become a man. Yin-yang rotation, rotating yin and yang, what do you think it means? Fang Yuan spoke like it was what it should be. What the fuck? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan with a furious gaze and cursed. With this, she must now get hold of that soul Yang Gu. Brother Bai, calm yourself, being able to live is the greatest fortune, Fang Yuan consoled her. Fortune my ass, how about you try being a woman? Bai Ningbing's furious growl resounded within the snow-covered mountain and glaciers. 2 days later, the sun hung high in the sky, the ice was melting down and a stream of clear water flowed through the ice mountain. Crackle, the silence of the surroundings was broken by the cracking of ice. A jade light burst out from within the ice and hovered in the air, turning into a jade coffin. The jade coffin exploded, and Lord Sky Crane gave a long cry upon regaining his freedom and seeing the daylight again. This life-retaining jade burial Gu was a rank 5 Gu and was very mysterious. As long as the Gu master had one breath of life in him, it could suspend his life and delay the injuries. Not only this, but the jade coffin it formed was extremely strong and could even be considered a defensive weapon. Goddamn thief, he cursed with a pained voice. Right now, he was both furious and impatient. Even after killing his lifetime enemy, the first Gen Gu, he couldn't get the true Blood Sea inheritance. How was he going to answer his teacher when he returned? According to his memories, the ice layer where Fang Yuan was supposed to be was already cut open. If only he didn't get far. He patrolled the surroundings hoping for a lucky break. He used his Recon Gu and discovered many life forces hanging on to their lives in the depths of the ice layers. Living beings were tenacious, and this tenacity could often bring about miracles. It had only been 2 days since this glacier covered these life forms, which was not enough to lead to their complete deaths. Found him. To think he was actually hiding here. HMPH, the most dangerous area is the safest place, right? This guy is really crafty. Lord Sky Crane's whole body jolted and became indescribably happy upon this discovery. He rushed into the ice layer and soon fished out an ice chunk. Within the ice chunk, Fang Zheng's whole body was covered with a layer of moonlight from the moon raiment Gu. He was already at the edge of death's door. Lord Sky Crane could swear he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance in this life. However, He was a rank 5 expert, and after closely looking at Fang Zheng, he was immediately disappointed. This person isn't him, only their appearances are similar. Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh before suddenly becoming stupefied. Wait a second, their appearances are so similar, which means they are extremely likely to be twins. If so, then he is closely related to that little thief. Lord Sky Crane's dim old eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp gaze. With a close relative on him, he could refine the kinship blood worm. It was because of this rank 5 kinship blood worm that he was able to locate the first Gen GUU among this vast world and its diverse life forms. I haven't completely failed teacher's assignment. There is still some hope. This kid is my only hope. I must save him. Fang Zheng slowly opened his exhausted and heavy eyes. Where is this? His eyes were still hazy and he could only see a blurry figure before him. At the same time, his whole body felt weak, along with an intense headache. The last thing he recalled was the 3 clans competition, where ironbeak flying cranes covered the sky and everyone around him had fled. He had activated the Moon Raiment GU and resisted against the flying crane's attacks. As the battle continued, a flying crane broke through his barrier and pecked fiercely at his forehead. He had immediately lost consciousness, tumbling down the cliff. You are the elder standing on the crane. As he became clear on the identity of the person before him, Fang Zheng struggled to get up in shock, but fell down again before he could completely stand up. Kid, you are still thinking of escaping in front of me, Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane sneered. He sized up Fang Zheng once and said, you could say that I am even your lifesaver. If not for me, you would have already frozen to death. I advise you to not move around randomly, don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Zheng looked beside him and immediately got a great shock. There were clouds moving all around him, and he was standing on the back of an enormous crane as it flew in the sky. You, who the hell are you? Where are you taking me to? Fang Zheng cried out in alarm. I am Lord Sky Crane, and we are heading to the Middle Continent. Middle Continent? Fang Zheng shouted in shock. Chapter 200. The raft overturns along the Yellow Dragon River. Book 2. The demon leaves the mountain. The Yellow Dragon River is the 3rd river in the southern border. It is over 8,000 kilometers. It starts from Mount Huangguo, and passes through mountains and hills like Mount Zanming, Mount Guibei, Mount Qingmao, Mount Baijiu and Mount Lei before finally flowing into the ocean. If the whole southern border was seen through a bird's eye view, one could see the Yellow Dragon River forming a zigzag shape as it ran through over half of the southern border. Several waves roared as they turned over, the violent waves rolling in an imposing manner along the river. It bore through the crack between the shores, and fog was raised up into the blue sky. The Yellow Dragon River flowed rapidly and unceasingly. Many creatures lived in the river: fishes, turtles, snakes, clams and other life forms. At this moment, there was a bamboo raft bobbing up and down with the waves. This green raft looked quite battered and seemed to be in need of repair. There was a simple and crude mast in the middle with a shabby white sail hanging on it. A pile of goods were put around the mast to stabilize the center of the raft. The bamboo were tied with hemp ropes and there were many loops around some areas. They were clearly hurriedly done as the raft sailed through the river. The bamboo raft flowed with the currents of the river, and every time the waves crashed onto it, the raft gave out a creaking noise which was far from reassuring. This bamboo raft, which looked like it could break apart at any moment, was carrying 2 youngsters. One had an ordinary face with black pupils and black hair, wearing a black gown. Another was a woman with the looks of an immortal fairy, blue pupils and silver hair, wearing a white gown. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. After the battle at Qingmao Mountain, Bai Ningbing's self-exploding his northern dark ice soul physique and sealed Lord Sky Crane for the moment. They used all their strength to break out of the ice, then cut off some Qingmao bamboos to make this raft before immediately hitting the road to flee. Fang Yuan's 1,000-li earth wolf spider was already dead, and ever since Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown out on its own, there had been no news from it. With no transportation GU worms, the two would definitely be caught by Lord Sky Crane if they were to move on land, as their speed would be too slow. Thus, Fang Yuan could only think of this method. Many tributaries of Yellow Dragon River flowed through Qingmao Mountain. Previously, the rank 5 river Swallowing Toad had flowed with the main course of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally flowed to the foot of the Qingmao Mountain. The bamboo raft flowed through one of the tributaries to the main river course, and as it flowed with the river, its speed was naturally extremely fast. It has been 5 days, it doesn't look like that old guy will come, Fang Yuan mumbled as he stood on the bamboo raft and took a glance behind him. The bamboo raft speed could definitely not match the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. But the Ironbeak Flying Crane King would definitely need to rest and couldn't compare with the bamboo raft which continuously flowed with the river. And as more time went by, Fang Yuan became more assured. Moreover, Fang Yuan recalled that Lord Sky Crane had returned alone after killing the Guu first head. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was likely to be already dead. The raging waves of the river bombarded their ears. Bai Ningbing took a glance at Fang Yuan. She might not have understood the details in his words, but knew what he meant. She laughed loudly. What are you so worried for? If that old geezer chases us, we will just fight to death. Fighting on this Yellow Dragon River will be extremely spectacular. Well, the thing is that if we die here, we will end up in the stomachs of some fishes. Haha, that sounds interesting too. Fang Yuan ignored her, instead gazing towards the distance. With 5 days of sailing, they were almost at the Baijiu Mountain. According to his memories, there was a secret inheritance hidden in Baijiu Mountain. The inheritance was arranged by a rank 4 GU master of the righteous path, for someone fated to it. I haven't personally seen this inheritance in the Baijiu Mountain, and have only heard about it. But it was rumored that this inheritance had some obstacles which required 2 people to coordinate to pass through. When Fang Yuan thought of this, he gave a casual glance towards Bai Ningbing. Although they were traveling together, it was only due to the situation and the pressure of a powerful enemy. He himself was only at rank 1 initial stage and absolutely needed help to roam outside. But with Bai Ningbing turning into a woman, he had the greatest hold on her in the Yangjiu, giving her no choice but to compromise. After entering the Baijiu Mountain, could they really coordinate with one mind? It was a big question mark. Snap! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. Not good, the rope has come off. This sound was very familiar to Bai Ningbing as she immediately shouted. The force of the river flow was fierce, and in these 5 days, who knows how many times the hemp rope binding the raft had rotted out due to it. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had made enough preparations before they had set out. Quick, get the hemp rope, I will hold it till then. Fang Yuan immediately crouched down and used his hands to hold the areas where the rope had come loose, preventing the situation from getting messed up. The river flowed fast and violently. It would take a lot of strength to hold the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing wasn't qualified for this, only Fang Yuan who had the strength of 2 boars was. Luckily, this situation had occurred multiple times before and Bai Ningbing had become more experienced in dealing with this. She quickly went to get the hemp rope tied around the simple and crude mast in the center of the boat. Here, take it. She rushed over and handed the hemp rope. Fang Yuan agilely took it and rapidly coiled it around the loose areas with sweat starting to drip off his head as he concentrated on the task. After coiling the hemp rope around the loose area several times, the raft finally stabilized. This raft has already suffered a lot of damage. From the looks of it, it can only continue on for a day. We need to reach the shore in this duration. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Yellow Dragon River was not safe at all. Who knew how many dangers were hidden within this raging river? If the bamboo raft fell apart in the middle of the river, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would have no choice but to go with the river, with no way of telling if they would survive. Ta! There was a soft muffled sound. What was that sound? Fang Yuan immediately furrowed his brows. Bai Ningbing listened closely with a doubtful expression. What sound? I didn't hear anything. Roots grew out from Fang Yuan's ears, and almost immediately he heard the continuous tatata sounds. Along with the sounds, the bamboo raft also started shaking. What is that thing attacking the bamboo raft from the river? Bai Ningbing cried out in surprise. A black ray flew out from beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was too fast and couldn't be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing only felt her ear go cold, with some liquid flowing down her cheeks. She subconsciously wiped it. It was blood. What the hell is this thing? She cursed as she looked up, only seeing a spindle-shaped black fish falling into the river from midair. It is the shuttle swordfish. Damn it, we need to pull towards the shore immediately. Fang Yuan shouted before pulling the sail. The shuttle swordfish had a sharp head and tail, whereas its stomach was big, just like a textile shuttle. They only appeared in big rivers or oceans, roaming and hunting in groups of hundreds or thousands. They were carnivorous and would often hunt prey 10 times or even hundreds of times their size. Whoosh! The shuttle swordfishes shot out of the river like black arrows. The bamboo raft shook violently as many of the shuttle swordfishes struck it. Fortunately, Qingmao bamboo was a top-grade bamboo, it was very strong and durable. But as the shuttle swordfishes kept on piercing the bamboo raft from below, the raft looked like it would fall apart at any moment. The sail was adjusted to borrow the force of the wind, thus the raft leaned to a side and sailed quickly towards a riverbank. However, the group of shuttle swordfishes had no intention to give up. They scuttled beneath the river and attacked the raft violently. A Qingmao bamboo was split open and a shuttle swordfish smashed upon the bamboo raft. Its momentum was already exhausted as it landed beside Bai Ningbing. Its head was like an auger and scales tightly covered its whole body, shining with grim light. Bai Ningbing watched it struggling helplessly. After she had self-exploded, all the GU worms she possessed had been frozen to death, while the yin-yang rotation GU saved her, but it didn't have the ability to resurrect her GU worms. Crack, crack, crack. Following closely, other bamboos on the raft started snapping apart. It was outstanding enough that the bamboo raft could even endure the first wave of attacks. But it couldn't endure the second wave. The bamboo raft was damaged and was starting to sink under the river. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Yuan cursed as he protected the sail. If the sail was lost, the raft would lose the propulsive force. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the river, their deaths being a sure thing. The shuttle swordfishes prepared to charge in for a third wave of attacks. Large numbers of the shuttle swordfishes shot out like arrows, breaking the bamboos and snapping the hemp ropes. The bamboo raft was breaking apart. Fang Yuan forcefully activated the rank 3 GU, immediately causing the primeval essence in his aperture to decrease in a terrifying rate. This was still under the conditions of him having 90% a grade aptitude along with Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. A rank 1 initial stage's green bronze primeval essence could hardly meet the requirements for the Sky Canopy GU. Even if a white light armor took shape, it looked extremely weak and didn't exude the aura of a rank 3 GU. A series of dull thuds issued as the shuttle swordfishes struck against the white armor. They were unable to harm Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, however, was already injured, and was frantically avoiding the shuttle swordfishes that shot towards the bamboo raft. At the same time, she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block off majority of the attacks. The situation was very critical. The sail was already covered with holes and the speed of the bamboo raft continued to decrease. There was less than 1/3 of the bamboo raft left, and it was already sinking down with the water surface reaching the ankles of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it, a rank 5 GU master couldn't kill me, but I am going to die by this group of measly shuttle swordfishes instead. Bai Ningbing let out a deep sigh. With another wave of attacks, the bamboo raft would definitely sink, and they would surely die after falling into the river. However, the shuttle swordfishes were delaying their attacks, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath and watch tightly, seemingly on edge. We have reached the shore. The shuttle swordfishes won't swim in shallow water. Huff, we are safe for the time being. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His whole body ached and was on the verge of giving out. He had almost no rest in the past few days, what with needing to control the sail and adjusting the direction of the raft from time to time. It had already taxed his body to the limits. Bai Ningbing also gasped in the cold air. Her white gown dyed with blood. There were many injuries on her body, but fortunately she had combat talent, and with full efforts on dodging along with the bamboo raft lowering the charging momentum of the shuttle swordfishes, she suffered only light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing, and shortly after, intense pain traveled through his body. He was also injured, with the bleeding continuing even now. The primeval essence in his aperture had completely dried out within few minutes of using the Sky Canopy GU. Without its protection, his flesh body naturally couldn't resist the shuttle swordfishes. His original plan had been to sail for a day more. However, unexpected events can happen at any moment. Planning could never overtake the changes, and there was still some distance from Baijiu Mountain, but Fang Yuan knew they had to pull toward the shore now. The sail was already useless. Fang Yuan had given all his efforts to steer the raft clear from the reefs, stranding towards a beach. The two splashed their way through the water and stepped on the soft beach. They had reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her wounds and sat down on her butt. Her face was pale. If this continues, I might die from excessive blood loss. Quick, bring out your healing GU. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile. How could he pull a healing GU out of thin air? Chapter 201. Resting at the shallow beach while lending GU worms. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan rebirthed at Qingmao Mountain. Back then, he worked together with Bai Ningbing in the blood barrier, and after his slaughter he obtained much post-battle loot. But these GU worms all had injuries in them. For the past 5 days, Fang Yuan had been floating around Zhang Mountain, so they lacked food and all died consecutively. For healing GU worms, Fang Yuan always lacked one, and he did not find one he liked either. A pity my GU worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I would not be injured to this extent. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. But Fang Yuan laughed, don't be too pessimistic, not everything needs GU worms to be resolved. Oh, Bai Ningbing looked over with a questioning gaze. He saw Fang Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence, shooting something out of his mouth as a red light appeared. A flower GU resembling a lantern, rotating on its own and floating in midair. It was the two-seed flower. Fang Yuan willed and the two-seed flower glowed in red as several objects flew out of it while wrapped in bright red light. There were bandages, medicine cans, and small medicine bottles. Small medicine bottles contain powder that can disinfect and diminish inflammation, you just need to use a little. In the medicine cans, there is medicine paste that can stop bleeding and form clots. You should know how to use a bandage right. Fang Yuan, on saying so, split these items into 2 and gave a portion to Bai Ningbing. These are all methods used by mortals, but I did learn about them in the academy. Bai Ningbing received them, pouting, you sure planned ahead. Saying so, she then opened the large medicine can and a disgusting smell rushed up into her nose, causing her to jump back and scream, why is it so smelly? Fang Yuan laughed, not replying. He took off his shirt, pouring the powder from the small medicine can, causing his wounds to feel a sharp burning pain like fire. Next he opened the big medicine can, where inside was the mud-like medicine paste that was a blackish green and smelled horrible. But Fang Yuan was used to it in his previous life, not even flinching. He took out a handful of blackish green paste and spread it on his wounds, his actions being extremely refined. Next, he used the bandage and wrapped it many layers over the wound, quickly taking care of his injury. Because of the medicine paste, the injury area felt a cooling sensation, quickly replacing the fiery pain felt earlier. Your paste is quite useful. On one side, Bai Ningbing was still taking care of her injury as she gasped. Her robe was torn, and after applying the medicine, her breasts and nipples were almost exposed, but she did not have any reaction to it. While using the medicine, she even sighed, thinking about it now, if only we had a healing GU, that would be great. Fang Yuan took a look at her before activating the two-seed flower and taking out 2 sets of clothes. He had prepared sufficiently, having intended to leave the village in the first place, so he bought many sets of clothing. Plus Bai Ningbing and his age were quite close together, as they had similar body size, his clothes suited her well too. Take this. He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothing, and chuckled, feeling slightly shocked, to think you prepared to this extent. Precaution averts perils on the safe side, Fang Yuan replied casually, taking off his remaining clothes and even his drenched socks, into new sets. Immediately, with new clothing, he felt much better. Bai Ningbing also changed her clothes, throwing the torn white robe on the beach. But her expression was not looking good, for although they were out of danger at the moment, after changing clothes and bandaging her injuries she also noticed the changes to her body. What do you plan to do from now? When are you returning the Yongji to me? She walked up, frowning as she asked. Fang Yuan picked up the black robe and socks that he changed out of. Didn't I say it before, we are going to Bai Jiu Mountain now. As for that Yongji, at least wait until I am rank 3 first. Bai Ningbing frowned even more tightly, her pitch getting higher, I have to wait until you are rank 3. She had never thought that one day, she would get into such an awkward state. A proper man, transformed into a woman. After the crisis of life and death was over, this strange sensation entered her mind. If possible, she did not want to endure it for even a second more. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not speaking. He walked to the side of the river and used the water to wash his clothing. Although there were holes on his black robe, it could still be fixed, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he would need to stay in the wilderness, so he could not afford to waste the clothing. Bai Ningbing was a smart person, and Fang Yuan's silence made her realize her true predicament. Right now, she had rank 3 cultivation but not a single GU worm. Even if she had, she could not do anything to Fang Yuan. The Yang GU was refined already by Fang Yuan, so as long as he willed it, it could instantly detonate itself. The yin-yang rotation GU was a pair, and if it was destroyed, Bai Ningbing would never be able to return into being a male. Looking at Fang Yuan's back view, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. To think that she, the Bai clan genius, had gotten into such a state, manipulated by others. This feeling caused the arrogant and prideful Bai Ningbing to feel extremely unhappy. Now we do not have a healing GU, so if we get into danger, what can we do? The problem is not just that, but I do not have a single GU worm with me, I have no fighting strength. No, I have to capture some wild GU worms and refine them, otherwise I won't even have any strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was rambling on when her stomach suddenly started growling. Damn, she held her stomach, feeling a strong sense of hunger. Hey, guy who is washing clothes, take out some jerky, I'm starving. While floating in the raft for 5 days, they relied on Fang Yuan's jerky as food. Although the jerky was tough, with the texture of wood when chewed on, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fang Yuan stood up, using his hands to wring the water off the black robe, shrugging it around before answering Bai Ningbing, why are you so anxious? Hold this. Bai Ningbing frowned, taking the black robe in reluctance. Fang Yuan called out the two-seed flour again, taking out a bag of jerky. Bai Ningbing grabbed it immediately, chewing on the tough meat. She chewed until her jaws hurt, but she was extremely satisfied. Fang Yuan looked at her, smiling. When did this Bai clan genius ever starve before? Thinking of his previous life, he knew exactly how she felt. Bai Ningbing ate another piece of jerky, licking her dry lips. This reduces hunger, but is way too tough. Sigh, having meat to eat, it is already a huge blessing. Fang Yuan's smile became even more intense, for under Bai Ningbing's astonished gaze, he took out an iron pot. You even brought a pot. That's great, we can use water to cook the dried meat. We can just take water from the river, but we need firewood to start a fire, so we'll have to chop down some wood. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around, feeling troubled. They were at a shallow beach, with one side being water and the other being a tall cliff. On top of the cliff was dense vegetation, but there was not a single piece of wood on the beach itself. Bai Ningbing wanted wood, so she would need to climb up the cliff and chop the trees. If this was back when she still had her GU worms, it would be a piece of cake, easily done. But now that she had nothing, wanting to climb up this slippery cliff was too tough. Bai Ningbing felt troubled secretly, but at this moment Fang Yuan took out some coal stones. Coal stones were better than wood, and Bai Ningbing was naturally surprised when she saw this. Soon after, Fang Yuan took out some kerosene and flint as well as a metal rack. Soon, he set it up. On seeing this, Bai Ningbing became serious, her blue eyes staring at Fang Yuan. Your preparations are way too much, did you already have had thoughts of leaving Qingmao Mountain long ago? Fang Yuan's preparation was overboard. With him bringing even these things, the smart Bai Ningbing found something amiss obviously. What do you think? Fang Yuan smiled, not answering her, but pointing to the metal pot, you can go get some water now. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, Fang Yuan's attitude was annoying her. She took some water, while Fang Yuan had already started a fire. First he got the water to boil in the pot, then he threw a bag of jerky inside. Soon after, the smell of fragrant meat could be felt. Bai Ningbing sniffed, subconsciously licking her lips. Fang Yuan took out his chopsticks and ladle, and started having a feast with Bai Ningbing. The cooked meat was soft and could be easily swallowed with a few bites, while the boiling meat soup caused the two to feel warm on the inside. The only problem was that this river water had some sand in it, giving a gritty texture when eating. But under such situations, having such treatment was already nothing to be displeased about. I'm not that full yet, let's cook another half bag of meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied yet, saying as she touched her tummy. Fang Yuan immediately rejected, no more, we have to conserve our food. Why so stingy? See this forest behind us. How many wild animals could there be? Bai Ningbing said in displeasure. Fang Yuan gave her a stare, of course I know there's animals in there, but that also means wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you take care of now? What if we meet a beast group? What if we get ambushed by wild GU worms? Even if we kill the wild beasts, if their meat have poison, can we eat it? Can you differentiate between poisonous GU worms? Bai Ningbing stood dumbfounded, unable to retort. Fang Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan genius, so she naturally was full of utter arrogance, thus this was enough already. If he continued lecturing her, she would hit her limit. He sat down cross-legged, taking down the pan and hanging his black robe on the metal rack, using the residue heat from the coal stone to dry it. Fang Yuan continued, "It's getting late. Let's stay here for tonight and continue exploring the forest tomorrow. I specially chose this area with cliff on 3 sides, so there would be little wild beasts that can reach us, thus this is relatively safer. But we cannot be complacent, let's keep watch in intervals." This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fang Yuan willed, and summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and Sky Canopy GU. "These 2 GU worms, I'll lend them to you for the time being. Get familiar with them," Fang Yuan said. He was only a rank 1 initial stage cultivation, so it was near impossible for him to use a rank 3 GU worm. Even with a grade recovery speed and the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, he could not display the true power of a rank 3 GU worm. He might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing received the GU worm, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. Between GU masters, GU worms could be lent. In the GU worms, a GU masters will resides. As long as the master acknowledges it, others can also communicate with the GU worm and use their powers. Of course, it is not as convenient as a GU worm one refines personally. Also, as long as the original owner wills it and changes his mind, the others would immediately lose their ability to command the GU worm. But even so, GU masters rarely lent their GU worms to others. Although they were forced by the situation, Fang Yuan's actions were extremely unrestrained, and this caused Bai Ning Bing to become alert. Chapter 202, Crocodile Killing Intent, A Young Girl's Sorrowful Call. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ning Bing mumbled with a complex expression as she stroked the dark golden carapace of this rank 3 GU. She had suffered quite a lot due to this Chainsaw Golden Centipede during her battle with Fang Yuan. Who would have thought that there would be a time where Fang Yuan himself would lend it to her? The way Fang Yuan used the Chainsaw Golden Centipede had left a lasting impression on her. Bai Ning Bing immediately copied Fang Yuan's method and waved the Chainsaw Golden Centipede like a greatsword. From time to time, she willed the Chainsaw Golden Centipede to lengthen or shorten, waving it around like a whip. The silver blades of the chainsaw rotated and cut through the air, producing a strange distortion of the light. Sky Canopy GU. She put the Sky Canopy GU in her aperture, and inwardly poured white silver primeval essence on it with her brows raised. Immediately, her body was covered with an armor of white light. Fate really works mysteriously. To think, there would be a day where I would be using your GU, she sighed while looking towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent. He was sitting cross-legged beside the warm coal with his eyes closed. His attention was on his aperture, where the full primeval sea of an A-grade aptitude appeared in front of him, 90%. His aptitude had only been just over 40%, and now it had increased by more than double. Although my cultivation has dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, with my years of hard work wasted, it is still all worth it. Fang Yuan was satisfied. In a GU master's cultivation journey, there were 3 most important things: aptitude, resources and GU worms. None of these 3 aspects could be lacking. Previously, Fang Yuan only had C-grade aptitude and had to resort to all kinds of means of resources and GU worms to try to make up for the deficiency in his aptitude. Those years spent in Qingmao Mountain had been quite difficult and exhausting. His cultivation speed had been pretty good, but that was the result of him exhausting all the means available to him and taking high risks. If his aptitude had been a grade at that time, he would have faced a completely different scene and be able to easily reach rank 3. Such a twist of fate. I now have an A-grade aptitude, but don't have the safe environment to grow up like in the village. Additionally, the resources and the GU worms I have now can't compare to before. Fang Yuan was now wandering outside his homeground, and with his weak cultivation he could face mortal dangers at any moment. This situation naturally couldn't compare with the safe and stable environment back at Qingmao Mountain. And of course, there would be no stable trading areas to exchange for mutual benefits. Fortunately, with the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the greatest problem that is resources is resolved, so at least there will be no worries before I reach rank 3. Fang Yuan looked through his 90% green, copper primeval sea, where a blue and white lotus had taken roots in the depths of his aperture. Its petals were healthy and plump, giving off a holy and immortal aura. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was a rank 3 and had an enormous potential for development. Just to refine it, GUU clan's foundation spirit spring had to be wasted. It was equivalent to a miniature portable spirit spring, and back when Fang Yuan still had rank 3 cultivation, it continuously recovered Fang Yuan's primeval essence, giving him the recovery speed of AB grade aptitude. Rank 3 cultivation possessed white-silver primeval essence. Fang Yuan was now only a rank 1 initial stage with green copper primeval essence. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus in his aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was raised to an extreme rate. If I only use rank 1 GU, my primeval essence recovery speed would be shocking and almost inexhaustible. Using 1 or 2 rank 2 GU worms might cause the primeval C to decrease, but the recovery speed would continuously balance it, causing it to be relatively stable. Using a rank 3 GU will exhaust the primeval essence very rapidly, and the consumption would far surpass the recovery speed. My primeval C would be thoroughly dry within few moments, Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. After all, he now only possessed green copper primeval essence, and that too was the initial stage jade green primeval essence. The quality was far too low. Other than heavenly essence treasure lotus, Fang Yuan still had other GU. First of all was his vital GU, spring autumn cicada. This rank 6 GU was numbered 7 in the list of mysterious GU. Once it turned into one's vital GU, it could no longer be taken out of the aperture and was now residing in the middle of the aperture. After going through another rebirth, its aura was no longer the same, its bright yellow-green light was completely gone and now looked dispirited and extremely weak. It was concealing its figure, and as time flowed, it silently absorbed time from the river of time and began another round of convalescence. Fang Yuan comprehended inwardly, I absolutely can't use spring-autumn cicada within a short period of time. In such a dangerous state, if I used it, it would be absorbed by the river of time and I would just be throwing away my life by self-detonating. Without the pressure from spring-autumn cicada, other GU worms could freely let out their instincts. 4 kinds of light flashed around the rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body as it swam around the surface of the primeval sea, enjoying the moment. The carp fossil-like hidden scales GU calmly laid on the bottom of the sea, letting the primeval sea water cleanse its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head was soaring in the air above the sea. It was the plunder GU. And similarly, spiraling with it and having a fun time was the white-armored Yang GU of the yin-yang rotation GU. Rank 4 blood skull GU was lying deep in the sea, bright red blood light occasionally flashing on its surface. As for the other GU worms, blood moon GU had turned into a red crescent imprint on Fang Yuan's palm. Earth communication ear grass GU had turned into one of Fang Yuan's ears and wouldn't normally show up. The two-seed flower resided on Fang Yuan's tongue as a tattoo. Sky canopy GU and chainsaw golden centipede were lent to by Ning Bing. Calculating the numbers, Fang Yuan possessed a total of 12 GU worms. This was a truly big number. Generally speaking, it was normal for a low-level GU master to have 2 or 3 GU. When one reached rank 4 or 5, they would raise this number to 4 or 5. Even divine investigator Tai Shui Leng only raised about 7 GU. Do not be fooled by GUU First Head or Lord Sky Crane, both were special cases and were old monsters with centuries of accumulation. The amount of GU worms possessed by Fang Yuan was 3 to 4 times more than normal GU masters. More numbers meant huge economical burden on the GU masters along with the pressure of managing and raising them. Fang Yuan may have chosen his GU carefully with most of them being easy to raise, but with the limited goods and resources in the two-seed flower now, Fang Yuan was under a huge burden. Facing the brunt of this burden was the 4 flavors liquor worm as its food was fine liquors. There was a lot of wine stored in the two-seed flower, but it would only be able to support the 4 flavors liquor worm for half a year. I need to find new source of liquors within these 6 months, or I have no choice but to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back to liquor worm. Next was the plunder GU. Plunder GU's food was difficult to find and the amount of the food stored for it in the two-seed flower could only last for 5 months. Then, it was the earth communication ear grass. Earth communication ear grass's food was ginseng roots, but thankfully there were a lot of it in the two-seed flower, enough to support it for a year. As for the blood skull GU and blood moon GU, both required blood which needed to be thought out properly. And for the yin-yang rotation GU, if they were intact and formed a complete Taiji light sphere, they would be self-sufficient in feeding on the transformation of the yin and yang qi. However, only yang GU was left now. Fang Yuan would need to take out some time to release it and let it absorb the yang qi in the air. Raising this Yang Jiyu was very important. Only with the Yang Jiyu could Fang Yuan suppress Bai Ning Bing, gaining a cheap bodyguard and a guarantee for survival. This signified that Fang Yuan couldn't casually enter mountain and underground caves. If by any chance were he to be trapped in a special situation where Yang Qi wasn't available, the Yang Jiyu would die from starvation, and at that time, Bai Ning Bing, in all his fury and despair, would become the greatest enemy to Fang Yuan. All in all, Fang Yuan was in an awkward situation now. He had a lot of high-ranked Jiyu in his possession, rank 3, rank 4 and even a rank 6 Jiyu. But the unfortunate thing was that he only had rank 1 cultivation at the moment. To him now, using the high-ranked Jiyu was quite troublesome and inconvenient. The more crucial point was that he seriously lacked Jiyu with healing and movement abilities. Now what I need to do is gather some wild Jiyu worms and resolve these issues. If only I get lucky and come across a suitable Jiyu, being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish groups could be considered my good luck. But there is no way I could be so lucky every time. After Fang Yuan sorted out his thoughts, he slowly opened his eyes with a grave expression. When he had just opened his eyes, he saw Bai Ning Bing walking over with a white eggshell on his hand. Look at this. I was just trying out the chainsaw golden centipede and drilled the ground, but to think there is an egg hidden under this beach. Too bad it was smashed by chainsaw golden centipede, Bai Ning Bing said. This egg was the size of half of a washbasin, and the white eggshell was thoroughly smashed and only some yolk remained in it. Fang Yuan only took a glance at this eggshell before his expression turned tense. This is bad, this is the egg of a 6-foot crocodile. Is this beach a breeding ground for the 6-footed crocodiles? He quickly stood up. Quick, use the chainsaw golden centipede and check if there are more of such eggs in this beach. Bai Ning Bing's gaze shook and pointed. Behind Fang Yuan, it's too late, look. Fang Yuan turned around and saw hundreds of dead logs floating towards the beach from the river. The dead logs came ashore and revealed their true forms. They were all enormous crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth and 3 pairs of feet. Right now, their bloodshot eyes were tightly staring at Bai Ning Bing. 6-legged crocodile groups. Bai Ning Bing subconsciously loosened her hand under the glares of the crocodiles. The white eggshell fell onto the sand, smashing further in the process, and what little yolk left in it seeped into the sand. Hiss. The 6-legged crocodiles hissed in rage before charging forward on their 6 legs towards the 2 youths. At the same time, in Qingmao Mountain, in the former site of Jiyu village, snow covered everything and glaciers had formed everywhere. A group of people were standing on the snow like iron nails nailed into this white world. Father, Tai Ruo Nan kneeled down on the snow and shouted out her father's name with tears flowing down her face. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shui Leng had an intense battle with the Jiyu first head, but when he was at death's door, he kept his daughter's safety in mind and sent out the mountain giant puppet Jiyu and iron fist grappling Jiyu. The mountain giant puppet Jiyu formed into a copper mask and covered Tai Ruo Nan's face, protecting her. The iron fist grappling Jiyu turned into a giant hand, taking her away from the mess at Qingmao Mountain. However, these two had already been infected by the blood frenzy Jiyu and had turned into a pool of blood not long after completing their tasks. Tai Ruo Nan rushed back to Qingmao Mountain in a crazed state, but on the way, she was besieged by a group of beasts. In the moment of her great danger, Tai family's reinforcements had arrived. They had come because of Tai Shui Leng. Tai Shui Leng always executed matters earnestly. Just to be safe, he had sent a letter for reinforcements to their clan. Tai Ruo Nan was able to rush here with the help of the reinforcements. However, the scene that appeared before her was a mountain filled with ice and snow where all the living beings were frozen, and there were no traces of her father. She and the Tai family reinforcements searched for several days and nights, before finally accepting the cruel reality. Divine Investigator had fallen, her father had died. Father! Tai Ruo Nan cried out with a hoarse voice filled with extreme sorrow like the wail of the wild goose. Chapter 203, each with their own objectives. Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of a man of the Tai family. Lady Ruo Nan, my condolences, a young Jiyu master behind her consoled. On the snowy grounds, Tai Ruo Nan kneeled as her crying voice became weaker, her shoulders shivering and her fists tightly clenched as the snow melted in her hands into water. The young Jiyu master frowned, continuing, throughout the past few days, we have scoured the entire battlefield. We saw some traces left behind, and it seems there were a few that managed to escape this battlefield. Divine Investigator's letter talked about the Blood Sea inheritance. I'm worried that the demonic GU master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance might be among these survivors. When Tai Ruo Nan heard this, she stopped crying. She stood up from the icy ground as the freezing winds blew, her haggard face showing determination. The feud of killing my father is greater than anything. Whoever the killer is, I will definitely find out the truth. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but when she spoke, her gaze and tone became very determined. The young GU master sighed. Investigations definitely have to be done. Our Thai family people cannot die with injustice. But Lady Ruo Nan, you don't have to go. Before coming here, the clan leader already informed us to bring you back to the village safely. Tai Ruo Nan stared with wide-opened eyes. What? Don't think of chasing me away. The young GU master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were several clouds floating. Tai Ruo Nan was about to argue some more, but suddenly her iris shrunk. You. Before she finished, her eyes closed and she laid on the snow softly, falling asleep. Guiyi, the young GU master called. Here, I order your group to escort Lady Ruo Nan back safely. Yes, Guiyi hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me, I have to follow the Yellow Dragon River and chase after them, the young GU master laughed arrogantly. The waters from the Yellow Dragon River raged on and winds blew as several hundred six-legged crocodiles ascended the beach, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a strong pressure in her heart. If it was before, this crocodile group was nothing to her. One iceblade storm and they would be finished. But now, she only had the Sky Canopy GU and Chainsaw Golden Centipede, while also lacking the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Her blue irises quickly swept the environment as Bai Ningbing scolded, "What a great place you chose. With 3 sides as cliffs, how can we escape? Why so frantic? It's only 100 beast group, not 1,001, otherwise we would be dead meat. 100 beast group means we still have a chance of survival, we can kill them all." Fang Yuan quickly kept his clothes, racks, metal pots and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan was extremely confident, causing Bai Ningbing's heart to feel slightly at ease. "What are you staring at? Go kill them." Fang Yuan swept his gaze at her, urging, "Why else did I lend you GU worms? Don't forget I have the Yang GU. Bastard." Bai Ningbing stared in rage, her heart burning as she cursed. No one knew if she was scolding the 6-legged crocodiles, Fang Yuan or both. But no matter what, she held the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and rushed up. Buzz buzz buzz. Razors rotated violently as the aggressiveness of a rank 3 GU worm appeared, causing the 6-legged crocodile to halt in their steps. A group of ugly maggots. Bai Ningbing chuckled, rushing up and slashing. A 6-legged crocodile was hit on its stomach, crying out as sparks flew, cut into 2 by the razors. Fresh blood spewed on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes, as she felt the stimulation of blood, and intention of battle appeared on her face. Wishes wishes wish. Chainsaw Golden Centipede hacked and slashed, like a tornado passing through. 20 or so 6-legged crocodiles died in succession. The situation became better instantly, but Fang Yuan's expression grew dim, shouting loudly, "Avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back, and attack their stomach." "Ha ha ha, what an aggressive GU worm, much better than the Iceblade GU. I like it." Bai Ningbing ignored him and laughed loudly. Even though she turned into a woman and was a jade beauty like an ice fairy, the moment she battled her male instincts would cause her to turn into a battle maniac. But eventually, her attacks started to become slower, and weaker. "What's happening? Earlier, I could slash a 6-legged crocodile in half, but now even after 3 hits, I can only severely injure it." Bai Ningbing raised the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and looked, only to see that the razors were dented, and the sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart, immediately thinking of Fang Yuan's advice, clicking her tongue. A large 6-legged crocodile rushed up to her and leapt. It opened its large, bloody mouth, covering Bai Ningbing with its shadow. "You are looking for death." Bai Ningbing moved her tiny body, raising the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and slashing at the 6-legged crocodile's belly. After a light noise, the 6-legged crocodile's belly was cut open, forming a severe injury. This unlucky 6-legged crocodile was still in the air as a large amount of blood poured out from its wound, and its intestines fell out. With a plop, it landed on the beach, dyeing the sand red. Its body twitched a few times before it stopped moving completely. It was completely dead. So easy. Seeing such effectiveness, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in shock. Six-legged crocodile's back was tough as armor, but comparatively its belly was very soft. The white belly was their weakness. With 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was clear of such information. But Bai Ningbing was born on Qingmao Mountain, never being outside and only had narrow education, thus she did not know much. The crocodiles cried out. After tens of crocodiles were killed, the wild beasts were infuriated and started to turn wild under the threat of death. Countless red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing in hatred. Wild beasts had limited intelligence. The lightning lichen had human intelligence, but it was an exception among the many species of wild beasts. These wild beasts would always treat the most dangerous enemies as the biggest threat, and the first to eliminate. As for Fang Yuan, who stayed at the back, they ignored him. Come. Bai Ningbing moved forward instead. She was not someone stubborn, and after that hit, she immediately changed her tactics. The centipede tail stabbed onto the beach as its body shrunk, then expanded and slashed at the field with the razors. Six-legged crocodile's stomach were easily slashed, as blood and intestines spewed. Crocodiles after crocodiles fell as Bai Ningbing killed as she wished. At the rate this is going, the crocodile group will be nothing to be afraid of. What truly threatens me is not these beast groups, but Fang Yuan. As the situation turned better, Bai Ningbing considered in her heart, having second thoughts. The Yangji Yu was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be restrained, and she had to obey Fang Yuan. But he was the Bai clan genius, thus there was great arrogance in his heart. How could he resign himself to this? If I slaughter Fang Yuan, will I be able to get that Yangji Yu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with coldness as a thought appeared in her mind. But once this thought emerged, it was rejected. She understood Fang Yuan like she understood herself. With Fang Yuan's personality, which was tough as steel, along with his ruthless methods and meticulous thoughts, if he really was going to die, he would destroy the Yangji Yu 100% of the time. There were no other possibilities. Moreover, I do not have a GU worm at all. Sky Canopy GU, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own GU worms. Fang Yuan's lips curled, staring at the battlefield. Bai Ningbing's movements became slower while her eyes turned more shiny, and he saw all of it. Towards her little thoughts, Fang Yuan was crystal clear. He did not find it strange. He understood Bai Ningbing's predicament. He would have had the same thoughts if he was in that situation. They were both arrogant fellows. How could they submit to others and be another's puppet? But situations surpass men, so what if it's a genius? He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan was confident. With such a strong bargaining chip in his hand, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly trapped in a net. It was natural to struggle at first, but eventually she would land in his palms, understanding the situation and becoming tamed, turning into a useful pawn piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodiles laid on this beach. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, sweating profusely as her attacks slowed down. Out of stamina, strength was always her weakness. When fighting Fang Yuan back then, many times did she have the disadvantage due to the strength of two boars. Now that she fought for an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, they did not sleep for almost 5 days when floating on the bamboo raft, and even after the rest, it was too short to recover. What caused her to be even more frustrated were those 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens moved along, causing her to feel very uncomfortable. Fang Yuan, are you not helping? She breathed roughly, calling. Saying so, she dodged the attack of a 6-legged crocodile narrowly, pressing on her weak knees and standing up. Fang Yuan said coldly, once I help, I will attract the attack of many 6-legged crocodiles. You want me to die? If I die, you will never get the Yangji Yu. 3 6-legged crocodiles approached and Bai Ningbing had no choice but to retreat. She was tired to the point of fainting as her stamina reached its limits, and she saw darkness in front of her. The chainsaw golden centipede appeared even more heavy, constantly dragging her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan, if I die, can you live? Rest assured, I am behind you. Fang Yuan rested his back on the cliff. As he willed and a blood moon Ji flew out of his palm, flying towards Bai Ningbing. Take it, and use it well. Blood moon Ji originated from moonlight Ji, so Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. With just a few uses, she got used to it and the bright red moonblade stabilized the situation. But good situations did not last. and although Bai Ningbing regained her footing, her primeval essence was starting to become insufficient. Chapter 204, Carapace GU and Crocodile Strength GU. Ordinary Rank 3 GU Masters, to deal with beast groups, they have to employ kiting tactics. Using primeval stones to recover their primeval essence, Bai Ningbing's method of facing them head-on and lasting until now, was already outstanding. If a GU Master's primeval essence runs dry, their battle strength will drop down to rock bottom. Bai Ningbing started to look back at the cliff behind her, wondering if there was a way to escape. When she saw Fang Yuan's casual expression while he was leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage, scolding, "Fang Yuan, I fight at the front lines, yet you watch the show behind me." Fang Yuan snorted, "The former Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the Grand Bai Ningbing, can't even deal with 100 beast group." Bai Ningbing was exasperated, "If you have the guts, then you go and fight." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, "If I had rank 3 cultivation, it is enough to eliminate all these 6-legged crocodiles, why would I need you?" Bai Ningbing breathed loudly, smoke coming out of her pores. Fang Yuan said seriously, "Bai Ningbing, I can tell you're used to fighting without restraint. You are a former Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, but now that you are a grade with 90%, if you still keep fighting like that your primeval essence will definitely be insufficient. An outstanding GU Master will use their primeval essence in the most efficient way, never wasting a drop. From now on, battle according to my instructions. Your fighting method is too crude, you have to be more meticulous now." "Huh," Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, "my battle method isn't meticulous enough. Do you know how many times the clan leader and elders praised me, for being the #1 skillful fighter in Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of scrubs? Listen closely." Bai Ningbing laughed coldly 3 times, but Fang Yuan continued talking. His voice entered Bai Ningbing's ears. At first she was indifferent, but eventually, her expression changed. It went from disdain to seriousness, and finally, turning grave. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail right on the head. There was profound meaning in every word, perfectly describing her inability. This was the collection of his 500 years of life, the essence left behind through the accumulation of time. How could it not let this youngster, naive and innocent, be extremely shocked? Fang Yuan lived for 500 years, so he was as sly as a fox. His experience was something not even first Gen GUU or Sky Crane Lord could match with. These 2 old geezers lived for almost 1,000 years, but most of their life was spent in deep sleep, retaining that last breath of theirs. Their true, living, phase, was merely 200 to 300 years at most. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing upon hearing Fang Yuan's advice, would merely take it as a joke. She was a proud arrogant genius, even if she was shocked, she would not follow suit. But now, facing the crocodile's pressure, her body could not help but execute what he said, and it showed an immediately effect. 6-legged crocodiles continued to die, but her situation improved by leaps and bounds. Her primeval essence and stamina were depleted, but once she started using them carefully and reduced her meaningless attacks while increasing her attack effectiveness, it caused her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover amidst battle. 15 minutes later, after at least half the pack of 6-legged crocodiles were injured and over 200 corpses on the ground, they finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Soon after, a large body appeared from under the water. It had 2 rows of sharp blade-like teeth. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's body as it emitted a cold killing intent. This was the 6-legged Crocodile King. 100 Beast King level, Grand Crocodile King. Different from other 6-legged crocodiles, this Crocodile King was larger like a yak, and it did not stand on 6 legs, but only moved with its 2 hind legs. It walked like humans, with a back as thick as a bear, and a scaly tail dragging a line across the beach. The other 4 feet that were free, were in a claw shape. Resembling 4 arms, they were thick and the muscles were tough as rocks. Bai Ningbing could not help but laugh bitterly. If she was fighting this 100 Beast King alone, she could win. But now that she had undergone an intense battle and there was little primeval essence and stamina left in her, she could not deal with this 100 Beast King who was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice came from behind her, "Catch." A blue and white light entered her aperture, turning into a lotus and rooting deep into her aperture sea. Immediately, her primeval sea level started rising. Bai Ningbing was surprised and overjoyed. "What GU is this?" "Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus," Fang Yuan said. "So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder first Gen GU wanted it. Bai Ningbing sighed again, then scolded, you have such a GU, why didn't you lend it to me earlier? Fang Yuan chuckled, talking while minding his own business, thankfully this is only 100 Beast King. Remember, its weakness is that white skin near the chest. Saying so, his body faded like ripples on the water surface, and he slowly vanished. He activated the stealth scale GU. Scheming and cunning, Bai Ningbing scolded, before focusing her gaze on the Grand Crocodile King. Only to see that on its chest, there was indeed a white skin, but it was only face-sized, and was protected by its 4 limbs. How could she strike that area easily? The Grand Crocodile King growled, before rushing at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself and roll around desperately, evading the hits and flicking her wrist at the same time. Chainsaw Golden Centipede smashed on the Grand Crocodile King's back. Sparks flew as the Chainsaw Golden Centipede was rebounded, almost causing Bai Ningbing to trip from the impact. There was a white scratch on the Grand Crocodile King's back armor, but other than that it was unfazed. It swung its tail, and winds flew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip approaching, thick, large and long. She could not evade it, so she was only able to activate the Sky Canopy GU. With a bang, she was sent flying, landing tens of meters away. Afterwards, she slammed on the tough sturdy cliff walls. Bai Ningbing was in so much pain until she drew a deep breath. Sky Canopy GU is a rank 3 GU, having great defense but it could not reduce the force from impacts. Bam bam bam. The Grand Crocodile King's thick strong legs left a strong imprint on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone, seeing the Grand Crocodile King's attack, she did not move. The Grand Crocodile King came crashing with its imposing aura, flashing its claws. If it was any other person, they would be scared shitless or run away in fear, but Bai Ningbing was after all Bai Ningbing, possessing an iron will. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing the Grand Crocodile King was near, at the final moment, Bai Ningbing leapt. She narrowly evaded the Grand Crocodile King, and the latter crashed into the cliff walls, as large amount of debris fell and buried it. A beast is a beast after all. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, about to chase after it, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the Grand Crocodile King's tail swept and sent the debris flying all over the place. Bai Ningbing observed silently, and a moment later the Crocodile King finally got free. It was in a desperate state. Half its teeth were broken and blood flowed out of its nostrils, its golden pupils also turned red. It growled furiously at the sky and lowered its body, rushing towards Bai Ningbing at an even faster speed. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she dodged. With a huge bang, the cliff walls collapsed, and smoke flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured Grand Crocodile King covered its white skin in futile, as blood continued to ooze out of its wounds. Soon after, it plopped on the ground, on the beach that was completely wrecked by the battle. This Blood Moon GU is pretty useful, huh? With that bleeding effect, I can kill that Grand Crocodile King so easily. Bai Ningbing looked at the Red Moon insignia, thinking in her mind. After the Crocodile King died, the remaining 100 six-legged crocodiles lost their drive and morale, escaping into the river one by one. Finally over, Bai Ningbing shook the Chainsaw Golden Centipede on her hand away, sitting on the beach in exhaustion. Fang Yuan's figure came out of the shade, squatting at the Crocodile King's corpse and searching. Found it. When he took back his hand, there was 1 GU in each of his palms. Bai Ningbing, seeing this, breathed heavily in anger. She fought so intensely with the Crocodile King, finally killing it and chasing the crocodile group away. But the unscathed Fang Yuan came out to collect the battle rewards instead. Fang Yuan took a close look. These 2 GU, one was almost dying, but still struggling. It had a turtle shell, around palm size, but its protruding surface was covered in crocodile scales. The carapace GU, another was uninjured, but was not moving at all, letting Fang Yuan squish it with his fingers. The Crocodile Strength GU. It was very small, smaller than a finger. It was like a mini crocodile, with head, body and tail, but did not have any legs. Both the Carapace GU and the Crocodile Strength GU were rank 2 GU worms. Normally, 100 Beast Kings have rank 2 GU living in them. In the 1000 Beast King, there was rank 3, and in the Myriad Beast King there was rank 4. As I expected, Fang Yuan, seeing the 2 GU, did not feel strange. He was experienced, and after observing the battle, he had seen through the Crocodile King's abilities. Immediately, he leaked a little of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and refined these 2 GU with his primeval essence instantly. The carapace GU flew to Fang Yuan's back, forming a large-scale insignia, like a tattoo. It extended from Fang Yuan's shoulder to his waist, covering his entire back. As with the name, it was a GU that could enhance the defense of a GU master's back. Crocodile strength GU turned into a dim yellow light, entering Fang Yuan's aperture. It was similar to the black and white boar GU, able to increase the GU master's strength permanently, by the strength of a crocodile. It had high market value, normally a precious GU worm without any available in the market. This again, instantly refining a GU worm. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing could not continue but be furious, as her pupils dilated to pin size. When she fought Fang Yuan earlier, she found this secret. Back at the clan, she searched the records and checked up on some assistance-type GU that can achieve this effect. But at this moment, as she witnessed the scene again, she felt that the truth might be different. This guy has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy GU, Blood Moon GU and Chainsaw Golden Centipede aside, but even the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle tactics are also completely superior to the clan's teachings. Also, what GU did he use earlier? Thinking of this, a cold chill went down Bai Ningbing's spine. Chapter 205, Sleeping in the Treetop. Rower. The sky was getting darker as the river surged and ebbed. At dusk, the beach was colored red with crocodile blood, and hundreds of 6-legged crocodile corpses were lying all around 2 youths. From beside one particular gigantic crocodile corpse, Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He did not have any thoughts of fleeing when the 6-legged crocodile groups had attacked. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, he had Bai Ningbing, who was a rank 3 peak stage GU master. Her cultivation base added with his rank 3 GU worms, were more than enough to annihilate 100 beast group. On one hand, he was in need of an external force like the 6-legged crocodile groups to oppress Bai Ningbing and also take the chance to train her. On another hand, he also needed to find suitable GU worms for himself. I might only be at rank 1 initial stage, but with my grade aptitude and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my primeval essence recovery speed is fast enough to let me use rank 2 GU worms. But what a pity that both the Crocodile Strength GU and Carapace GU aren't really ideal for me, Fang Yuan sighed as he pondered in his mind. Sky Canopy GU was a rank 3 defensive GU which he lent to Bai Ningbing. Now, he needed a suitable defensive GU for himself. However, the Carapace GU's defensive area was too small in that it could only defend his back. And even though Crocodile Strength GU was a precious GU, Fang Yuan already had the strength of 2 boars, strengthening further would instead harm him. Below rank 6, GU masters only possessed a mortal body which had a limit in how much it could endure and couldn't be strengthened continuously. Fang Yuan already used the black and white boar GU to remodel his body and increase his fundamental strength. Using the Crocodile Strength GU would surpass what his body could endure and would only harm him. That is to say, unless he found other GU worms which could supplement for the Crocodile Strength GU, he would be committing a suicidal act by using it. In the inheritance inside by GU Mountain, there is a Jade Bone GU which can increase the strength of the GU Master's bones. After using this GU, there would be no problem in using the Crocodile Strength GU. However, there is still quite a distance from Bai GU Mountain and it will take at least 10-15 days. Fang Yuan gazed at southeast direction, then he willed and summoned the Crocodile Strength GU. He gave the Crocodile Strength GU to Bai Ningbing, and at the same time, called back the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Use this Crocodile Strength GU, it will let you gain the strength of a crocodile. The process will be a bit tough, but it should be done after you repeatedly activate it for a month, Fang Yuan instructed. Bai Ningbing nodded, she was inwardly happy. With the Crocodile Strength GU, she could make up for her weak strength. She had looked for such a GU back when she was in Bai Clan, but she had no luck in finding such GU. To think that she unexpectedly found the GU which she had always wanted out in the wild. Dangers lurked everywhere when GU masters journeyed outside, but at the same time, there were plenty of opportunities. Let's go. The blood odor here is too concentrated and will definitely attract the wild beasts. The cliff is also almost collapsed, it will be dangerous to camp here. Bai Ningbing approved of Fang Yuan's proposal. But before leaving, Fang Yuan gathered as much of the crocodile blood and flesh as he could and stored them in the two-seat flour. Crocodile strength goose food was crocodile flesh, and the fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed the blood skull Gu and blood moon Gu. The sun had already completely disappeared into the horizon and the night fell. Numerous stars could be vaguely seen in the sky. The cliff had collapsed by the Grand Crocodile King's attack, becoming easier to climb. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed the cliff, a dense jungle welcomed them. The jungle seemed to continue on, touching the shadows of the faraway mountains. Furthermore, the depths of the jungle were covered in deep darkness, concealing unknown dangers and beasts. Chi-chi-ho-hu, a series of odd noises sounding like the cries of birds or the howling of the apes, resounded in the two youths' ears. The two glanced at each other, realizing that the dangers lurked everywhere in the jungle. More so during the night time, where there were scarce light, the jungle became more dangerous than during daytime. They had no other choices, however. Let's go, Fang Yuan hinted at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing grinded her teeth, but she had no choice other than to drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening a path for Fang Yuan. The trees in this jungle were at least 4 meters tall, and being close the river, the air was filled with moisture and the soil was much softer than normal soil. Under this warm and moist atmosphere, moss grew wildly, spreading over the ground, rocks and tree trunks. The darkness deepened and the chillness increased as the deeper they went into the jungle. Fang Yuan was still in a better condition. Bai Ningbing, however, shivered from cold. She had just engaged in an intense battle, and her whole body was soaked with sweat. Right now as the chill invaded her body, she naturally felt much more cold. Hey, how about making a fire and warming ourselves first? Bai Ningbing spoke while scouting in front. Her voice echoed within the jungle, making the quietness of the jungle even more prominent. Warm ourselves, haha. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't you feel that this jungle is too quiet? Let's stop and check the trees in front. Bai Ningbing slowed down her steps and concentrated. The trees in front of them were short and thick, with twisted roots that spread over on the ground. The ends of the branches all grew out into vines like green pythons, either coiling around each other or dropping down into the ground. The tip of the vines were like Venus flytrap or like mussels with open shells, quietly waiting for the prey. Beast trap tree. Bai Ningbing thought of what he had learned in the academy and recognized this tree. This tree was carnivorous, and the ends of its branches had softened down to become vines with only 2 leaves on the ends. The leaves were wide and big, and would normally remain open like a giant open mouth. However, once a prey walks close, the vines would shoot like a snake and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey. Afterward, the tree would secrete acidic liquid and melt down the prey over the course of tens of days or even months, before absorbing it. Bai Ningbing counted the amount of beast trap trees in front of him. There were at least 30 to 40. There were some distance between each trees, upon which grew ordinary trees. This is the area of beast trap trees. No wonder it was so quiet with no signs of any living creatures. But it isn't a problem, I can forcefully open up a path with a rank 3 GU, Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. We need a safe campsite right now, and from how I see it, this area of beast trap trees looks pretty good. We might not necessarily find a safer place to spend the night in this dense jungle if we charge through this area. Bai Ningbing couldn't help opening up her eyes wide when she heard what was said. In this place, these beast trap trees are safer. Fang Yuan glanced at her, but didn't explain. Instead he turned around and walked back through the way they had come. Bai Ningbing grinded her teeth. Yang Jiyu was with Fang Yuan, so she had no choice but to follow Fang Yuan back to the beach. Fang Yuan chose 2 sturdy crocodile corpses and opened up their cut bellies. He removed the internal organs and cleaned it thoroughly before dragging the corpses back to the jungle. You are actually thinking of. Bai Ningbing was smart, and as she saw this, she already could vaguely guess Fang Yuan's motive. She couldn't help but be amazed by Fang Yuan's creativity. Humans are above all creatures, having unbound wisdom, thinking up odd ways to survive is normal. We will sleep inside these today, Fang Yuan said, and after explaining what to do, he entered inside a crocodile belly. The next moment, he rolled inside and got closer to a beast trap tree in the 6-legged crocodile's body. The nearest vine pounced, as swift as the wind. The huge open 2 leaves swallowed the whole crocodile corpse in one bite and then firmly closed together. Following next, the vines twisted and gently supported the heavy leaves to the treetop. Go to sleep, We still need to continue on our journey tomorrow. The leaves on the treetop shook for a moment before Fang Yuan's voice traveled out. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck on the spot, watching this scene with open mouth. She came to her senses only after a long while. The darkness completely enveloped the land, and the night wind gently blew and passed through the jungle, producing sounds like that of a sob. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth, and just like how Fang Yuan demonstrated, she drilled into the crocodile belly and rolled towards a beast trap tree. Almost immediately, she felt the attack of an external force, causing the whole crocodile body to shake for a while. After the shaking, she sensed herself slowly rising up. Finally, the force lifting her stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying inside the crocodile's belly, and the crocodile belly was lying flat inside the leaves. She gazed outside and her sight passed through the small crack in the closed leaves, landing upon the many stars in the sky. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and the stars were shining brightly like mischievous kids winking at her. The sky is filled with stars. Our luck is good, the weather is going to be good tomorrow. Fang Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply, she moved her body to get into a more comfortable position. However, she still felt cold due to the ice-cold crocodile body. At this moment, she got a whiff of a fragrant scent. Bai Ningbing wasn't surprised as Fang Yuan had already explained this to her. This was the acidic liquid being released by the beast trap tree. However, this acidic liquid would need at least 3 months to melt the crocodile body. Hence, hiding inside the crocodile body was very safe for the moment. Oh right, I better use the crocodile strength GU first and then sleep. Bai Ningbing thought inwardly, but her eyelids seemed to be as heavy as a mountain, gradually shutting close. The next moment, she was in a deep sleep. She was too tired. First it was continuously drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, then it was the intense battle with the crocodile groups. And in the battle, she had surpassed her physical limits and unearthed a part of her potential. Maybe it was because she had turned into a female, the pressure from Fang Yuan intentionally or otherwise, it made her exhausted in both body and mind. Fang Yuan, however, wasn't asleep. From within the crocodile body, he called out the two-seed of flour and took out some cotton clothes and cloak. He then divided these into 2 parts, one part for a cushion under his body, another part for covering his body. Although he tossed around, this layer of preparation immediately brought him some warmth. Under the cage of the leaves, the crocodile body changed into a pleasant hotbed. Fang Yuan still had some energy left. He closed his eyes and fell into meditation, using his primeval essence to nurture his aperture. He might have no liquor worm to upgrade his primeval essence, but with the assistance of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and his great aptitude, the amount of time he could nurture his aperture increased by a great amount. The primeval sea was turbulent, rising and falling as its waves cleansed the aperture walls. Every time the primeval essence was consumed, it would be immediately replenished. Even continuing to nurture the aperture for a whole night wouldn't be able to exhaust the primeval essence. However, Fang Yuan did not do such a thing, for nurturing the aperture couldn't replace sleep. He stopped cultivating after midnight and went to sleep. He was a light sleeper and was able to hear the vague sounds of the wind and the howling of beasts in his sleep. Many wild beasts were attracted to the odor of the blood in the beach and trudged through the jungle towards it. And when they passed through this area of trees, they were captured by the beast trap trees. Chapter 206, Becoming the Leader. The sun hung brightly in the blue skies and white clouds. Sunlight shone on the land as Yellow Dragon River flowed, with a dense forest beside the river, forming an ocean of greenery. On the beast trap tree's crown, vines hung as 8 or 9 leaves formed a cage, like a gathering of seashells standing tall. Suddenly among one of the cages, there was intense shaking. A bright red moon blade shot out from there, tearing the leaves apart. A young girl in light-colored clothing, shrouded in a white-colored armor on her body, emerged from the leaf cage. She was agile, her feet landing on some branches on the trees, moving quickly as she jumped down, eventually landing safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. Throughout the process, the beast trap tree did not move, as if it was dead. Bai Ningbing looked at this beast trap tree, thinking of what Fang Yuan had said to her the previous night. Towards any prey that escaped, the beast trap tree will not attack further. Because any prey that can escape is not something the tree can deal with. Even without intelligence, the instinct of the beast trap tree can allow it to adapt and survive better in the wild. Achoo! Bai Ningbing could not help but sneeze. As she rubbed her nose, she observed the surrounding and checked out her location. In this beast trap forest, most leaf cages were hanging high up in the tree crown like shiny green seashells. It seems that the blood smell on the beach has attracted many wild beasts. The beast trap tree had a great harvest last night, Bai Ningbing thought in her heart as she stretched her limbs, cracking her neck. She had an uncomfortable sleep last night, the crocodile's corpse was hard and tough. Coupled with the cold night, although she was extremely tired, she was woken up by the cold several times. Thus, with huge eye bags, she was in a bad condition mentally. But after cultivating for a while, her stamina had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she was standing in an area with sunlight, using the sunlight to dispel the coldness in her body. Bai Ningbing, let me out. A voice was heard, none other than Fang Yuan. He did not need to use the earth-hearing communication grass to notice the commotion. Bai Ningbing glanced at another beast trap tree. On this tree crown, the leaf cage that had captured Fang Yuan was still at the same spot. She laughed inwardly, not replying, instead closing her eyes and resting while bathing in the sunlight, delaying on purpose. 15 minutes later, she shot out a blood-colored moonblade, cutting the vines apart. The seashell-like leaves scattered on the ground as they tore and dispersed. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over, using another blood moonblade, cutting the leaves as Fang Yuan moved his way out of the cage. What's with the delay? I woke up ages ago, and even managed to cultivate for a while. Fang Yuan's face was gleaming, looking extremely refreshed. The clothes and cloak that he took out last night had already been kept. Bai Ningbing snorted. Fang Yuan's current situation was beyond her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan would be like her, not being able to sleep while feeling hungry and cold. Thus she delayed his release, trying to torture him. But to think that his condition was at its peak. It's getting late, we have to start moving. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan shot out the two-seed flour, taking out the coal stone, iron rack, iron pot, water bottle and dried biscuits etc. He moved quickly, cooking a pot of meat stew in a short while. Next he searched around, finding a large number of mushrooms under the cover of the beast trap tree. These tree shrooms were long, dry and thin, looking dark purple or black. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan as he put these into the pan, questioning, wild vegetation cannot be eaten without caution, they might be poisonous. Yup, you're right, Fang Yuan nodded. Then don't eat. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, if you get poisoned, I do not have a healing GU worm. Fang Yuan indifferently took out a ladle, drinking a huge mouthful of meat soup under Bai Ningbing's close watch. Bai Ningbing snorted. Only until Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of soup did she assure herself that there was no danger in the soup. After drinking from the ladle, her eyes shone. Compared to yesterday, this stew had a much fresher and sweeter flavor. She directed her gaze towards the tree shrooms in the soup. Evidently, the difference was due to these mushrooms. She could not help but look at Fang Yuan as he sat on a rock, drinking soup with his head lowered as he ate the dry biscuits, full of vigor. Although their sleeping condition was the same, Bai Ningbing compared it to her own pathetic state and felt a trace of admiration towards Fang Yuan in her heart, no matter how much she denied it. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan had secretly taken out his cloak and clothes to keep warm, then she would have had a different feeling altogether. Fang Yuan felt her gaze landing on him. But he did not raise his head, only smiling lightly, pretending he did not notice it and continued eating. Ever since Qingmao Mountain where Bai Ningbing resolutely saved him, Fang Yuan felt that pure demonic nature in her. Demons are crazy, impervious to reason, adamantly walking on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature gave Fang Yuan some ideas on how to make use of her. But this person, Bai Ningbing, was also complex. On one hand, she was too tender. After getting new life and solving the problem of the northern dark ice soul physique, she did not want to give up anymore, enjoying life and not resolving to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature made her pursue excitement, thus having a completely unrestrained personality. She did not fear death, and if death was exciting enough, she would chase after it. Such a person is like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, carrying an unrestrained nature, and whose wildness was untamable. She had her own path, her own ambitions and aspirations. Bai Ningbing had not fully grown into a demon lord, she was merely a demon child now. But this true demon will never change her path, and her direction cannot be altered, and she definitely will not submit to anyone. True demons are only loyal to themselves, moving in the darkness alone, walking their own paths. True demons will admire other people, but they will never submit. A true demon is the lord of their own, the supreme existence. Fang Yuan understood Bai Ningbing because Fang Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting does not mean she couldn't be subdued. While not able to change her path, it does not mean she cannot be used. If Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he would not need her. But with only rank 1 initial stage now, Bai Ningbing's value was great. Of course, wanting to subdue her and make use of her, some efforts needed to be put in. Bai Ningbing was smart and arrogant, and could not be forced. Only through some small matters, or external influence to exert pressure on her, can she slowly be tamed. Secretly taking out clothes to keep warm, was not because Fang Yuan is petty. Earlier Bai Ningbing purposely delayed the time, and Fang Yuan did not pursue it. It is not because he is magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing, I need to spend a lot of time. But I'm in no rush, let's take it slow, I need time to recover my cultivation. After the 2 ate, it was near noon already. On the ground, there were footprints of wild beasts all over. The two continued moving, as Bai Ningbing paved the way towards the southeast direction. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier there were only beast trap trees around 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually, they became 5 to 6 meters tall, and at times there were 7 to 8 meter tall king trees, like a crane among a flock of chicken. Of course there were also dying tree branches that had fallen onto the ground, filled with green moss. Or at some areas, there were budding leaves, or broken wood, split apart by lightning, showing the fury of the heavens. These great beings grew in close proximity in this area, shrouding the heavens. The deeper one went, the colder it got. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lustrous tree leaves, and only a tiny ray could penetrate, creating large shadows in the forest. The wind blew, and the tree leaves made a swish sound, as shadows moved like shattered gold. In the forest, not all was peaceful. At times, there would be deer, foxes, rabbits and other animals moving around. Most were birds, all sorts of birds, either in groups of 3s or 5s, or a large flock flying in the sky. Others stood on tree branches as they sang out in harmony. Sometimes, there would be the roaring of tigers from far away. The two moved and stopped, relying on the earth-hearing communication grass to avoid many dangers. But some areas could not be avoided, thus Bai Ningbing's battle strength was needed to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation is already sufficient to deal with problems in the wild. Night descended again, and Fang Yuan found a safe camping spot. It was a stone hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired, falling asleep immediately even on the rough sharp rocks. On the second day when she woke up, her body ached all over and even her head could not rotate properly, having gotten a stiff neck. Her sneezing also became more frequent. It was obvious she caught a cold. Fang Yuan took all these into consideration as they continued on their journey. They moved extremely slowly, because there was no movement type GU to travel. Previously, Fang Yuan used the 1000-li earth wolf spider and Bai Ningbing used the white form immortal snake GU, both were mobile GU that were rank 5. Unfortunately one died and the other escaped. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry, his cultivation was weak and he needed time to cultivate. Every time there was a break when they traveled in the day, even during rest he would grab every second to cultivate. At night, he would cultivate into late night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing got sick, catching a cold. Her head hurt and her battle strength fell rapidly, also getting a fever. Fang Yuan had to stop and use the medicine in the two-seed flower on her, as well as some medical paste to apply on her body. Although they were burning on the skin, they helped to remove the chill in her body. Only after resting for 6 days did Bai Ningbing recover. This illness was a huge lesson to her. During the period, she was drowsy and barely had any strength in her body, not even able to apply the paste herself. It was Fang Yuan who helped her. If not for Fang Yuan, I'd be in a critical position this time. After Bai Ningbing recovered, she sighed inwardly. Not matter how much she did not want to agree with it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was tough and was very aggressive. But after this matter, she became much quieter, often keeping silent. At times, she could go for half a day without speaking. The less she spoke, the more Fang Yuan led and his authority rose. This way, he slowly became the leader among the two. Chapter 207. Zhan Yuan Divine Pheasant. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing grew thinner but her body radiated a strong elite aura. Her concentration was better, and her blue eyes shone with brilliance as she observed around. Undeniably, she had adjusted to this primal life, and learned much from this experience. Fang Yuan knew, although Bai Ningbing was solemn, it does not mean she admitted defeat. Her heart was motivated to learn seriously and try hard to adapt. At times, she would refute some of Fang Yuan's ideas, and although they were still rather shallow, she had gone past her initial naivety. Fang Yuan could feel Bai Ningbing improving by the day, but this situation was not unexpected. To subdue Bai Ningbing, it was not easy. Any true demon would have the spirits to resist greatly. Under the blazing sun, the two hid in the shaded forest as they carefully observed the mountain valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile, sleeping peacefully. A lava crocodile, the size of 3 elephants placed together. Its body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick strong legs support its humongous body. A crocodile tail glowed in a metallic luster as it reached almost 10 meters tall. Most importantly, on its back there are 2 lumps, like 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 columns of black smoke rose from the lumps, varying in intensity. This lava crocodile is a 1000-beast king. To eliminate it, the risk is too great. Bai Ningbing stared with wariness. On a 1000-beast king, there are rank 3 wild GU worms. Together with the beast king's strong body physique, even rank 3 peak stage GU masters would have difficulty finding victory in a 1v1. Great risks, greater rewards. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. Crocodile strength GU needs crocodile meat to feed on. We have less than half left now. Let's test out this crocodile's strength first. Fang Yuan said. Lava crocodile lived underground in groups. Only the beast king have the strength to get to the surface and breathe in fresh air, enjoying the sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, standing up. After getting the crocodile strength GU, she had been using it. Now her strength was greatly increased, but there was still a distance from the strength of one crocodile. The increment was not completely done yet. The lava crocodile was asleep, but when Bai Ningbing got around 50 steps away from it, it opened its red golden eyes. It supported its body as it turned its head, 2 gushes of hot air coming out from its nose. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, activating the canopy GU, but still feeling a strong feeling of heated air gushing at her face. She did not take out the chainsaw golden centipede, but shot out the blood moonblade. The rank 3 moonblade hit the back of the lava crocodile, shaving off some scales and succeeded in angering the lava crocodile king. It aimed accurately at Bai Ningbing, opening its huge mouth and shooting out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a stone mole. Bai Ningbing did not dare to take it head on, and dodged. Bam! Lava fireball drew an arc in the sky, landing on the mountain rocks. In an explosion, shards of mountain rocks flew apart as the flames burnt. A small-sized mushroom cloud floated into the sky before dissipating. At the explosion area, a huge crater was created, and inside fresh lava was still flowing as they slowly cooled down. Rank 3 lava explosion GU. Fang Yuan, seeing this, concluded in his heart. Few minutes later, Fang Yuan threw down a rope from above the cliff, and pulled Bai Ningbing up. Lava Crocodile King growled several times, but did not give chase. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figure vanished as it continued to lay on the ground, enjoying its sunbath once again. This is because Bai Ningbing's attacks were merely probing. The Lava Crocodile King did not find her a threat, only thinking that she was an intruding wild beast, thus chasing her away. This is a Lava Crocodile King, with 3 GU worms inside it. 1 Lava Explosion GU, 1 Flame, Stomach GU, and 1 Accumulating Ash GU, all 3 are rank 3 GU worms. Covering attack, defense and healing, all 3 basic aspects are assured. Leaving the valley, Fang Yuan concluded what he observed. Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. She herself had probed earlier, and knew that to kill this Crocodile King, it was extremely difficult and was near impossible. Never mind that Lava Explosion GU, even the Flame Stomach Goo's defense cannot be broken by Blood Moon GU. Only the Chainsaw Golden Centipede can do it when it gets close. But if we really did that to destroy the Flame Stomach, the Centipede would be crippled as well. These days, after using it to kill enemies, the Razors were already in bad shape. Plus, even if we break the defenses, there is still the Accumulating Ash GU that can heal the Crocodile King. Its stamina is definitely greater than both of us combined. In a battle of attrition we would definitely lose. Most importantly, it can burrow underground and go back to its nest. We cannot stop it from leaving. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Your analysis is right, but I want to kill it even more now. Since ash gu that eats ashes as food, it is easy to feed. It is also very suitable as our healing gu worm. HMPH, although the gu worm is good, we need to live to enjoy it. Although you have the yang gu, don't think of manipulating me, ordering me to risk my life in such a combat, Bai Ningbing snorted. We cannot fight it head on, but we can use intelligence. Never mind about other wild beasts, but this lava crocodile king, we can use it to attract other beast kings and cause them to fight among themselves, and then reap the rewards from it, Fang Yuan said as he did not wish to give up due to difficulty. Creating a miracle out of the impossible, it was his favorite thing to do. If it was any other wild beast, unless they just migrated and arrived, they would have their respective territories. Among themselves, they would know each other's existence and would not cause any infighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. It normally lived underground, and sometimes came to the surface to breathe fresh air. Like the fish deep in the sea, jumping out of the surface of the water. Their existence was not known by other beast kings, they are like illegal immigrants. Unless it was a beast king like the lightning lichen, most did not have high intelligence. Once a beast king is lured over, they would feel threatened by one another and begin an intense battle. Once they both got injured, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to rob the owner when his house is on fire. Fang Yuan's words caused Bai Ningbing's eyes to shine. She nodded. We do not have a movement-type GU, thus this plan is risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king head-on, we have greater hopes of success. We can give this a try. Like human society, among wild beasts, they each have their own territories. Stronger beast kings led beast groups and occupied areas with abundant resources. Just like how a human clan would occupy a spirit spring. Among forces, they would have interactions, and as long as they ventured into other areas, they would have some findings. The next 5 days, Bai and Fang used the lava crocodile as the focal point as they searched around. The northwest direction which they came from did not need more scouting. Looping around the valley, towards the southeast direction, they found a white ape gang. The leader was an old white ape, a 1000-beast king. A white ape's speed was fast, and if it was lured, the two would definitely get caught up and be surrounded. Thus, they had to give up their plans here. At the southwest direction, it was a rotting swamp. The smell was overbearing. This is the world of the poison. The poisonous snake lay below the roots of the tree, as fist-sized poisonous bees flew around in groups, and large spiders' webs had black spiders around the size of a face. From the center of the swamp, there was frog screeching. Fang Yuan deduced that it was a healing GU that was the lord of this swamp, poison-swallowing toad. It was rank 4, having a small body and fed on poison as food. If a GU master is poisoned, activating it to absorb the poison would result in a healing effect. Its speed was bad, but entering the deep parts of the swamp and luring it out is harder. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have any healing GU. If they were bitten by a poisonous creature, it would result in much trouble. Furthermore, finding a tiny poison-swallowing frog in a large swamp was extremely difficult. The two finally moved towards the northeast direction, finding a beehive as huge as a house. Inside there was a large number of a terrifying insect group, the frenzy needle bee. These bees were even greater trouble. Frenzy needle bee, once becoming a GU, had the ability to penetrate all things. That is to say, even with Bai Ningbing's sky canopy GU protection, it would be pierced by the rank 3 frenzy needles. The winds howled in the night. Winds blew into the mountain caves as the campfire flickered in response. This was a small mound, and a cave was found inside. This cave did not have an optimum location. First, it did not face against the wind, thus winds blew into the cave and caused it to be very moist. Next, the top was not covered, like a well, as the stars in the skies could be seen. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were solemn, sitting around the fire. Fang Yuan was expressionless while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. These few days we explored the surroundings completely. Although your idea is great, we have no suitable targets. It seems we can only give up on the lava crocodile king. Plans are made by men, but success is decided by the heavens. We have insufficient strength, thus we can only rely on luck for some things. Never mind, I still wanted to raise the crocodile strength GU, but it seems we cannot kill the lava crocodile king. Tomorrow we will set off, and continued towards Bai GU mountain. Fang Yuan nodded helplessly. Suddenly from the outside, the lava crocodile king's furious growls could be heard. What happened? It is that lava crocodile king. The two made eye contact as they left the cave, looking towards a faraway place. Only to see that in the valley, rainbow colors were shining as the flames burnt brightly, giving off an imposing aura. In the brilliant rainbow light, a pheasant as large as a mountain showed its body. Its crown shone like gold, erecting highly. The feathers on its body shone in all colors, changing all the time and giving an out-of-this-world brilliance. Oh no, it is the Xianxia divine pheasant, a myriad beast king-level bird. The lava crocodile king is done for, Fang Yuan said immediately. Xianxia divine pheasant, Bai Ningbing was perturbed. This is a lone traveling myriad beast king, able to fly in the skies, only landing to find food. Divine pheasant is low in numbers, they have all sorts of rainbow GU in their bodies. Once they battle, the skies would be filled with rainbow lights, shining in 5 to 7 different lights. Sigh, we can't get the lava crocodile king anymore. Let's hurry in, this divine pheasant is extremely sharp-eyed like an eagle. If it finds us and comes for the killing, we would be in great trouble. Saying so, Fang Yuan retreated into the cave. Bai Ningbing bit her lips as she followed closely behind. Chapter 208, Escape. An hour later, the lava crocodile king cried out one last time before it went silent. Soon after, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan heard the sound of the Xianxia divine pheasant pecking its food. But Xianxia divine pheasant's appetite was huge, and one lava crocodile king could not satisfy its hunger. This night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the lava crocodile king's cries, they heard the white apes screaming, the poison-swallowing toad screech, and the fluttering of the bee groups. Most importantly, there was the Xianxia divine pheasant's loud cry. Only until evening did the Xianxia divine pheasant fly into the skies, drawing a rainbow behind its path. Seeing the trail of the rainbow disappearing in the sky, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing finally dared to walk out of the cave. The two came to the original valley. The valley was completely wrecked, half destroyed. The lava crocodile king laid belly side up on the ground, as dead as it could be. Its stomach was pried open by the Xianxia divine pheasant, and the flesh and intestines within were all eaten. Only its remaining skeleton held together by the dark red crocodile skin was left. The two searched for a while. They soon found a red glass fragment. This was the remains of the flame stomach GU. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach GU for defense, but it was forcefully defeated by the Xianxia divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach GU to be destroyed. As for the other two GU, lava explosion and accumulating ash GU, they were nowhere to be found. This was nothing strange. Once the host dies, the GU worms inhibiting the wild beasts' bodies will leave and roam around like they've lost their homes. Accumulating ash GU was a very ideal healing GU, perfect for Fang Yuan's situation. But things did not go according to one's will most of the time. Not obtaining the accumulating ash GU was within Fang Yuan's expectations. But they did not return empty-handed. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xianxia divine pheasant ate most of the corpse, but left behind some scraps that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could take. After working for an afternoon, they finally cut out all the meat and stored it in the two-seat of flour. These crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength GU for 3 months. Let's explore other areas. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to the territory of the white apes. The dense forest earlier had white ape groups playing and swinging around. But now everywhere there was broken trees, with white ape limbs in the mix. Some old, crippled or young apes defended the corpses of their kin as they cried out loud, the entire forest covered in an atmosphere of sadness and devastation. The Xianxia divine pheasant had caused a catastrophe to this 1,000-beast group the night before. Right now only 200 or 300 were left, and the last few hundred beast king white apes were all injured. Bai Ningbing stared with shining eyes. Right now the white ape group is at their weakest. Shall we attack? Fang Yuan stopped her. Not that he pitied these white apes, but knew that in a way, they were even more dangerous now. An army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win. Don't mess with these white apes. Once you do, they'll attack in rage, relentlessly attacking until we're dead. Those few hundred beast kings, although they are injured, it is not something you can deal with alone. Bai Ningbing, hearing so, looked at Fang Yuan before giving up on her plan to attack. The two moved towards the southwest area, towards the rotten swamp. The swamp had turned into a completely different sight. ravaged by the Zhan Yuan divine pheasant. Their living environment had been greatly destroyed, and the swamp's major forces were redistributed. Although the Zhan Yuan divine pheasant left, the swamp was not in peace. All sorts of poisonous beings were killing each other, in chaos. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the fringe of the swamp. In only a while, they saw 3 battles occurring. One sight was of 2 brightly colored poisonous snakes battling, until one was swallowed by the other. But not long after, a crab-sized scorpion came and stabbed the poisonous snake to death. The second battle was between a poison powder moth and an eerie blue toad. When battle ensued, the toad stretched its tongue and swallowed the moth. A moment later, the moth died of suffocation in the toad's mouth, but the toad was also poisoned to death by the powder. The third battle was between a face-sized black spider, coming out from the mud. Its body was covered in ants. After a while the ants won, and completely devoured the spider. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing left immediately. Finally they came to the nest of the frenzy needle bee group. The house-like beehive had collapsed completely, the surroundings was quiet, not a single frenzy needle bee was left. The two got closer. Immediately, the fragrant smell of sesame entered Bai Ningbing's nose as she sniffed. What smell is that? The smell of the beehive. Frenzy needle bee do not create honey, but their hives are a great GU refinement material. At the same time, it is a kind of food that humans can consume directly. Fang Yuan said so, stretching his arm into the beehive. The beehive fragments were dark yellow color. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, biting and crushing it in a few bites, swallowing it. The beehive tasted like biscuits on earth, fragrant and crispy. But undeniably, this naturally produced food was much more delicious than biscuits. It carried a light sweetness, not oily at all, but instead having a refreshing flavor. Good taste. Bai Ningbing also took a piece to eat, and after consuming it, she felt her mouth salivating. The sweet flavor caused her frowning eyebrows to ease subconsciously. Our salted meat and dry biscuits are finishing. We should collect some beehives and store it in your two-seed of flour, Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his expression slightly worried. I have the same thought, but we have to move quickly. You're worried that the blood smell of the lava crocodile king as well as the white ape's corpse will attract new wild beasts. Rest easy, there is no wind today, wild beasts will not be attracted over, at least not in the meantime. During this period, we can collect to our heart's content, Bai Ningbing laughed. Fang Yuan shook his head, about to speak when suddenly his expression changed. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of bees buzzing and flying entered their ears. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky immediately, only to see a thick cloud formed by numerous frenzy needle bees, attacking towards them. The frenzy needle beehive, although destroyed by Zhan Yuan divine pheasant, and the most delicious piece of the beehive at the center was eaten, the frenzy needle bees were not reduced much in numbers. Frenzy needle bees could not cause damage to the Zhan Yuan divine pheasant, so after the latter ate enough, it did not waste extra energy in exterminating these insignificant things. Frenzy needle bee group's house was destroyed, and because they had low intelligence, they started attacking the Zhan Yuan divine pheasant. But once the Zhan Yuan divine pheasant flew high into the sky, they no longer had the strength to pursue them, and were unable to continue chasing, thus they could only return to their hive and reconstruct their houses. Afterwards, they saw 2 youngsters standing in their house eating their hive. Under this situation, what hesitation was there? The fury towards the Zhan Yuan divine pheasant earlier was completely transferred to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, numerous frenzy needle bees flapped their wings and rained down on the two. Why are you still not running? Fang Yuan turned around and left, taking huge strides. Being reminded like this, Bai Ningbing immediately turned around and chased after Fang Yuan. The frenzy needle bee group was behind them, relentlessly chasing. Fang Yuan ran in front while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have a movement type GU, thus Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the bee group. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy GU, and a white armor appeared but flickered immediately, receiving almost 1,000 attacks in just a moment. Frenzy needle bees needle were tough as steel, extremely sturdy. Together with their high-speed flying, it was no inferior to a needle rain attack. Large numbers cause a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence continued to reduce. The bee group's attacks are not to be underestimated. What was more troubling was that some of the frenzy needle bees had become GU. Rank 3 frenzy needle bee GU had piercing ability, so even the sky canopy GU could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back was quickly pierced and she bled, causing her to grunt in pain, while her running speed broke her usual limits due to the stimulation. Bai Ningbing had never thought she could run so quickly on her own. With her speed, it looked like mountain rocks and trees came flying at her, and she had to concentrate with all her mind to dodge them. If she was tripped by anything, the bees would surround her at the first opportunity. Under such an attack, she was dead meat. With Bai Ningbing behind him tanking the pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence, injecting them into his carapace GU at his back. The skin on his back became uneven, slightly bulging and becoming a tough and thick crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle bees could not penetrate the crocodile skin armor, and the few BGU were attracted by Bai Ningbing. After running for another 15 minutes, the bees still chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting as their speed started to reduce. "There's hope, there's a lake in front." As the situation turned dire, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. Trees became less densely packed as a blue-white light appeared, expanding within the greenery. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake was seen. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and with a plop, he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed closely behind. Frenzy needle bees were bent on getting them, diving into the water as well. Bai Ningbing's white armor shook intensely, as she received a large number of attacks. As the intense pain hit her, she bit her lips and paddled with her hands, swimming towards the deeper parts of the water. A moment later, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing emerged from the opposite shore. The smell of the beehive on their bodies had been washed away, and when looking back at their original spot, there were large numbers of frenzy needle bees indignantly flying about, attacking the water out of frustration. Although the frenzy needle bees were small, they were resilient. Even if they fell into the lake, as long as it was not too deep, they would resurface. "Damn it," Bai Ningbing cursed, still feeling the lingering fear from earlier. Her expression was ugly, be it the Zanyuan divine pheasant, or white ape group, or even the frenzy needle bee group, none of them were those she could deal with. If, last night she was found by the Zanyuan divine pheasant, she would become its meal. Rank 3 cultivation in this cruel world of nature was the bottom of the hierarchy. "I've had enough, when will we reach Bai Jiu Mountain?" "Shush, be quiet." Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, he half squatted as his finger touched the remains of a fire that had been put out earlier. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned deeply. Undeniably, these were traces left behind by humans. Chapter 209, Encountering a Demonic GU Master. The lake water was still, reflecting the clear blue sky and white clouds. Even after losing the frenzy needle bee's chase, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood were solemn. Because in front of them, there was traces left behind that signified this area was once used by people to start a fire and cook meat. Earth communication ear grass. Fang Yuan willed and roots grew out of his ear. As they extended into the ground and dug their way in, Fang Yuan's hearing became many times stronger. After listening for a while, his expression loosened up, as there was no one ambushing in the vicinity. Soon after, he went to the remains of the fire and touched the ashes, not letting go of any evidence that he could find. The fire was started half a month ago, the other party is alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fang Yuan concluded from his findings. Alone, GU masters from a clan have to travel in fives. It seems this person is a demonic GU master. Bai Ningbing frowned as she sighed. If it was a GU master from a clan, they would be righteous GU masters, and there is hope of interaction. If it was a demonic GU master, once they meet a battle is assured. This situation is not because righteous people are kind, while demonic people are evil. But because when one is alone, they would display their true nature. There are no restraints in the wild, thus they act without reservation. Righteous GU masters move in groups. When they handle matters, they will think about the opinions of the people with them, thus they would act more closely to society's norm. Demonic GU masters often moved alone, and were very vigilant, having a strong instinct towards danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would always act to determine and ensure their own safety. This was not good news to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. When meeting righteous clan-based GU masters, they could avoid battle. But if they met a demonic GU master, there would definitely fight, unless they displayed sufficient strength that would cause the demonic GU master to shrink in fear and suspicion. Unfortunately, GU masters that could roam around these wilderness alone have around rank 4 cultivation, and special methods of their own. How many weaklings would there be? For Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one was a new rank 3 while the other was rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient GU worms to cover all grounds, even when they traveled in the woods, it was full of danger and every step was a difficult gamble. If they encountered a demonic GU master, they will most likely be done for. Thankfully we discovered the traces of this campfire, so from now on we should not blinding rush our journey, but recuperate and at least mend our current wounds back to full health, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. After being reminded, she also felt her back hurting. Fang Yuan summoned the two-seed of flour, taking out bandages and medicine, giving a large portion to Bai Ningbing. Although the carapace goo's defensive area was small, usually being useless, this time it helped Fang Yuan by a lot. And because Bai Ningbing attracted most of the firepower, Fang Yuan barely had any injuries. He quickly handled his wounds, and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her upper shirt. Numerous fingertip-sized holes filled her back, causing fear to whoever who saw it. Frenzy Needle Bee is rank 3, large in numbers and also having penetrating abilities, it countered the Sky Canopy GU. But Bai Ningbing also used the Ice Muscles GU before, so with 2 layers of defense, her life was saved. Tisk tisk. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, breathing in deeply as she endured the pain of cleaning the wound. Soon after, the injury was bandaged. Fang Yuan placed the empty medicine cans and the last remaining bandage into the two-seed of flour. We have little medication items left, the same with bandages. Even though we have been thrifty and even reused the bandages when we could, it seems we really need to find a healing GU as soon as possible. Fang Yuan stood up with a solemn expression. Medication is an expendable item, and was difficult to make, and takes time to collect. If they had a healing GU, not only would the effect be better, it also used primeval essence that can be naturally recovered. With this comparison, the superior one stood out easily. But an ideal GU worm is too hard to find. The truth is, within this half a month, they encountered many chances, but they either had insufficient strength, or it was an inappropriate environment, lacking proper preparations to capture the GU. We have to get a healing GU. But before that, I have a problem here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. What problem? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked above and she turned over and pointed to her chest. These 2 lumps of meat, they are in the way. When I run they will jump all over the place, and even in battle they are a burden. I want to slice them off, but I'm worried the injury would be too severe. Without a healing GU worm, I might get into even more trouble. She was the Bai clan genius, focused on cultivation. She barely knew anything outside of it, thus having even less concern towards females. Even though Bai Ningbing had turned into a girl, she had lived as a guy for her entire life, thus she didn't care in her mind and did not treat this body as anything sacred. After all, she knew that the Yang GU in Fang Yuan's possession could give her back the body of a male anyway. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never thought of herself as a girl. Fang Yuan stared at her emotionlessly. There will be too many problems with slicing them off, you can wrap them up. Wrap what? Bai Ningbing asked. Use the bandage to wrap around your bosom and treat them like an injury. Then they will be fixed in place, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was helpless and anguished, sighing, "Sigh, that's the best I can do now." The sun gradually sank as the night sky descended. There were streams of wild beasts coming to the lake to drink water, and the 2 did not dare to stay there for long. Fang Yuan found a naturally formed cave at a nearby steep cliff. Although it was slightly cramped, it was safe. After clearing the birds living within it, the place became their temporary residence. Few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries recovered mostly. The 2 continued on their journey, towards Bai Gu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic GU master, on this trip Fang Yuan was extra cautious, constantly stopping and using the earth communication ear grass to check the surroundings. On the second day of their journey, their cautiousness reaped them good rewards. He found burnt wood under a tree, evidently caused by the demonic GU master. On the third day, they examined traces of an intense battle near a stream. The corpse of a large green python lay there, the meat fully eaten by wild beasts, leaving behind only a skeleton. The ground was full of its scales, and the stream even moved in a new path, after many trees were broken and chopped down. Fang Yuan observed for a while, his tone relaxing, that demonic GU master once fought an intense battle here with the green python. This is 100 Beast King Green Python. To undergo such a fight, it seems that this demonic GU master also has rank 3 cultivation. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to meet with this demonic GU master. He would rather deal with unintelligent wild beasts or GU masters. GU masters have intelligence, and would use every bit of strength wisely. A rank 3 demonic GU master has much greater threat to Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing compared to the frenzy needle bee. But things do not go according to wishes, and on the afternoon of that day, the two found traces of the demonic GU master once again. This demonic GU master is injured. There is some flesh that was cut away, on the ground here, so it seems the GU master got poisoned, Fang Yuan said. On Earth, there are no poisonous pythons. But in here, they were extremely common. Upon hearing so, Bai Ning Bing's eyes shone brightly. Undeniably this was good news. The weaker the demonic GU master, the more advantageous it is for them. For the next few days, the trace left behind by the demonic GU master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan deduced that they were getting closer towards the injured demonic GU master. Be extra careful, I can deduce that this GU master's injury is getting more severe, and the green python's poison has severely infected his body. But because of this, a demonic GU master's attitude would easily become more extreme, Fang Yuan reminded Bai Ning Bing. Battle would definitely be handled by Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation is useless. The greatest advantage now was that the enemy was out in the open, while Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing were hidden. The two moved with even more vigilance than before. They moved even more slowly, and moved with less distance than before. Eventually, on one afternoon, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, keeping the roots coming out of his ears. I found that demonic GU master. That person is in that cave, at their last breath. Just earlier, he heard the sound of human breathing in that cave. Strike while the enemy is weak. Bai Ning Bing aspired to battle, revealing ruthlessness in her eyes. But she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Be patient, we do not need to strike. With this situation, in just a few days she will die of poison. I see. Bai Ning Bing's killing intent reduced. But at this time, the two outside, why bother hiding? I've already found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this, it was clear that the demonic GU master was female. Fang Yuan's expression changed, immediately retreating. Don't you want my primeval stones, my GU worms? The voice came from the cave again. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing moved even more quickly. Although the other party was weak, her tone was firm. There was definitely some traps put in place that allowed her to be fearless. Moreover, no one is foolish enough to risk it out with a dying person. Leaving after coming here, there's no such easy way out, you shall all stay. Suddenly, a body came out of the cave. All up to you. Fang Yuan's body flickered, hiding his presence. Bai Ning Bing clicked her tongue, activating the Sky Canopy GU and summoning the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, engaging the enemy. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic GU master was suppressed. She was a middle-aged woman without shoes, having large feet and thick black fur growing on her soles. Her face and limbs had a peculiar green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a moment, the demonic female GU master gradually could not contest. Suddenly, she stepped the ground firmly and jumped back into the cave. Bai Ning Bing chased after relentlessly. Don't chase her, Fang Yuan suddenly reminded, but did not make it in time. A loud explosion occurred right under Bai Ning Bing's feet as her entire body was blown away. Chapter 210, Plotting. Rocks and fragments flew, as smoke rose into the air. Bai Ning Bing was sent flying to the ground, but with a jump, she stood up again. She had the protection of the Sky Canopy GU and was uninjured, but the Sky Canopy GU in her aperture took the impact, her white armor fading by at least 30%. What the fuck? Bai Ning Bing cursed, concentrating and looking over. The explosion site had turned into a 2 to 3 meter crater. Inside the cave, the demonic female GU master laughed smugly. Good. Even if I didn't kill you this time, come at me again if you have the guts, little woman. HMPH, Bai Ning Bing snorted. Although she was furious, she was not an impulsive person. During the earlier explosion, although the Sky Canopy GU protected her, if she took a few more hits, the Sky Canopy GU would have been destroyed. What was that earlier? An explosion suddenly burst from the ground, so if I left the ground, would I be able to avoid such an attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although naive and pure in some areas, and her battle instincts and wits were still at genius level. I do not have a flying GU, and if I leap I am bound to touch the ground. No, I do not have to attack. This person's words earlier was trying to incite me to attack, hee. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing laughed darkly. Do you think you are safe if you hide in the cave? I just have to camp here, you will come out eventually. Ha ha ha, then wait all you want. I have prepared a large amount of food, and you are vulnerable to the weather outside, so let's see who will outlast the other. The demonic female GU master retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, for the longer they dragged, the more beneficial it was for her. Because this demonic female GU master was poisoned by the green python, she would get weaker as time passed. But at this time, Fang Yuan cupped his fist at the demonic female GU master. We met by coincidence in the wild, we are purely passing by. Sigh, making things difficult for you, is the same as making life hard for ourselves. I hope we do not meet again. Farewell. Saying so, he turned around and left. Go where? She is only a rank 3 GU master. As long as we grasp that explosion method, we are assured to win. Bai Ningbing frowned. Fang Yuan snorted. You are also rank 3, but I am rank 1. Let's hurry on the journey, stop creating so much troubles. Better safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but quickly understood Fang Yuan was acting. Although she did not know what he was planning, with her understanding of him, she decided to cooperate with him, pretending to be angry. You are always so cowardly. Sigh, never mind, I'll spare your life. She looked at the demonic female GU master deeply, not hiding her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Fang Yuan into the woods, out of the demonic female GU master's field of vision. After they got enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. That explosion technique of hers is not a problem. When she fought me earlier, she did not use it. Only when she stepped into the cave and I got into range did the explosion occur. I'm guessing she buried the GU ahead of time, and cannot move it. We can lure a group of wild beasts and use them to test out her traps. These words fully displayed Bai Ningbing's talent for battle. But Fang Yuan laughed, asking instead, then what comes next? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes shining brightly. According to what you said, luring a group of wild beasts to test her traps, so what? Forcing her into a dead end. Once she knows she has no chance to survive, she will risk her life to battle, at least bringing one of us with her. Even if we survive, we will suffer losses. Plus, even if we defeat her, she will carry the thought of not leaving anything valuable to us, and destroy all her GU worms. For a GU master to destroy his own GU worms, it only takes a thought. We have no method to prevent it, so after we kill her, we won't get any GU worms. What benefit is there to us? Bai Ningbing frowned. Earlier, they had guarded against this demonic GU master, afraid of getting ambushed by her. It was to protect themselves. But once they found out that she was not too strong, their intentions changed completely. It was to kill this weakened demonic GU master, and take her GU worms, strengthening themselves. Wild GU worms were of all types, but those with suitable ranks and were easy to feed were few. A GU master's GU worms were all carefully selected, considering all aspects. If they can be obtained, it would be much better than capturing wild GU worms. But very few people can obtain GU worms after killing their enemies. Other than dying in battle, GU masters just need one thought to order the GU worm to destroy itself. Many of those defeated have enough time to react, and would not leave their GU worms to the mortal enemies that kill them. It would not be hard to kill this demonic GU master. But to take all her GU worms, it would be difficult. Don't you have a plunder GU? Bai Ningbing asked. One plunder GU can have little effect. Dealing with wild beasts is still fine, but against GU masters, to succeed we need to fulfill harsh conditions. Fang Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something, worried. If we leave like this and end up allowing her to escape easily, what would we do then? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, saying confidently, in the short period, she will not escape. Righteous GU masters, either clan or sect-based, would receive a degree of nurturing, and had higher quality. Conversely, demonic GU masters were often uneven in quality. Some were traitors of the righteous path, thus these people have been trained and have GU master foundations. However, Some were farmers or hunters that obtained a chance to awaken their aperture, obtaining some inheritance and were considered half-baked. This demonic female GU master has a rough accent and poor fighting tactics. She does not have enough survival experience either. Everywhere she goes, she leaves behind traces, and even after getting injured, she does not conceal the blood traces. I see that her body is tough and healthy, having large hands and feet. She is most likely a farmer, only lucky to have gotten an inheritance. Fang Yuan continued analyzing. That explosion earlier should be a rank 2 grass GU that she buried in advance, called the charred thunder potato. No matter who steps on it, an explosion will occur. A farmer peasant, how much knowledge can she have? Getting python poison and being unable to cure it, with her worsening injuries, she feels frightened and unsafe, thus she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potatoes in front of the cave. If we force her, she might do some extreme things. But if we leave on purpose, she will have a breather and temporarily relax her emotions. She might even suspect whether or not did we truly leave. There are dangers outside, and she might encounter us. Meanwhile, those charred thunder potatoes give her the greatest assurance. Thus in this short period, she is not going to leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. As much as she denied it, she had to agree with Fang Yuan's analysis. What he said made sense, almost like he could see the events before him. She could not compare to him. You analyzed well, but she has poison on her, there is no way to drag. She will eventually leave the cave, Bai Ningbing retorted. Fang Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear. Thus, we have to surveil her. His earth communication ear grass GU, although only rank 2, had much greater range than most rank 3 GU worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. HMPH, your decision has problems too. Activating the earth communication ear grass requires continuous primeval essence expenditure. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can recover primeval essence quickly, one person's effort is ultimately limited. You have to rest and sleep, you can't be checking on her all the time, right? Facing this suspicion, Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. How come you're becoming stupid? There is one of her and 2 of us. GU worms could be lent, so they could use the earth communication ear grass GU interchangeably, in intervals. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, shame flashing across her eyes. Fuck, such a simple issue, how could I not think of it? She gritted her teeth, begrudging her own lowly mistake. Fang Yuan laughed secretly. The root of the matter was that Bai Ningbing did not want Fang Yuan to suppress her, thus she subconsciously wanted to retort Fang Yuan as much as she could, instead causing her to lose her bearings instead. Fang Yuan was happy to see such retorts, for each time Bai Ningbing failed, it would cause her to be subdued further. This submission is negligible, but it was a subtle influence, and even Bai Ningbing herself could not detect it. One day when she finally realizes it, she would already be under Fang Yuan's rule. To Fang Yuan, this demonic female GU master was only one target, while Bai Ningbing was the second target. Chen Kuihua was shell-shocked. She was originally a farmer, and one day when plowing the fields, she fell into a cave. In the cave, she found a corpse, and became a GU master after receiving the inheritance out of the blue. GU master. Chen Kuihua never thought that one day she would become one of the esteemed Lord GU masters herself. But after a short happiness, disaster ensued. A mountain leopard as large as a buffalo assaulted her village with green winds surrounding its body. The entire village was wiped out, and she was chased by the mountain leopard, but managed to escape due to her GU worms. After roaming the wilderness for half a year, her GU worms died out one by one, and finally, she encountered a large python. Although she killed it, she was also poisoned as a result. And today, she met 2 GU masters. This was the 3rd time she met GU masters. The first 2 taught her a painful lesson, letting her learn how to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked GU master, severely lacking foundations. Thinking of the earlier battle, she panicked. She was not the girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred thunder potatoes earlier. And thankfully, the male was meek and cowardly, choosing to leave. Chen Kuihua saw their bodies vanish into the forest and breathed a sigh of relief. But she was not certain that they had truly left. Her investigative GU worm could allow her to see everything within 350 steps. The clarity was as if they are right in front of her. But she did not have X-ray vision. I'll wait a few days, I'll go out after 3 days, Chen Kuihua thought to herself. At this point, she had already learned to be vigilant and patient. Chapter 211, Road. High in the sky, the winds roared. Die, Lord Sky Crane screamed, using his remaining strength to turn into a white light, crashing towards first generation GUU. You're too naive to think of killing me. Blood White opened his mouth, his fangs exposed, as he charged ahead. A large explosion occurred, the impact pushing the two away by a long distance. Both were injured. As long as the mountain remains, water continues to flow. Junior brother, remember today's grudge, I will repay it someday. First generation GUU laughed loudly, activating his bat wings, trying to fly away. Suddenly a huge shadow appeared in the sky. He raised his head, only to see that heavily injured Iron Beak Flying Crane King. Not dead, damn it. First gen GUU's expression changed. Being intercepted by the Iron Beak Flying Crane King, Lord Sky Crane caught up and unleashed a pincer attack. Eventually, the Flying Crane King's corpse fell to the ground, while Blood White was completely destroyed. Lord Sky Crane grabbed first generation GUU's head, floating in midair. After his gaze was scattered for a while, he finally regained his concentration. He raised his head and laughed 3 times, and then started crying. After venting his emotions, he flew towards Qingmao Mountain, but was suppressed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation, forcing him to use the Life Burial Jade GU. After he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched around, but only found Fang Zheng, who was at his dying breath from under the ice. The images on the wall showed this scene truthfully. What happened next will be skipped. It is the scenery along the path Lord Sky Crane traveled. Immortal Crane Sect is one of the oldest sects in the Middle Continent. In practice, when a person in the sect goes out for an emergency mission, they would bring along a GU worm that will record the process. Regardless of whether the mission succeeds, the GU master will return to the mountain and report the results, and the sect will evaluate the assessment based on the events that were recorded. Lord Sky Crane, although a sect elder, was also not freed from this rule. However, he was too senior in authority and barely any GU masters had the qualification to assess him in the sect, not even the current Immortal Crane sect leader could. But at this point, the elderly sitting in front of Lord Sky Crane was not an ordinary person. Supreme Elder He Feng Yang, rank 6 GU master, titled Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, sitting on a futon with wide sleeves. His face looked like a youngster, smooth as jade. His eyebrows were green and long, extending to his waist. His eerie dark eyes stared at the scene in the wall, and then slowly retracted his gaze. Lord Sky Crane stood beside him politely, not even daring to breathe loudly. Truthfully speaking, Lord Sky Crane had been asleep for almost 1,000 years, and the Crane Immortal was still his junior. However, seniority was not determined by age, but by strength. Lord Sky Crane was rank 5, and although he was only a rank away from He Feng Yang, this distance was like an entire world apart, the difference between heaven and earth. Rank 5 are mortals, rank 6 are immortals. Lord Sky Crane, He Feng Yang spoke slowly, his voice as soothing as the calm river water. I am here, Lord Sky Crane quickly replied. Although you killed our sect's traitor this time, you did not manage to retrieve the Blood Skull GU. Instead, you were suppressed and toyed around by 2 juniors. In the room, He Feng Yang's voice reverbed. Lord Sky Crane's head was hung even lower, showing signs of shame. However, one of them is the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. No surprise you got suppressed. What's fortunate is that you tried to make amendments later. Let me ask you, the young man that you brought back, is he really the twin of the young man in the video? He Feng Yang asked. I've already investigated, it is so. The one that escaped is his older brother Fang Yuan, the one captured is the younger brother Fang Zheng. What's stranger is, these two are not on good terms. When I showed him the video of his brother slaughtering their clansmen, he hated his brother so much he would kill him on the spot. Lord Sky Crane laughed eerily. He Feng Yang nodded. It seems you have a plan, but do you have enough time? Lord Sky Crane's expression changed, his face turning solemn. Supreme Elder is right. My lifespan is at its limit. I am about to die, with only a few days left to live. Even the Life Burial Jade GU cannot change my fate. His situation can only be resolved by finding a Lifespan GU, to solve the root problem. But Lifespan GU is hard to find. There are a few in Immortal Crane sect, but they are not for him. They are held in the hands of the sect leader and some supreme elders. Thus, I have given up my lifetime saving in GU worms earlier, to exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I've brought Fang Zheng into our sect, and made him my pupil. Afterwards I will teach him, and refine the bloodkin worm. I will then incite him to kill his brother, and retrieve the blood skull Gu for our immortal crane sect. Lord Sky Crane said. Feng Yang raised his eyebrows. It sounds like you are confident of your plans. But, will that Fang Zheng really be manipulated by you? Although he had good talent, he is after all a kid. After I die, and store my soul in the spirit incubating flea, I will accompany him to grow, and advise him in cultivation. The road has already been paved for him, all he has to do is to walk. Saying so, Lord Sky Crane kneeled on the ground, begging, please give me another chance, Supreme Elder. Feng Yang was solemn, before saying, never mind, this might be your last attempt anyway. Thank you, Elder, thank you, Elder. Lord Sky Crane was overjoyed. Go, I await your good news. Within 20 years, I will attain success. Lord Sky Crane was excited and his tone was trembling, as he made his way out. Southern borders, Wancheng Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall thick blackrock walls, extended thousands of li. Tai Clan City was built at the upper half of the mountain, many rock houses, steel towers, lined up and extended to the mountain peak. The sunlight shone down on people who moved about in the city, carriages, horses and crowds, showing off a scene of prosperity. Clan Leader Pavilion is situated at the mountain peak, heavily defended, and have little people moving around. Patrolling groups take turns and the GU Masters are all vigilant, with not a hint of slack. On top of the Clan Leader Pavilion, 2 people were standing. A middle-aged man with a face cold as steel, with some warmth in his eyes. Beside him was a young girl, having a sad but determined gaze. It was Tai Ruo Nan. You've only been back for a few days, right? This is the 19th time you are asking me. I am extremely upset by your father's death. You lost your mother early, and now your father too, but you must remember, you have me, your uncle. You are my niece, I will not put you in danger. Tai Clan Leader sighed. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes were shining, staring straight at Tai Clan Leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father passed away, I feel happy for him amidst my sadness. Father has spent his life eliminating evil, punishing crime. He did it, even with his injuries he did not back down. He walked on his path and finished it with resolution. And now, it is time for me to do the same. Tai Clan Leader was stunned. This moment, he could see Tai Xie Leng's shadow in Tai Ruo Nan. So similar, these eyes, this gaze. In his recollection, he seemed to have returned to his younger days, with Tai Xie Leng by his side, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying with determination, I will bring down all crime in this world, and fill the world with justice and love. Locking all demonic GU Masters in the demon suppression tower, even if I have to fill it up. The oath back then, was still echoing in his ears. But his friend is no longer around. Seeing the 2 images overlap, Tai Clan Leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the adamant Tai Ruo Nan with an admiring, loving, worried, and encouraging gaze. The path that you chose is not an easy one. TRN did not answer, but looked at the mountain peak. On Wancheng Mountain's peak area, there is a majestic steel tower. Its aura was overwhelming, like it is holding up the heavens, stepping on the mountains. The white clouds surround it like a mist, causing others to see it in a foggy image, adding a hint of mystery to the tower. This tower is not only famous in the southern borders, but also famous all over the world. Even in Middle Continent many people know of it. Demon Suppression Tower. The tower itself is over 300 meters tall, with almost 100 floors. It was designed to be rustic, and ancient, overflowing with righteousness. Since it was built, hundreds, thousands, and even 10,000 demonic GU Masters have been imprisoned by Tai Clan. Even Tai Clan Leader was not sure. It was the symbol of righteousness, the pride of the Tai GU Masters. It is also the resting place for many demonic cultivators, leaving behind their anguish, regret, indignance, and remorse. Demonic GU Masters pale when talking about it, and righteous GU Masters dance in pride when speaking of it. Tai Ruo Nan opened her mouth, her tone determined, like she was talking to Tai Clan Leader, and also herself. Wancheng Mountain Peak has a demon suppression tower. My heart also has a demon suppression tower. This path, father could not finish walking on it, I will walk it for him. I can't hold on much longer. Chen Kuihua felt her head spinning, feeling sick and wanting to vomit at times. But she had nothing to vomit, and her body felt weak, as a sense of lethargy hit her. Her plan was hold on for 3 days, but a day had passed and she knew she was too optimistic. The danger the python poison caused her was worsening. She knew she was being forced into a dead end. She needed to find a healing GU worm as soon as possible. God damn it, if not for those 2 bastards, I might have caught a wild GU and cured my poison already. She felt uneasy. After getting poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing GU, but amidst the large forest, filled with danger, she did not have any catching methods and have no made any progress. Bai Ningbing raised her dagger, cutting towards her right ear. Hold it. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, grabbing Bai Ningbing's limb. The sharp knife was only a millimeter away from her right ear. To use the earth-hearing ear grass, one needed to cut off their right ear and replace it. It was just a ear, nothing much, especially compared to the rewards. Bai Ningbing did not feel any hesitation. Demonic cultivators were ruthless in nature, ruthless to others, and even more to themselves. Only people like who can give up what is needed and can have a great achievement. No need to do so, she's out, Fang Yuan said, starting to move. He used the earth-hearing ear grass, following Chen Kui-hua from far away. Not long later, he heard fighting noises. The 2 moved closely with the dense shrubs, following behind secretly, only to see this demonic female GU master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, their eyes shone with excitement. Chen Kui-hua's situation was disastrous. Her battle strength was lower than ordinary by a large margin. This twin-headed boar is a 100-beast king, having a defensive GU. This is a battle of attrition, we can take advantage of them. She really buried the charred thunder potato GU. A bit strange, this GU master fought for so long, why isn't her primeval essence running out? It seems she has some support GU like the heavenly essence treasure lotus, or fish bubble GU etc. After another short while, Fang Yuan saw that the time was right, and called the stealth scales GU, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing understood and nodded in agreement, hiding her body and getting closer secretly. Another explosion occurred. The twin-headed boar stepped on another charred thunder potato GU. This time, it fell for good, never getting up again. It laid on the ground, continuing to struggle as its stomach was blown open. Its intestines started to flow out as its blood oozed out. This damn boar, what a thick skin. Only after so many explosions did it die. Chen Kui-hua breathed roughly, leaning against a tree, seeing darkness ahead of her. This battle drained her last remaining energy, as extremely fatigue hit her. The fear in her heart sustained her, preventing her from just fainting immediately. No, I have to hurry back to the cave. If I collapse in the wild, it will be too dangerous. She was about to move, when she felt wind by her ears. Strange, how can there be wind? This was the last question in her lifetime. Bai Ningbing patiently got closer, and struck like lightning. She used the boar's death, to cause the demonic female GU master to let down her guard, then killed her in one strike. Chen Kui-hua's brain was smashed by the chainsaw golden centipede, as her headless body plopped on the ground. We did it, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Chen Kui-hua's aperture, slightly disappointed. There's only 3 GU in the aperture. GU worms that were refined by GU masters were slightly rigid, not as witty as wild GU worms. The demonic female GU master was dead. Her aperture started to get dark, as the 3 GU worms remained inside. But this was no problem for Fang Yuan. Plunder GU, he willed, easily retrieving these 3 GU. They were 1 rice bag grass GU, 1 iron thorn thistle GU, and a charred thunder bean mother GU. These were not all. Fang Yuan searched around, and found a hairy leg GU in the demonic female GU master, a jumping grass GU. Lastly he found a bookworm in her smashed brain matter. Unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing's attack earlier. This bookworm has to be the inheritance item. The information inside helped her to learn many things about GU masters, it should have some secret recipes etc. Fang Yuan said in pity. Never mind the bookworm, there's no healing GU in this demonic GU master. Bai Ningbing was greatly disappointed. Fang Yuan was solemn, not speaking. He expected her to not have a healing GU already, since she was poisoned, and if she had a healing GU, even if it could not remove the poison, she would not be in such a bad state. What he felt weird was, in the battle earlier, this demonic GU master's performance was weird. Especially in terms of primeval essence, Her recovery speed surpassed a grade, in par with the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not a 10 extreme physique, only having a grade talent, and among these GU worms, none could help recover primeval essence. So this is how the breasts are tied. At this time, Bai Ning Bing unfolded the demonic female GU master's breast wraps. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixated on the silver triangle tattoo on the corpse's breasts. The third watch GU. Fang Yuan was surprised. Third watch GU, what's that? Bai Ning Bing raised her eyebrows. This GU is rank 5, able to accelerate time by 3 times. It is gone after one use, an expenditure type GU. Once used on a GU master, it will form a silver triangle tattoo on their chest. Soon after, Fang Yuan explained in detail. Third watch GU, when used on a GU master, caused their time to flow 3 times as fast. The river of time, flowing at its pace, measured at a singular speed. To normal people, a day is a day. But to the third watch GU's user, a day is akin to 3 days condensed into one. Chen Kui Hua, who had the third watch GU, experienced rapid cultivation growth. When others used 1 day to nurture their aperture, she used 3. The difference in speed is evidently seen. There is another advantage, that is primeval essence recovery. On her, the river of time flows faster, 3 times of normal people. Thus, her primeval essence recover is also 3 times. This is also why, in the battle earlier, her recovery was something that caught Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing by surprise. But everything has 2 sides, good and bad. With such a great effect, the third watch GU has an equivalent weakness. The worst was, it expended lifespan. When time flows 3 times as fast, her lifespan shrinks in proportion, reduced to a third of the original. Chen Kui Hua only got her inheritance for less than a year, but to her it was almost 3 years. Also, any injuries or illnesses that required time to aggravate, would intensify on her. The green python's poison, needed time to infiltrate her body, and worsen. When others get poisoned, they experience the worsening of poison at a daily rate. But to her, it was 3 days worth of worsening every day. This is also why the poison affected her so greatly. To be given this third watch GU, it seems this woman's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, it had gone to waste, falling in the hands of such a person. Bai Ning Bing snorted, looking at the headless corpse in disdain. In the long run, the third watch GU's danger is huge, shrinking the GU master's life to a third. But the truth is, this GU is very useful to a demonic GU master. Demonic GU masters fight alone, without any clan or sect support. They also have to guard against the ganged attack of the righteous faction, and thus put survival as their priority. Only living is important, everything else can be discarded. The higher their cultivation, the greater their chances to survive. Third watch GU can condense a GU master's life, displaying their full potential at once, like the sakura blossoms, or fireworks, short-lived but brilliance. But without the third watch GU, the sakura's buds won't grow in time, and would have been uprooted already. This is nothing strange, those who use the third watch GU are all courageous and forward-looking people. But this woman had a different personality, weak and meek, like dragging and have no courage to move ahead. Thus she ended up like this, it is life. Fang Yuan gave the corpse a final look, before concluding. Bai Ning Bing's expression was ugly. Without a healing GU, what outcome would they face? This demonic female GU master was the best example. Would this be her future as well? Fang Yuan laughed instead, patting her shoulders, consoling, the paths in this world are carved out by humans. Everyone has their own paths, no matter how wide others' path is, it might not suit you. We are both walking on our own paths, what is there to worry? Hearing so, Bai Ning Bing's expression froze, before lightening up, nodding, you are right. Fang Yuan squinted, gazing at the dense forest ahead. After killing this demonic GU master, and obtaining her GU worms, his strength increased tremendously. But he knows that he lacked a healing GU, and did not place his hopes in his luck. From now on, he might get a healing GU, or be like this demonic female GU master, not getting anything even until death. Or the next moment, he might get trampled by wild beasts and die, ending his ambitions. But so what, stepping on his path, and continuing forward, that is all there is to do. Chapter 212, Monkey Brain Delicacy. Swish swish swish. In the aperture, waves of primeval essence ebb and flow, rushing towards the surrounding aperture walls. The sea was jade green, crashing continuously. It was rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 GU masters have green copper primeval essence, initial stage being jade, middle stage is pale green, upper stage is dark green and peak stage is black green. The surrounding aperture walls were shining brightly. Under the attack of the jade green waves, his foundation was slowly built up. Afterwards, the white light burst and dimmed. White light condensed with each other, forming a water-ish light ripple. At this point, the aperture light wall turned into a water wall. Finally, from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage, a light excitement emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. Initial stage aperture walls are light walls, middle stage is water walls. Once the water walls are created, it means Fang Yuan was back to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since we killed that demonic female GU master. During this period, I've been cultivating non-stop, not wasting a single minute. It is no wonder I advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity I do not have the liquor worm on me, otherwise my cultivation would be even faster. Liquor worm can cause a GU master's primeval essence to be refined into one small realm higher. Using it to assist in cultivation can achieve a greater result with less effort. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first GU worm he got was the liquor worm. After that, he purchased a second one and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. A pity though, was that the 4-flavor liquor worm only works on rank 2 GU masters, being useless to the current Fang Yuan. The truth is, Fang Yuan had gotten 3 liquor worms in Qingmao Mountain. The third was from GU Yu Yao Li's body. This liquor worm was kept in Fang Yuan's hands, but after the Tai father and daughter came, to prevent himself from getting exposed, and being worried about Tai Xieleng's investigative methods, he destroyed the liquor worm along with his other loots. After it happened, whether it was the right move or not, since Fang Yuan did it, he had no regrets. Even though now, if he had kept the liquor worm, it would be used to him, but at least, during that time, it did not allow the Tai father and daughter to investigate the matter on GU Yu Yaola. If I reverse refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, I can get the rank 1 liquor worm, but there are many requirements to reverse refine. I cannot fulfill the conditions. GU masters nurture GU, use GU, refine GU. For refining GU, it is split into fusion and reverse refinement. Fusion is to turn low-rank GU worms into a higher rank. Reverse is the opposite. To reverse refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, there are many ways. Using the prodigal son GU, will obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worms. Using the revert GU, only 1 liquor worm is obtained. The butterfly transformation GU will get the eerie chi butterfly. Using the unpredictable GU, what GU is obtained will be unknown, possibly something new. Altogether, for Fang Yuan, the best case was the prodigal son GU. But prodigal GU was rarer than the liquor worm, and was hard to obtain. Best case scenario was revert GU. Using revert GU, although he will lose a liquor worm, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to do it. Retaining the 4-flavor liquor worm, and wait for rank 2 cultivation, that is under a safe environment. Now that Fang Yuan was in danger all the time, everything he does has to be for survival. The higher his cultivation rose, higher the chances to live. Cheep cheep cheep. Outside the cave, monkey screeches and footsteps could be heard. Fang Yuan's ears twitched. He was familiar with the owner of the footsteps. As expected, not long after, Bai Ning Bing appeared. Her entire body was covered in a layer of thorn clothing. This special clothing is completely made of green vines and black sharp thorns, giving Bai Ning Bing defense and also used for attacking purposes. To those fighting barehanded, these thorns that were as sturdy as steel would leave a lasting impression on them. This thistle shirt was formed by the iron thorn thistle GU. After killing the demonic female GU master, Bai Ning Bing wanted this rank 3 grass GU, requesting for it and refining it as her lifebound GU. So troublesome. Every time I leave and return, I have to be so careful of those charred thunder potatoes. Can't you bury less of them? She said as she begrudged, staring at the ground below her, jumping around as she avoided some pitfalls. Better to be safe than sorry. Fang Yuan replied lightly, turning his gaze towards Bai Ning Bing's waist. On her waist was a string of monkeys. These monkeys were tiny, the largest was merely arm length. They had round heads, and thick black monkey hair, smooth and shiny. What was most prominent, was the tree leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle, linked together around the monkey's hip bone and butt, like a grass skirt. These were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, being the source of food for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing these days. These captured grass skirt monkeys were aware of their outcomes, struggling intensely but to no avail. The entire cave reverbed with their cries and horrified screams. It was lunchtime. Grill them, I am a little hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her tummy, throwing the tied grass skirt monkeys on the ground. Let me prepare them first, you can grill them later. Your grilled meat tastes much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill them. Fang Yuan stopped her. Let me teach you a new eating method. Afterwards, he moved his finger, and a GU flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture with a bloody light. The blood light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a blood moon insignia. It was blood moon GU. Fang Yuan's palm started to glow with red light. Although the blood moon GU was rank 3, Fang Yuan was not using it to attack, thus he could still barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know his intentions, her blue eyes staring intensely. Only to see Fang Yuan stretching his hand, raising a grass skirt monkey. He grabbed its neck, causing its head to be unable to move. Soon after, the palm shining with red light landed on the monkey's head, and circled one round. Back then, he used the moonlight GU to open the gambling rocks, now he used the blood moon GU to cut the monkey's head. After one round, Fang Yuan's primeval essence hit rock bottom. As the red light vanished from his palm, Fang Yuan smiled as he grabbed the monkey's head, pulling it, and opened its skull. The white monkey brain was revealed from within. The grass skirt monkey struggled profusely, screaming in utter pain, its shrill screams echoed in the cave. But, Fang Yuan has the strength of 2 boars, his arms like steel, not moving at all. The grass skirt monkey's limbs were tender and did not have claws, unable to harm Fang Yuan at all even if it tried. Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed a spoon to Bai Ningbing. Like this, raw. Bai Ningbing, looking at the white brain with some blood traces, hesitated. Fang Yuan smiled, demonstrating. He placed the spoon into the monkey brain, scooping and placing it into his mouth. As he swallowed, the brain flowed down his throat. At that moment, the grass skirt monkey's screams intensified, its body spazzing like it was electrocuted. Bai Ningbing tried too, scooping the monkey brain and placing it into her mouth. At once, a fragrant grass smell spread from her tongue, without a tint of blood. Like the texture of bean curd, with just a little strength, the entire monkey brain melts in your mouth, with a little sweetness, giving a refreshing taste, in the entire mouth. Her throat gulped, swallowing this monkey brain. Her blue eyes shone with bright light, crystal clear, as the fairy-like face showed an enjoying expression. So incredibly delicious, the young girl exclaimed. Only this grass skirt monkey can have such a taste. Their brain is a natural delicacy. Fang Yuan said as he scooped another into his mouth. He advanced to middle stage, and it calls for a mini celebration. This monkey brain is a good reward. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, moving faster than before, swallowing the second mouthful. This grass skirt monkey, whose skull was cut open, after a temporary madness, was at death's door. Its bright jewel-like eyes had already turned dim. Other grass skirt monkeys, seeing their companion's state, struggling like crazy trying to escape. Under the restraint of the ropes, their struggles were futile, only allowing them to roll around on the ground. Eating this monkey brain feels like eating ice cream on earth. The two worked together and very quickly finished this monkey brain. One more, one more. Bai Ningbing did not have enough, licking her lips and waving the spoon, demanding. Fang Yuan's primeval essence had recovered to 90% already. He did the same thing and cut open another skull. At once, the two continued their meal, satisfied. In the cave, the echoes of the screaming grass skirt monkeys were shrill and painfully heard. After eating the monkey brains, they grilled the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass skirt monkey were fresh and succulent, especially their breast meat. The entire taste was like fish grilled on bamboo leaves. Rice bag grass. Fang Yuan willed, and a green light shot out of his aperture. The light landed on the ground, growing green buds. In a few breaths' time, the bud grew into leaves, and the leaves expanded, turning into vines. The vines extended, and after covering 10 meters, a few branches grew large leaves. These leaves looked like buckets. Firstly, only a finger could fit, but eventually, it became fist size, bowl size, and finally ripe. Bai Ningbing meticulously plucked a leaf. Opening the leaves at the top, rice could be seen inside. Large plump kernels, perfectly white. Bai Ningbing raised her head and opened her mouth, pouring a mouthful of rice into her mouth. After chewing, she ate some monkey meat to add some flavor. Eating till full is satisfaction. She exclaimed. How are those grass skirt monkeys? Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's mind came back. No issue if we do not enter that forest deeply. But once we do, 3 monkey kings show up. The wine you want to get is at the most central area of the forest. It will not be easy to obtain. Chapter 213, Pitfall. In this world, humans weren't the only ones who knew how to brew wines. The earliest records of wine came from the legend of Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu's 2 eyes turned into his eldest son Verdant Great Sun and daughter Desolate Ancient Moon. Verdant Great Sun was always with Desolate Ancient Moon, and this close association created feelings towards his own sister. However, Desolate Ancient Moon refused his wooing. Verdant Great Sun was annoyed because of this, and knew he needed some help, thus he asked the Wisdom Gu. At first, the Wisdom Gu ignored him and avoided him as much as it could. But Verdant Great Sun kept on persevering, and the Wisdom Gu couldn't endure this annoyance anymore, so it told him away. In the east dwells a group of honey peach monkeys. Drink the wine brewed by them and come find me. Thus, Verdant Great Sun went to the east and drank the wine. The wine brewed by the honey peach monkeys was fruit wine. And ever since Verdant Great Sun drank the wine and returned, his face had a rosy flush. He smacked his lips as he recalled the taste. So, wine is sweet. The Wisdom Gu smiled and said, in the west lies a group of psychic monkeys. Go taste the wine brewed by them. The wine brewed by psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Sun went to the west and drank the wine. Since then, his tongue had a yellowish-brown hue to it. He recalled the taste with a bitter expression. So, wine can also be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him again, wine is both bitter and sweet, love is the same and human lives are even more so. At the north dwells a group of Vajra monkeys. They also brew wine, go taste it. The Vajra monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Sun enjoyed this wine very much, and drank till he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was really to his taste, and wanted to drink even more after getting drunk. He drank from the bowl at first before trying to drink it directly from the wine jar. Finally, he started throwing up. The wine started showing its effects, making him feel an unbearable pain. He felt the insides of his body was on fire, as if lava was flowing through them. It's too hot, he screamed. All the fire flowed in reverse towards his head and his hair started burning. From then on, his hair burned endlessly like fire. When Verdant Great Sun woke up, he saw the Wisdom Gu looking at him. What did you think of the strong wine? The Wisdom Gu asked. Verdant Great Sun heaved a sigh. I understand now, no matter how good the wine is, you will vomit it out if you drink too much, everything should be taken with moderation. The Wisdom Gu laughed out loudly. In the north dwells a group of Skywater monkeys. Their wine is also quite good, go taste it. Skywater monkey's wine was clear wine and was completely opposite of the strong wine. Verdant Great Sun lightly tasted the wine, and the moment he did so, he completely forgot all his worries and felt like he was floating in the air, with a hazy and intoxicated look in his eyes. The Wisdom Gu again asked him about his experience. He lightly waved his hands. Having known the joys of wine, I will not pass it on to those who are sober. The Wisdom Gu chuckled and left quietly. Thus, humans weren't the first species to brew wine, rather it was the monkeys who were ahead of the humans. Ordinary monkey groups all knew how to brew wine. The wines were different from one monkey group to another, with all kinds of taste. However, humans collectively called the wine brewed by the monkeys as monkey wine. Fang Yuan had chosen this cave to rest because he sensed the sign of the breakthrough in his cultivation and stopped at this cave to concentrate on breaking through the bottleneck. Another reason was for the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the Gu worms, the more food they consumed and at the same time, the period for their feeding increased. Fang Yuan had made sufficient preparations, but there was a limit to the storage capacity of the 2-seed of flour. After the consumption in this whole journey, there was some space cleared up which would be more than enough to store some monkey wine. Wine had other uses as well, disinfecting the wounds and warming the body. The reverse refinement of 4 flavors liquor worm also required wine as an auxiliary ingredient. Even if the conditions for the reverse refinement weren't met, having wine as a backup food for the 4 flavors liquor worm was good enough. However, getting the monkey wine wasn't easy. This grass skirt monkey groups were 100 beasts group, but their scale was close to that of the 1000 beasts group, and had 300 beast monkey kings. Monkeys were a united bunch and faced their enemies in groups. Bai Ningbing might be a rank 3 peak stage GU master, but she was alone and trying to brute force her way through would only lead to disaster. And although Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the amount of help his advancement could give was next to nothing in this situation. However, Fang Yuan was determined to get the monkey wine and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. So, we need to use our brains, follow me. Fang Yuan stood up and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the buried charred thunder potato, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave were lush trees, bright sunlight, with the bird songs and fragrance of flowers in the air. In moments, the two neared the territory of the monkey groups. Fang Yuan carefully observed and finally chose a sloped area. He surveyed the area from the higher grounds before nodding his head in satisfaction. He stepped around on the ground and said, "Let's dig here." After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, this sloped area that faced the sun was dug out by the two, with a depth of 30 feet and a diameter of 50 feet. Charred Thunder Potato Mother GU. Fang Yuan crouched on the bottom of this pit, and summoned the GU with a thought. This GU resembled a potato, with uneven surface and tiny little holes all over it. Regardless of its appearance, it was a genuine rank 3 GU. My primeval essence won't be enough, I will lend it to you. Fang Yuan handed the Charred Thunder Potato Mother GU to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held the GU and poured her primeval essence to it. Soon, green sprouts sprouted out from those tiny little holes in the Potato Mother GU's surface. The sprouts grew rapidly, blossomed and bore fruit. After several breaths of time, the finger-thick dark green fruit was fully matured. The sprout withered and came falling down with the fruit on Bai Ningbing's hands. Fang Yuan took these dark green fruits and carefully filtered through them, removing the bad, dead or empty shells. After the selection, there were less than 1/3 of the fruits left. These fruits were the Charred Thunder Potato GU, a rank 2 GU. Once they were buried in the ground, they grew with the help of the fertility of the soil, and as long as any living being stepped near it, the vibration would cause the Charred Thunder Potato GU to self-detonate. Fang Yuan held one of the fruits and refined it instantly. As he pinched it in between his fingers, he poured his green copper primeval essence towards it. The Charred Thunder Potato GU started giving off a faint green light and slowly hovered up. With a shift of his mind, the Charred Thunder Potato GU quickly drilled into the ground. Fang Yuan deliberately buried it deep on the ground, stopping only when the potato GU was buried an arm's length into the ground. The primeval sea in his aperture rapidly decreased as the surrounding fertility of the soil gathered towards the Charred Thunder Potato GU. In Fang Yuan's perception, this tiny grass GU instantly grew up to a fist-sized potato. This was a matured Charred Thunder Potato GU which could explode with even a slight vibration. Bai Ningbing marveled at this scene. Looks like that demonic path female GU master buried the Charred Thunder Potato GU near the surface of the earth, making it easy to self-detonate. The way you buried it, it should not explode even if I step above it, right? Naturally. Fang Yuan replied and continued on his work. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. Fang Yuan didn't reply her properly, and with her proud demeanor, she didn't question anymore, but rather concentrated her gaze and began to ponder upon it herself. After being with Fang Yuan for such a long time, she knew Fang Yuan never made useless moves. Fang Yuan stood up only after burying this layer of the pit. He wiped the sweat on his forehead before calling Bai Ningbing to bury the pit together. But after just covering the pit for a bit, when the bottom of the pit was raised by 15 feet, Fang Yuan ordered to stop, then he continued burying another Charred Thunder Potato GU. Bai Ningbing immediately realized Fang Yuan's plan upon seeing this. So it was like that. Charred Thunder Potato GU is only a rank 2 GU and self-detonation of just one has a limited power. By burying them like this, once they explode, even 1,000 Beast Kings might not get off easy. But how will you lure those 3 Monkey Kings here? Charred Thunder Potato GU was an offensive GU, but it couldn't be moved, which greatly lowered its practical value. How difficult can that be? At the opportune time, we will just capture 2 to 3 young grass skirt monkeys and taste their brains here. At that time, their miserable screeches will definitely attract the furious monkey groups. It will only be ordinary monkey groups at first which you will be able to block and fend off. Then it should be those 3 Monkey Kings. Fang Yuan replied while burying the grass GU. Bai Ningbing couldn't help nodding her head. Wild beasts were wild beasts, possessing limited intelligence. Fang Yuan's plan might be very rough, but it was absolutely practical. As long as we kill the 3 monkey kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as a pie. Of course, it will be even better if we can take the GU worms on those monkey kings. Bai Ningbing mulled over it. Following this, they spent the whole afternoon in this pit. Bai Ningbing produced the charred thunder potato GU continuously, after which Fang Yuan would personally bury them into the ground, and then the two would bury that layer of soil. After one layer of soil was another layer of soil, till the pit was filled to the surface. The two were drenched in sweat. Fortunately, Fang Yuan possessed the strength of 2 boars and Bai Ningbing had also fully cultivated the strength of 1 crocodile. However, the next day, Fang Yuan wasn't showing any signs of stopping and continued to dig out another pit. Bai Ningbing was puzzled by it. Fang Yuan replied, "Just 1 pit isn't enough of a guarantee, there should always be backup plans. Being a bit more prepared is always a good thing." Like this, in the following 3 days, Bai Ningbing finally became aware of Fang Yuan's close to perverted cautiousness. They had dug no less than 5 pits and buried great numbers of charred thunder potato GU. Naturally, the scale of the first pit was the greatest. Due to all these preparations, the grass skirt monkey plan went by extremely smoothly. The monkey groups were all defeated with just 2 pitfalls. Out of the 3 monkey kings, 2 died and 1 was injured. The injured monkey king escaped with the remaining monkey groups. The dead monkey kings were blasted to pieces, the GU worms on them didn't survive. Fang Yuan stored great amounts of monkey wine till the 2-seed of flour couldn't store any more. The amount of wine was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. There wouldn't be a problem in feeding the liquor worm for at least 2 years. And if they came across a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for good price. Before we go on, we need to clean the battlefield and fill up the 2 exploded pits. Is there a necessity for such cautiousness? Bai Ningbing felt pain whenever she thought of the pitfalls. Now, Fang Yuan glanced at her before saying one sentence which made Bai Ningbing obediently work. "Did you forget how we chased that demonic path female GU master? It was by relying on the tracks left by the demonic path female GU master on her way. Those pitfalls that you dug, don't end up burying yourself with it." Chapter 214, Boom. By GU Mountain, I am finally here. Fang Yuan sighed as he stared at the white mountain from a slope. Bai Ningbing was beside him, standing silently. The two were in rags with tiredness showing all over their faces. Just earlier, they had escaped from the Steel Rage Boar's family of 5. Steel Rage Boars were a peculiar beast group, having small numbers and moved around in families of less than 10 members. But any mature Steel Rage Boars were at least 100 Beast King. In the family of 5 that was chasing after Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, Grandpa Boar was 1,000 Beast King, while Daddy Boar and Mother Boar were 100 Beast Kings, and even their son and daughter had rank 1 GU worms in them. It has been 5 days since they stole the monkey wine. After a long and arduous journey, Bai GU Mountain was finally in reach. The southern border was full of mountains. Ordinary hills were not called mountains, only when they were at least 10,000 feet can they be qualified to be called a mountain. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope, staring at the faraway mountain. This was her first time seeing Bai GU Mountain. There were many hills surrounding the Qingmao Mountain, but this Bai GU Mountain was like a solitary general, rising high above the ground while the surroundings were flat, and the scenery around it was deathly white. This white was not the snow-like white, but more of a bone-white color. Bai GU Mountain, as the name implied, every rock on the mountain were made of bones. People called it bone rocks. Bai GU Mountain was not an absolute dead area, there were many special vegetation and large numbers of bone beasts living here. At the same time there were many bone-type wild GU worms. Bai Ningbing looked and looked, frowning. Any tall mountain and long river were the condensation ground of primeval essence. Bai GU Mountain was uninhabited, a completely wild mountain. There were many wild beasts, GU worms and fatal plants. This is such a dangerous place, yet Fang Yuan insists on entering the mountain. What intentions does he have? Or rather, what thing was there that deeply attracted him? Fang Yuan was flipping through his memories at this moment. Bai GU Mountain was still a wild mountain now, without any human inhabitants. But this situation will change completely 10 years later. A large-size village will move their base here and develop. This clan was named Bai, the Bai village. In the future, with Bai GU Mountain as their center, they would become the overlord of the surrounding 1,000 miles of land. What Fang Yuan remembers most clearly is not the rise of the Bai village's power, because in this world, a single person's strength can be above a group's. Rather, he was thinking of a pair of twins in the Bai village, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. This pair of siblings discovered a cave by accident during a test at Bai Jiu Mountain's back area, when they were 18. In this cave, they activated an inheritance. It was a complete inheritance of a rank 4 righteous Jiu master. This Jiu master's name was unknown, only his title was left behind, Flesh Bone Lord. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua benefited greatly from this, and became the twin stars of the righteous path after getting the inheritance. 100 years later, they both rose to rank 5, taking over Bai village. The strength of 2 rank 5 Jiu masters pushed the clan's strength to an apex. The Jiu worms in a complete inheritance would cover all 6 aspects of attack, healing, defense, movement, storage and investigation. After getting this inheritance, I will be able to hold my own and have the ability to advance or retreat. Earlier when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing escaped from Qingmao Mountain, their Jiu worms were not well-rounded because of their low cultivation. They were like a boat moving against the tides, moving up the cliff. With just a little bad luck, they would be in danger. After a tough struggle, their chance came, and they killed a heavily injured demonic female Jiu master. By taking her Jiu, which included the rice bag Jiu and jumping grass Jiu, they could barely get by. But they still had weaknesses. Not only due to the lack of healing Jiu, but also because of their low cultivation. Even if Fang Yuan advanced to rank 1 middle stage, so what? Green copper primeval essence was still green copper primeval essence. What he was relying on now was his grade talent and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, recovery speed to sustain his consumption. But to be strict, his battle strength was negligible. If not for Bai Ningbing, he might have died to the crocodiles during the battle in the beach. He was able to get this far due to Bai Ningbing. But relying on others could never compare to relying on oneself. If I can get the Bai Jiu Mountain inheritance, many problems would be easily resolved. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Firstly, it was the Jade Bones Jiu. With this Jiu, the bones in his body would cast away the brittleness of mortal bones, and become more firm and tougher. His current body can only sustain the strength of 2 boars, but after he used the Jade Bones Jiu, he would be able to add the strength of a crocodile on top of this. After that was a healing Jiu. Fang Yuan remembered this inheritance has a very famous rank 3 healing Jiu, Flesh White Bones. In his previous life, it was received by Bai Hua, causing her to become a famous healing Jiu master. Finally, it was the one Fang Yuan ranked as the most important, Bone Flesh Unity Jiu. This Jiu was the Bone Flesh Lord's innovation, the only one in the world. This Gu's incredible usage riled up many large forces in the southern borders, in his previous life. If Jiu worms were to be classified according to their use, they could be divided into 7 categories. Attack, defense, healing, investigation, storage, movement and cultivation. Liquor worm, 4-flavor liquor worm, man-beast burial Jiu, relic Jiu, or heavenly essence treasure lotus, they were all under cultivation category. And this bone flesh unity Jiu was a mystical Jiu under the cultivation category. Similar to yin-yang rotation Jiu, it was a pair of Jiu, used on 2 Jiu masters. It could let the 2 Jiu masters undergo dual cultivation and advance their cultivation together, getting greater effects with less effort. If I can obtain the bone flesh unity Jiu, with Bai Ningbing's help, I can advance my cultivation quickly. My cultivation will be shocking after I reach rank 3 stage, especially in early stages. Its effects will be even better than the liquor worm. I must get it no matter what. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing through the corner of his eyes. Bai Ningbing realized nothing, still staring at Bai Jiu Mountain. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. When they were about to move out, a few silhouettes suddenly flew towards them. Righteous Jiu masters. Both Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were taken aback. A total of 4 Jiu masters were approaching them. When they were 100 steps away, they landed on the ground and moved towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The leader was an old Jiu master, giving off a rank 3 aura while the remaining 3 were all rank 2. Their uniform were the same and their movements were in synergy, showing the signs of an elite group. How can we encounter righteous Jiu masters in this desolate mountain range? Jiu masters and wild beasts are completely different, even though I am rank 3 peak stage, with the chainsaw golden centipedes razors dulled and Fang Yuan as a burden, I might not be their match. We're in trouble now. The 4GU masters got closer amidst Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's bitter sighs. Dusk. The last few rays of the sun were like blood, and crows screeched as they flew back to their nests. Taiao Tian walked in the center of the group with a cold expression. There were 8 people in their group when they had set out of Qingmao Mountain, each were an expert of the clan. But now only 3 of his group remained. Taiao Tian's heart bled when he thought of the sacrifices. The losses were too severe. This was way out of his expectations. The losses were not because their cultivations were insufficient, but because their luck was too bad. After finding out Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's traces, they started to move along Huanglong River. But Huanglong River flowed too rapidly, leaving behind barely any traces. Even if they used GU worms and had investigative experts, they still deviated from the path. With no choice, they had to move against the current, spending a lot of time before discovering Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's raft. However, troubles came soon after. They encountered a large number of 6-legged crocodiles and were attacked. To be honest, they were pretty unlucky. This beach was the breeding ground of the 6-legged crocodiles, and after it was destroyed, the 6-legged crocodiles that dominated the area were wiped out. Beast groups were also split up into different forces. After the original owner died, this place became free for all, and many surrounding groups of 6-legged crocodiles competed for it. Just when they were about to take control of this area, Tai Clan's group arrived on the shore. What thing dares to invade our territory? This land belongs to us 6-legged crocodiles. Snatching territory from us, you're asking for it. The territorial concept of wild beasts was not to be trifled with. Thus, a huge battle broke out, and under the united attacks of 2 groups of 1,000 beast groups and 3 groups of 100 beast groups, the Tai Clan group lost 2 members and were forced to escape. Fang Yuan's methods of removing traces were very experienced. Thus, their investigations did not make much progress. With the help of GU worms, they eventually found out the direction Fang Yuan was headed to. But then, a colorful nightmare descended. The Zan Yuan divine pheasant descended from the sky, staring at them and thinking of them as food. Even now, the entire escape process was deeply buried in Taiao Tian's heart. The image of the Zan Yuan divine pheasant became his nightmare, waking him up from his sleep every night. Zan Yuan divine pheasant took away 3 of his companions' lives. Among them were their most professional investigative GU master, and even a rank 3 defensive GU master. Truly insane losses. Right now, the GU master in charge of investigation was a half-baked one. Even with such a loss, Taiao Tian did not think of giving up. He was the 4th young master of Tai Clan, with a great aptitude and carried the hopes and dreams of the clan since young. He cultivated intensely, inheriting the iron will personality of the Tai clansman. Reinforcing Tai Shui Leng and his daughter was his first mission out of the village. But he only managed to save Tai Ruo Nan, and the divine investigator was sacrificed. This was a great contrast to his original intention. However, if he caught the demonic bastard that got the Blood Sea inheritance and take revenge for Tai Shui Leng, it would be a great success. Such a merit would turn into his asset when vying for the clan leader position in the future, getting him more support from the clansmen. He was not worried about the strength of the demonic bastards. In the process of chasing them, they had discovered from the traces that the 2 had limited battle strength, or maybe they had suffered some injuries, only having the collective strength of 1 rank 3 GU master. Even though I lost many companions, I am a rank 3 GU master, and so is Tai Daoku. With 2 other rank 2 GU masters to assist, our strength dominates those 2. Once we capture the demonic bastards, the loss of manpower will turn into proof of my iron will and never give up traits. Taiao Tian's eyes shone with determination. 4th young master, we have found some traces ahead. It seems the direction we are heading is not wrong. At this moment, the investigative GU master reported. Oh, quickly bring me there. After the time taken to drink a cup of tea, 2 holes were dug open, revealing corpses of a large number of grass skirt monkey. These grass skirt monkeys have died for less than a week. It seems we are catching up to those 2. Tai Daoku said in joy. Taiao Tian breathed in deeply, his mood was suddenly lifted. Finally, we're nearing the end. He clenched his fists, walking forward excitedly. He stared at the beautiful sky, the night lights shone on his young face, reflecting brightly in his eyes. All his patience and efforts were not in vain, he was finally getting the results. Although the sun is setting, I can see hopes in the future from it, he sighed in his heart, suddenly having the mood to ascend this slope, and enjoy this beautiful moment. The few GU masters near him, gazed at him with admiration. Fourth young master is indeed fourth young master. On this journey, we had thought of giving up, but fourth young master persevered alone, and now he is about to get the fruits of his labor. In fourth young master, I can see the clan's hopes, and a bright future ahead. I swear I will only follow fourth young master in this life. They stared in daze at Tao Tian ascending the slope. They could almost see the scene where one day, Tao Tian ascends to the position of the clan leader. But at the next moment, an intense explosion occurred. Boom. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.